What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies back with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, May 18th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Morning. Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
And Jason Bishop.
What's up?
Got the full crew on a beach week. It's a beach week.
It's beach week. That is true.
We're heading to the beach later this week. Hope you can join us in Dewey Beach on Friday. We're broadcasting live from the Starboard. Met a couple people out during my appearance in Fredericksburg that said they're going to be joining us in Dewey.
Excellent, making that trip.
The place is going to be packed. I heard that it might be a little chilly on Friday.
The weather's not looking great, but you know what? We're not going to let that spoil a great time. We will have an amazing time at the Starboard, no matter the weather.
Just bring hoodies.
Yeah.
Just bring
an umbrella. How about that?
Bring a rain
umbrella.
jacket if you got one.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be inside. I'm not going to stand outside and get rained on.
No.
You know what I mean? To be honest with you.
I would assume that
course.
at least the broadcasting area is going to be covered.
Yeah.
I would think.
They got plenty of covered spots.
Trip to Fredericksburg, left the house at 9:20.
Okay.
Which
yes.
late, according to you, made it there by 10:50.
Ooh, very good.
Used the express lane.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes that's what you have to do.
And then on the way back, how long?
Oh, the way back was a different story. When I first put home into my Navi, it said 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I ended up kind of taking my time, and I got a little bite to eat at a local Subway right before 95. And actually, a huge listener of the show has owned it. He ended up talking to me like he recognized me, and he said he'd owned the spot for 35 years.
It wasn't our guy Sal/Saul from back in the day,
No.
was it? Not him?
No.
From the Fairfax Subway?
No.
Different guy?
He's got to be
Different
dead by
guy.
now, right? I'm going to say dead.
No.
I don't know. I have no idea. How would I know?
I can't remember how old he was.
He was probably 10 years
He's definitely
older
older than us.
Yeah.
Back
so
in the
65 then, 75. Close to dead.
Might
Close to dead.
Saul from Fairfax, if you're
Close
still
to
out there,
dead.
we love you. You're our guy.
Yeah. No, a nice guy, but probably no longer listening to you.
Pushing up daisies.
Yeah.
No, so then I kind of just chilled for about 20 minutes, and then when I got in the car, it said an hour and 57 minutes. Mm-hmm. So it took about 2 hours to get home.
Wow. 2 hours.
It was about 4 hours of driving.
I thought people were
for a
going
2 hour
south.
period.
Why are people coming north? I thought people are all going south.
Well,
No, those are the people coming home from their vacations.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's running into.
Yeah,
the thing is
that's true.
some
Saturday
people
to Saturdays.
told me
Yeah.
they were like, "Oh, the express lane will open up back towards DC at 1 o'clock." No, it didn't.
There's little that's more
didn't.
distressing when you're driving back from South Carolina on 95 and you're just making amazing time, but you know that you're going to get to Fredericksburg and you're just going to hit a massive slowdown.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens probably 90% of the time.
Yeah,
if
and then
not 100%.
And then you've got the slowdown from Tyson's till the American Legion Bridge.
Congestion
It's a
around.
double slowdown.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's like once you pass the Occoquan and you start
Yeah.
flowing again, then you're going to get that Tyson traffic.
But you know it's about to happen.
It is what it
You know-
is.
You know it's looming out.
It is what it is. But I had a good appearance. Everybody who came out to Radley Mitsubishi for Mitsubishi Mania, had a good time. So thanks for coming out and
you
support.
bring some books?
Brought some books. Gave
good.
away, I don't know, 20, 25 books.
Good.
That's good.
So
That's
yeah,
awesome.
good time in Fredericksburg. But
Excellent.
yeah, it ate up my Saturday. I don't know what you guys did on Saturday.
Your Saturday was filled with just sitting on 95.
Sunday, I went to the pool, though. Lifetime Fitness has already opened up their pool. I guess this is the
That's
weekend
early.
when all the pools open, but
Well,
it was pizzacked yesterday.
Well,
I bet it was.
Usually the pool's open Memorial Day weekend. It's not usually the weekend before, but hey, I guess some people are getting a jump on it.
No, they've got a huge pool. And it's a scene because it is what I've said this before. It's mostly families, but because it's a club and they sell alcohol. There's you can tell there's a hollering scene.
Oh, really?
There's like it's like
scene?
it's like family pool meets Vegas pool.
Got it. It's quite a mix there.
I mean, I would say maybe 10% to 20% Vegas pool, but that's what it's like there.
I don't take advantage enough of the booze being offered at the Norbeck pool.
Yeah.
I've dabbled here and there, but I haven't just like committed to one like Saturday or Sunday. I just had like a half dozen drinks.
Back when I used to drink every day, we would use that on the days the clubhouse is closed. So, but the golf course would be open, but the pool bar was always open.
So you
hit
can't
the turn.
You
hit the
can't
pool
bring your
bar.
own cooler.
No,
You can't do that.
no
No,
chance.
I mean, people might do that.
People
and just,
probably do, but yeah, that's verboten.
and they sneak it.
That's frowned upon.
Yeah.
I mean,
Probably going to get tossed out of the
you
pool.
can understand.
Of course.
No,
they're-
I understand
they're
why.
running a business. I
they're
get
running
it.
a business.
Now, when I was at the gym and I was at the pool, I was checking my phone to see if McIlroy or John Rahm would make a run, and some guy I'd never heard of won the PGA Championship.
Aaron
Yeah.
Rye. Yeah, but those of us that watch golf, we know Aaron Rye just because he's been in the mix for years.
Yep.
I didn't realize he was still only 31 years old. This guy wears 2 gloves. He's been made fun of for using iron covers.
Well, thing which jumped out to me just when I was looking him up on Wikipedia, well, he's $150. He is a tiny guy.
Tiny dude.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was that light.
Head 100. I mean, he might be that's a listed weight.
Yeah,
but
he looks bigger. He
150
looks bigger
pounds.
than
Looks
that.
bigger than that, but it's possible.
I'd be shocked if he's 150.
But he's been around. That was an incredible win by him. Super accurate. The guys, they turned Valdez and I were talking about it a little bit on Friday. They turned a PGA Championship kind of into a U.S.
Open, yeah.
And it was dropped
With how
the
difficult
scores.
it was.
I hear some pain in Hicks'
we
voice.
We didn't have that intel before we placed our big bet.
No.
Like I just, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Sometimes you make bad bets.
Yeah, they made.
You got to pay the piper.
I mean, the fairways were so wide, so you're like, of course you're going to hit the fairways. Yeah, but we didn't take into account all the slopes, and everything's going to hit the fairway, just slope into the rough. And the fact that Jason, as he brought up last week, there's no graduated rough, right?
Nope.
It just kind of went into just kind of regular rough. There's no first cut. So it made it
And Rory was in it
brutal.
every freaking hole.
Yeah.
The guy could not hit a fairway yesterday.
mean,
actually, all weekend.
I was actually rooting for Rye because, I like to see first-time guys. It's life-changing. It's life change forever.
I was just rooting for low scores. I just
I know.
I mean, I've never checked a golf scoreboard as much as I did over the weekend.
I know.
And I texted Valdez. I was like, we might have a grass for it. He's like, this bet is dead.
No,
what are
you
you
were
talking
done.
about?
You were
He's
done,
like,
Ski.
you're so delusional. This bet is over, Johnny.
I mean, you needed Smalley to shoot like 63.
we needed him to go low.
You
And
needed him to go
he, of
low.
course, came back to earth on Sunday.
Yeah. So
What are you going to do?
it is what it is.
I mean, the scores were lower on the weekend, but
they were,
it
especially
was
on Sunday.
Yeah, but it was so difficult on Thursday and Friday, especially with the wind.
Yeah, a lot of people were complaining. They didn't like it online on my feed. They didn't like that they didn't know some of the names on the leaderboard. They didn't like that the stars weren't running away with it.
Right.
They didn't like that there were a lot of birdies.
Yeah.
I watched the whole thing, so it was my
I liked
favorite
it.
ever, but it wasn't my.
I mean,
worst
Rye
ever.
shows zero emotion, but I like the fact that he's a first-time winner.
I was rooting for him because that's just such a life changer, and he's such a literally everyone says you're not going to find one person that doesn't like him.
Yeah.
And his wife is a pro golfer.
Wife's pro golfer.
So Yahoo has him as 5'11", 150 pounds, but then I clicked on something else that has him 5'11", 195.
yeah, there's just
yeah,
no
he
way.
looks like a normal human.
There's
to
just
me.
no chance he's 150
He
pounds.
doesn't look like 150
No way.
pounds. Doesn't look
No
like
way.
it. I mean, if he's actually 5'11",
He's a bigger guy. He's built up. He's got some muscle. He's
they
not
say he's in the gym every day.
150. He'd be a shoestring.
Doesn't sound right.
That's what it says in the bio.
Yeah, that's wrong.
From
definitely-
Wolverhampton, Great Britain.
Yeah.
Don't know where that is. I definitely had to prepare my wife for, because I knew we were going to talk about the bet.
Oh,
Oh,
So
yeah.
I had like on Sunday
Oh,
when I knew it was
she did-
dead. I was like,
how am I
Oh,
going to
so
broach
she didn't even
this?
know you placed it.
placed?
Oh, you didn't.
No, I placed it. Of course she didn't know I placed it.
Yeah.
So on Sunday I was like, I got some bad news for you. Potentially bad news. Placed a wager a little bit out of the norm, and she actually handled it relatively well. Like, I thought she'd be upset. She was, I mean, I could tell there was disappointment. But
You know what?
Like-
Amy was disappointed in Kate.
First time ever.
That's a first.
Thank you.
But like she
Welcome
she
to the club,
handled it
Cakes.
remarkably well.
Yeah.
Well,
For the amount of the
what-
bet.
to be fair, your gambling balance sheet is probably on the plus side because you've won some money playing poker.
Okay, but I mean,
No, but you're forgetting about the blackjack.
online blackjack dallies.
You're forgetting about that.
No, but I'm saying this year.
Oh,
maybe
year.
this year.
This year's legend for poker is a big donut.
Oh, so you're in the negative side.
2026.
Okay.
2026 has been a lean year poker wise so far.
Look,
Still
she knows
early.
you gamble.
Yeah. Oh, she knows. Yeah, she knows who she's married to.
Right.
She knows what she got into.
I'm just so,
yeah, I mean,
I'm just
that's
so
some
happy your
pain.
wife is disappointed in you. That
And
to
then
me is more
I would say it
important.
was minor disappointment.
Valdez-
I believe
it wasn't
that.
outrageous.
I
but-
believe it.
Valdez was the other half of the bet.
Yeah.
I know on Friday you were lamenting that Steve Sands gave you the kiss of death on this show by basically saying that it was a no-brainer.
yeah.
I think he may have even said he'd bet his vacation.
That
home.
was
He
a
did.
that was
Yeah,
conventional
he did
wisdom.
say that.
That line was the unit bumper.
Yeah, I think so. Because I was already in for like 100. And
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
let's go bigger. And I was like, I was swept up in the mania of it. I got swept up. These things happen sometimes.
Yeah, because he predicted 20 under par was going to win.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly. You know what? Lesson learned.
And was the final score 9 under?
9.
Yes, 9 under. Of course, they couldn't get the 13 under.
I mean,
it was unattainable.
Rye was balling yesterday. I mean, he was just on point,
Yeah.
hitting every fairway, middle of the green, making long putts. He was just awesome.
The disappointing thing to me was for somebody that was mostly just checking on the phone, and then I did watch the last 3 or 4 holes, is that it just didn't come down to the last couple of groups even.
People like
Because
like
Rye
drama.
finished early. Relative to the, probably like on the
There was a
fourth from
couple-
last
couple
group.
holes, but they were meaningless.
Yeah.
There was a couple groups
I
behind
know,
him.
but my point is you like it to come down to kind of the last hole, the
Yeah,
last
yeah,
group.
yeah,
It kind of did when he cemented it with the eagle putt.
Right.
The
It
eagle
was-
putt just finished it off.
It was weird when they were etching his name into the trophy.
Yes.
While,
And there's still guys on the course.
Yeah, there's like three holes left.
I mean,
It's like
if
a
a
half
guy-
hour
if a
left.
I
guy
know, but it's
holed
just-
out from 18 for an eagle.
But that's like
it
a-
might have been possible.
That's like a
to tie
JP
him.
thing, though, like calling game at halftime.
I was grasping. I was like, okay, well, what if John Rahm gets an eagle here and then he gets a birdie on the last hole? Maybe he can catch him.
No, he needed like 2 eagles. I think he needed an eagle on the par 5, which looked like it wasn't going to happen, and then he needed the eagle on out of the fairway.
Yeah.
So that's why they started etching.
Yeah, 'cause it was
Trust
impossible.
me, I was doing
It
all
was
the math.
impossible.
I was looking at guys who were like 6 or 7 under, and they had like 8 holes left, and I was like grasping. I was like, well, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
You just got to give up the ghost.
So
it's dead.
all of
Well,
our
you got to
money,
make it up somehow. You got to make
our
it
money
up.
Yeah,
gets
you're
tabled
right.
to the next one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I
So-
couldn't even get John Rahm to take $70 or $80 away from my loss by winning it.
I was excited because Goddard was in the mix. Every time he got in the mix, he'd chunk a chip or something. He'd put it in the rough near the green, and it just kept sinking. I mean, at one point he was like 5 under. It was right there, and he just kept falling. Get up there, fall.
Yeah.
Probably finished like even or over par or something. He couldn't stay up there.
Nope, no winners
Yeah, got
from
it.
our junkies pool, so that'll carry over.
I like the live
Double
guys
the money
played
for
pretty
the
well.
next
Live guys
time.
played pretty well, especially if you consider Reed still a live guy.
Yeah,
Not.
I still kind of do.
I kind of do too.
But yeah, I mean, Cam Smith played great.
Yeah.
Reed played really well. Koepka played pretty well for the most part, except for he couldn't make a putt. I know Koepka's not live anymore, but it was interesting.
Coming up later in the show, David Aldridge is going to join us from The Athletic. We can get into what the Wizards may or may not do in the NBA draft coming up next month. So David Aldridge will join us, and Luke Thomas is going to join us at 9:45. A couple things combat sports related to get into. There was a big Netflix card over the weekend with Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano headlining it.
Hope you didn't blink. Definitely missed it.
So we can get into that, plus the return of Conor McGregor. So we'll get into that at 9:45 here on the Junkies. So Cakes and I are participating in this golf/pickleball tournament. And Cake said, "Did you not read the emails?" And I'm like, "Not really, because it's a charity golf tournament. I
Yeah.
assume generally charity golf tournaments consist of you show up.
Yeah.
Usually you get there like an hour before and
Yeah.
kind of meet people, talk to people, maybe hit a couple golf balls.
Sure.
Then
I know the drill.
Somebody goes and gives you the rules for the shotgun start. You go
Yeah.
out to some hole and you play golf. And then after that, usually there's dinner or some sort of award ceremony, and
See,
then you roll.
If you had read the email,
This is the dagger.
well, it's not a dagger. It's just part of the day. Is
Yeah.
that after
it's a dagger.
after the pickleball and the golf, there's going to be like the award ceremony and the dinner, and there's going to be a short Q&A with you, me, the other alleged celebrity guests that are there. I think Will Montgomery, who used to play for the Skins.
I thought I saw B. Mitch on there.
B. Mitch might be there. I'm not sure. I think Andy Pollin is the MC.
Andy
Okay,
Pollin.
nice.
So it's just going to be a quick,
All right,
like,
that's easy.
Washington.
Just means
sports-
they have to stay around
that
long.
it's
It won't be-
hard.
pretty much.
It's
Yeah.
It's just that it ruins your day.
Yeah, it's just, and it's
Be
not going to be.
honest.
It won't be short.
Well, I already cleared out the day. The only thing is that I kind of said this is like the one day where my kid has two things, and I think I committed to driving to the second half, which is she does track, then she does swim. Well, guess I'm not driving to swim.
Probably not. Probably not going to make it.
That's 7 to 8.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do a little Q&A.
Hey, can I take your place?
Andy Pollin.
Can I take your place?
You want to
Hey,
jump
look,
in?
you were just saying how great, of course, Manor is. So
Manor's awesome. My buddy used to be head pro there, but I haven't played there in a long time.
That's nice.
I got to get
play there
back
a
out
couple
there
times
man.
a year.
Yeah, it's nice.
Is the pickleball there indoors or outdoors? Because
Hold
it's
on,
going to
hold
be
on.
95 degrees.
Last time I played there, they didn't have pickleball courts.
Well, they have outdoor tennis, and I'm
Yeah, I'm
can't
sure that's
remember.
probably
You know
where
what?
it is.
doesn't matter.
Sure, they have a bubble.
Either way, it's going to be hot, whether we're playing outside or inside.
I mean, I don't know where they would put the bubble, but I would think it would be outside.
Bring
right.
your sunscreen, lather up.
They for sure have outdoor. I know that.
Yeah, yeah. No, but it'll be fun.
Yeah.
It will be hot today
Oh, I'm well aware.
and hotter tomorrow.
oh, there it is, Cakes.
Mid 90s.
Yeah, I never read down. I mean, it's a pretty long email. It says registration 10 a.m. It's got all these different putt and pour contests closest to the pin. Lunch and networking 10:15 to 11:45. It's got the shotgun start
have to say,
12.
I think-
I mean, and then at the very end of the email, sports talk Q&A with our celebrity guests. But yeah,
Yeah.
Brian Mitchell, Tim Hightower also there.
Ah,
Cakes.
very good.
Oh, Tim Hightower.
Ken
I was on
Jenkins
this
and Josh
text-
Wilson?
I was on this text
That's
thread
going to
too.
be an hour. The
And
Q&A. The Q&A is going to be an hour.
All right, if
With
you
all
say
those
so.
people up there?
I was on the text thread too. I'm not sure if he had Jason's number. He might have. He might have been on it, Jason. I'm sure he wanted you there
No,
for sure.
He did.
Yeah.
He sent it
And
to me.
I saw it and I said, no, it's too much.
He said it's not happening.
It's too much. It's a nice invite if you're into that kind of thing. Too much. Too much.
No, I mean, we love Gabe. Gabe's awesome.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Gabe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the.
Gabe knows me. He knows that on a Monday, there's no chance I'm going out to Rockville.
I'm not sure I would do it if I was retired. Like, I don't like
Even
to
if
do.
you had a completely empty day.
yeah. I don't like to do that.
The
stuff.
Beltway is just Ms. I had to go from College Park to home yesterday. I was trying to get home before the leaders teed off. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to get home. Shouldn't take me. It should take me about 35
Well,
minutes.
You live
Or 40.
You basically live almost in West Virginia.
That's not the point. It's because the Beltway is miserable.
Well, I mean, nobody's disputing
I
that.
hate it.
You notice that nobody's pushing back and saying, no, the
I
Beltway's
know.
great.
I know.
College Park to Ashburn only takes 40 minutes.
If there's no traffic, yeah, it's not that bad.
That seems aggressive.
Wow. You think he's
Because
not
College
driving-
Park to Gaithersburg takes almost 40 minutes.
It's not that far. I mean, once you get on the toll road, I'm 20 minutes,
It's he's right.
maybe 45. I mean, but it's not an hour and 20.
College Park to my house, if there's average like normal traffic,
15
it's not
minutes.
backups. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
If once you get on the Beltway.
I understand. You live in Kensington.
Yeah, but my house to like Dulles Toll Road, if there's no traffic, I've gone to Tyson's Corner before.
Yeah.
In 15 minutes. I mean, it's
not
or
far.
less. You get
But
there.
there's always traffic on the Beltway. I understand that.
Yeah. The Beltway's weird though. Sometimes, I guess I can't figure it out because sometimes we'll drive my daughter out to volleyball and it'll be jam packed way past Old Georgetown Road.
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous. And then there are other times where it's just kind of free flowing.
And it's only because
kind of weird.
It's usually just, I mean, there was no accidents. It's just because of the merge lanes. People getting on the beltway, so everyone stops and slows down.
Yeah.
And it's like that for, 2 miles, 3 miles, and then it speeds up again.
Yeah.
The next exit, same thing.
Well, they also, they're throwing in the random construction.
Nightmare.
Which always makes it a nightmare.
Yep. All right, you want to get into a little sports page?
Let's do.
Fellers.
Besides golf, anything else happen?
Well, real quick, some of the payouts on the PGA Championship. It was a record purse, $20.5 million. Aaron Rai takes home $3.7 mil. Second place guys, John Rahm, Alex Smalley took home about $1.8 million, I believe.
I think they said afterwards, Alex Smalley made a putt that no one cared about, but it made him $1 million.
Oh,
made the last putt he made.
Isn't that crazy?
Made him $1 million.
Because he tied for second.
Yeah.
So Aaron Rai is very happy, not just because he won the PGA Championship, but he takes home $3.7
These guys
million.
make so much money, Jason. I'm not sure they even really
They don't even realize the money.
They don't even think about it at the It's all about the trophy.
Yep.
And think about it. You win a major.
Yep.
You just need to win one more, and you're automatically qualified for the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
You could go to the Hall of Fame with one major if you have enough regular tournament wins. I mean, it just puts you in another stratosphere. You're in Hall of Fame contention when you win a major. That's how big it is.
Yeah, it's huge for his career. Huge. And he seems like a really good dude.
Universally.
I mean, he doesn't show any emotion,
liked.
didn't show much emotion on the course, but he seems like a good dude.
They talked to him afterwards, and they said, Rory said you're not going to find a person on the lot that doesn't like you or something to that extent, that doesn't like this guy. And he said, this is how nice he is. He said, well, I think everybody on tour is really nice for the most part. You know what I mean? He just deflected.
Right.
Just a nice guy.
How about Rory telling the fan to shut the F up?
After he
hit in the
said
trap.
USA, though. It's not like he said F you.
I know, but I got to imagine he was saying something else.
Allegedly, he said it USA. I don't know. Rory is hit or miss with me.
Yeah.
Not huge on him.
I wouldn't be surprised if that guy was following Rory for a few holes and
he could have been
dropping some F-bombs.
Listen, I'm sure he gets taunted throughout. It's got to be brutal to play in front of drunk fans.
All right, I didn't watch Game 7 last night. The Cavs pummeled the Pistons in Detroit, 125-94. The Cavs will now play the Knicks.
How surprising is it,
Conference
though,
Finals.
that they don't win at home in Game 6, and then they
go
win,
and they win by 30.
Game 7. I'm telling you, my Anthony Davis target is the Detroit Pistons. They need offense. I don't know if they would pull the trigger. They need to shake it up. They've been very good the last 2 seasons. They have Cade Cunningham, but they obviously aren't good enough. They need something else. Anthony Davis to Detroit.
You're calling it?
At the deadline?
I'm not calling it. That's just what that would be my destination.
Sense.
And I don't know. Now you
might
got to
be
match
right.
salaries. Like, how much does Jalen Duren get paid? Like, trade for Jalen Duren and get a draft pick.
I mean, the Pistons starters hit 14 buckets the entire game.
You know who was a dud in Game 7?
They shot 35%.
To continue his reputation, luckily got bailed out by Jared Allen.
Harden. I know. Harden was coming.
James Harden.
I know. He wasn't good.
It's truly amazing what happens to him in Game 7s.
Yeah, Mitchell's just so fun to watch.
He's one of the all-time best scorers. And then in clutch moments in the playoffs, he stinks.
Yep. I know. I was
think
thinking the same thing.
I think Cleveland is going to be a good match for the Knicks.
It's going to be fun. I definitely want to watch some of the OKC San Antonio series, but I don't know what time those games will start. Will they start around 8:30?
Probably
9 o'clock.
Looks like 8:05 for the Cleveland New York series and 8:30 for San Antonio.
Yeah.
The Western Conference just seems so much sexier. I don't know why. Just seems that way.
Well, it's got the 2-time MVP in SGA.
SGA wins back
It's
to
got
back.
Wemby.
Yeah, it's just more recognizable for the general fan, I'd say.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve the MVP, but he didn't lead any of the categories. Like Jokic led the league in assists, in rebounds. Doncic led the league in
You're
points.
very anti-SGA because you think he flops all the time.
Well, I know he flops.
You're
It's not that he
You're
thinks.
anti-SGA.
No, he's very good, but
It's not one of his guys.
He doesn't lead the league in anything. I guess he leads the league in MVPs.
Yeah, but he's second in scoring.
I know.
He's top 12 in field goal percentage, and from a guard that's really
yeah,
good.
I said he's a great player.
Yeah.
And his team gets best record every year. He's better than good. He's a great
I think people
player.
got sick of giving Jokic the award.
Maybe there's always an element of that. They want to move on to the next. There's always a little bit of element of that.
Well, anyway, so game 1 is tonight, Western Conference Finals in OKC. OKC lays 6.5. Total is 220. Yeah.
Grab,
You know
I
what's
see
interesting about the NBA teams
Yeah.
is, Sam Presti gets all this love for being the best executive, and he's built up the Oklahoma City Thunder mostly with draft picks. Obviously, SGA was part of a trade. The Knicks, who I think are the favorite in that series, right, against Cleveland, they don't have one starter that they drafted.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Brunson was in Dallas. You
Didn't
go through
realize
the
that.
list. All their players came from different teams.
So that
They
series,
traded, right? They picked up Mikal Bridges. OG Anunoby was elsewhere.
Big Cat, not their guy.
Big Cat came from Minnesota.
Yep.
yeah. So that starts Tuesday. So that starts tomorrow. Western Conference starts tonight. Eastern Conference starts tomorrow. New York's a 7.5 point favorite in game 1 at the Garden.
Drab, I see you dying to chime in. Is it on the SGA?
No,
hate?
I wasn't dying to chime in, but you can't just look at and say, well, Jokic is leading the league in assists, so it's voter fatigue. Jokic is great. I mean, you could make a case for either one, but SGA, I mean, he's a phenomenal player.
Yeah,
he
he's a
leads
great
his team
player.
in every category, by far the best team in the league, and they're so consistent. And SGA, just because this new thing of that he flops or
He doesn't like him.
I know, but you can't tell me that watching the games, SGA isn't a great player.
He's a great player.
I said he was a great player.
No. You said he was
And
very
he's,
good.
He's
a
a
great
worthy
player.
MVP for
He's
sure.
He's
And as
he's
is
going to
Jokic.
the Hall of Fame. Very good players don't necessarily go to the Hall of Fame. Great players go.
And the Nuggets weren't nearly as good this year. So
That's
Jokic
true.
isn't the most valuable player.
Yeah. But, I mean, obviously, a lot of people agree with you. Jokic was 8th in points, by the way, 1st in rebounds, 1st in assists. I'm just saying he's an excellent player, and I think that people just got sick of voting him as the top player.
I think and maybe if the team had a better season, maybe he would have won it. Well, didn't he miss some time for an injury? Did he have an injury this year?
He didn't miss that much time.
Oh, I
if
thought he had
missed
an
any.
injury.
I mean, if the Nuggets won whatever it was, 65 games or whatever,
Yeah.
he would have won the award.
Probably, yeah. I think Mr. Bickle's going to the Nats-Mets game tonight.
tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay.
I don't think it's going to rain yet. I think it might
no.
start raining on Wednesday, though.
It's going to be warm, but you don't mind the warm temps.
No, I like warm.
It's going to be 95 tomorrow,
Well,
I believe.
that's 95 is not warm.
Yeah, that's
I'm
hot.
sorry.
That's
That's
hot.
That's like
Yeah, but when you
scorching
go,
hot.
I mean, I'm going to go to the game at 6 p.m.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
but
you'll miss most of it.
Yeah.
It'll be 90 at 6 p.m.
Believe me,
Yeah.
I
He
prefer
doesn't
that.
care. He likes that.
I like heat. I do not like cold, so I would take it over cold.
Well, then Tuesday's a day for you.
yeah.
So the Nats had a chance to sweep the Orioles yesterday, but lost 7-3. So they're still 23-24. But they did get the
They
500,
did get to the 500, yep.
which is
Pretty big, 46 games in. If you had thought a third of the way through, essentially, a little
Yeah.
short of a third of the way through, that the Nats would be at 500,
you'd be very surprised.
be very surprised. You'd have bet all the money against it, like cakes.
Yeah.
Yes, would have been
Yeah.
a huge bet against it.
So they're going to play
I
start
would
that
have bet
series.
for it though and lost. I'd be on the wrong side.
Yeah, that's something crazy.
So
would
Juan
happen.
Soto coming back to town. Juan Soto and the Mets came back and beat the Yankees. They were down 6-3, I believe, in the 10th. Or I'm sorry, they were down 6-3, and they come back and win in 10, 7-6.
Team that I
Because
see that is making a
Tyrone
move
Taylor hit a 3-run bomb in the extras.
is the Phillies since Donnie Baseball. Don Mattingly took over as manager. I think they're 16-5.
So
Yep,
crazy,
yep.
right?
You know how many bombs Schwarber has now?
20, I believe.
20.
Crazy.
Well, Bryce hit one yesterday off Skeens. They pummeled Skeens. Paul Skeens has been having a great year, but they got to him. Skeens gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. That's usually that's
Happens to
unheard
the
of.
best of them.
I
Happens
know.
to the best of
I know.
them.
And Zach Wheeler is now 3-0 with a 1.99 ERA. And Bryce Harper hit number 12. So the Phillies, yes, since Mattingly took over, they are hot. So it'll be interesting to see. But so it'll be Nats Mets this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you're going tomorrow, and that's a night game.
Yeah, who's
6:40.
pitching tomorrow? Can you tell me? Although we won't be behind home plate, which is I haven't been to a Nats game. This is going to sound terrible, Kate. I haven't been to a Nats game where I'm not literally in the first row in years. So
Tomorrow
I'll be
it's-
probably like the 5th row or 10th row, but I'm not going to be the first row, and I'm a little heartbroken about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he'll get over
tomorrow. It's Nolan McLean, I believe, for the Mets, who's pretty good. He's got a 2.9.
I also have to pay for
ERA.
my food because I don't have access to the Terra Club.
That's a real dagger.
Yeah.
That's probably the worst
hurts.
part. Yeah.
It's
Jeez.
McLean against Foster Griffin. And Griffin, his last
Okay.
time out, gave up 9 runs, I believe.
Yeah, but he's decent.
Yeah, so no, it'll be fun. Cakes, there is a Game 7 tonight in hockey.
There is?
Yeah. Montreal, Buffalo, Game 7 in Buffalo.
What's the over-under? 6.5 goals?
I don't have the total in front of me. Buffalo's a slight favorite at home. Didn't Montreal just pummel Buffalo? Was that in Game 6?
Believe. No. Didn't Buffalo.
Oh, Buffalo went to
Destroy-
Montreal.
Buffalo destroyed Montreal
8-3.
to force
It was
Game
Game
7.
5 that Montreal beat Buffalo.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of goals scored in that series. Right?
Yes.
Real
I
quick.
just need whoever advances to beat drab T-shirts Carolina Hurricanes, who apparently never lose ever.
Real quick,
in the NHL
men's
playoffs.
D1 lacrosse Final Four is in. It's going to be Notre Dame. It's going to be Cuse that beat Carolina by 2 on Saturday. Yesterday, Princeton beat Penn State by 4, 14-10. And locally, Georgetown got pummeled by Duke. So you've got your Final Four. Princeton, Duke, Syracuse, Notre Dame.
I don't know if there's one team
on the
you
women's-
can root for in that foursome.
No, but on the women's side, you can root for the Terps.
Can root for the Lady Terps. Okay,
I believe
we'll do that.
I believe they're in the Final Four.
Cool. Who are they taking on?
They're playing North Carolina. That will be on Friday at 3 p.
Okay, got it.
And then that's one semifinal. And then Hopkins is playing Northwestern on the other side.
I'll be several surf sides in at 3 p.m. on Friday.
Perennial powers. Right there on the women's side and really on the men's side.
Yep. So you got men's lacrosse Final Four and then women's lacrosse Final Four this weekend. There you go.
Very good. Remember, later in the show, David Aldridge is going to join us. We can talk about the Wizards, their number 1 pick, Luke Thomas on combat sports, the return of Conor McGregor. But next, right down the street, there were some shenanigans. We'll tackle that
Shenanigans is
here
a
on
very
the Junkies.
very light word for it. So I guess Mike Marr was living in a cave over the weekend because we were in the studio with him about 20 minutes ago. We mentioned the brawl that I thought everybody had seen on Twitter or social media at the Chipotle in Navy Yard on Friday night, and he just had this glazed over look in his face like, I don't even know what you guys were talking about. But there was a huge brawl at the Navy Yard Chipotle Friday night where kids are just throwing haymakers with each other, picking up furniture in the Chipotle, flinging chairs across the restaurant.
Oh,
Looked like a booster seat was the number one weapon.
It was insane. And we've seen other videos of the teen takeovers in that area of Navy Yard that have happened to the point where now they have to put a special curfew out.
Oh, yeah.
Things are just out of control. I mean, that video, is it like if you're in that Chipotle and you get caught in the middle of that? I mean,
well, you saw the one guy with the red shirt and his kids kind of hiding behind a pillar.
Yeah, can you imagine
they're like
being terrified there?
Trapped in a corner of the restaurant.
You just went to a game and you want to get a little food afterwards or whatever?
Yeah.
Or before a game, whatever the timing of it was. It's horrifying.
I mean, there is zero chance that I would stop for food on the way to or out of a Nats game, even before seeing this video.
Yeah, but it depends on the
Because
spot.
just the-
like, we gone to Circa.
Okay, I've done it before.
Yeah.
Probably not at night. Maybe for a day
Maybe
game.
like a pregame,
I'm not
yeah.
doing
You
it
do
at
it
night.
at 5 o'clock.
There's too much going on in that little section.
Yeah, we go to the
There been-
bullpen. We'll be at the bullpen Tuesday. If you want to say
Okay,
hi to Vin, come up, say hello.
Maybe that's a safe haven. I don't know. I would be hesitant to frequent any of those businesses.
Here's what I thought of actually when
at
I
this
saw
point.
it, and it's a mess. What's going on? I know it's controversial, but I always enjoy. I don't mind seeing the National Guard guys around because I feel like they keep things in order. I guess they just didn't have enough. I guess they weren't nearby.
Yeah,
'Cause that would not happen with those guys.
I just
there.
saw the Metropolitan Police officers.
up.
Yeah, I didn't see the National
I mean,
Guard.
not only do you have that, then you got the people that are walking by as it's happening. Just 20 of them filming in the entranceway to the restaurant.
Of course.
Just making things worse.
The good news, thank God, they were just being idiots throwing chairs at each
was no
other.
shooting.
Nobody pulled a gun out, which
Right.
would be terrifying.
Surprise.
But I mean,
surprised.
you could kill somebody by hitting them on the head with
True.
a
100%.
with a booster seat or a chair.
I'm not minimizing it, but I'm just saying, thank God they didn't go to
Yeah,
the next
it
level.
could have been worse.
They were going after each other.
What time did this happen?
Still, you don't know that.
I don't
It was
know.
around
I
9,
know.
right?
I don't know the
Probably
time.
around 9 o'clock. I mean, Chipotle probably closes at 10, right?
Yeah, I don't have an exact
Depends on
time
the
on it.
location.
Yeah.
I've seen some Chipotle's close later than that.
It's just happening a lot around here.
Well,
I
and it
know.
always happens on the weekends. During the week, it's usually pretty clean, but weekends, it gets nuts. This happened on Saturday night.
Friday night.
No,
what was
I think it was
weirdest?
Saturday.
But watching it,
I'm
the
seeing
guys
Friday,
are all
but-
kind of wearing the same clothes. They're beating up each other. I didn't know
Yeah,
who would
maybe it
throw.
was Friday.
Like, how'd you know who to throw a chair at? Like,
They're probably just a bunch of, I mean, I would say like,
they're all dressed alike.
Well, they
Yeah.
probably they know each other.
Yeah,
so
they're a
that's
bunch of
how
friends.
A lot of teenagers dress. They dress all in those.
They
black
literally
sweaters.
are dressed
Yeah.
alike. It wasn't like, somebody was wearing a color or something, or they were just wearing different clothes. They were literally all wearing like the same clothes.
They're all wearing like black hoodies from the looks of it, or variants.
I was watching this going, well, who's on what side?
By
I
the
couldn't
way,
figure it
their
out.
buddies, like, I mean, look,
figure out
I
who
know
the guys
we're
and bad
old,
guys were.
but when we hung out with our buddies when we were this age, we weren't terrorizing a restaurant and hitting each other over the head with baby seats.
no,
Like,
but you were in a bar fight or an outside the
okay,
bar fight.
That was an isolated incident. It
I know,
wasn't,
well-
it wasn't 25 or 30 people like taking
that's-
over an entire restaurant and brawling.
Was it that many? It looked like to me like it was about a dozen.
I looks like 20 people.
It was enough
I mean,
to put it this way. It's enough to terrify you. If you were there with your daughter,
Of
she'd have been
course, I'd
screaming.
be terrified if it was 2 people.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I don't think it was 25 people.
I mean, it looks like a lot of people just
maybe 15. I don't
scrapping.
know. It's enough to terrify you. And the problem is, it's been happening a lot. This kind of stuff. I don't know what's going on. No idea.
I mean,
It's
does
not great look.
does the Metropolitan Police they must need to hire more people? I mean, if
they're
things like this
always
are
down
breaking
there.
out all the time.
They're
Like,
always down
It
there.
seems like they're trying to curtail it, but whatever
Well,
they're
they-
doing is not working.
Yeah, they keep the lights on and the sirens. They keep them all on. And they just park around the Navy Yard.
Well, it's not working. I mean, for this video tells me whatever they're doing is not working.
They need to be not in their cars with the lights
They
on.
need to be like lined up on
patrolling
the street.
park.
Yeah, like
I mean that Chipotle is across the street from the park. It's all
Right.
always in the same area. Every one of these stories in Navy Yard
surprised
is on the
that-
same block.
It went on that long before anything. Yeah. Are the National Guard guys around 24/7 or just during the day?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I see
I don't
them
know.
during the day.
Always see him during the
Yeah, I always see them during the day when I'm leaving.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the more security, the better. It's
But
funny.
but this is a small brawl compared to what we usually see in the Navy Yard, next to where you were doing the bike riding lesson.
right.
yeah,
Usually,
right.
because there's not 15 guys.
No.
There's like 100.
That little square
Yes.
is like the epicenter
Yeah.
of the team
But
takeovers.
think about it. These guys are hitting. I mean, you could definitely cuss a guy. You could definitely crack a guy's head open with some of
Easily.
the stuff they were doing.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a quote I heard from somebody recently who said he was talking to a police chief and he said, "What keeps you up at night?" And the police chief said, "There's a percentage of the population that will rob you and kill you for $5, go buy a hamburger and never think about you ever
Right.
again. Like have zero remorse." There's a certain, I'm not saying these kids
Right.
would do that, but I'm saying there's just a percentage of the pop, and it goes through all, there's a craziness that we have in our culture through all ages, all backgrounds. There's a psychopath part
Yeah.
that we just have to deal with. They'll kill you for $5, go buy a hamburger and not think twice about it.
But
And-
I feel like these kids, they know that there's a curfew and they know that the city is trying to keep them inside after 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a challenge for them because they don't care about the curfew. They're out there.
Yeah, I don't know what the next answer is for the Metropolitan Police. They seem
Yeah.
like they
I mean, maybe the
can't get a
fact,
handle on
maybe the
these
fact
team
that they've been
takeovers.
out there as much as they have, maybe it has cut down a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know business owners in this area, and they can't stand it,
Oh, I'm sure. I'm
and
sure
they're terrified
it
of it.
negatively impacts their business.
I mean, their employees. Sometimes their employees after work, after
Right.
their shift's over, they've got to be escorted to their cars
Mm-hmm.
by cops.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
bad scene.
I know.
I think we need more patrolling. We need more security, deterrence.
That was
know people
scary.
don't like
How about
it,
the
but-
shooting? How about the shooting in Riverdale? See that? The car turned over.
Oh yeah, that guy was a one-man crime spree that hit like 3 different spots.
Yeah, he shot
in
2
PG
people.
County on Friday.
He finally, I think, was caught off of Good Luck Road.
And the thing that threw me when I saw him and was his age. You see how old he was?
Was he in his
He was
60s?
68 years old.
What happened to him? He just lost his.
I don't know.
Marbles?
He was like, I think I don't know the exact timeline, but he was shooting like with a rifle
He had an AR-15.
from his car.
That's exactly what I
And
was speaking
then-
to. There's a certain percentage of the population. Doesn't matter. You can't.
Yeah.
And
you
then
know,
he
pinpoint it.
then I think he went to like Greenbelt Middle School or outside of Greenbelt Middle School, was shooting
Yeah, he was
around
right there.
Then he carjacked somebody,
Just had a break from reality.
It happened in the afternoon.
I guess.
I think it was
Yeah,
Friday afternoon. Like 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it was broad daylight. But like you're still getting after it like that when you're sick, you're almost 70 years old.
That's great. Well, he's a psychopath.
Correct.
Yeah, obviously
Larry
has
James
mental
Simpson
problems.
of Glen Burnie,
That's that him?
charged with 66 offenses.
66 offenses. Can you
Spree began in
imagine?
College Park around 2:30 p.m.
Jesus.
Well,
He was driving his Chevy Impala,
Yeah, he
struck
was-
another car, flipped it, flipped the car, and carjacked a Nissan,
yep.
shooting 4 people.
Happened
in the
right where it
process.
happened right near my cousin's house.
Well, he's going to be in jail for the rest of his life. I would think.
Not much left.
I mean, he's 68.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
put
he
him away.
definitely went out with a blaze of glory.
Oh,
What
yeah.
an idiot. In glory or whatever.
So there's a
Not in glory.
lot going on in the area over the weekend. Kind of sad.
Well, we'll be at the bullpen. We'll be celebrating. If I see anybody,
Your guy Vinny loves the bullpen.
I'll hide.
Is that his favorite bar ever?
Yes.
He loves the bullpen more than any
That's
spot
just
in
the-
New York.
Vin is the epitome of a guy's guy. All he wants to do is drink, gamble, and play golf.
He just wants to get in the bullpen and get like a 20-plus ounce Surfside in his hand. And just
he'll
have a good day.
He'll have the biggest smile
Yeah.
because there'll be all those outdoor vendors.
Yeah.
And you just hanging out with bros, watching baseball or getting ready to go to the game.
I'm going to buy some counterfeit Mets merchandise on the way into the game. I'm going to buy a $10 hat.
He wouldn't be averse to
I'm
it.
sure he
It
would.
would be averse. He's going to literally be a pig in what's the
Pig and ass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So happy.
He'll be in his element.
In fact, he'd be perfectly happy staying at the bullpen. He didn't even need to
Right.
go to the game. He didn't even need to go to the
Yeah,
game.
you just hang out there.
Yeah.
Watch the game on all the TVs.
Exactly.
Coming up next, we'll get into the NFL. Aaron Rodgers is officially making his return.
All right, guys. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka is your go-to drink this golf season. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka, zero bubbles. That's right. No carbonation, no bubbles, no troubles. Try the new half and half variety pack, including flavors like raspberry half and half in stores now. Cheers to hitting the fairway. Cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Big surprise in Detroit as Cleveland pulls the big upset 125-94 over the Pistons. The Cavaliers are into the East Finals for the first time since 2018. Donovan Mitchell with 26. The West Finals begin tonight. Spurs and OKC at 8:30. NHL East second round. Game 7 tonight. Montreal against Buffalo. Nats fall 7-3 to the Orioles to fall back below 500, 23-24. Gunnar Henderson with his 10th homer.
And the pitch. Swing and a drive hit well to right field. Deep toward the corner. Wood looking up. Trouble if it's fair, and it is gone. Goodbye. Into the upper deck.
The call on the Fan. Juan Soto and the Mets in town tonight on the Fan at 6:15. Mets and Nats. Philadelphia 15-4 since Don Mattingly took over. They beat the Pirates 6-0. Virginia men's tennis wins their 7th title, beating Texas 4-3. Aaron Rai won the PGA Championship, highlighted by a 68.5-foot putt on 17. Maryland women's lacrosse into the Final Four. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV in Richmond. Appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Coming up later in the program, David Aldridge joins us, covers the NBA for The Athletic. We can get into the playoffs, get into what the Wizards are going to do in the draft.
He's got a great article they put out where he surveyed a bunch of NBA execs and scouts. And they anonymously they chime in on what they think the Wizards should do with that number 1 pick. It's interesting. So
Yeah, we'll talk to him about that.
My wife was doing a workout on the plaza where I used to live in Crown Farm for charity. Amanda Zimmer, who we know from now Monumental Sports, was doing a charity thing for cancer and had a couple trainers put on a class, and there was like 25 people, and Wes Hall came out. He didn't take the class. He was just chilling, I guess, supporting Amanda, who's one of his colleagues. Wes Hall, of course, works at Monumental, covers the Wizards. And he said, he came up to me and he's like, "What do you think, AJ?" I get the vibe that the people around the Wizards, just simply from that one little interaction, think AJ is going to be the guy. I mean, AJ is going to be
you
the
get
guy.
that from the Wizards? I
I
kind
don't
of get
know.
the opposite.
That was just simply from my interaction with Wes Hall, and he might say that he wasn't saying that. I'm just saying that he was like, "What do you think?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "Wizards, AJ."
I think my thought is the fans all think AJ, including myself. I think I would take AJ. I've said that from day one. But tell me where the logic in my thinking is wrong. I keep saying the same thing over and over, but you guys aren't correcting my logic, and I'm certain that you can find flaws in it. I'm not saying that it's perfect logic, but when everybody says it's AJ, and the Wizards publicly say, "Wait a second, guys, this is not a clear-cut 1 draft," to me that tells you immediately that they're into other guys. Like AJ's fine, but there are certainly other guys right there in their opinion.
Or they want to appear to be into other guys. They want the illusion that they're into other guys.
To try to get someone else to move up.
Sure.
To take
whoever.
DeMonto, Peterson.
They're in the position of power. So
I know, but if the assumption, I totally understand that, Cakes. If the assumption is that the AJ is just the number 1 guy by everybody, I don't understand the logic. I guess they're trying to get somebody who thinks they might take Peterson 1 to move up.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I just don't think a GM is going to go out there and say, "Yeah, AJ's our guy."
We might not say anything.
3 weeks before the draft.
But they might
4
not
weeks before the
say
draft.
it's anybody. It could be anybody. Like everybody.
Well, that part could be
like
true.
Cooper Flag, people didn't really debate it. Like everyone knew Cooper Flag was going to go 1. They didn't really debate
it was
it.
different. Wemby and Cooper are different.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's not that draft.
But I don't remember what the Dallas Mavericks GM said.
But
Did he say Cooper's our guy?
We might have said nothing, but he didn't say it could be anybody. I mean, it would have been laughable.
That could just be Will Dawkins. I mean, another GM could be saying something different if they had the number 1 pick.
I've already forgotten. Was it 12 out of 15 thought that the Wizards were going to take A.J. DeBonsa?
I thought I saw 7 out of 10 said that what they would do. Then maybe 2 out of 10 said they would take Peterson. Maybe one person said Boozer.
Okay.
Then others said you could make the case for Wilson. So 7 out of 10.
There's a difference of opinion.
But there is a difference of opinion. It's not universal.
Yeah, I saw maybe it was a different poll, and it was 12 out of 15 had DeBonsa going to the Wizards, with the other 3 being Darren Peterson. So it was, pretty convincing in DeBonsa's favor, but that was, I think, a polling of what they thought was going to happen.
Eric, let me ask you a question. If this was a Cooper Flag draft or Wemby draft, do you think the Wizards would have the same opinion?
That's why I don't think they would have said publicly it could be. They might not have said Cooper's our guy, but it's just kind of maybe they wouldn't even be asked. You know what I mean? It's just a different deal. I don't think they would have said, "Oh, we could take anybody there," which is kind of what they're saying. They're saying, "Hey, this is not a clear-cut number 1, guys. Just so you know." Now, maybe they're doing it because, like you say, they just want to be open for business, and they have their, they're going to hope that DeBonsa slips to 2, or that they could trade, and that.
I don't know if they would do that.
Well,
I think if they really love DeBonsa, I think they're just going to take DeBonsa.
That's what I think too.
Yeah,
I agree, 100%.
And they might like some of these other players, but they probably like DeBonsa a little bit better.
I don't know why you think that, because Peterson was one guy, and if you watch Peterson's highlights,
I've watched Peterson play.
No, I know. Watch the high school stuff; it's totally different than the college stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Peterson's
a great player.
Yeah.
I just don't think they're going to take Peterson over DeBonsa.
Well, Peterson against DeBonsa this year. Now, Peterson only played basically the first half. Did he play a little bit in the second half?
Maybe he played 20 minutes. So maybe
he was the better player.
Here's the thing about DeBonsa.
Well, they also had the better team.
One of the execs I thought made a great comparison, and I do think that DeBonsa could be. It's untapped potential. You don't know where he's going to go. And somebody said he thinks the floor is pretty high too, but it's a floor that's not sexy. He compared him to Andrew Wiggins, who's had a very fine career. You would not be ashamed of it. Made 1 All-Star game.
I don't know.
But he's Andrew Wiggins.
I've seen comparisons of Peterson.
But you want a higher impact
to Kobe.
player. You want a higher impact player than Andrew
By the way,
Wiggins.
Right. So if you're
overall,
your brain think, you know what, he's very good, but I see, he might just be more Andrew Wiggins than he is potentially like I don't know, Karl Malone or whoever you want to, some superstar Hall of Famer. And you say Peterson, though, the upside is so absurd that we might have to just err on that. I could see it.
The guy he reminds me of that's currently playing, that's young, who was drafted very high. I'd have to check exactly where he was drafted. I think he was the 3rd pick, is Jabari Smith Jr. So Jabari Smith Jr. is 6'11", maybe a little taller, but he knocks down threes. He can jump. He can fly. And this year he averaged 16 and 7.
Mm-hmm. I think
that's good. His 3rd year, he should be getting better and better.
I don't think he's as explosive as DeBonsa, but maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I found this report this past weekend from Mike Schmitz, who used to be like an NBA draft guru guy, and I think he was just named the general manager of the Mavericks. He said that the way they view prospects now is changing. In the past, it was all about athleticism. That was considered your upside, whether you're long, how explosive you were. Mm-hmm. He says they're not viewing it that way anymore. They're viewing your mind and your skill set. And he specifically pointed out Jokic and Luka and how nobody would ever said those guys had great upside coming out of the draft.
So are you making the case for Boozer one potentially?
Well, I'm telling you, there's a lot of people. You guys are sleeping on Boozer. There's those models, and people are talking about that. People in the front of NBA front offices have Boozer as the top guy.
I am snoozing on Boozer.
You guys are,
I will
I'm
trust
telling
them.
you, you're snoozing on Boozer.
I am to an extent. I will trust them, and I will not criticize it if they pick Boozer, because I do think that this is an excellent group. But that would not be my choice. But I will. I know. I'm trying to get you up to speed and say they know better.
I'm bringing you up to speed on what.
No. I get it.
I think he's definitely a really smart basketball player. And he just doesn't have the athleticism that those other guys have. That's why I don't think they'll take Boozer.
But if they,
But that's
like
what-
his
But
point
Boozer is-
But his point is like Jokic doesn't either. If he could be a Jokic-like player, now no one's comparing him to
Yeah, I know,
Jokic, but athletically,
I still think you want a guy who's talented, who's got skills, but is also a really good athlete.
By the way,
And that's
Jabari
what
Smith
those
had
other
a
guys are.
40-inch vertical from what I see. So not quite the Bonsa, who had a 42, which is
I
ridiculous.
think Boozer would be a great player.
the
I just-
40's absurd.
I
It's in
just
the
don't
absurd.
think. I just don't think they're going to take him.
I also think, and I said this before, and you guys kind of mocked me, but I was just thinking outside the box, just trying to think on the cuff here, on the fly while we're doing the show. But there's a part of me that thought throughout this whole process, they never really conceived they'd get the 1 pick. So they're looking at the other guys. So it could have been whoever. They could be in love with Caleb Wilson because they've been watching him for a year and a half thinking they were not going to get 1, but maybe they'll have a chance to get
I don't know if they approach.
And then you fall in love with a guy.
I don't know if they approach it the same way we do. We're notoriously negative. They probably thought there's a good chance. We have the best chance of all the teams to get the
one.
number 1
Yeah,
pick.
but they're realistic. We had Will Dawkins on, and he talked about the 5th pick and how it has the most likely scenario. Like they're not. They were aware.
Yeah, I
of where
watched
they
Winger
stood.
be interviewed. I think they were preparing for 5.
I think they were preparing for 5 also.
They had their board.
Okay,
Yeah.
but they don't know.
And he
who's
said
going
now
one.
they can
But they don't
dive.
know, right?
They don't know who's
Especially
Now they can dive
this year.
deeper.
Yeah, they don't know who's going.
I actually find it fascinating, and part of me, even though I think I would roll the dice on DeBonsa, because I do think all of these are a little bit of a dice roll. It would please me if they pick somebody else just to show that we don't know anything.
Who do you think has the potential to be the biggest superstar? I think it's Darren Peterson.
It
Now
might
he
be
could also
Peterson.
bust.
It might be. I think it
But
might be Peterson.
There's a difference between guys who make all-star teams and superstars, right? Like DeMar DeRozan, great player, not a superstar really. There are guys that I'm sure out of that group of 4, I kind of feel like they're all going to develop into all-stars. But who's the
think
one
they're all
that's
gonna
going
be
to
pretty
be
good.
next level?
I think
the
any of them
next
could.
level guys.
I think multiple guys could be next
I
level.
think Caleb Wilson could be next level.
Yeah, I think Wilson could be. I think Peterson. I think AJ could be too. Boozer, maybe.
Hopefully the Wizards pick the guy that becomes what you're talking about. That
But the
exact
problem
guy.
is there could be the lower floor or whatever that they say, like for somebody like Darren Peterson, is what if the whole creatine sitting out games thing persists throughout his career? I'm not saying specifically creatine, and who knows if it really
or
was creatine.
he's fragile, he's injury prone.
Where he's a little bit of a head case, he's flighty, who knows, doesn't really want it. Like
Well,
that's the thing, we never know what's inside these
guys. If
guys.
that happens and they pick him, it's a major disaster.
if
You know,
Because
like
they have to get this one right.
This is more like problems with the law, but J.R. Ryder
Right.
had the physical talent of somebody like Kobe Bryant, but he never became that type of player. Vince Carter, very good player, had the physical abilities of somebody like Kobe Bryant, but he didn't become Kobe Bryant. Like there's a separator.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's why it's interesting. There's a clip of Peterson going viral where he was at the combine and they asked him about the Wizards, and he said it was so interesting to him and he thought it was refreshing that they wanted to know all about him, the person. They didn't ask about basketball stuff. They're trying to get trying to get at
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
sort of you're
I
talking
think-
about.
and I think
what
Will
makes
said
this
that.
guy tick.
Yeah, Will kind of said that.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of guys who have the physical gifts. Tons of guys have the physical gifts.
What does that tell you? I'm telling you, I think this is more wide open than we think, than the public's think, and even some of these NBA execs.
I'll say this, talking to Wes a little bit yesterday, he did say, and I agree with him, he's excited. And he said it's a sleeping giant. The Wizards fan base, they're ready to explode. Like you could already see the reaction when they get the number 1 pick because it's been so bad for so long, and you're just it's a downtrodden fan base.
People have been waiting for 4+ decades for this team to be relevant.
Yeah.
And now with the number 1 pick, along with the tanking that led up to it.
But like you've said many times, got to get it right.
And if you
Gotta nail
remember,
it.
And there could be multiple guys that get it right.
you know, for 2 or 3
But there's going to be, we're always talking about the top 4 for good reason. But there's going to be a superstar drafted 5 or below.
Sure.
probably.
I don't know if it's going to be Flemings or Acuff or Burries or so one of those guys is going to become a superstar that's drafted outside the top 4.
But for 2 or 3 years, there was excitement during the heyday of John Wall, and they were making the playoffs and making little runs. We can't say that they made a long
It
run
was
because it didn't
fleeting.
happen.
Nothing was sustained.
But it is a sleeping giant, the fan base. And if they do land the superstar, whether it's DeBonsa or it's Peterson or maybe it's even Boozer, then this town could explode.
What is your confidence? I'll go first. What is your confidence level that they'll get it right? I'm at 90+%.
I would say I'm around there, but the get right thing, you can get it right and get the best player, but they might not turn into that superstar that I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You mean like Alex Sarr was the right pick?
I think Alex Sarr's
whether he's a superstar, it's probably remains to be seen.
That's a different issue. They can't control that.
Yeah.
Get it right is get the best player for them and for the moment and for the next 5-10 years.
You get the right player. Don't know if it's going to completely turn the franchise into a championship contender.
Yeah.
But I think they'll get it right.
I think it's too much to ask for.
But I don't know if there's a wrong. I think if you believe these comparisons, Caleb Wilson, they're comparing him to Kevin Garnett potentially.
Yeah.
A.J. DeMonta gets compared to Tracy McGrady.
Yeah.
Peterson, whether it's Anthony Edwards, he's not quite as athletic or
compared to
Bryant.
Kobe.
I know.
He's not going to be Kobe.
He's not going to be Kobe.
All right.
But if
Kobe's a top 10 player,
but if
he's not going to be
DeMonta
Kobe.
does turn into, I'm telling you, it really polluted my mind. If he turns into Andrew Wiggins, that's a good player.
Right.
That's a good player.
But that still might be the right pick.
I mean, he averaged 18 in his career. He's still playing, but he's averaging.
Right.
That's not superstar level, but it's very good player
You know
level.
who else I think? I'll probably be wrong, but there was a period of time where Harvey Grant was averaging about 18 a game.
Yeah.
Take a look at how many guys average 18 this year.
Probably a lot.
It's probably 70 guys in the NBA.
So anyway, I don't want to be down on DeBonsa because he came in. The one thing I have, and I said this to because everyone is talking about it. I go in the locker room in Norbeck and just hear guys talking. They're all talking about it. Who should it be?
There's a buzz.
Everyone's talking about it, and I don't want to interject. I keep going.
Just
I go
gonna
pee.
wait.
I don't talk. But I did tell Toby when Toby asked me the other day, the one thing that I think that AJ has in his corner is he had all the pressure in the world on him, and he led the country in scoring.
Yeah.
He averaged 25 a game. He had a bunch of games where he had 6 or 8 or 10 assists. Dominant.
Yeah.
And then Peterson had all the pressure in the world on him, and he was dominant like for a half, and then he'd sit out, or he missed 11 games. It wasn't reliable.
Correct.
And he still is an unbelievable talent.
Now, maybe he's corrected that. Maybe he's gotten
I think
healthier.
he might have. But the one thing I will give DeBonsa is DeBonsa delivered. He had all the hype. He went to BYU, took all the money, raised everybody's eyebrows, and he led the country in scoring and put them on the map and had an unbelievable season.
And Will Dawkins touched on that when he was asked. He said he delivers at every level.
He delivered.
And he's not expecting him not to do it at the pro level.
That's big. Peterson, I'm not going to say didn't deliver, but a lot of times didn't even show up. So it is a question mark.
DeBonsa's the guy. He's the guy.
Yeah.
He's the guy they're going to pick. They're going to stick and pick at one. They're going to entertain offers, but at the end of the day, they're going to pick their guy.
And by the way, David Aldridge, who's going to be on the show later, he wrote about that.
Right.
I mean, he talked to people. He talks to more people than we do.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that they think DeBonsa's the guy.
Right. That was my vibe talking to Wes Hall.
10.
And I'm not saying Wes Hall knows.
Well, that's what he said.
But Wes Hall works for the team, covers the team every day. That's his thing.
They're not telling Wes.
I know Wes doesn't know. I'm just saying that was my vibe yesterday. It remains the vibe. By the way, 41 guys averaged over 18 points per game this year. So less than I said. I said 70. That was overstating it. But 41 guys average 18. It's fine to average 18.
It's not special.
But they need something beyond. And these are good players in the Eastern Conference Finals. Evan Mobley is a good player. Evan Mobley averaged 18 points
The one thing
this year, and he blocked shots and he's a rebounder. It would be the right pick if you end up with somebody that develops into Evan Mobley. But that's not a transcendent pick. You need somebody that is better than Evan Mobley that's going to really take your team to the next level.
The one thing that I don't understand, and I know we got to break. The one thing I don't understand, and I see this a lot, I've seen it like on social media, and I've interacted a little bit with people that I like, or whatever, and others that have this idea that whatever it is, whoever they like, they could like Mike Marr. They got to stick at one and pick. And that doesn't make any sense to me, because if you can move down one or two and still get your guy who you have on your board, of course you should do that. Right. But they think that the Wizards earned this one pick and they have to use it. Yeah. And I don't
That's stubborn.
That's
a stubborn streak.
Weird.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with sticking and picking, but if you could move down, let's just say theoretically you could move down and get more assets, Of course you should do it.
Of course.
Who cares if it's the one pick?
Yeah.
I don't see them doing that though.
I don't see anybody giving them
Not
enough
unless
to
they get a
move up.
crazy offer.
Yeah, unless they get a crazy
Danny
haul.
Ainge is not going to give them a million
No,
guys.
These guys are smart.
Danny Ainge has been around way too long.
We'll get back into it at 8 o'clock with David Aldridge. I said we are going to talk about Aaron Rodgers. We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
Every great team has a coach, somebody who studies the game, analyzes the competition, makes all the right calls. But when it comes to your financial future, who's coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll craft a game plan tailored to you. Trajan can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market, whether it's a smart tax strategy, rolling over an old 401k, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth is calling the right place. So call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number: 1-855-TRAJAN1, or go to TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Because in the game of retirement, there's no overtime. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We got to thank one of our listeners for bringing us some free breakfast this morning. I don't know the guy's name. Should we give him
Jim?
Jim? Thank you,
Chip.
Jim.
Oh, Chip.
Chip.
Oh,
I
Chip.
think he's coming in. You guys remember a listener called a while ago?
Chippy.
He said he's moving to Texas and he ordered like an old school Redskins jersey, and the name on the back says the Junks.
Oh, cool.
And so, like, I don't know why he did that, but he's
Kind of a Jersey foul.
I think he's moving next week, and so he wants to come in and have you guys sign it. later
Okay.
today.
Well, that's really nice of him. I vaguely remember that. It's
Yeah.
very nice.
Oh, good.
So thanks for breakfast.
So
Thanks for
thank you,
breakfast, Chip.
thank you to Chip.
What is it, breakfast sandwiches or bagels? What is it?
There's a little of everything. There are breakfast sandwiches, there's parfaits, there's oatmeal,
Pastries.
there's pastries, there's like a, I always call it a Cinnabon, but
Can I set
whatever,
aside something for
I guess
10?
a honey roll, whatever you call it.
I guess I'll go in there and look. I'll put something in the fridge.
Yeah. I had pupatella for dinner last night.
Very good.
So did my daughter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it was leftover because we ordered it on Saturday. So
It's
we had
okay.
leftover pizza and some meatballs.
I think my daughter Kate is right up there with Mar with Pupatella.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
She's the princess of Pupatella?
I think that's kind of a show.
Why?
that Eric's daughter is
She's
using,
taking advantage of it?
using the Pupatella card.
it's my daughter.
I know it's your daughter, but it's not her card. It's your card.
My
Well, what's the
family.
yeah, but what's the
difference
difference
if I
between
went-
he gets it and brings it
I
home
know,
for the family?
and I
Specifically to the owner.
understand that, but it rubs me the wrong way. Rubs me the
It's
wrong way.
You're working hard to
put food on your family.
That's why I spoke specifically to the owner about it.
Well, she's not waking up at 3:45 a.m. every day.
Yeah,
But
you're-
how's she earning it?
Listen.
called
It's all blood.
genetics.
Yeah, but
blood.
if Eric picked it
It's a
up,
blood hook.
if
Yeah,
Eric
yeah,
picked
we
it
all
up and
like
brought
it.
it home,
Yeah, Eric has to
for his
get it.
family, it's
Yeah.
the same result.
Let me tell you something. They're actually making out better because when I go,
Yeah.
I max it out to $1.50.
Yeah.
When she goes, she's just getting whatever
She
she
gets
wants.
$30 worth.
Yeah. She's getting whatever she wants.
I don't. It's just, and I get it, JP. I understand it. Like if Eric, but Eric's bringing home the bacon. It's his card. He
Hopefully
earned
bacon
it.
Pizza.
It would be different, I think, if it was like a neighbor or something. She's 16. She lives with me. I mean,
I know, but it's not her card. It doesn't say Kate Bickle on
Yeah,
it.
but
it says Eric
Bickle on it.
Bickle.
Yeah, it
Why
does
not?
say Bickle.
Valdez has got nothing going on.
Why
in his
does it
life.
bother you so much?
Because I'm tell you why. That Pupatella card is
Yeah.
like a gold bar to him, and for you guys, you just dismiss it and you give it to your kids. It means it is what it is. Like Valdez takes
I'm just-
pride in earning that card.
Yeah.
no, I know.
These dong jokes earned that card.
Cakes has done that too, where your kids have picked up pizzas.
Actually, no, they haven't. But I would be fine sending them to go get Pupatella
Look, the
if I had
fact
to.
is,
Oh,
the fact is that my daughter's out there all the time, and I drive there maybe a third of the time. My wife drives there the other 2/3 of the time, and so
Which one?
they go to the
the-
one in Chantilly.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, I go to the
so-
one in Leesburg.
The one right by Valdez.
Hey, Valdez, with our recent gambling losses, you should go 3 straight days to really take advantage of them.
Yeah, I'm going to be living off that card.
I mean, it could help you get through the lean time.
Yeah, she loves to go before practice. It's
I think my daughter has gone one time in Arlington.
Yeah.
But that was the only time. It's usually me.
she actually called me one time and said, that she told me there's only a such and such a limit. And she said, I'm talking to the manager. She was emboldened.
Hold on, she's getting over the limit.
No, you're misunderstanding.
No.
Oh.
The woman said something like it only works to such and such, whatever the value was.
Yeah.
And she says, no, I don't think so. She says, can I speak to the manager?
the waitress wasn't in on the VIP
my
bit.
wife and I were actually proud of her for standing up for herself.
Sure.
That's funny.
Yeah. So let's say, you understand what I'm
My
saying?
daughter would never.
So let's say
that.
the limit was 30. She says, oh, this only works for $30. And my daughter said, no.
So you need
it's
to read
supposed
the fine print on the back of the card.
it's good for 150. That's what.
Bottom line is, we're all fans of Pupatella.
Oh, the biggest.
Whether we use it often, I've only used it a couple times in 2 years.
Yeah.
It's
I
'cause
think
it's
twice.
not near you.
Need to up
Yeah.
the game.
And
If it
then-
was near you, you wouldn't be so high and mighty. You'd be
course.
there all the time.
Of
I know you.
course. Of course.
Yeah.
We've had hookups in the past, which we ran into the ground.
Definitely have done that.
We sent Golf USA literally
Well,
into
that's
bankruptcy.
30 years ago.
Yeah.
Britches
That's all right.
into
It's
bankruptcy.
one of our
happened.
first clients.
We actually sent Britches into bankruptcy. I've never hijacked so much gear.
I may have played a hand in that.
I know. I'm
I
pretty
took
sure.
a lot.
Yeah.
I took more than I should have.
No, I was thinking of the
People
place.
understand. We said it before. I'll never forget. I had to take breaks leaving Fair Oaks Mall.
I did too.
because I had 2 trash
I had to
bags
sit
full
on a
of clothes.
bench.
I did. Everyone in my family and my neighbors all got
Yep,
britches
always.
for Christmas.
He had so much paisley.
I would have to sit
Paisley
down
was
So
big.
much plaid, so many rugbies, all the rugbies. We had them.
Yeah.
We cornered the market.
And Aaron
Unbelievable.
Rodgers might have been playing back then, and he's still going to play. What do
Yep.
you make of Aaron
Probably
Rodgers'
was playing
return?
back then.
I think this is what we thought.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he answered it, so you guys can't keep saying, "Oh, he's just playing games. He doesn't. He wants to, screw everybody over. He doesn't care about anybody but himself." He made the decision. I think at a reasonable time. Made the decision.
I think they would have
middle
preferred
of
it
May.
before the draft, but
I have a feeling that it was spoken.
But they still could have.
That they spoke. They said, "Yeah, I'm leaning towards coming back," because they didn't draft a quarterback, right?
is
Yes,
this
they
the
did.
right move? They
What-
drafted
what
Aller.
round?
Drew Aller in the 3rd round.
Oh, in the 3rd round.
Is this the right move
And
for
they
the
could have
Steelers?
done
And
that
makes
either
sense
way.
anyway. Yeah, for a back.
Is this the right move for the Steelers?
Yes.
It's
Based
probably
on what
their
they
only
have.
real move at this point.
Yeah, based on what
around
they
the
have.
Well,
way.
some
position.
some people believe they should just move on. That Aaron Rodgers is going to help them. Aaron Rodgers' QBR last year was 44, which was
great.
ranked in the 20s. He did have 24 touchdowns with only 7 picks.
He got him to the playoffs.
But people that watched Aaron Rodgers thinks that he's a shell of his former self.
He
Well, I'm
doesn't
sure he
move like
is.
he used to, but the arm is still
The
pretty
guy's in his
golden.
40s. He's not the MVP Aaron Rodgers anymore. But they won. Didn't they win the division? They win the division last year?
Yes. Remember the final
Yeah.
game of the season? It was them versus the Ravens for the
Yeah,
playoff
yeah,
spot.
yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers threw the sickest ball for a touchdown to
Yeah.
take the lead late in the 4th quarter. That's why you pay him
The arm is still
$25 million
golden.
a
Yeah,
year
so-
and bring him back.
I mean, it's probably going to be the last
They're-
year for him. But they added some guys. Didn't they add Michael Pittman?
Yep, in a trade.
And they drafted Jeremy Bernard in the 2nd round. So they got 3 receivers because they got DK, assuming they're going to keep DK. They got 2 pretty good tight ends. They got some guys who can run. I mean,
Should the
I don't know
Broncos
if
have
they're- I
brought
don't-
back Peyton when he was throwing wobblers all over the field, and it was he was a shell of himself? You can make the argument they won the Super Bowl despite him.
Well, I don't know that was happening the year before.
The year before it was different.
His final year, he got benched for Brock Osweiler for a while.
Yeah.
And then they decided to go back to Peyton for the playoff stretch, and they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect in
Just
the division.
I'm just saying there's a school thought that some people believe like they're just going to be stuck in the 9-8, 10-7 zone with Aaron Rodgers, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I was throwing out the question.
That's contending for a playoff spot.
That's kind of what had been happening with Mike Tomlin. That's kind of Mike McCarthy. If you look at what he did with Dallas, actually was pretty good. They made the playoffs 3.
His record's pretty extraordinary. He just failed in the
He
playoffs.
made the playoffs 3 times
Yeah.
in 5 years, 49-35. They just didn't advance in the playoffs, right?
Right.
People just kind of expected more of the same, and it's kind of like the Wizards, where at some point they decided, you know what, we got to blow it up and start over. So the school thought of not bringing back Aaron Rodgers would be like, well, let's just get on with it. He's
Yeah, but
not
I
a
think they still have
long-term
enough
answer.
pieces. If you have enough pieces around you
Okay.
that you still think you can be competitive and you can make a run at it, win the division.
I buy
and who
that. I'm an
knows?
Aaron Rodgers fan. My son
Yeah.
used to make fun of me that was my go-to quarterback in Madden.
Yeah.
He's like, why do you always use Aaron Rodgers? I was like, because he's the best.
It'll be interesting to see because you got 3 new coaching staffs in that division with Pittsburgh, with Baltimore, and with Cleveland, right?
Yes, so
Yeah, yeah.
the Bengals are
Monken
the only
took
one.
over
Bengals, right.
Cleveland.
So it's going to be interesting. I think Baltimore's still the slight favorite to win the division if you look at some of the numbers.
The only
but-
one with head coaching experience is McCarthy. The only one with the track record, right?
Right.
I
Yeah,
believe
'cause you
Well,
got-
that's a
Steelers.
different division
You got
you're
Monk.
talking about.
What do you
Which
mean?
division were you
Something
talking about? Maybe I got
AFC North.
confused.
I'm talking about AFC North.
Yeah, he's saying
He's talking
Okay,
about
my
that's
bad.
right. That's
I'm
right.
Mike McCarthy. Yeah, he's talking about who's
because
took
McCarthy's
over the
there in Pittsburgh.
Steelers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they got 3 new coaching staffs there. And I think Baltimore's still the slight favorite when you look at the Vegas odds, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to expect.
I might bet on just McCarthy, his experience,
Possible.
and then what he's inheriting.
I know I'm not betting on Cleveland.
I wouldn't bet on Cleveland.
Can't bet on Cleveland.
Nope.
I'd bet on them to finish last in the division.
I would probably
I'd
bet on that too.
That's probably your safe bet for Cleveland.
you sleep on Deshaun Watson.
I do, actually.
At one point, he was considered top 5 quarterback.
Okay, how many years ago was that?
5.
5 years ago? A lot can happen
That
in
was
5
2
years.
injuries ago and off the
So a
field
lot
stuff.
of deterioration
Yeah.
can set in for a quarterback if you haven't started in 5 years.
But it'll be interesting to see if they win 10 games again and they win the division, get to the playoffs, I guess it was worth it for them. They're not going to win Super Bowl.
Well, I think once you get to the playoffs, anything can happen. So, and I think that's kind of the idea. So I wouldn't bet on them winning the Super Bowl, but not bet on them. But I think if they get there, if they're a division winner, get hot for a couple games.
Yeah, I'll just bet against.
I don't blame them. I mean, supposedly McCarthy likes Will Howard, and obviously they like Drew Aller. They drafted him. The guy that gets just dumped on is Mason Rudolph.
Well, he's a backup.
Well, he's just been.
Have you seen him? You've seen him play NFL football.
He's
not very good.
You kind of know what you got.
He's like a career backup.
I think he's been
terrible.
I think he's been fine.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's somebody you think
He's
was
a
going
guy
to take you to the next
look
level.
at him, you say he's a backup.
Yeah.
I know that McCarthy said had he been in charge, Will Howard wouldn't have been a 6th-round pick. Now, he may just be saying nice things, but all those guys, I mean, somebody's going to be the odd man out. They're going to trade Howard, going to get rid of Mason Rudolph. You can't have 4 quarterbacks on the roster.
There's a lot of guys that are expendable in that quarterback room, in my opinion.
Well, you're going to keep Drew Aller for sure.
Yeah, you just drafted him. So he's in.
Will Howard's going to be the one that's going to be struggling because there's a lot of Steeler fans who think that Mason Rudolph is still like the next great thing. That he's a
Who
great
thinks
back.
that?
A lot of Steelers fans love Mason Rudolph. I was just talking to one recently, and they think that like given a real opportunity, Mason can be like a legit NFL starter, plus starter.
In his career,
I'm telling you, they're delusional.
I find that hard
I was
to
going to say
believe,
they're stupid.
Like if you need him in a pinch for a game or two, maybe you can rely on him, but you want to be your starter for 17 games?
in his career, 30 touchdowns with only 22 picks.
What do you mean only? 30 and 22. That ain't
it's
great.
almost 1-1.
Yeah, but for backup quarterbacks,
Backup is not
He's a
horrific.
backup. That's what he is.
And Drew Aller's going to get a legit shot at some point. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
a
he's got to.
third-round draft pick.
Yeah,
they're
they'll
going
get-
to train him up and
Correct.
reteach him. And,
He's going to get the
year.
opportunity over Mason Rudolph.
Well, next year. I think
And by the way, it's not
Yeah.
like Mason Rudolph is young either. He's 30. Like we're
he's
talking
been-
about him like he's 23 or 24. The guy's already 30 and can't, land a starting job.
I just think he's not a factor.
No.
He shouldn't be a factor.
From afar, but I don't live in Pittsburgh, so
1-800-636-1067. Remember, later in the program, David Aldridge covers the NBA for the Athletic. We can get into the NBA playoffs with him, what the Wizards may do in the draft. And Luke Thomas, combat sports expert, joins us at 9:45 to talk about the ridiculous Netflix card and the return of Conor McGregor. That's at 9:45 here on the Junks.
When it's time to upgrade your office, make the winning call with PVI Office Furniture. Their expert furniture consultants help design your space, deliver quickly, and they handle professional installations start to finish. From private offices and conference rooms to seating built for long days, PVI has solutions for every space and every budget, too. Plus, you can see it all at their massive showroom and warehouse that's located in Frederick, Maryland. Make the winning move for your business. Visit PVI.com and put PVI Office Furniture to work for you.
Big week. It's beach week. Got to kick off your summer at the Starbird on Friday in Dewey Beach. Memorial Day weekend starts at 6 a.m. Not going to slow down because B. Mitch and Finley are going to be there. They're going to take over at 10, presented by Main Street Bank. We've got some special guests lined up for our Friday show at the Starbird. Should be fun.
Looking forward to it. Haven't been to the Starbird in a couple years. They will welcome us back with open arms. I think everybody's looking forward to the road trip late this week. It's this week.
Yes.
Just got a text from, I guess I shouldn't say. Well, yeah, we talked about it because Mike Bray. We talked about Mike Bray coming in. He's got a text from Bray saying, "Can't wait to see you boys in Monty."
Excellent.
Nice.
Looking forward to
Hey,
it.
Yeah,
and when you
he's
come
coming
out,
down.
you can try the official cocktails of the Junkies Beach Bash, presented by Surfside Iced Teas and Lemonades, and new from the makers of Surfside, Super Light Vodka Plus 8, inspired by classic sports drink flavors.
Yes.
I mentioned, the appearance at Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg to open the show. I never know what to do with this, but it reminds me, and we get reminded all the time when we play our Junkies trivia games of how people listen and what they get. I think two different people were like, "Hey, you looking forward to being at Bethany Beach?"
Is that what they said?
I think another person was like, "Yeah, you're gonna have fun this week. You're gonna be at Rehoboth Beach."
Right.
All
You know what I mean? They're just throwing different beaches.
Understood.
Hey, they're all Delaware beaches.
How many times have we said Dewey Beach on the show?
Well,
Yeah.
some people are listening passively sometimes.
Right.
They're not fully dialed in.
It's
all
a
the
reminder.
time. Dewey Beach. If you go to Rehoboth or Bethany, you'll be close. Just get to Dewey Beach. Get to the world famous Starbird. You can't miss it. It basically takes up the half of the town.
The thing is so big. I could just tell online. It's gotten so much bigger since I've last been there.
Yeah, he's expanded it big time.
Yeah.
Has a bigger footprint now than it did back in the day.
Right.
So
At least they're not saying, "Hey, you're going to be in Ocean City on Friday."
I wouldn't be
Can't wait to
surprised.
see you in Ocean City.
and it's cool. I met a listener who's probably been tweeting us for 10 to 15 years, but I had never connected the dots. This guy, Jeff, who tweets us a lot, he came out and said hello. And I think he's coming to Dewey. Hopefully he's not going to Rehoboth
Very
or
good.
Bethany. I think people retain beach. So a lot of people have come to me in the last week or so, like, when are you guys going to the beach? They have like such vague recollection of what we've been promoting.
Yes. It's been a while since I've been over the Chesapeake Bay Bridge.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's what,
He
last
doesn't,
summer?
he doesn't really go very
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't
Think
go
about
to
it.
the
He
Eastern.
doesn't really go anywhere.
I don't go to
That's
the
true.
Eastern
He goes-
Shore.
no, he
a lot.
goes
He
to
visits his
South
son.
Carolina.
He goes visits his
Yeah.
son.
Goes
then
to
he goes
Kiowa.
to
These are
Kiowa.
true.
And that's
Don't really make it over to the Eastern Shore or to Delaware a lot.
I was actually thinking about it. It was the last time that I went my wedding, which was across the bridge.
I've been to the Starbird like in the last 2 years. Like I
Okay.
took a quick winter trip to Delaware with my wife and one of my kids like two and a half years ago.
I'm with you. I think that
That's when I went and raided the Starbird store for. I mean, Monty's like, take whatever you want. Take hoodies, hats, shirts.
Really?
Yeah, and I took full advantage.
Wow.
Look at EB's eyes
I
light
took a
up.
lot. Much like our
love
Bridges
free.
trip, I took too much.
But
that's good.
by the way,
yeah.
Matt, who's the leader in the clubhouse to rub down Rami Bear with the suntan lotion?
Right now, Mar is the leader in the clubhouse.
Excellent.
Is it hopefully by a lot or
He's
no?
he's over.
Oh, good. Thank
What's
God.
his number
I
right
have
now?
to be close.
Minus 300.
Minus 300.
I think I'm minus 200
Where
or
am I
something.
at?
Oh,
here,
you
I'll
guys
pull it
are
up.
in the mix then.
I think I might be close.
Think
Think
your boy's number one.
Cakes. You
give us all
are
the
minus 152.
Ooh.
All right.
EB's minus 116. Jason's plus 373.
No, you're in the
JP's
clear.
plus 92.
I could go.
59.
Are we making a pick today too?
Yeah.
Okay. I could go 0 for the rest
I'm
of the
minus 116.67. Drab's plus 152.
So you didn't double
You're-
down
you're
on
two
Friday with
friends
your
in.
parlay pick because somebody, probably the same guy who's tracking this,
No.
has been tracking the parlays.
I didn't do
He
the-
said Jason hasn't hit a parlay pick all year.
No,
And
no,
he's
for-
0-6.
I don't know if I'm 0 and 6. I think
That's
it's 0
what
and-
he said.
I think it's 0 and 4.
He said 0 and 5 is what he said, actually, because I saw the
I don't
thread.
care about
Oh,
that.
okay.
I don't give a rat's ass about that pick.
Jason's 0 for 5.
The one I care about is this one because there's no chance I want to touch that man, Rom.
Touch Rom. Yeah, I can understand not
I
wanting
care
to
about
touch
that
it.
one.
My
more.
strat. Well, I'm gonna say my strategy is to pick even money guys, and then whatever happens, and let Mar just grasp and just keep getting worse.
Yeah.
I mean, I
That's my
take favorites.
strategy.
I mean, he's
underdogs,
the-
everything I take loses.
He's the leader.
Wait, so
I
I
think
thought
at
you
this
took.
point you need to start taking some big dogs.
Oh, wait, I thought
That's
you
what I
took
think
Mike
need to do.
Perry, or that was just a parlay pick.
Who?
Yeah, I mean his
No,
your
he
parlay
took,
pick hit,
he-
right?
He took Mike Perry.
Yeah, how did the parlay do? I don't have any recollection of any of my picks. I don't know what I picked.
I hit, he hit, but we lost as a group.
Yeah. Well, I'd be nice to know if I hit.
I can't remember.
Well, you doubled down, right?
No. I don't know.
I think you doubled down your daily pick with your parlay pick.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
I probably lost then because I think I was like minus $16 or something, and then I'm down 100, so I probably lost.
Do you think there's one listener who's able to track this? What we're talking about?
No.
Between the
There
parlay picks and the
There's so many.
picks.
I know most people don't care, but
Yeah.
there is one guy. I think there's one or two.
Yeah.
I think this guy Vinny, who I've met before, he likes to fade us. He loves to fade us.
Yeah, there was actually some listeners that are going now taking both ways. Like they'll bet on our parlay and the fade parlay. The problem is when you're in the middle.
One guy hit me up. He hits me up whenever I post like golf stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the guy that I don't really have any idea who he is. But he put $5 on Aaron Rye before the tournament.
Oh, he did.
Wow.
And you know how much that paid him, Valdez? $5.
Well, he was 300 to 1, wasn't he?
No, it was way more than that to start
So-
the tournament.
I thought
He-
to win.
I think he got over $1,000. I think he got like $1,400 or something. I think he got him at like 2,900 plus 2,900.
Oh,
He showed me the
What?
ticket. You can look at it
it's a
yourself.
nice payout.
You could look at it yourself. I have the ticket. Unless it's fake, unless it's AI. I mean, I guess everything could be fake.
Hey, so we mentioned the debacle at the Chipotle in Navy Yard.
Yeah, plus 29,000.
What are you more scared of? Something like that or an air show? Because in Idaho, there was some Navy fighter jets which crashed into each other. They ejected.
Dude, if you actually look at it, they had split seconds to make that call.
Unbelievable. They
Now,
were able to
obviously,
get out.
you crash, you should hit the button. But like, if you pause and go, this is multi-million-dollar, I don't know if I should hit it.
Oh, I'm not
You're
pausing.
dead.
If there's any chance, I think that plane is going to spin out and hit the ground. I'm not thinking about the cost of the plane for 1 second. I'm pulling that.
They
ejector.
pulled the lever or whatever.
I'm ripping that thing, and I'm getting shot through that canopy.
If you watch
with the
it,
quickness.
I'm telling you, within less than 5 seconds from when they ejected to when it hit the ground.
Yeah.
Exploded.
They're
Less than
out.
5 seconds.
I've been
Maybe
the leader,
like 3 seconds.
I've been the leader in the clubhouse of saying I will never go to an air show because there's no upside to it.
You've been to
It's-
the one in Annapolis where they have
When we were on the
Blue
boat.
Angels. That's an air
different.
show.
That's different.
It's not different.
It's an air show.
It's way different. They're flying over the river. Like an air show is like you go to like a concentrated area and they're doing the thing right over your head. The Blue Angels is off in the distance. You're like, okay, we got some
They
space
fly
here.
over your head.
No,
What
no,
are you
no.
talking about?
No, in an air show, you go to like
You're right there.
You go to like a
Hey,
football
now
field
is he
hangar
crazy?
area. I'm not crazy.
Is he crazy?
Well,
they're not-
They're both
You're
air
wild.
shows.
I know.
I've seen 100 planes crash over a river air show in my life online
It's
too.
an air show. They're putting on an
Yeah.
air show.
I didn't remember them
Is
doing
it running a
tricks.
mission or something,
I
kids?
mean, they fly right
I mean,
over your head.
there's a reason that you go out there to see the airplanes over your head.
You were
you're not,
so
you don't have-
hammered, you didn't
you're not with
realize they were
binoculars
over your
like
head.
10 miles away.
Everyone on the boat.
I guess technically it's.
It's an air show.
I
You've
don't
been
know-
to an air show.
I don't really think I've been
Okay,
to an
well,
air
these
show.
planes-
An air show is like you buy tickets, you go in.
You're thinking of like the
then the
old-fashioned
planes
planes,
collide,
and people like walking on the
fireball.
wings.
The planes couldn't have collided.
How
over
did
the
how did
bay
the
or
one
whatever?
jet just fly into the other one? That was weird.
Probably
wait.
miscommunication.
No, I think it looked like they were like about to do some.
Yeah, they're
like,
about to do a stunt.
spin.
Yeah.
Like some sort of
Yeah,
stunt
he just
together.
flew right into him. That's weird.
Miscommunication.
I'll tell you
Nubs.
what's impressive is how quickly those pilots got out.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If they
With all the chaos, the planes spinning.
they literally have.
I mean, I know they're
couple
trained.
seconds.
They're
They have like a
trained. I
second
get
or
it.
two to
They know
decide.
exactly what to do if that happens.
If
but
they
that's
wait another second, it's too late.
yeah.
And by the way, the explosion, they're like coming down right over the. I was thinking you saw the. Like they're coming into the smoke. They're landing into the smoke.
Yeah, I think they
steer
land.
those parachutes somehow.
They're close, but I think they land in front of it.
And these are the best pilots out there.
Yeah.
Do they have to go back out and do another air show next week?
I
Or
doubt
do these
it.
guys retire from air shows?
I think your air shows are done once you go through something
You
like
think?
that. I mean, I know my time would be done. I know what I'm saying. I dodged a real big bullet there, and
I think
my
if-
time is done. I'm retired.
I think if you crash like a $20 billion plane or whatever it is, I think they retire you.
Probably.
I wanna
You're-
say
you're
I
probably
think-
shelved.
I want to say I saw it was worth like 60 million, maybe.
60 million.
Planes.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine?
Oh, I would just say, sorry. What are you gonna do? We were trying this fancy maneuver, didn't work out, kind of backfired.
Ticket prices are going to go
Too
up.
bad.
I mean, that's just nuts.
It is nuts.
I'd make sure I signed some sort of waiver too before I go up there. It says, if I crash this plane, I'm not going to be held financially responsible.
1-800-636-1067 is the number you want to chime in. David Aldridge from The Athletic joins us. We talk some NBA playoffs and draft next.
Orioles salvaged Game 3 of the 3-game set at Nats Park, beating the Nats 7-3. Gunnar Henderson a homer, and Kobe Mayo followed with another 8-yard. Jacob Young went yard for the Nats.
Now the 3-1. Swing and a long drive on cue. Deep to left. There it goes. It is gone. Goodbye. Bang. Zoom goes Jacob Young.
The Nats and the Mets tonight at 6:15 on The Fan. Cleveland beat the Detroit Pistons 125-94. Donovan Mitchell 26. Jared Allen and Sam Merrill each with 23. They'll face off against the Knicks next. West Finals tonight, San Antonio at OKC Game 1 at 8:30. NHL tonight at Game 7, Montreal is at Buffalo. Virginia men's tennis wins their 7th title, beating Texas 4-3. Men's lacrosse Final Four, Princeton against Duke and Notre Dame against Syracuse. Duke beat Georgetown 16-6. Aaron Rye wins the PGA Championship. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in DMV. Scheduled to join us is David Aldridge. DA talks some NBA playoffs. The Final Four is set.
Yep.
Oklahoma City had been waiting, and they're going to get San Antonio. That's the 1 seed versus the 2. The Spurs got the better of them in the regular season, and Wemby's been playing great. So that should be an interesting series. In the Eastern Conference, a bit of a surprise. I think most people thought the Celtics were going to march through.
Yeah.
And instead, it's the Knicks
And
it's the Cavs. Detroit was the 1 seed, so that is a 3 and a 4.
Man, the Knicks have been off for a while. When's the last time they played?
I think they've been off for almost a week.
Seems like a week or so, yeah. Let me see. I just wanted to see who the favorites were. Well, favorites for Game 1, Thunder are 6.5-point favorites over San Antonio. The Knicks are 7-point favorites over Cleveland.
And as I said earlier, I saw this online. The interesting thing about the Knicks is, and we're talking a lot about the Wizards and what they're going to do in the draft, is if you look at the Knicks starting lineup, they're all guys via trade. They didn't draft any of those guys.
They didn't have to tank. They didn't have to just sit there and be terrible, win 17 games for 100 years in a row. I actually
different
like
route
that
for them.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk to our next guest. David Aldridge covers the NBA for The Athletic. Hey, DA.
David,
fellas.
Hey, thanks for
going
coming
on?
on, man. Appreciate it.
How are you, sir?
Let's start. Well, before we get into the Wizards, and we want to talk Wizards with you and NBA draft, let's start with the playoffs. We just mentioned it. The Knicks are a team full of guys they got in free agency or trades. They've gotten hot. I think a lot of people thought the Celtics were going to be there. It's going to be the Knicks, Cavs. Knicks, I guess, are a favorite in this series. How do you see that one playing out?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the Knicks, you do wonder about, they've been off for almost more than a week, and you do wonder about rust versus rust. It's a kind of classic puzzle in the playoffs sometimes. But, I do think the healthier team tends to, over 7 games, take control of the series. And while Cleveland's sharper because they just played last night and they've played 2 7-game series, I do think the Knicks probably are going to win that series. They have home court. I think the way that Towns has been playing the last couple of series has really kind of unlocked some things for the Knicks that make them less dependent on Jalen Brunson. Like, they don't need him to score 40 to win a playoff game now. If Towns is facilitating and creating offense for other people, and having Anunoby back, right? He missed the end of the last series with the hamstring, but he's had 10 days off, 12 days off, and you don't know with hamstrings. Like they're wonky and they could come back at any moment. But if he is healthy, I think that he's a difference maker for them in that series.
Isn't that kind of crazy though? That like JP just said that the starting five are all guys that they acquired in trades and they didn't draft any of them. That's kind of crazy.
Well, it's New York.
Yeah. I know, but props to
They
whoever
are
their GM
operating on a
is.
slightly different plane than the Wizards are. You know,
that is true.
Yeah, but
they got.
that is true. But David, this is the nation's capital. I always feel like it's a little disrespectful when people say we just can't attract free agents. And I know our track record wasn't great of it, but I don't know. It might be more management than it is being DC.
You are. Look, I'm a native Washingtonian. I grew up in the city. I live in the city. Nobody loves D.C. more than I do, but this is not about the city of Washington versus the city of New York. It is about the professional sports franchise in the city and the professional sports franchise in New York. And, you know, there's a reason why the Wizards have struggled to get free agents because they haven't been relevant for 50 years, with few exceptions. And the Knicks are a marquee franchise. They got Jalen Brunson. However they got him, they got him. You can say they did it kind of squirrely and they hired his dad and all, and his former agent was running the team. All of that's true. They got him, okay?
Right.
And that changed everything because he became a superstar in New York.
But
and
I would argue this.
When you have a superstar, you can build around a superstar with through other trades. And they did some really smart things with draft picks and were able to hoard their draft picks until, and you may say they gave up way too much for Miles Bridges. They gave up 5 firsts for him. That's a lot.
Hell yeah.
You know what I mean? But
I hear you. Can I
at the end of
counter
the
it?
day, sure.
My counter would be, and everything you said obviously is valid. My counter would be that this group, though, appears so far the most competent group we've had in 30 plus years.
You mean, you mean
yes,
front office?
and if we had this group, they could go that route and be successful.
Eventually, yes. Yes. But, you know, it took... Look, Golden State was a joke for 30 years. They were one of the worst franchises in the league, and then they got Steph Curry, and now they're not one of the worst franchises in the league. I mean, it's basketball, guys. You guys know this. When you have a superstar in basketball, everything is possible. Things become possible that were impossible 10 minutes ago. And if you don't have a superstar, you don't have a chance. It doesn't matter how competent your front office is. You've got to have players that are great and great enough to attract other players who are great to want to play there. And the Knicks managed to do that with a good front office. And this front office in Washington, I think they're doing a very solid job so far. They're doing exactly what most fans of the Wizards have said for 20, 30 years they want it. Tear this thing down. Start over. Stop chasing mediocrity. Well, they're doing that. And we'll see. You know, the draft obviously is going to be a big part of that in a month. But we'll see how far they can get building this thing up to a place where people want to come.
Now, David, I know that The Athletic has kind of looked into what the Wizards are likely to do with that number 1 pick. Do you have a favorite? Do you like Darren Peterson, DeBonsa? And what do you think the Wizards are going to end up doing?
Look, I think when you're drafting 1, you have to go for the biggest upside, I think. This is my opinion. I think you have to go for the guy that has the best chance to become a superstar. Because you don't get a chance to draft guys like that very often. It's rare for any NBA team, for every team. Nobody gets 5 number 1 picks overall in a row, right? You get this every once in a while, every 15 or 20 years. And to me, look, I think DeBance is the guy that has the biggest upside. You know, I think he's got I don't know if he's going to reach his full potential, but if he does, you have a real star. A real one. You know, Jason Tatum level star if he hits. He may not hit. I don't know. But if he does hit, you got a guy that you can build a championship contending team around. I think the same is true with Peterson, but there's just, to me, David, there's more questions about Peterson than there are about DeBansa. And that doesn't mean there aren't questions about DeBansa. There are. You know, he does not shoot it great. Peterson shoots it better. I do think the one thing that NBA players get better at with practice and reps is shooting, because they spend a lot of time at practice shooting.
Yep.
And so they tend to get better at that. So I think he shot 34% on threes, which is not good, but it's not awful.
It's not horrible.
It's not 29%.
Yeah.
You know, so I think he'll get better at that. He's not a good defensive player right now. Name me a number one pick other than
That's
Wemby,
okay.
who's
Trae
a great
Young's not
defensive
either.
player off the rip.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is what you wrote.
Nobody is.
This is what you wrote. And I don't know if this is just your opinion or if you were talking to people, but you said the Wizards will surely look hard at Darren Peterson, Caleb Wilson, and Cameron Boozer. But if they don't take BYU's A.J. DeBonsa first, I'll eat my hat.
Yeah.
And then you said, wait, I
Yeah,
don't own a
I
hat.
agree.
I do own a lot of baseball caps, so I'll eat my cap. That's what you said.
Yeah. That's right. That's
So
right.
you
That's
believe
what
it's going to be
I-
at DeBonsa. Yeah.
I do. I just think that at the end of the day, somebody told me this a long time ago, and it's corny, but it's true. If when all things are equal, take the tall guy. You know?
Well, Caleb Wilson's tall.
Is relatively equal. Take the guy that's 6'9" instead of the guy that's 6'4". I think that's probably true. You know, so it's still true. So I just think he's got a chance to be a star. And I think, and to your point earlier, I think that matters in Washington, right? Because the franchise, since John Wall got hurt, has not really had a star. Bradley Beal was a really good player, but he wasn't a star in the sense of I'm going to spend money to go watch Bradley Beal play basketball tonight. That's what stars do in the NBA. And he wasn't that guy. And this franchise in particular, I think, needs a star.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody that gets people excited about this franchise, because there's been no reason to be excited about this franchise for decades.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Gilbert Arenas was a star. He was crazy, but he was a star.
Yes.
You know? And, you know, you have to have somebody that people want to go see. And that doesn't mean Darren Peters doesn't have a chance to be a great NBA player. He does. But I think there's something about DeBonsa, and I was around him a little bit in Chicago last week, that just kind of has a little juice to him, you know, a little electricity to him, and I think that matters, and it matters to the Wizards. That's not like fake hustle. He's a great player who also has a little charisma.
Well, yeah,
and I think that's important.
That's definitely a point because I kind of was being mean, but Peterson doesn't have that charisma. At least he didn't show it in college.
No, he's a very kind of quiet guy, and he's a great player.
Great player.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But I think DeBonsa's got a little more, you know, kind of
got more riz.
Just yeah.
But you know what? But there's a lot of guys like that. I mean, Acuff's not a real fiery guy. I mean, on the court he shows it, but personality-wise,
he's a killer.
He's a killer on the court. But when you listen to him talk in interviews, he's not over the top. So it kind of depends on.
Right.
I'd rather just have the guy on the court show his personality than off the court.
No doubt. And look, if they wind up taking Peterson, I'm not saying that that's a bad pick. He's got a chance to be a star, a superstar.
Yeah,
he does. It's not unanimous, but if you're asking me which one would I take, I'd take DeBonsa.
Yeah, I just think it's closer than people realize because
it might be.
The general perception is DeBonsa, especially with fans.
Yeah.
It's like 90-10 here.
Yeah.
It's like 90-10 here. But they're like, yeah, we're open for business. It's anything's possible. And I don't think they're saying, like, they weren't really saying that with Cooper Flagg. They weren't really saying that with Wemby. It's a different kind of year.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not cut and dried like Wemby and Flagg were, where they were clearly the number one guy. There is, I would say, a plurality that think DeBonsa, but it's not 90-10 in the NBA world. It's
100%.
I don't know, 60-40 maybe, you know, or something like that. Like there's lots of people who think Peterson is the best player.
Some even like Boozer. You mentioned that in the Athletic.
Yes, it's hard for me to see someone taking Boozer 1, but I get someone made the comparison to us, to Al Horford, and I think it's a very apt comparison. And I don't mean 39-year-old Al Horford that we're watching now. I'm talking about young Al Horford when he was in Atlanta. On a really good team that won 60 games. They just ran into LeBron, you know, like a lot of people did, and couldn't beat LeBron in the East. But that was a really good team in Atlanta for a couple of years, and he was a real important part of that. And Boozer kind of projects to that. He's he's big and strong. He rebounds. He shoots threes. He blocks shots. He's really smart, really intelligent player.
Yep.
He's going to be a really good pro. And would I kill the Wizards if Boozer somehow, if it moved down the spot? No, I wouldn't kill him because I think he's got a chance to be a really, really good player in the league. I just, maybe I'm wrong. I just think they've never had a guy like AJ DeBonta. Never.
DA, we only have
Not a wing.
No. DA, we only have about a minute left. So the other series in the NBA playoffs pits the Spurs against OKC. Shea wins his second MVP. But if you've been watching the playoffs and really season, you're slowly starting to see Wemby become arguably one of the best, if not the best player in the NBA. Is he going to take over the league?
It seems inevitable, doesn't it? I mean,
it does.
Like he's progressing at a geometric rate. You know what I mean? Like he's learning, like the Terminator learned. Like they just a supercomputer. Like he's just processing everything so fast, and he's just destroying people. Minnesota's a good team, guys. They were a good team. He took them out. He just brushed them aside.
How about Anthony Edwards? How about Anthony Edwards shaking everybody's hands with 8 minutes left in the game?
That was a weird.
I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have
not
done
great.
That. With 8 minutes to go, I wouldn't have done that. You can wait 8 minutes and then do it. I wouldn't have done it, but I people do things now that I wouldn't do. So that's just different generation. But yeah, no, I mean, OKC's they're defending champs. They got the best player in the league, but this is going to be a great series, I think.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, David. Appreciate the time, buddy.
All right, guys.
All right, thank you, man.
Always
Appreciate
a pleasure.
it.
Good
All
talking to you.
Thanks,
See you, man.
bud. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
I actually can't wait. I can't wait to see what they do.
Got to wait about a month.
Then you're going to have to wait to watch them.
Yeah.
You'll get like a little taste in summer
It'll
league.
be here before you know
But
it.
one thing I will
Summer
say,
league.
and I didn't want to just go over and over with DA. I mean, we've had stars. We had Chris Webber. That's pretty good, pretty great player.
Yeah.
We had John Wall. You may not think Beal was a star, even though he had his moments.
But there was nothing like the hibachi time.
Gil.
Heating up the
Gil, by the
hibachi.
time Kicks and I wouldn't even trade
By the way-
Kobe for.
By the way, they had Gil with Antoine Jameson and Crom Butler.
I know.
That was a nice team.
We've had stars. I would argue the problem was the management.
Yeah.
The mismanagement. I don't think it's DC. No, DC's a great destination, believe it or not.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. There's no reason why we can't attract
I mean,
free
Bradley
agents.
Beal was averaging 31 in one season.
Oh, yeah. I know. But his point, people weren't necessarily like, I'm going to go
25.
watch Beal.
No, I understand.
That's fair.
He was just a guy who could score.
But I do think people were going to watch Gil 100%. I do think people were going to watch John Wall 100%.
Yeah.
And Chris Webber, and even though Juwan never was a star, they wanted to watch those guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's giving you better payouts at same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you could stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, you can build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts. All NBA playoffs long. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Should we all be watching Euphoria? There's another Sydney Sweeney story. Every week there's a Sydney Sweeney wacky story. This one is Sweeney and the Snake.
I haven't watched 5 seconds of Euphoria because at least the first season or two, I thought it was more for like high school kids or college age kids. Like I felt like kind of too old to be in on Euphoria. Am I wrong?
I agree with your assessment.
Is that
at least your initial assessment? But Sydney Sweeney has crossed over and become arguably the most popular female actress in Hollywood, right?
I don't think that's a stretch to say that.
I don't know that she's had these
I don't
great
even know
movie
what
roles.
Euphoria is about. What is it about? What's the
We
plot?
talk about it once a month.
I know, and I just
and you know what?
I space it. 'cause
I don't know
even-
either.
I think it's a
even
bunch of
think
young
about it.
couples.
I couldn't tell you one. The
that
only
right?
thing I know about Euphoria is that in this season, Sydney Sweeney she's
It's
an
the one where
OnlyFans.
she's getting all naked
She's
and
an
sexy.
OnlyFans.
Well, yeah, I figured she's
worker.
getting naked.
That's all I know.
That's what bringing all the viewers.
That's all I got. I know
But I don't know what the
Zendaya's
plot
in it.
line
I know
is.
Sydney Sweeney's in it. That's all I know.
I feel like I've explained Euphoria 10,000 times.
I know.
You probably have.
Well,
Yeah.
you might need
It's
to
a
make it
sh- it's a-
10,001.
It's a show based on high school students, and it's centered around Rue, who is a recovering drug addict.
Okay. Played by?
Zendaya.
Oh yeah.
I think it's Zendaya.
I know. I
but
get it. I get it. I know. We
I think it's
butchered her name so
Zendaya,
many times. I forget
but
it.
I think
could
it's
be
Zendaya.
wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know Mike Marr's real last name. I don't know if Marr is Mayor. I don't even know what his real last name.
Well, this is what I know about
Is
Euphoria.
that Mike Marr?
I don't even
It's
know.
Marr, but
It's Marr.
he's getting confused because he calls him Mike Moore, which I think
it's-
was a Cowboy
It's
Todd
very
bit.
confusing.
Yeah. So I do that. Yeah.
Jason picked it from Cowboy
This just
Todd.
blurs reality all the
He's,
time.
he's
Yeah,
Mike
you know.
something. That's what I know.
But every week there's a Sydney Sweeney headline, and this week is Sydney Sweeney sent social media into meltdown after the latest episode of Euphoria delivered another round of shocking scenes that left viewers stunned and frustrated. The storyline took wild turns involving strip clubs, snakes, and brutal violence.
Does she play one of the? Is she like the villain in the show, or
No, she's
just friends with Zendaya.
she's friends with Rue.
with Rue?
Yes, the group of friends.
Yeah, Rue Bennett.
You know what it is? This now, he can correct me if I'm wrong. It's like a younger version of Sex in the City
That I don't
with
know.
Well, yeah,
maybe
but that-
some more drugs and
Well,
craziness happening.
Sex-
Seems like wilder than Sex in the City.
Sex in the City was a comedy.
Yes.
Is this a
This-
comedy?
No, this is a
This is
drama.
drama. Yeah.
There are funny elements to it, but it's mainly a drama.
Well, you keep telling me about it once a month.
I don't know. I feel like we're missing.
I don't
like
think any of us are gonna watch it.
We're missing kind of like a
mean,
pop culture
If I haven't
sensation.
started
I
watching
think it is
yet,
a pop culture sensation.
Yeah. It is.
I just don't have time for it.
We can throw this out to the callers. Are there any 50-year-olds? Are there any
in my
50-year-olds watching Euphoria? 1-800-636-1067.
No. 50-year-old
Yeah.
people.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Not going to get one call.
Put it this way.
Who's watching
used-
Euphoria?
I mean,
20-year-olds.
hold on.
20 and
It-
25-year-olds.
Is it
my guess.
equivalent to 90210 but raunchier or no?
Yes. That's how I
Because
see
I would
it.
say if 90210 came out and had all these smoking hot, silly 20-year-old kids, I would watch it.
There's no way 90210 holds up.
It
That's
can't.
so
There's no
cheesy.
way.
I watched that show.
I mean,
No, I was closer to that
Euphoria
age.
would be a much edgier version.
I think I would watch
I'm
it.
gonna hang out with these two smoking hotties.
The reason why I don't watch it is because what is it on? It's on Netflix.
HBO Max.
HBO. Yeah, I just don't. It's just not in my rotation. I don't even get.
I got rid of HBO Max.
Still have HBO Max. Probably way overpaying for all my streaming.
I got to. You know what?
I got so many scripts.
That was one of my many
Life
leaks that I
leaks.
actually got rid of.
I got to use that app. The problem is you got to pay for the app.
I know.
Where you don't,
Huh?
you have it. You have HBO.
No, I know I do, but I got to get that app that pays for all the that sees all the stuff you're leaking money to.
I mean, the last thing you probably watch on
probably-
HBO is Sopranos. You might want to get rid of HBO.
Now, you
Or
watch True Detective.
I did.
not
And I
the
watched.
That was a while
The
ago.
most recent
versions
one
of Hard Knocks
with
ago.
Jodie Foster?
I doubt it.
I don't think so. You didn't watch Night Country? No chance.
I'll be honest with you. I haven't watched HBO in years.
What's
Not
the
knowing
show
my
that we
family
all
has.
should be watching? People in their 50s should be watching. If you're telling me people in their 50s, we're all 55, 56, shouldn't be watching Euphoria, is there a show right now,
See, now
that
people
everybody's on to?
People are just going to joke. They're going to call in and say you should be watching Golden Girls or Old People Fair. Like,
Happy Days.
like I Love Lucy. Like, just jokes. Here come the jokes.
Old
Nobody's
people-
going to be serious.
Like you know, I couldn't believe. I might be wrong on the show, but I couldn't believe that I saw NCIS. Was coming back for like a 24th season.
Yeah, that's a show for old people.
That's
old.
That has to be like all old people watching CSI
Yes.
and
Yeah.
Law and Order. Is that still going?
I don't know.
Probably.
NCIS.
Probably on year 30.
I feel like that was a spinoff for.
Did you notice? Yeah, it was CBS, right? That was covering the golf. Yeah, that's right, because Nance was there. By the way, somebody told me, and I haven't been paying attention to this, and you know, we love Nance, but that he's noticing Nance slippage.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In terms of what?
Just like botching things that, you know, he's like such a polished pro, but just like, you know, age gets the best of us.
Sure.
And there's Nance slippage and that they're using him less. But that's not the point. I'm watching CBS and they're having the actors explain the shows. Did you see that during they were a little commercial because you weren't watching? Yeah. So if you're
I
watching the
did see
golf,
that, yeah.
they were like, "Oh, I'm Mike Proctor or whatever, and
And
I'm
I'm on
on
Tracker."
CSI," and then they're showing behind the scenes action, and they're trying to explain each show,
Sure.
which was interesting. But I kind of liked it because it locked me in. Okay, that's what that dumb show's about. Maybe I'll check it out.
But it shows
or
you
whatever.
that segment of TV is strictly for
Old farts.
oldsters.
Because-
like my son will see like a promo for like CSI or
Yeah.
NCIS or Tracker, and he'll be like, I would never watch this tripe. I would never watch one of these shows. And he's 21. Like,
And meanwhile, they've been around for seasons.
But are they? They're really
but they're
bad.
not for the young. They're not for the younger set.
There was one where
I'll
they're
be
shooting
honest.
up and killing everybody. And
It's just they're not
they didn't
into-
care.
I'll be honest. I
don't like that stuff?
I've watched a couple episodes of CSI over the decades it's
Yeah.
been on, and I actually kind of like it when I watch it because usually it's formulaic, but there'll be a killing at the beginning,
Yeah.
and then you
Yeah.
got to
They
figure out
solve
who
it.
did it, and by the
Yeah.
end it's solved.
I like solving stuff.
Right.
I like solving stuff.
But it works.
It's
'cause
not-
You're old.
Right. It's not.
It's
Well,
right
what
in
do
your
it's
the-
not
wheelhouse.
true
what do the kids-
detective
what do they
quality.
want? They want.
They don't want that.
They want an
don't-
eight
they want
episode.
10
They want an
series,
8
10
episode
episodes.
arc
They
that
want
they can binge.
They want Euphoria. They want Sydney Sweeney's busties.
With
All
the
right,
snake.
well, I mean, I can understand that.
It's hard to. Yeah, it's
All
hard
right,
to.
let's go
fault
to
them.
Brian in Fredericksburg. You asked for an old fart that watches Euphoria. You got
He's
one.
54.
Brian.
What's up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, you're missing out on Sydney Sweeney's boobies, man. I'm telling you. You got
Is
to
that
watch
why
it.
you watch it? I'll be honest, strictly for that.
Absolutely. My wife loves it, so I sit there and I enjoy it. Hey, I look away. Hey, I'm watching.
What are the things that the chicks dig that you're not into?
Well, there's some stuff I'm not going to say over the radio, but there's some
It's like male
let's just say
genitalia
political
stuff. Yeah.
yeah. There's some political stuff that I just don't dig. So
I'm
I
with
can
you.
watch that.
All
I'm
right.
with you on that.
How
gotta
are you
check
with
it
him?
out,
You have no
fellas.
idea
I'm
what he's
telling you.
talking about.
All of it. Any political thing I hate. I'm with you on that. But do they have a
gotta
lot
check
of
it
male
out.
nudity?
Hopefully not.
Maybe that's why Valdez is
Can't
watching.
say. I don't want to ruin the show, but it's like different stuff. You know what I mean?
I got you.
The show you want if you want a
Definitely.
lot of
I'm
male
definitely-
nudity. We saw it. DTF St. Louis.
Yeah.
Have to bring-
You
That
love
was
that.
HBO
You
Max
love that
too.
show.
I did love.
Yeah.
I did love it. It's pretty good.
Jason Bateman, is that coming back
It's
for a second
depressing.
season?
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, really? They donked off somebody?
I'm not going to spoil anything, but I don't think it's coming back for another season.
All right.
I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I can crack that code.
But yeah, it's probably not going to
I
come
love
back.
Jason Bateman,
At
but
least
I don't think I want to see that show.
You know what? My daughter started rewatching Ozark, and I
Yeah.
sat in for about 3/4
You
of an
got
episode.
sucked in again?
I don't know that I'm sucked in, but it makes me
Miss
kind
it?
of want to rewatch it.
Yeah,
like start from the beginning.
That's the last show, if you want to know. What network was that on? That was Netflix.
Netflix.
That's the last show I kind of invested time in. Like, it's like a show.
Right.
And that's probably been, 7 or 8 years?
I don't think
Since-
that much.
Well, your
At least 5
your
years.
Netflix subscription is going to keep going up if they keep paying Ronda Rousey $2 million for 17 seconds
Yeah.
worth of work.
Yeah, I wasn't going to watch it, and our
she-
pal Greg sent me a text.
I
He's
just
like,
saw
"Are you
the
watching the
highlight.
fights?" And then I put it on, and I wanted to, I was curious to watch Nate Diaz. I don't know why. I figured that what happened was going to happen, and then Francis Ngannou is, as some people say, is the best heavyweight in combat sports. But Ngannou is this guy who's sculpted, like he's an Adonis, right? Probably weighs close to 260 pounds, 6'5", maybe. I might be off by a couple inches in pounds, whatever.
Oh, I know. Mar's going to bet on him in the parlay, and he's going to lose.
He fought a guy who was 60 pounds lighter. Like, what do you think's going to happen when he connects with the punch?
Right, he's going to kill the guy.
So that lasted around. The Nate Diaz, I've never seen a bloodier fight. He got bludgeoned. And then Ronda Rousey fought somebody that over the last year has lost 100 pounds. Congratulations, Gina Carano. She's 44 years old. She hadn't fought. I think they said she hadn't fought in 17 years.
Dude, she said she
got waxed.
She lost 100 pounds for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she got enormous.
Good for her that she lost 100 pounds.
Yeah.
But I told my wife, because now she was struggling to stay up, but I was like, Ronda Rousey is going to go right through her.
Yeah.
And and Gina Carano had to know that was going to happen. And so Ronda Rousey just basically tackles her and then puts her in an armbar, which is how she's won every one of her fights.
Yeah, I'm going to see my next Netflix bill, and it's going to be sky high. And in the fine print, it's going to say, Gina Carano made over $1 million. So you flakes are going to pay the freight.
And that was a Jake Paul production.
And you are too.
And to his credit, he makes all this money, but it appeared there weren't many people in that Intuit Dome. They got like flashing lights, so it's hard to see what's going on in the upper deck. Yeah, it's hard to see. Didn't it look like there were? And Mike Marr said you could buy a ticket for like $50 like last minute, which that's not usually going to happen for big boxing matches or UFC fights.
I mean, Carano obviously is 100. I don't know how old Ronda is.
I think there was 44 versus 42.
But that's it. She looked quick as a cat compared to her. Like she looked like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, Gina Carano never had a chance. Like she said, she could even have a punch.
Yeah. How bad? Like an arm bar must be so painful. Because
it feels like your arm's going to be ripped out of the socket.
You get locked into one of those, people are tapping out with a quickness.
Yeah.
You want your arm ripped out of its socket?
No, I sure don't. I sure do not.
That's what's going to happen.
I will pass.
I like to watch like mixed martial arts. The last thing I want to do is climb on top of some dude and just wrestle him and just climb all over the dude and wrap my legs around his head. And,
well, then you can take punches like Nate Diaz for Mike Perry.
And I don't want to be in pain.
Completely covered in blood.
You know, I'll stick to pickleball. Last time I checked, not going to get put into an arm bar while I'm playing pickleball.
I don't want some guy kicking my shins.
I will be doing it today.
Or kicking the back of my leg.
Yeah, my
I see these influencers that go online and they challenge each other to have like MMA guys like kick their legs or whatever, or even they'll wear the pad the boxers use, and then to take a punch, and even wearing the shield.
Of course, you're gonna feel it.
Those guys hit them and they go down.
Let's go to Trey real quick on line one.
Trey, what's up, buddy? You're over the junks.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up, man?
Yeah.
I was just telling Drab, I'm 36. I watched Euphoria, but it's not for anyone over 30. To be honest, it's a 20-something-year-old show.
Yeah. Because why? It's just so stupid.
Correct.
It's far fetched. They started in high school. It's high school drama with sex and drugs, and now they're college age. It's not for anyone over 30. It's not.
How old is Sydney Sweeney? She's playing a high school kid.
She's 28, I think, or maybe close to 30.
Well, it's like
now
it's like 5 years removed from high school.
To be 20-something now, but yeah, they were trying to show that stuff when they were acting as high schoolers.
Remember Ian Ziering, whatever his name was? He was like 38
he was
40.
playing high school.
Who played Dylan, the one that died? The guy
she was
died.
old.
Yeah, who's the guy that died? Dylan. Dylan.
Luke Perry.
Yeah, he was old too. He had like receding hairline. He's in high school.
Yeah, but we bought it.
It started years ago, and then it was filming stopped during COVID, so they had to figure out how to write the script when everyone got older.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing now.
Got you.
Trey, what this
hey, guys, I got a proposition for JP, my favorite sports junkie.
Okay.
JP, you ready?
Sure.
I'm good friends with Drab, but I'm having a baby in 3 weeks, but my wife gave me the green light to come to Dewey with the stipulation that I got to be back 10 a.m. Saturday morning. So if I get you lunch and some gas money,
you're gonna drive.
Will you take me back Friday night?
Oh my God!
I mean, I'm not going to drive you to your house, but I can take you to where do you live?
Yeah, where do you live?
I live in Ashburn. I saw you at the Teeter, bish. I'm in Ashburn.
You're drop him off at the metro.
I'll drive you back to Gaithersburg and you take an Uber.
Deal.
Dude.
All right, it's fine.
Chippy's got a
How does he
bad
get
He could be a
Dewey
serial
Beach?
killer.
He just said that he's a friend of Drab.
You're lying.
Let me tell you, I got a lot of skeezy friends.
Yeah, you see the guys he hangs
That's
out with?
fine.
Well,
Make
you're
it
in.
happen.
You're in, bro.
Keep me awake.
All right, stay on hold. Stay on hold.
How's he getting there?
Where are you going to stay?
Appreciate it.
How are you getting there? Where are you going to stay?
Yeah, how you getting there?
I'll go up with Drab. I'll figure it out.
He's going with
talking about? I'm leaving on Thursday at 10 a.m. and I'm sleeping.
Yeah, you
You'll figure it out.
You better be
It's on
down
him.
here. Yeah.
Oh, you're
on him.
cooked.
Have fun.
All right, later in the show, we will talk about that Netflix debacle and Ronda Rousey winning in 17 seconds. Luke Thomas, expert, covers MMA and all things combat sports. He'll join us at 9:45 here on The Junkies.
All right, guys. What if selling your home felt more predictable, more controlled, less stressful? Somebody used the right strategy. Got serious buyers only walking through your door. Confidence in how it's all going to play out. Well, that's exactly what Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Team with Keller Williams bring to the table. They're not just going to put a sign in the yard and then cross their fingers, maybe throw something on Facebook. No, they build a strategy designed to get your home sold. They price it right. They create demand. They negotiate the strongest possible offer, all of it. It's intentional. Their strategy is why homes sold with Reynolds and Power Team sell 2 times faster than the average agent. They're on the market for a shorter amount of time. They have fewer disruptions to your life. They can net their sellers sometimes $30,000 more. More money, more control. That's what you want, right? And if for whatever reason your home doesn't sell, they're just going to buy it themselves. How about that? So call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Team now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
kind of know how Jason and Eric are going to answer this.
Okay.
But I'm going to ask it anyway.
All right.
This guy that won the PGA Championship during the commercial break, I don't even know who that guy is. It's on TV. Is that Rex Hoggard?
That's not Rex Hoggard. I don't know who it is either.
You know who that guy is,
It's
EB?
not Rex Hoggard.
Yeah, I forget his name.
I've seen him on TV
He's
about
been a
some
million
sort of
times.
golf expert.
I forget
right?
his name. It's a
So during the
popular
break,
name.
I'm
Gary something?
Yeah, it's Gary, whatever.
Gary Williams, maybe?
Yeah, it's a popular name.
Anyway,
Exactly. It's not the real Gary.
apparently he interviewed Aaron Rye a year ago.
Yeah.
And so this is what happens whenever it's not one of the big boys that wins a major, right?
Yeah.
So big boys being like Bryson, Rory McIlroy,
Scheffler. Yeah, stud.
even, back when Jordan Spieth was winning, whatever. When it's the one, what I like to say is a one-off, they try and hype it up like it's not going to be a one-off, right? Mike Weir wins, and I'm saying, well, he's got the stuff where he can win a bunch of these. And that's kind of what this guy's saying. Like, he's got the intangibles. He's got humility is what this guy was saying, because he interviewed him a year ago, and apparently he stayed in the same hotel, a Hampton Inn, with Aaron Rye. Now, Aaron Rye might be upgrading from the Hampton Inn now. If you had to bet your life, I would bet one off. Would you bet that he'll ever win another major?
Bet my life on
Yes.
it?
Here's the only
You got to
thing
bet your
he
life.
has against-
Your two choices are he's a one-off, he's won a major, and will never win another one again, or he's going to
He's better than
win
you
a
think.
second major.
He's better than you
no,
think.
I see. That's the answer I knew he was going to say.
No, but
of course
here's
he's a great
why
player.
I would bet. No, he's better than what you think, because he's won 3 or 4 times on the DP World Tour. He beat Scotty Scheffler his senior year in college. He's trounced him when Scheffler was one of the best players in the
First
in
of
the
all,
world.
it's hard as S to win on the PGA Tour.
Right. He's won a Wyndham
hard.
Championship, which is a real tournament.
Yep.
So he's got real chops. He's only 31. The only thing that hurts him is length, in my opinion. And it's easier for the bigger hitting guys, especially in majors. So I don't know if I would bet on him to win another one. But I think he'll win other tour events.
I'll stipulate.
Oh, yeah.
See, when I said I know what you're going to say, I'll stipulate too. He's a great player. You could have picked whoever finished anybody in the field. If they won, you would have said he's a really good player. Of course, he's a really good player. I get that.
I just don't know much about some of the other ones. I don't know much about Schmidt. If he had won.
If Schmidt or Smalley won.
Smalley had
you guys
won.
would have said Smalley's a great player. Blah, 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 blah.
They're all
swing
great
is
players.
All right, I just put this up as our
No, but
poll
he
of the
has
day.
accomplishments. It's not like
I know
a-
he's won 3 times. Once on the PGA before this, and 2
he's won a
times in
couple
Europe.
DP World Tour events.
Junkies poll of the day sponsored by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, 0 bubbles. Pairs perfectly with the day on the golf course. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Cakes. Will Aaron Rye ever win another major? That is
No.
the question. Yeah, I'm
My
going to go
answer's
vote no.
If I had to bet my life,
Well, of course,
yes or
that's.
no?
I mean, the
I'm
odds
gonna
are
bet no.
the odds are so with you.
I'm
on
going to
that.
bet no, but let me say this. Because it's hard, because Freddie Couples won 1. I mean, there's so many great players that have won 1. Tom Kite was a great player, won 1. But he
Great
was
players don't
ranked
win
as
any.
high as 20th before all this.
Okay, so
20th in the world.
So then maybe he has the stuff where he win
I mean,
more
if you're
than one.
20th in the
He's-
world, you're in the mix for
Well,
majors.
he's-
You're 20th
I think
in the
he's
world.
15 now.
Right. But I'm
Went to
saying
50.
before that, he was 20. Before this tournament, he was 40-something. It wasn't like he was 200.
No, he's obviously a great player, but the odds are stacked against you when there's only 4 majors a year, and they're the best fields. Of course, the odds are.
Yeah,
with
but
you
he's a
when you
good
say
enough putter. He's accurate enough. All
I
that.
know he's good
just
enough.
not long.
He
relative
proved
to those guys.
He proved he's good enough. I'm talking about the odds.
Well, yeah, the odds are Justin Thomas, who finished in 4th, I believe.
Yeah, so
maybe
why-
5th?
of course
he
you
may
wouldn't
never
bet
win another major, and Justin Thomas was
right.
another level. Is the way that I look at it.
It would be like Zach Johnson winning too, like a short hitter. He might be a little longer than Zach Johnson.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's the best odds. We never mention his name ever again on the show, other than that one guy who won the PGA Championship.
Probably the
Who's
case.
that guy?
Aaron Rye.
He's saying Aaron Rye.
Oh, yeah. No, but there's a bunch of guys like that,
Ben
right?
Curtis or those other numbers.
Maybe
that
I
won
don't
in
know.
there.
I don't know. He's been in the
He
mix
was
a lot.
290-1 to win.
Yeah, I
he's
know.
a number.
Yeah, but he's not a
I
number. He was
know
ranked
Jason gets so offended when you call
That's how
it
they
number.
always
No,
do
but he
that.
was
No,
top
he was
50 in the
relatively on
world.
the-
Hold on, if you're top 50 in the world, you're not numbered. Before this tournament, he was.
No, he was top 20.
No, I know, but I'm saying the week before.
Yeah.
He was top 20 at his height. He was like the week of the tournament, he was in the top 50. So He's better than what you think. You guys just didn't.
Yeah,
pay
but you're
attention
going to say that about every. Like, if
I
I
know.
went for the list of the
If you
most
told me
obscure
Mickey
major winners,
Schmidt was a number.
okay,
I
but
would probably agree. I don't know him.
Give me 2 or 3 obscure major winners. Like, to me, Mike Weir kind of was.
Mike Weir,
Sean McGill.
Sean
Yeah,
McGill.
Oh my God! But
That's a perfect
I
one.
remember maybe even having arguments back then, like, "Oh, Sean McGill's a good player; he could win another one." They don't.
It's just hard. I mean, Freddie Couples won one, and Freddie Couples was
You know what? The guy
unbelievable.
played great for 4 days. I mean, he deserves what he won. But the odds
Nobody's
are
denying that.
the odds are based on there's 4 tournaments a year, okay? And you're playing against the best golfers in the world. Of course, the odds are he's not going to win another.
He's the
one.
next Ben Curtis. I had to look that up.
Yeah,
you
but,
think I pulled that
I
on
would
my
say,
own?
if you want to make an argument, I would say if Goddard wins one, I would bet Goddard's going to win another one. And to you, you might think, oh, he's just Chris Goddard. But I think Chris Goddard's on the come. He's won 4 times already in the last 2 years. You know, that's why I picked him. He was in the lead at times or won off the lead and kept choking. But like, I think he's going to win.
It's a cool story. He might be a nice guy. He stayed at the Hampton Inn with that Gary that you've never heard of or didn't know his name, Gary Williams.
Well, I know the name, but it's just,
But I think that Drop's probably right. We're never going to say that guy's name again
He's the
on
next
the show.
Rich Beam.
Rich Beam.
I mean, you
feel
know
like
the name.
we did
but
talk about
his
Rich
name-
Beam a lot.
Rich Beam
his name
also won
elicits-
local here,
Right,
though,
that's
His
the
name
thing.
elicits a chuckle, like
Right.
like laughter.
I laugh at Aaron Rye because he has iron covers.
Yeah.
That's nubs.
'cause he
Sorry,
was-
that's nubs.
Because
Got to stop that.
He was a
Got to
brokey
stop
growing
that.
He
up.
said he had
Now,
no money.
He claimed he was a brokey. There's also a picture of him with like a putting green, like in his backyard.
Yeah.
Now it looked like thrown together. It wasn't like a putting green you're going to see at a $20
it
million.
wasn't like
mansion.
Phil Mickelson's putting green.
I'm sorry. He would probably smoke me in a match, but if you have iron covers, you're a nub.
Probably.
You'd probably smoke me in a match.
Probably.
No, you wouldn't
I like that
probably.
you're giving yourself a chance.
I'm like, hey, I could take a hole,
I like that you're giving yourself a
but
chance.
I laugh at you.
Anyway,
I wouldn't, to be honest with you, I wouldn't trade games with Aaron Rye if I had to use iron covers.
I bet you would. I bet you would take the Jonah.
Man, there's a lot of
You take the
anti-Aaron
abuse.
Rye. A lot of
No, it's not anti-Aaron. It's anti-iron
I
covers.
hope he wins a couple more just to show
I know.
how good he is.
yeah, but if you had your druthers at the end of the guys that finished in the top 5, you probably would have preferred Justin Thomas to win because the story would be better.
Well, just
Why?
because he's
Bigger
a
name.
sexier name.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I found myself then the back nine. When I made the turn on the back 9, I even put it on Twitter. I'm rooting for Rye. When they made the turn on the back 9, I said I'm rooting for Rye.
I don't have
It's a
any
great
love for
story.
Justin Thomas. I'd rather see Rye win than Thomas. Thomas has already won a couple.
It's such a game changer for people when they win their first. I don't know.
I mean, it's cool.
I mean, unless it's a guy that I'm betting on or in one of my pools, I'd rather take Rye than. And I had Rahm in one of my pools.
I
But
wasn't rooting for Smalley, although he's got a beautiful swing. I wasn't rooting for him. I don't know why. No, I mean, I guess you say the same.
why
about-
wouldn't you want an American
He
to win?
changed
A
his
young
life
American
just
to win
so-
over a young Englishman?
I don't think of the world that way.
I definitely would have wanted an American to win.
I don't know. I think
I was-
Rye's more interesting with his quirks. Smalley just looks like a Duke nerd.
what are the quirks besides
Well,
the iron
two
covers?
gloves, the
Okay.
iron covers. I mean, I don't know. He's a pretty quirky guy.
Okay. Anyway, congrats, Aaron
Doesn't-
Rye
yeah.
won the PGA Championship. What's the next one?
U.S.
US
Open,
Open?
Richie.
I don't know anymore.
Richie
They
Ricardo.
changed it. I don't know. I can't figure it
All
out.
right, coming up next, we'll open up the entertainment page
U.S. Open's always on the same weekend.
here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, we're flushed in the middle of major season, which means more weekends. Guys sitting on the couch, convincing yourself you can hit that shot. Well, there's a major opportunity happening right now at BMW Fairfax. My girl Miriam's got new X1s, X3s, and other over 100 new X5s in stock, all with 1.99% APR. Hopefully those rates are better than anything on your scorecard right now. Or you could go crazy with low 0.9% APR on a new X7. In honor of Memorial Day, you could stack BMW's military incentives on top. Active duty, veterans, reserves, National Guard, spouses, qualifying family members. You might be eligible, not even realize it. So before the next major tease off, do what I did. Make sure you upgrade at BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. Tell her EB sent you for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Check out BMWFairfax.com.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Nashville is expected to be named the host of Super Bowl 64 in 2030 at an NFL Spring League meeting tomorrow. This according to the NFL Network. Nationals fall to the Orioles 7-3. Homer for Gunnar Henderson to start it off. Jacob Young hit one for the Nats, and C.J. Abrams a big single.
And now the 0-2. Abrams pulls a ground ball to first off the glove of the diving Alonso. He bats the ball away past the mound. It rolls all the way over toward third. Wood has scored, It's now 6-3 with minute first and second.
The call on the Fan. Tonight, Juan Soto and the Mets are in town at 6:15 on the Fan. Cleveland defeated Detroit 125-94 to advance to the East Finals against New York. Men's lacrosse Final Four, Princeton against Duke and Notre Dame against Syracuse. Duke beat Georgetown 16-6. Aaron Rye won the PGA Championship, highlighted by a 68.5-foot putt on 17. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. It's all presented by Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies. We love Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Chunky's poll today, early on, 91% say Aaron Rye will never win another major. Odds are with him.
It's very early.
So you can vote at Junks Radio. Hey, let's open up the entertainment page with Mr. Bickle.
All right, entertainment page, of course, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, my daughter's calling me. She knows I'm on the air. Why is she calling me?
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Almost
Probably asking for money. It's usually what it is.
Might want to answer that. Could be emergency.
I don't think it's an emergency, but why is she calling me? She knows I'm on the air. Maybe she thinks she's probably listening and it's still in commercial.
Oh, okay.
But
talking about what? Poopa?
No, it's my daughter in New York. It's a bank
okay.
in New York. I'm going to monitor that situation. I might leave here if I have to. All right, this is interesting. Tom Brady made his modeling debut for Gucci Cakes. I don't know if you saw the video that went viral of him walking.
I saw him walking in what looked to be like a leather trash bag type of outfit.
He looked like a regular guy walking. Like he's a handsome guy, but he didn't have like... Do the guys have a model walk? I know girls have a model walk. Do guys have one where they put the foot in front of the other and they strut and do
I'd
the
imagine
whole
they
thing?
have their own
way of doing it?
Their own flair when it comes to the walking the runway.
He just looked kind of like a regular guy. Somebody did a side-by-side. I don't know if you saw this, too. This was also viral. It was
how he looked like as a rookie
when he was drafted, and now he's all chiseled. He's got the cheekbones.
He's got the Zoolander look.
Because he's rich.
You saw what he
look better when you're rich.
You saw he was local, too, right?
What do you mean?
He gave the commencement speech at Georgetown.
Oh, he did? Oh, I missed that.
I don't know which school at Georgetown. I think maybe the School of Communications. But he was, I saw like Ted Leonsis put something there where he's local today. I think he's part of like some sort of luncheon.
How did he not pick up any pointers from Giselle?
Like how to walk?
Like they didn't do any bits together, like family bits
it
together.
Looked like a
model
regular walk,
competition.
right?
It looked like, he was just like walking to the podium or something after a game in his Terminator 2 outfit.
Yeah.
Because he's just the donk quarterback.
It is kind of shocking how good looking the guy is at his age. Like, I understand he has money and that's what happens with rich people.
Yeah.
But it is kind of weird.
But it's good to know that he was decidedly mediocre back in the day before he became rich and famous.
He was a 7 at best.
Maybe a 6.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think that's not. I think that's.
I put my heyday against him.
I think that picture is just not that
now.
flattering of him.
He got me now.
Because back then he was still.
As a rookie, when he was 21, 22, when I was 21, 22, I got him. I got him.
Like his combine
better
photo
looking
with him standing in his boxers, he looks hurting.
But wasn't he still slaying like his Bridget Moynihan or whatever when he was?
I'm sure he was.
He still was crushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he's
Because he was Tom Brady. But
He's a stud quarterback.
I'm just telling you, when I was 21 and he was 21, I had him. I was more jacked, better looking.
EB, I lived with you when you were 21. You weren't that. You may be more jacked than Tom Brady, but
yes.
But
no.
But
I'm just telling you.
I mean, he's acting like he was super jacked.
I know you didn't have a better
You
arm
see
than
my
Tom Brady.
93 photos. I was pretty jacked. Way more jacked than you've ever been, even when you lost weight for the fight. Like, I'm talking about jacked.
EB, you weren't that different. I benched about the same as you did, if
No,
not
I'm just
more.
telling you, my shoulders were like cantaloupes. They just were. They just were. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll show you a picture.
He's disrespecting your
I
physique.
lived with him.
I'm just telling you, Pete.
I mean, your max bench was probably like 250.
No, 285. Get out of here. Get out of here.
You think Tom Brady had back knee like you?
Back knee?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that I have. I mean, because I had a zit pop. He's probably had
I've
one.
seen your photo. Did you have a bunch of back knee?
Yeah,
Oh no. That's
Yeah,
what,
you
that's,
got roid acne.
No. I have a birthmark. You're making fun of my birthmark. I got nothing I can do about that.
Well, you didn't have a butt chin like Tom Brady. Go look at his photos from Michigan. You're a good looking guy, but
No. He has me trounced now. 21, I had him trounced. Go look at my picture. Put it up. Put a poll. I'll do this. No, you don't do this.
Yeah,
This is how confident I am in my looks when I was younger. When we did BCTV, and just take that picture. Take that picture against Tom Brady when he was a rookie in the league.
Do a side by side.
Yeah, I got him
All
beat.
right, it's going to take me a while to work
New
on
poll
that.
of the day.
I got him beat in my prime. Now I smash into the wall. I get it. I'm like a 2 now.
You think Tom Brady had Coke bottle glasses?
Joning.
I'm not sure. Did I have glasses in that photo?
No, I don't think you did.
I might have had
It's the one you
contacts. Yeah.
All right, I've got the Brady photo. I'll work on this.
Sorry, you
One
guys
second.
don't have.
I got to crop.
Yeah, crop it up.
I gotta
Making me look nice and tight.
Glasses.
I got you.
Glasses.
You want the one from the? I know what
Let
the
me
one.
see.
I know the
No,
one
I'm
you're talking
sitting at
about.
the desk. Handsome photo.
Okay. The sitting at the desk
Believe me,
photo.
I don't have
All right.
a lot of handsome photos. That's a handsome photo. I was better looking than him at 21. Well, I was 26 there.
But the
Somebody
story
get
is
Giselle on the line.
story is he's on the catwalk wearing like a goofy leather suit.
Yes.
He's talking about this one. Whoops.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
Yeah. This is the one he's talking about.
that's the photo?
Yeah. Is it that one?
I don't know. I can't see.
I mean, that's either zoomed in or way zoomed out.
Can I see?
That one.
Yeah, I'm good looking at
Yeah.
that.
That's the one you're talking about, right?
Those are big shoulders.
Dude,
Cantaloupes.
my shoulders were cantaloupes.
Powerhouse.
I told you I had a 10-inch drop. Y'all don't know about that.
I know about it.
In fact, it was close to a 12-inch drop. My shoulders were so wide, my tiny little waist, it was freakish.
you think I wouldn't take you over JP? He just asked us what deadlift was earlier.
I didn't say ask what deadlift was.
Well, you
He was
asked,
smoking crack.
you asked what muscles it works.
Oh yeah, what muscles it works.
That's
yeah.
what you asked.
You're no meathead like Bickle.
Thank you.
Hey, he was disrespecting your lifting a little bit, JP.
Yeah, I mean-
he's saying he did the same as you.
JP was a strong kid. I'm not saying he wasn't a strong kid.
I did
Just saying.
255. I don't know.
My
but-
max, trust me, I know what it was because Tommy Horsecamp got the 315. It was to try to get the 3.
Three plates
I
is
could never
is a
get the
feat.
3. Every time I got to
it's a flex.
285, my body would just break down. I wasn't built for it. I got long arms. Not built
JP's
for it.
got short arms.
He's got
Yeah,
T-Rex arms.
I'm not built for it.
all those
I
short
wish I
guys can.
was.
All those short guys can bench a lot.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't get there. I couldn't.
So it's the Junks TV set pick
I mean,
that
listen,
we're doing that.
I don't have that many great picks.
That's a good pick.
That's a pick I look good in.
That's a good pick.
I'll take that over
This
Tom
one.
Brady's. No.
Not that one.
He dismisses that one out
No,
of hand.
no. It's the one.
It's the one
Jason's-
I just
at the
said.
desk.
Yeah.
Not that one.
I think it's the same one. It's just a different tint.
no, it's a different look. Trust me. Are you
Okay.
kidding? Are you high? You think
Not
that's the
high.
same photo? It's
Jason's
the
got my
same day.
picture because he wanted my
He's-
pictures for the Salisbury
he's-
thing.
I got a
This,
silly
I know,
smile.
but I think this is a different picture than that.
That's a better looking person than Tom Brady as a rookie. That's a better looking person.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you clarify because everyone's gonna say you're.
No,
you know.
Tom Brady's a dreamboat
Yes,
now.
yes.
And I know I'm a 2 today. I get it. But I had my day. Everybody had their day.
Yeah, everyone has a prime.
I had a day.
Does this work? On picture approval, I just cropped it.
That's the pic, yeah.
Okay.
It's a little zoomed in, but yeah, it's a pic. That's the pic. Thank
All
you.
right, I'm going to write who would you rather.
Who would you rather?
Your peak was like Aaron Rye's one weekend.
Me?
Yeah, came crashing down.
I mean, I might be able to find a couple other pics in my 20s. I might be able to.
I'm looking for some other ones.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're scanning.
It's hard. They're hard to find. I get it. They had the Country Music Awards. I know you guys you don't care about country music except for Valdez and I. But I did find it interesting.
I care if you're talking about Ella Langley.
Yeah, I think she won something, did she? Yeah, she. Let me see. It says surprise, Ella Langley. Did she win or did she get surprised for not winning? Many pundits figured the front runners for Music Event of the Year were a song to sing by Miranda Lambert, Chris Stapleton, Trailblazer, blah, 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 blah. Instead, the award went to Riley Green and Ella Langley.
There you go.
For Don't Mind If I Do. But the one that I was interested in is our buddy Parker McCollum. Parker McCollum received just one nomination, but he won it, Album of the Year.
Good for
now,
him.
Parker McCollum, here's the backstory. His father was the former, you know how I always talk about Miriam at BMW Fairfax? Well, it used to be Mark McCollum.
Right.
Okay.
You talked about him a lot.
Yeah. He was the guy. He was my guy. We got to lunch all the time. He would give me these discs of his son. And here's the back. I think I've told this story before. He said, yeah, my other boys, whatever, they're at Texas. They're at Texas A&M. This one, he doesn't want to go to college. He wants to play country music.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking in my back of my mind, good luck with that. And he would play me these discs, and he said, instead of me paying $200,000 for him to go to college, we're supporting his music. And he said, oh, he just had this thing with this producer. Check this out. And I listened to it, and I go, that's pretty good. But I'm thinking, who's going to hear it? I mean, and they became a star. Like, he's literally a star.
He's playing Red Rocks this summer. That's pretty big.
Yeah,
it's a big room.
He's he opened up for Morgan Wallen a couple years ago. He does his own tours, got his own tour buses. I mean, he is a country music superstar.
He's from Texas, correct?
Yes. So
his dad lived in Texas at one time.
Yes,
and
his dad moved here, and I think that
But Parker never moved up here.
Parker never moved.
He's
here.
definitely going overseas in October, playing the O2 Arena in London. It's pretty big.
All right, the poll is up, by the way. EB.
Thank you.
Who'd you rather? Now it's not with a poll like vote, because I can't do that with the pictures unless you pay for some sort of premium check mark or something like that.
Well, I'll do it.
So you just have to answer.
Hold on, I have to go to Junks Radio. Let me see what you put up, because I never like the way you do the polls. I never like the way you do the
poll. Police is out.
Let me see what you did here. Let me check.
What? You're gonna be mad I put your picture on the left, Tom Brady on the right? Do I need to switch it?
I got him trounced. That's actually not the photo that I saw, but I'll take that one of him. I saw one where he looked worse, but I'll take it. That's not the photo.
Isn't that the photo?
No, there's a photo where he has longer hair and he's got a puffier face. Is that his rookie year?
Well, everyone's talking about the combine photo or whatever that he looks terrible in. JP posted the wrong photo.
He does.
No, I think it's the same one.
Yeah,
you didn't say the combine photo. I know the one he's talking about. The one that went viral yesterday was this photo.
You wanted a worse photo.
I should ban him from polls.
I know.
It was.
Yeah, I got it on my phone. I could do it.
Huh? It's fine. He looks a little better there, but I still think I got him. Classic American look. I think your boy's got him.
Your boy.
I think I got him. Now, you put him today, the guy looks like a 20 out of 10. I don't know how a guy does it.
He's also 10 years younger than us. To be fair.
True.
Is he? How old is he? He's 46?
I'm guessing.
As much as I'm looking,
probably close to 50.
I don't see any cantaloupes.
He's probably
in this
close
picture.
to 50.
I'm looking for cantaloupes.
It's a baggy shirt.
Is that shirt fit? That's the
I'm
problem.
going to show you 11.
Born in
Jay Riggins' shirt isn't showing off the cantaloupes.
Born in 77. Turned 48.
So 7 years younger.
Turns
than us.
49 in August.
Cakes. Here's the cantaloupe.
So the fair.
There's the cantaloupe.
The fair would be
That's what I'm
49
talking
versus 49.
Now that is impressive.
Thank you.
Now, you were probably roided out of your brain, but it was impressive.
Come on.
How much ephedrine were you doing?
A lot of ephedrine and we were early on the creatine.
I mean, you're cramping more than Darren Peterson in that picture. You have to be.
Yeah. That I wish I didn't have that unsightly birthmark, but there's nothing I can do. It's God's gift. What can I do?
It's got to knock you
Can't do
down.
anything about it.
I like how you act like the birthmark doesn't count.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's still
hard
part
to
of your look.
count. It's you literally have zero
It's
control.
like me saying my big lips don't count.
That's kind of that's a point.
You know?
I know. It's just something. I don't know. You could maybe you could get your lips deflated or something. I can't get rid of my birthmark. You know, I'm just glad that thing's not on my face because that's what it could have been. That believe me, that was somewhat traumatizing when you were a young kid and you got a big birthmark on your back. You don't feel like taking your shirt off.
Sure, because that's when bullying was actually cool and accepted.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s.
If you did some therapy on me, I have some trauma. Over that.
I'm sure you might.
By the way, the side-by-side I saw on NFL memes was that picture.
That's a different one.
Basically the exact same one I
Okay,
used.
basically the exact same.
He'll never admit he's wrong. He chose the wrong photo.
Understand the difference between basically the same?
This one actually
and
looks Tom Brady
you
better.
almost posted another one of the same day, but it wasn't as good a look for me. There's pictures. You could literally take a photo.
I asked for your
within
approval. I showed it to you.
You could do a photo.
I understand,
Then I
EB.
can fire off 20 photos in 1 second. The 19th one could look totally different than the 20th.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but you like that picture he posted.
That one he posted
Yeah.
is good. Yes.
That's a good picture.
But now he wants a different Tom Brady one.
Oh. That's all right.
Well, that one he looks a little worse, but that's okay.
There's no Tom Brady fans here in DC. You're gonna win.
No. There's a lot of EB hate.
Yeah, but they hate Tom Brady even more.
I don't know. I think I'll probably lose, but I have the swagger.
I mean, there's no actual poll there, but here somebody writes, money EB all day. You got to vote there.
Told you.
This one's
Read
still
the bad
Tom.
one. Read the bad one.
Trifling, not Tom. EB by nose. EB is right. So sexy.
Oh, look at that.
Get some love.
From a guy.
That your burner?
No. Hold on. I got to do a commercial. I've lost all my commercials. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. It's also hard because with Valdez talks, Cakes and I both hear it, and I don't know if it's for him
Yeah, we
or
are
for
both
me.
hearing it.
Yeah. But I've complained to Roger, and Roger just fixes the coffee machine.
Well, how about that?
That's all he does.
How about that? You both hear-
Is it still
both hear
terrible in there?
Valdez.
Yeah.
But your microphone's
Yeah.
working.
My microphone is working.
All right, we'll come back with more EP here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, you know me. I'm always out there trying to keep up out on the golf course, tennis court. Injuries happen, back spasms, bone and joint pain. They can really slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. We've seen how much a difference it can make.
Cakes is getting a stretch on.
Yeah, it felt good too. That was a good one.
You getting ready for the pickleball tournament?
See, here's the thing about the pickleball tournament we're doing for the Crohn's and Colitis
Mm-hmm.
Foundation today. I don't know whether we're going to be in the intermediate or the advanced bracket because the woman who's putting it together is like, which do you think you're in? I was like, probably somewhere in the in-between, probably more towards intermediate than advanced, but put us wherever you want. So we could either get smoked in the advanced
Is
bracket.
Bikey Bot's going to be your partner?
He is, yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that's my.
You guys are probably closer to advanced.
It's sliding scale.
If it's real advanced,
Yeah, I'm not.
they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Those
not-
guys are so
Well,
good.
they're really
they don't
good
even
players.
move.
Yeah, but it's a charity golf tournament.
Yeah, I can't imagine like the real good teams are
We're
coming.
going to be fine either way. It's fine. It's for charity. It's going to be a good time. Good time will be had by all. JP's going to have a vicious sunburn from being out in 95
Now my
degrees.
golf bag has not one but 2 50. So I've got 2 sunblocks 50.
Oh, nice. 2 tubes or
better
spray
put it on
cans?
every
Spray
tee box.
cans.
Every
Okay.
tee box, you better re-up.
Is 50 enough? I mean, sometimes you can see 100 now.
I think 50 is plenty.
I think
you're good.
50 works.
I think you're
Spray it
protecting
a couple
yourself.
times.
Yeah, you're good.
I got a little sunburn at the appearance in Fredericksburg. Just standing
Mr.
outside.
Bickle, I walked out into my garage this morning and my golf bag completely collapsed because the legs
Yeah, slide on the.
it
floor.
slid, and I got so many. I have 5 million golf balls in my bag. It's so
all
heavy.
over?
Why so many?
No, my balls stayed in the bag, but the legs are done. So I need another bag. They broke.
Well, under the weight of all the balls you had?
You're good.
I know, but I mean,
Don't golf
I
them,
like the
hook you.
bag I had
Why do you have every golf ball known to man stuffed into your bag?
because
all at
people
once?
give me golf balls all the time. Every time I play, my buddy John gives me like 2 boxes. I just stick them in there, and
Well, take them out, stupid.
well, I mean, obviously, but I don't think about it because I lift my bag and I put it in my trunk, and then I
Yeah.
put it in the
I
golf,
know, I
put it in the
know.
garage, and I don't think about
I
it.
have
gotta be
I have a
Lou Ferrigno with
container.
that
I don't
bag.
think about it.
When people give me golf balls or I find golf balls, I have a container in my trunk. I have 2 of them.
Yeah.
Where I put all the golf balls, and every time I hit a bump, the lid pops off and the balls
go
fly
everywhere.
all around in the trunk.
Yeah.
Every time I hit a speed bump.
So I got to.
Why don't you take them out of your car, Ricky?
Aren't you a golf
I
ball
have
snob
all
too?
my golf S
Yeah.
in there. I am a golf ball snob. That's why they're in the container.
Yeah.
They're not in my bag.
All of
Those
mine
are
are
your
in my bag.
numbers.
They're like kind of like numbers or found, even like found Pro V1s or whatever. I just put them all in my thing. People give me things. I got 2 containers.
Well, my bag collapsed, so I need another bag.
No, but I have all my.
I do
golf
have a
stuff in
backup
my
number bag.
Is
These
it your
are-
bag which says lurch?
These are
that's-
first. These are first
That's
world
so
problems.
gone. I sold that.
All right, we're allowed to have first world problems.
I
You
understand.
sold
Just
your
putting it out
lurch
there.
bag?
Yeah, because it said my name on it.
How much did you sell your
I
lurch
don't-
bag?
What
Oh no,
loser
yours didn't even
is
say
buy-
lurch. Didn't yours say scorchy toss?
Scorchy toss.
Yeah, it says Scorchy.
Who's buying that? Who is buying that?
somebody
bag?
hit
Some
on the
dog.
joke.
Some dog.
Somebody
Bought it.
Somebody
I still
bought a
have mine.
scorchy.
I still have mine.
I used mine. That's my bag.
The big leather thing?
The one that says JP.
No, it's the light black
Oh,
one.
no.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
talking about.
Oh, you got a no.
I have a big leather
yeah.
Titleist bag.
I chose
literally.
the cheaper version. Like we each could have.
No, I
chose
got the one
you got
that
the
like
expensive one.
freaking
Yes.
John Daly would use.
You wanted to
Staff
pro
bag.
tour one.
I have a legit staff
Yeah,
leather
yeah.
bag. It says Eric Bickle in my attic. And I'm saving it because when I finally get my golf sim room, I'm putting it in there. And it's going to look silly.
when
I
you
am
get when you
saving
getting that tooth.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, tooth goes in.
Cake sees the hole a lot more, but it just jumped
Yeah,
out of it
Maybe,
right there.
maybe Tom Brady will give you one of his.
Yeah, you think Tom Brady's missing teeth?
I'm going to guess no. Probably not. No,
All
I
right,
got-
so when I get home, I'm going to take all my golf
By
balls
the way-
out of the broke bag and put it in the new bag.
I got devastating news from the dentist.
What?
I have to get a cavity refilled. Okay, refilled.
That's like nothing.
And isn't
I
that
like-
your only cavity?
No, I have 2. It's
Okay.
embarrassing.
This
2
looks so
cavities.
numbs, the
Embarrassing.
junks.
I have to get it refilled, and I need to go back for a deep cleaning. They looked at my teeth that hadn't been in there for 4 years and said,
You need a deep clean.
"You need a deep cleaning. You need to come back." Back-to-back days, the end of the month.
That's not fun.
Cavity refill, deep cleaning.
All right, cavity is nothing. That's a
It's
literally.
not fun.
It's not fun.
Nothing. You're talking about
Compared
a
to what
guy-
you've gone through,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, if
I
it's
know
7
compared to
root
what you
canals.
go through, it's nothing.
You had emergency surgery.
But for this
I have.
immaculate mouth, it's kind of embarrassing.
No, I
embarrassing.
actually texted Dr. Moore yesterday. I was like, dude, I said, I'm doing this appearance at the beach. I look like a crackhead. Is there any chance you can just stuff this tooth back in my head?
Get some super.
Can you do it before
Gorilla
Tuesday?
glue.
Yeah, I said even if it's just temporary, I still have the tooth. Could you
You've had
shove it in
so
there?
many problems because when we did one of those shows on Monumental Sports, you had to tell the camera guy you wanted to sit on one side because your hole in your teeth was showing.
Well, I know, and I thought if I do the beach thing and I don't have my tooth, I'm just going to go like this to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, and whatever.
Stand
it's
on one
life.
side.
I've actually gotten used to it.
What's the deal with this jersey that we're signing during the show?
Most Nubs Junks jersey.
All right, let me see.
I mean, it's cool. I like the sentiment, but this is like did the butcher give him this one? Where'd you get this?
Oh, is that a fake jersey?
It looks like a legit jersey.
That doesn't look like a legit nameplate.
No, the nameplate.
That looks. This. I would say fakey, but I don't know where he got this. Did you get this from NFL.com? Where did you get? Or from what's the site?
Temu. Is that a Temu jersey?
No,
All right, we're getting him on. This is Chip. He's a longtime listener who's moving to Texas.
What's up, Chip?
but Fanatics is not from Fanatics, is it?
It's from. It shouldn't be fake. It's it's from Fanatics.
It
Yeah.
is?
Yeah.
Why does the nameplate look so
Who wore
low?
number one last
Nobody
year?
uses those skinny letters.
I don't know.
I told you.
Good question.
I fumbled this. I meant to do 30 and just went with 1. So I fumbled.
Oh,
so
no,
it's
fine,
no,
it's
it's pretty.
fine. I
It's
appreciate
nubs,
it.
but it's not bad.
All right, so where do you want us to sign? Like, I don't really know.
Wherever you guys want.
Do
On the
people
back.
sign the numbers, or what do you want?
I think on the back.
On the back would be cool. It's gonna
back?
get get framed and go in an
the
office.
white part.
Two people
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
left
yeah.
side,
Wherever
two people on the right side of the number one.
Number one is Rashad
I
White.
don't want to do it while I'm here because you need people to pull it to the side. I don't want to do it while we're on the air. I'll do it after.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's awesome. I
It'll be-
appreciate. And sorry for dropping in. I appreciate you guys having me though.
No, it's cool.
No, yeah.
Chip
Appreciate
moving
it.
to Texas.
Where are you moving to?
To Austin, Texas.
For what? Is that work?
Work. Yeah. Parker McCullum actually lives there, by the way.
In Austin.
In Austin. Yeah.
Are you a fan?
I am. Yeah. It's a good music scene though.
Yeah.
So
Hey, does he wear that jersey and cosplays like JP or something?
No, he said he's gonna frame it. He's gonna frame
no,
it.
I'm gonna frame it and put it in the office. So.
Yeah, no, that's very cool. So
Yeah.
you're gonna listen like via the app,
Oh,
obviously.
yeah. I think last time you told me you were dead to me when because I'm not gonna be listening like via radio.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I've
no,
got
but
Yeah, I mean,
do we get credit
we
for the app?
appreciate it.
Do we get?
Not in Austin.
Yeah.
no,
I mean, it does. But as far as like local, like what you care about,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
For my bonus and everything.
Yeah.
Bonus. What are those?
Yeah.
Those days are done.
That's very cool. I appreciate it.
No,
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys. It's like I said, I've been listening 15 years. It's you guys are awesome.
Who do you think
so.
was better looking in his 20s, Tom Brady or EB?
Well, you got my jersey right now. I'm waiting on your signature, so I'm gonna say EB.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good
Smart.
answer. Good
Yeah.
answer.
Intelligent.
Good answer.
Yeah.
But
All
no,
right.
I appreciate it, guys.
No, thank you. Appreciate
you.
it. And
Chip.
he's
Thank
the one
you,
that sent the
Chippy.
food too, right? Yeah. Thank you for the food. I'm going to pummel that sandwich in about 25 minutes.
Coming up next, we're actually going to talk a little combat sports. There was a big fight card on Netflix on Saturday, and kind of to stick it to Jake Paul, they announced the Conor McGregor fight during the Francis Ngannou thing because Dana White and Jake Paul have a rivalry. We'll get into that with Luke Thomas next, MMA expert. Baseball's back, and there's only one way to celebrate with the Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. The junkies love Surfside. Smooth, refreshing, made for game day. Surfside's the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside, only 100 calories. And here's the great thing, 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly. Coming up at the end of the show, we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to go see the Beach Boys Sunday, June 7th.
It's an American
Wolf
classic
Trap.
is all that is, JP.
But joining us right now is our pal Luke Thomas, covers all things combat sports, the co-host of the Morning Combat podcast. What's good, Luke?
Luke.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. Do I sound okay? Can you hear me?
Sound great. Yep.
Sound great. How are you, pal?
Great. Yeah, doing great, guys. Always happy to be back on.
So it sounds like I wasn't the only one. Maybe I was the only one to watch the Gina Carano Ronda Rousey thing. It sounds like Cakes might have checked in.
Literally,
you didn't check in?
Yeah, I checked in. I saw it on Twitter. I saw all 17 seconds of it. It's not like there was a lot to watch.
All right, well, let me ask you this, like kind of a larger question before we get into that. So Jake Paul is trying to make this deal with his MVP, promotions. It didn't look like there was the greatest attendance at the Intuit Dome. What do you make of him trying to start this thing to kind of combat the UFC?
There is no such thing as competition with the UFC. I hope everyone can understand that. Basically, the reason why is it's not very difficult to understand. The UFC is, without question, absolutely, unequivocally a monopoly, and they've been that for quite some time. There's a 2009 memo from Deutsche Bank which says that this is 2009. Understand their power has only consolidated since then. And in 2009, the UFC, of every dollar that the MMA industry made, the UFC took 90 cents of it. This notion that any other organization can go about, and yes, Netflix is spending a lot of money, and certainly I thought it, from a production standpoint, it looked beautiful on my television. I felt that way personally. And they can do one-off events like this. But the idea that anybody can build a sustained roster to compete with UFC, especially when UFC contracts are very, very good about keeping guys from having mobility in the first place, is total fantasy. Now, if they can play a nostalgia game, if they can get, who knows, Brock Lesnar out or something like that and have these, a few times a year, big one-offs, that seems doable for sure. But there is absolutely no such thing as competition to the UFC. It does not exist.
Why do you think it seemed so dead in that arena and they didn't sell many tickets?
That's a great question. Partly, Southern California is a notoriously difficult market. Now, you could counteract that by saying, well, Rousey, we all lived through her ascendancy, and what a big sports story that was back in 2014 or 2015. She's from California. You thought that might offset it. The tickets actually, by the way, relative to UFC tickets, were significantly cheaper in general. So I think it's a combination of the fact that that market can be a little bit difficult. I also think people they were not clamoring for this main event. Yes, Carano has been in Star Wars and she was a pioneer, and yes, Ronda Rousey has some Q rating. People know who she is, but they weren't pining for this exactly. It was a lot of squash matches. It was a lot of older names, and so I just don't think it was necessarily a draw at the gate. However, what I will say in defense of what Jake Paul is trying here is, while that didn't necessarily look great from an optical standpoint, the real test, the real thing that matters is what kind of number it draws. And so the record, and I know that this is not apples to apples, we all know it, but the record for North America anyway is the first UFC event on Fox, which reached about 9 million people. They're trying to break that. If they break that, it doesn't really matter that the Intuit Dome didn't sell out that night.
Can you explain to people that don't know the Jake Paul-Dana White rivalry? And I thought it was fascinating and maybe predictable that they announced the Conor fight in the middle of this card.
I think that's less about Jake Paul. I mean, Jake Paul and Dana White are somewhat connected inside of Trump world. They have been seen together with him at various events. So, I don't think that they're necessarily the biggest friends, but I don't think that the rivalry is exactly between Jake Paul and Dana. I mean, there is some, to be clear. But the thing that I want to say is it's really about Francis Ngannou, the former UFC heavyweight champion and now the lineal heavyweight champion. What that means is, who's the last guy to hold the real title for MMA heavyweights? It's him. He was the guy that he didn't get beat in UFC. He just left, so he lost his title. But no one's ever beaten him from that to take it. So he is that guy. But Dana White can't stand him. They actually released it when Francis was walking out. So it was less about trying to undercut Paul, and it was more about trying to say to Francis, we're going to try and stick it to you every way that we can.
So let's get to the Conor McGregor side of it, and you can fill us in on the exact details. Feels like he hasn't won a fight since pre-Mayweather. I know he beat Cowboy Cerrone, so maybe there was one win since Floyd Mayweather, which was like 10 years ago. What are your expectations? He's going to step back in the ring basically in 2 months against Max Holloway. Should we have expectations?
That's a great question. He hasn't fought in 5 years. He hasn't won in almost 7. And the last time that we saw him, recall, he didn't just lose. He broke his shin in half. So he had to take time off to get that fully repaired. And then he's been doing a lot of other things in that time. Now, based on what I can see, the fan base is still pretty excited about him. In general, he still has some name value, certainly. But, as you can see from this weekend, guys, or athletes, I should say, taking that amount of time off, particularly what it's supposed to be, if not prime, like, just the back end of the prime, and you're dealing with a catastrophic injury, which most people will never come back from really at all, much less, 100%, I think casts some serious doubt about exactly what he can do. I mean, if you're asking me straight up who I think is going to win, the interesting part is that this fight is at 170 pounds, and his opponent, Max Holloway, has typically been a 45 opponent, more recently 55, and he's a good 55er, a very good 55er, but 70 would be new. I think that creates some uncertainty, but I think Max Holloway is going to knuckle him into the dirt. I think you cannot take that kind of time off against guys who are active and then expect to perform well. This is a fight he will, he could win, but I don't think that's likely.
Hey, Luke, are you prepared for Jason to pick your brain about all of the fights that are coming to D.C. for the UFC Freedom 250 card?
Oh, I got to look at that.
I'm always ready to answer questions from Jason. Happy to do it. Let's do it.
I don't have any.
Oh, I was just saying, like in the next 2 weeks, he's going to be hitting you up for that.
Yeah, I didn't even know they were coming to D.C.
The White House event. You haven't heard of that?
Not barely.
Will you have access to that, Luke?
I mean, listen, I'll just be very simple about this. Y'all don't want a political show, and I won't change that. But I'd rather be dead than over there.
Okay. But if you wanted to, you would, because you and Dana go at it, right?
Yeah, I don't think. I'll be honest. I don't think I can get credentialed to UFC events anymore. Now, I don't know that for sure. I haven't tried.
Right.
But I have given adversarial coverage to their business model, and that probably precludes me from being able to attend events. I want to be clear. I did that knowing full well what the consequences were. It doesn't really matter anymore. My business model doesn't require that, but I suspect that I'm probably not allowed.
All right, Luke, here you go. Steve Garcia's plus 155 against Diego. I assume it's Lopez, or maybe it's Lopes. I don't know.
It's Lopez. He's Brazilian, but it's spelled with an S, so it looks like Lopes.
It looks like Davey Lopes, but it's Lopez.
All right.
Steve Garcia's plus 155.
All action banger. I would not take the 55 on that, or I would not take, Steve Garcia on that one. I do think he's talented, but Diego Lopez is an absolute machine when it comes to offensive output. He's probably going to get clipped in that one.
Okay.
All right, we're talking to Luke Thomas. He's our MMA guy. Mike Marr, I don't know if you listen to the show anymore occasionally, but he's constantly making MMA picks, and he's like 2 for 2,000. Have you ever heard Marr's picks? And have you ever said, hey, that's a good pick, that's a smart... I probably shouldn't ask this question because you'll probably tell me you never heard his picks. But the guy's got an uncanny... I don't know, Marr, you want to explain yourself?
He did get Mike Perry right the other day.
You got Mike Perry right, I guess.
Mike Perry was the favorite. That's not hard to get.
He mostly picks favorites.
Yeah, but he picks a lot of favorites and they lose.
Picks a lot of favorites and he loses.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I can say.
I have heard him on
Big
occasion.
loser.
I do listen to the show.
Yeah.
I do listen to the show still. It's the worst analysis I've ever heard, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, really?
Man, you're ripping this kid's heart out.
Be honest.
Like
You should see his face, Luke.
Be honest.
Let me see it. He's so bitter.
He's whiter than he usually is.
Be honest. What's wrong with his logic and his analysis?
He watches the fights, and I do think he's a fan, and I'm sure he's a nice, bright guy, but there's just way too many missing pieces of information to justify the certainty of the pick.
Yeah, right.
I think that's what I would
Hence
say.
the horrific
you know
record.
What? I think that's fair.
He's a major uncertainty.
You're being
Less on the
rational.
details. Hey, real quick, because we got about a minute left.
Just got clumped.
John Jones was on the set there
Brutal.
for the pay-per-view or Netflix special, whatever the heck you want to call it. He dropped an arthritis line, but any chance he comes out of retirement? For a while, everybody wanted to see him fight Aspinall, and the whole Aspinall thing happened. What's likely to happen with John Jones?
Nothing. He's just completely full of crap. The dude just lies constantly. The reality is, this guy, against the better judgment of anybody who has a mammalian brain, somehow decided in 2023 to sign an 8-fight deal towards the end of his career. He's only satisfied 2 of them, which means he's got 6 fights remaining in the UFC. He has denied all of the requests for them to fight the people that they want, Aspinall or you name it, and Ngannou doesn't do it. He's now sitting on a contract that he's going to die of old age before he gets out of that contract. Let's be very, very clear about that. And so him being on TV, which, by the way, like in a T-shirt, I mean, like not even trying to look good for the cameras, and then he says, there's a good chance I'm going to get out of my deal. There's a 0% chance he's going to get out of his deal. He's wasting everybody's time. You're not going to see him fight. Probably ever again, and certainly not anytime soon.
All right, Luke. Always have you on. Always love having you on. Continued success. Check out the Morning Combat podcast.
Thanks, Luke.
Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Love
Thank
too,
you,
man.
buddy.
Good hearing from you.
All right, right now, caller number 10. We'll hook you up with 2 tickets to go see the Beach Boys Sunday, June 7th at Wolf Trap. Wouldn't it be nice to spend an afternoon with America's favorite surf rockers? Led by Mike Love, the Beach Boys continue to ride a wave unparalleled in American music history. Raise a coconut to songs like Surfin' USA, Fun, 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 and many more from the group who has shaped summer soundtracks for over 65 years.
It's the longest read ever.
That was.
And I don't know if Mike Barr's ever going to recover from the beating he just took
right.
from
You'll be
Luke
all right.
Thomas. Oh, just
Well, the
brutal.
picks speak for themselves. All right, we're out of here. B. Mitch and Finley next here on The Fan.
Big surprise in Detroit as Cleveland pulls the big upset 125-94 over the Pistons. The Cavaliers are into the East Finals for the first time since 2018. Donovan Mitchell with 26. The West Finals begin tonight. Spurs and OKC at 8:30. NHL East second round. Game 7 tonight. Montreal against Buffalo. Nats fall 7-3 to the Orioles to fall back below 500, 23-24. Gunnar Henderson with his 10th homer.
And the pitch. Swing and a drive hit well to right field. Deep toward the corner. Wood looking up. Trouble if it's fair, and it is gone. Goodbye. Into the upper deck.
The call on the Fan. Juan Soto and the Mets in town tonight on the Fan at 6:15. Mets and Nats. Philadelphia 15-4 since Don Mattingly took over. They beat the Pirates 6-0. Virginia men's tennis wins their 7th title, beating Texas 4-3. Aaron Rai won the PGA Championship, highlighted by a 68.5-foot putt on 17. Maryland women's lacrosse into the Final Four. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We got Nick Ashew joining us today as Brian Mitchell is out and about doing things. My name's JP Finley. I have large ears, and I'm back in town. It was a long, strange trip going to the Pacific Northwest, but we're back. Nick, what's up, dude?
How you doing, buddy? I saw you were in some cold Pacific Ocean, that's for sure.
Yeah,
saw you frolicking
dude.
on the beach.
You ever been to the Pacific Northwest?
Hell yeah, man. It's nice, but it's cold.
It's cold, dude. So we were just talking about it. So in the last 2 months, roughly, I've taken 2 rather large trips. One across the Atlantic Ocean to Scotland with my family, and then one across the continental United States with golf buddies, right? And it's remarkable kind of how similar Scotland and Oregon are. It's also remarkable how much easier it was to get to Scotland.
Yeah.
Dude, the travel, just the travel. Now, granted, if you just wanted to get to Portland, there's probably direct flights. If not, I'm sure there's easier connections.
Yeah.
But we had to get to a place called Bandon. So I went to Bandon Dunes, which is this string of golf courses, kind of, call it Southwest Oregon, maybe South Central Oregon. And it's just super remote.
Yeah.
So you can fly into Portland, and then it's like a 4.5-hour drive. You can fly into what's called Coos Bay, I believe, which is only like one flight a day, and that's super expensive. So like kind of the middle option was flying into Eugene, Oregon, where University of Oregon is, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool being in the airport because they got all sorts of like ducks and like it's very University of Oregon centric.
And Nike? Is it Nike too?
You know what's funny is I didn't notice that much Nike stuff.
Really?
Now I was not in the airport long.
Yeah.
But here's an example, like my travel back. So I was originally scheduled to get back late last night, and I just missed my family and stuff. And so I wanted to get back as early as possible. So we switched. I played golf Saturday night till about 8 o'clock. Then I went for a dip in the Pacific Ocean, which was very cold, very eye-opening. There are a few natural things that could do what a very cold ocean jump does to your body.
Yes.
Most of that is, to get that kind of high is generally synthetic.
Yep.
But that's natural.
You ain't lying, dude. You're not lying. It is proven. Yes.
And I've done those cold plunges. Like I jumped in the Atlantic on New Year's Day, but it's so different.
Pacific's colder.
It's way colder.
Even in the summer, it's just colder.
Dude, it never warms up.
Yeah.
Like,
well, because
people-
it all comes from the north, right? And then the Atlantic, it's all coming from the Caribbean.
Totally.
So, yeah.
Like it's coming, the water's coming down from Alaska, and it's like surfers in Malibu in August are wearing wetsuits.
Yeah.
And I was wearing shorts like an idiot. But dude, you also have to run so far out because those long flat beaches, which are great for surfing, but very bad for guys that maybe have had too much to drink and want to do a cold plunge because you got to just.
Which category did you fall in?
I'll let you guess.
All right.
But dude, so we play golf till about 8 o'clock, go down to the beach, come back up, take a shower, go to dinner. And at that point, we realized we could get on a 5 a.m. flight out of Eugene.
But to get to Eugene from where we were is about a 3-hour drive.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure we can get the van driver to get us there. So then it's like 9:30, we're having dinner, and we realize, all right, the van's going to pick us up at 1 a.m.
Oh.
So 1 a.m. van drive to get to Eugene because we have to check our luggage. Can't just roll up and
Nope.
you know what I mean? Like we got to.
You're not just rolling on your flight. Yeah.
So I'm backing out time. So 5 a.m. Eugene to Denver, then Denver to DC. Now I'm sitting at dinner. I did order one martini, only just one, Jeff. That is the rule. Never go past one. Just one. I had a martini with a twist, and we're like, dude, we can't go to sleep. Like this van's coming at 1.
No point.
Like we'll be cooked.
Yeah.
So the only option at that point is just to keep boozing.
Yep.
And for anybody that's been to Bandon Dunes, it is the middle of nowhere. There is nothing to do. It's beautiful. It's just super golf centric. Like you don't stay out late, anything. But then we found out there's one bar on property that on Saturday nights stays open till midnight. Okay, so we went to the Bunker Bar. And at this point, we teed off at 8 a.m. It's 11 p.m. after dinner. We walk into the Bunker Bar, and I don't know the decision-making process, but they allow people to smoke cigars in there.
Okay.
But it's like a basement bunker.
Yeah.
And your eyes immediately are just like blasted with the cigar smoke. And it's a cool vibe, but like we couldn't handle that. So we ended up just like drinking in a hotel lobby, but having to go into the Bunker Bar. We stay up, get back to the room like 12:30, kind of make sure all our stuff's together. Van pulls up at 1 a.m. These are back-ass Oregon roads.
Yeah.
Like, there's like logger trucks everywhere.
Windy as hell, probably.
Windy.
Yeah.
And it's dark.
Yeah.
There's no like, what is that, ambient light we all kind of get? Like, there's none of that out there.
You could see the stars.
It's the moon and the stars,
Yeah.
totally.
Yeah.
And this dude is hauling ass. It is raining. It's like 1:30 in the morning. The two guys I was with were both just passed out. And I'm like, all right, like I don't want to watch this dude drive anymore because it's freaking me out. So I gotta fall asleep. So say I get like a solid hour in the van. The Eugene to Denver leg, I slept. No problem. But it's short. It's only like maybe an hour 20. So maybe you're sleeping an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get to Denver, got a bagel, feeling good. Get on the plane. Now, normally I'm an aisle guy, and I usually sit up towards the front of the plane.
Mm-hmm.
But because we switched planes so late, I got the only seat I could. Like row 32F. I did get a window, but I'm boarding. And you know how they let families pre-board?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm boarding, and I look back, and you can't tell what number it is, but I'm just guessing. And I see two women with a very small baby, like a 8-month-old baby.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I know what's happening here. I have a feeling I'm going to be stuck in that corner with that baby. And they were very pleasant. Sure enough, I'm walking back 25, 30, 32F. Here we go.
There you go.
And I'm walking back, and they were very pleasant. And I have children, so I know how tough that can feel when you feel like everybody's watching you. So I try to be cool. Baby just screamed.
Yep.
Baby just screamed.
Yes.
Dude.
Like right off the bat the entire time.
Bro, I had headphones in, white noise cranked fully, hat on my face with a vest over the hat for darkness.
Oh my God.
Baby just screamed. And that Denver flight's like 4 hours.
Yeah. And so this is like 5 a.m., right?
Yeah.
Give or take?
No, probably. I think we left Denver at like 9.
Oh, yeah. So there was the flight to Denver. You got
and
there
you
after
get an hour.
Yeah.
The time zones and everything.
Well,
were,
yeah.
very confusing.
Yeah.
It was. I slept 0 on that flight. I watched Star Wars for a while just because I needed something to like zone out with.
I can't sleep on flights. It's hard, man. I really struggle with it too. My wife can pass out in 2 seconds. She gets a window seat, head against the window, out before we take off. I'm like, well, I'm going to get coffee.
The Mitchells in my life, Brian, passes out immediately.
He can sleep anywhere too. It's unbelievable,
including
man.
Spago in Beverly Hills. I've seen it. Mitch Tischler, I feel like he sleepwalks onto the plane. Like he is asleep so fast, it's remarkable.
I wish I had that skill.
It was, dude, I won't complain about my sleep because one of the dudes on this golf trip, the way you're not really a golf guy, right?
No, I'm getting into it this spring finally. I got people pushing me. I need to. I suck. Yeah.
Yeah, but the way golf trips are set up, they're usually set up for like 4 guys because you play in foursomes.
Yeah.
And you kind of bunk up, right? So my guy Cisco, we were great. Everything was fine. This one dude stayed with a guy that snored so loud.
Oh, no.
That this dude, the first night, tried to go sleep in the lobby of the hotel.
Was that bad?
Just on like a chair with like a pillow over his head.
Jeez.
Said he got 20 minutes of sleep. The next night, he had a bed in a room, and he went and slept on the floor in another dude's room just so he could get some sleep.
Wow. Did he get sleep at least?
A little bit more,
All right,
yeah,
all
but
right.
nothing crazy. And that dude still kicked my ass on 20 minutes sleep overnight. My golf wasn't great. I played. This will surprise nobody. My golf got progressively worse over the 4 days. Dude, I bet I walked 40, 50 miles, and your body's just beat up. And
Hell
you
yeah.
just get tired.
Yep.
It was a lot of fun. I'm really glad I did it. But trying to watch sports on the West Coast is impossible. I don't know how you do it.
What time zone do you like watching sports the most? Because I love that West Coast time zone for sports.
All right, but not on a golf trip because
that's different. That's
I'm
different.
teeing off like my second 36 every day was at 3 in the afternoon.
Right, and that's different because by 4:30 you got NBA playoff games getting ready to tip off or whatever. Yeah,
I specifically remember what must have been was last night Game 7 of Cavs.
Yes.
Pistons? Okay.
Yes.
So Game 6 must have been Friday.
Yes.
Okay. We were making the turn, and it was in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Because I saw it on the TV at the bar as I was getting yet another cocktail, and I was like, "Damn, third quarter already."
Yeah.
And so I missed that. I also haven't been particularly enamored by that series. So we finally are in the conference finals. Spurs Thunder.
Yes.
I made a bold proclamation right before Minnesota won Game 2 that I had zero concerns that the Spurs would win that series. It was a meandering path, but we got there.
It got there. That's all that matters.
I'm excited to watch that tonight.
Oh, I can't wait for
Is
that
at
series.
7 or 8 o'clock?
I think that's 8 because it's going to be in Oklahoma
Either
City.
way,
So
that's Central Time. Okay.
yeah.
I'm fired up for that. You're a Knicks fan,
Yeah.
if memory serves.
Yes.
And
Also Wizards fan. Let's remember.
That's fine. Perhaps someday
you have your
their
childhood
paths will
team, and then
converge.
you have your childhood team, and then you have your team that like you've been involved with talking about covering, especially in this industry. You know how it is.
Yeah.
You want to see the teams that you talk about win.
Totally. But your Knicks are in the conference finals.
Yeah.
How you feeling? You got to feel pretty damn good, right?
I think it's Knicks Thunder NBA Finals. That's been my prediction since the Knicks got out of the first round of the playoffs, and ever since we saw Boston get knocked out. To me, it just feels like a collision course for Knicks Thunder. I think the Spurs are a year away from knocking off the Thunder. They're not there yet. And if you look at like the trajectory of teams that build the way the Spurs and the Thunder have and the way the Wizards are now too, and to some degree the Pistons also. A lot of young guys kind of building through the draft. You put some other pieces in there together. You go through these big jumps, these big milestones, right? Where it's like you win 17 to 24 games. The next year it's like in the 40s. The next year it's maybe you're a 1 seed in the conference, but you lose in the second round. The Spurs have already kind of surpassed that with this big jump they made this year. But I just don't think that they can compete. Even though they were 4-1 against the Thunder during the regular season, the playoffs are a different animal. It's officiated differently. The experience is there for the Thunder. So I think the Thunder come out of that series, but it could go 7 games. And I think the Knicks just beat the Cavs. The Knicks were there last year. They were built to beat the Celtics already. They got a lot of 3-and-D guys, a lot of wings. If they just make sure that it's not like Jalen Brunson and everybody else. When they were doing that against Atlanta, that's why they were down 2-1. But I think we're looking at a Knicks Thunder NBA Finals as long as these teams stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it sure feels that way, right? I think part of me, I think I'm rooting for the Spurs. I feel like there's an unfair amount of kind of SGA hate going on, which I'm not into. Like, he's a great player. Like, it's not all flopping, and calling the fouls or whatever.
But here's the thing. If you look at the best players in the NBA, they all get calls. They all go to the free throw line.
Totally.
I mean, Durant in his prime was getting 10 free throws a game. We know what James Harden all did. Like, the best scorers are going to the free throw line. It's just how it works.
So the Thunder to win the series are minus 260. That's pretty significant.
Yep.
And then the Knicks are minus 265.
Yep.
Do you care that it's Cleveland instead of Detroit? Was one of them a better matchup?
Detroit actually had a lot of success against the Knicks in the regular season. The big thing here is that Cleveland's got their 2 bigs, when you got kind of that twin tower thing going on, I think that could be an issue for the Knicks. They're going to give Karl Anthony Towns some hell because you can switch off, and it doesn't have to be just one. It doesn't have to be just Allen or Mobley the entire time on him. So I think that's one thing to think about. But,
Donovan Mitchell's the kind of dude, like if last year, was it Knicks Pacers or it was Pacers Celtics, right? Was the Eastern Conference Finals?
No, Celtics got knocked out in the second round last year. 2 years ago it was Pacers Celtics. Last year was Knicks Pacers.
I don't want to freak you out.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't Donovan Mitchell the type of dude that could give you a Halliburton run?
He could
over a 6-game series.
But he's also had, remember, with the Jazz and even with the Cavs until this point, a lot of playoff failures. And not to mention, the Cavs traded for James Harden, hoping that he was going to be the guy to break them through. But his first 2 games of the series, this past series against Detroit, he was terrible. Now it was better over the rest of it, but how worn out is James Harden going to be playing 2 7-game series so far to start this? James Harden's going to have a dud game 1. I think James Harden has an absolute dud
they're
game
at the
1.
Garden game 1, right?
Yes.
That's a boat race.
Yeah.
What's the line in that? Put it on the Knicks. Same way I thought about the Sixers game 1 last week.
What is that right now? I haven't even looked at that line yet. I should have.
I want to check in with the Stallion, though.
Knicks minus 7.5, by the way. Knicks minus 7.5. Yeah.
Hell of a weekend for the Nats.
Yeah, huge weekend for the Nats. I mean, you saw on Saturday, they got to the 500 mark. JP, I put it down today. They lost 15 straight games when trying to get to that 500 mark. The last time they were at that mark was May of 2024. So they've been kind of dancing with that for a while. They blow out the Birds, and they try to go for the sweep yesterday to get over the 500 mark. Ultimately kind of fell short.
13-3 over the Orioles to get to 500.
Insane.
That's a cool mark for the organization that's been god-awful.
Yeah, and Cade Cavalli started that game. He looked great this weekend. Like, the Nationals just played really good baseball. And those 2 games, like, obviously, it was the Orioles in town, like the Beltway Series rivalry and all that. But there was, like, 38,000 people there. And then it was a sellout crowd on Saturday. Like, people were hyped.
When's the last sellout? I guess you got a lot of Baltimore people coming down.
You're getting a lot of Orioles fans.
Yeah, exactly. But even then, it was like favorably towards the Nats.
Did you go?
I did not go, actually. Saturday was a heck of a day for me.
What'd you do Saturday?
I mean, I haven't done this.
Drinking mimosas all day?
I had mimosas at noon.
It's a good thing B's not here.
I know. It's a safe space. I had mimosas at noon, and I didn't get home till like 2 a.m. that night.
All right.
I mean, it was a wild
I remember when I could
day.
do that back in the day. It
I'll
hurts now.
tell you, I'm retired from that.
Yeah,
I can't do
we've
that
all
anymore.
said that before.
I cannot do it anymore.
So
You'll be all right.
I kind of like my pace of the day would be, I was very responsible. I wouldn't have a drink on the first tee, but most of these courses would have a turn stand, like a hospitality station, if you will. Certainly by like the 5th or 6th.
Tempting
tee.
you to come over. Come join us.
I started the day with a Guinness because that's for strength.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you have a 9:15 a.m. Guinness and you're kind of just off and running for the day.
Oh, yeah.
And then, dinner and bed by 10:30. You don't. This is not a drinking golf trip because you're walking. You're walking.
Yeah.
Like you can't put 10 beers in the cooler on the cart. You know what I mean? Like walking is different, but there was like a steady pace throughout the day. Jeffrey, did you miss me?
Yeah, I missed you, Jay.
That was enthusiastic. Really enthusiastic.
That caught me off guard.
It's like, yeah, kinda,
Yo, we haven't said this publicly, but I want to say it publicly. DJ Heat has been the DJ for the Wizards and the Mystics for a while, and she's awesome. I've gotten to know her a little bit, like follow each other on social media. She's fantastic. But she announced she's not retirement, obviously, but she's not going to do the Mystics and the Wizards DJing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
This is our public stamp. This is the B. Mitch and Finley program officially nominating Jeff Walker, DJ Jeff Too Funny, to be the Wizards and Mystics.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now, this is just a nomination.
Now, yeah, where's
we're letting the world
Monumental?
know.
Yeah, where's Monumental? Tell them get me on.
Yeah. Jeff, I mean, this is also like a real thing. Jeff DJs at Commanders games. Like, you're a lifelong Wiz Bullets Sticks fan.
Makes sense.
It adds up.
I think all the pieces are in place.
Yeah, who's ever listening, Joey? I know you got some higher ups. Tell them how.
Joey, get him involved, man.
Listen, Nick and I have known Joey a long time.
Yes.
Joey is not the guy to get us on.
Whoa! You don't know.
Don't play
Come on
Joey
now.
like
They may have more pull than you know. Come on, Joey. I believe in you. Okay.
Jeff is the guy for the job. I haven't said this in a while. I want to have a real Nationals conversation because at some point, Like, we're almost to June. If you're flirting around 500, if you can add to that team, what are we looking at? I want to have a real conversation. Also, I want to go through the Commander schedule kind of line by line because I have a lot of thoughts. B. Mitch and Finley just getting warmed up.
Orioles salvaged Game 3 of the 3-game set at Nats Park, beating the Nats 7-3. Gunnar Henderson a homer, and Kobe Mayo followed with another HR. Jacob Young went yard for the Nats.
Now the 3-1. Swing and a long drive on cue. Deep to left. There it goes. It is gone. Goodbye. Bang. Zoom goes Jacob Young.
The Nats and the Mets tonight at 6:15 on The Fan. Cleveland beat the Detroit Pistons 125-94. Donovan Mitchell 26. Jared Allen and Sam Merrill each with 23. They'll face off against the Knicks next. West Finals tonight, San Antonio at OKC, Game 1 at 8:30. NHL tonight, at Game 7, Montreal is at Buffalo. Virginia men's tennis wins their 7th title, beating Texas 4-3. Men's lacrosse Final Four, Princeton against Duke and Notre Dame against Syracuse. Duke beat Georgetown 16-6. Aaron Rye wins the PGA Championship. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, for the golf crowd, Nick's not the biggest golf guy. I don't want to bore him with golf stories.
You're not going to bore me. Golf stories are great. I just suck at golf. There's a difference.
Well, B. Mitch.
Right?
We all suck. That's golf.
Yeah, well,
right?
that's fair. Yeah, that's true.
But B will very much care if I give him some specifics about the rounds and everything that transpired. Yeah. So I'm going to wait for B to be back on that. Especially knowing I missed a putt to win an entire match for my entire team. He'll love that. So I'm going to wait and give him the real blow-by-blow of that. Even if there were shenanigans in the other match that somehow we're all just brushing over. I'm gonna save all that for Brian. But the other thing that transpired while I was in Oregon was the NFL schedule getting released. And the full Commander schedule. And dude, like for me, this is a very, very exciting time. And when you look at the first month for the Commanders, dude, they're going to be underdogs the first 3 weeks of the year,
they are.
including their home opener against the defending Super Bowl champion. At Philly, at Dallas, and then against Seattle. I'm sure we let people call in and give their records and all that. And it's such a crazy, like, mental hurdle that you already know who they're playing and where. But once you see it lined up and how it's all going to shake out, it just feels very, very different. I mean, those first 3 games are brutal. But you're going to have to play good teams regardless. You know it's coming at some point, just a really rough stretch. The hardest part to me, looking at that, at Philly, at Dallas, then Seattle at home. And then, hell, you have to travel to London to play a Colts team that started out like a rocket last
Those
year.
games always get weird. The travel always makes it weird.
Totally.
I don't think there's any question about that.
And the Colts, I believe, have been really good internationally. So I don't want to be discounting of that game at all. But that first month of the season, dude, the biggest thing, because I do think there are advantageous pockets of this schedule. You know, you get the Cardinals and the Titans back to back. Like there's good pockets.
Till Jeremiah Love goes off for 200 yards, and then
I think that Cardinals team's gonna be god awful.
I think they're gonna be bad too.
But the hardest part of this is I don't think we are properly recognizing what 2 new coordinators means. And I'm not at all doubting or like skeptical that either Jones or Blau can be the guy. I really like the hires. I really like the decision-making process that landed on those guys. And Jones has been in football long enough that I don't think there's going to be some moment where he's not ready to meet it, even though he hasn't been a D coordinator in the NFL. Like I think he has like such a book to work off of that he's going to be ready to meet that moment. But David Blau has never had 3rd and 6, late third quarter, your team's down 10. Oh, and by the way, your right guard busted up his thumb. Like he's never been in those scenarios. And to have to open with back-to-back NFC East games on the road where it's going to be madness. Like Philly 4:30. Those people are going to 4:30 Sunday, September 13th. They're tailgating today for that game. Like, that place will be chaos. And you would have liked it to be like the Pacific Beach is a very long, pleasant walk out. The water's cold, but it's very long,
or
easy
a stroll
slope.
if you're going for a nice, little
Sure.
frolic like you did.
Not fall off a cliff.
No.
Like, you were immediately in the deep end with those two games. And again, I really like Blau. If you go back and check, a year ago, I was saying I think Cliff will be gone. I think they'll promote Blau. And people thought I was crazy because of the other names on that staff that they wouldn't promote them. And I was like, I think it'll be Blau. Now, granted, I thought Cliff was going to get a head coaching job.
Yeah.
But here we are. Cliff's gone. Blau's got the job. That's to me what makes the big first month so difficult. And then I said this to Brian last week. The matchup this year I was most excited to see was Seattle, because you get an immediate opportunity. I actually really like that it's early in the season too. You get an immediate opportunity to see. Now, they had that stretch last year where 4 straight games they lost by 3 touchdowns or more. It was god-awful, right? That forced Dan Quinn to do something with Joe Witt. But of that stretch, like Kansas City, that game was tight at halftime. They just couldn't do anything offensively.
Second half, the bottom fell out.
Even the first game at Dallas, that did feel like a name-your-score kind of game. Dallas could have put 50 on them. But Washington, before Jaden went out, was able to move the ball pretty good. The Seahawks game, which was here, Sunday Night Football, I think it was then the first time we saw the Super Bowl-era uniforms, right? Which are now just the uniforms.
Yeah.
That Seattle game was so decidedly one-sided. It was such an abusive, beat that ass, you know what I mean?
It was the first time that we saw Jaden Daniels actually get frustrated. He stopped smiling after mistakes. Right? We saw him slam the football down, and it's before he even dislocated his elbow. It just felt like that was the first point where you're watching Jaden Daniels and you're like, oh, he's pissed. Like, he does not want to be out here with what they're dealing with, right? He had nobody to throw the ball to.
31-7 at halftime.
Yeah.
And Seattle took their foot off the gas in the second half, but their defense was so great that they couldn't, like, offensively. And then you get, why is Jaden still out there down 30? Then he gets injured. Then DQ says I was going to take him out the next drive. Like, I'll never understand. If you're going to take somebody out the next drive, just take them out now.
Yeah.
Like, if you already have the thought process of this game is gone, then it's gone. Like, the second that enters your brain,
that's enough.
It's over.
Yeah.
But, so, whatever. That's why I'm really excited for them to get another crack at Seattle, and specifically defensively. Now, presumably, I know Kenneth Walker's gone. I don't know how much the rest of the Seahawks roster has changed. I mean, NFL rosters change every year. But Kenneth Walker in that game was hardly a big factor. I think he had about 50 total yards. They didn't really run the ball because they were able to just throw it whenever they wanted. I really want to see what the Washington defense can do to Seattle. I think it's a good opportunity for them to show, hey, we changed something. Maybe we fixed something. But
it's also a different Seattle team because the defense is different. Clint Kubiak's not there anymore as the offensive coordinator. So what does Sam Darnold look like? We know he needs a system that's going to work for him. We know it worked under Kubiak to a point. Kenneth Walker, like you said, gone. Like, I think Seattle's got 6 nationally televised games. The NFL is leaning hard into their title defense, and this could be a team where they, I don't know if I necessarily use the word regression, but it feels like a team that could absolutely take a step back when they were already a surprise to be in the Super Bowl last year anyway. Because I'm with you. Like, I look at the beginning of the schedule and I see, oh my God, it's a gauntlet. But at the same time, after the initial reaction I have, I'm sitting there live on the air and it's popping out and I'm like, oh my God, this is horrible. And then I go, wait, JP, we could also go the other way and say, here are reasons why these games might not be as much of a gauntlet as you think, right? And you look at the Eagles, and it's like, well, what does Jalen Hurts look like in that offense? And is that going to continue to be a problem?
I feel like week 1 could be a stealable game.
Yes.
They've got a new coordinator there. Mm-hmm. They're not going to have A.J. Brown, presumably.
No, they're not.
That's their first. Their offense sucked with A.J. Brown.
Right.
Now you have 2 smaller outside guys because they just added Lemon and Devontae Smith, obviously. And, like, Hurts doesn't like throwing in the middle of the field. You still have Saquon. You still have a lot of players on defense.
But what's Saquon look like? Saquon took a step back last year, too.
I think their line did.
So, yeah. Well, yeah.
So last year, I really liked Seattle going into the season. When we did our division picks, I had them winning the West, and people thought I was crazy. To me, Mike McDonald is the kind of dude. That team's not going away. If you try to think just very big picture, Washington plays the top two, the highest odds of winning the Super Bowl, the Rams and the Seahawks. But then they don't play many of the other teams here. So the Rams are 8-1, the Seahawks are 10-1. Then it's the Bills, who they don't play at 10-1. The Ravens at 10-1, they don't play. The Chiefs 15-1, they don't play. Then they get the Eagles at 16-1. They don't play the Pats, they don't play the Chargers, they don't play the Packers. You know what I mean? It is kind of interesting once you get into the meat of it. You just wonder how long you can last. A ton of NFC East games early on here. I mean, half your NFC East season is over before Halloween.
Which it used to be the opposite. They flipped it, so we're backloading all these games, and now I feel like they've completely flipped the entire schedule with this.
I think, so the first four we talked about at length. The London game we discussed plenty because we all kind of understood it was going to be the Colts. Week 5, hosting the Giants. I have no idea what the Giants are going to be. I don't know if you do.
I know there's going to be a higher floor. That's it. Really, John Harbaugh is going to make them less of a dum-dum team, and we know that he's in charge, and we know that you have a general manager that's a figurehead that's not doing anything. But can he get Jackson Dart to actually learn how to slide? Can he get, this defense to be, get all of the talent that you have in terms of the edge rushers there? Is it going to be a lot of the, I'm showing up and showing that I'm in charge and he's got to be the hard ass, or are they going to buy into his system? I think the Giants there's a chance that the Giants' floor is certainly raised short term. It's definitely going to be the case with him long term. It's just, what is the culture and what does that team actually look like early on? Or is there a long adjustment period with John Harbaugh? I think that's going to be the real telling sign. We'll see.
Sometimes when you're the new coach and you come in and you're the ball buster, takes a year to get the team you want together.
And that's the thing. It could be that way.
So we'll see. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC. It's 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. Coming right back, we're just getting to the second, even just the middle of the schedule. There's a lot to chop up here. B. Mitch and Finley. It's funny, you hear us talk about all the intricacies of the NFL schedule, but you know what's way more intricate than that? Buying and selling a home. And if you're going to do that, you got to make sure you have an expert. That's why on B. Mitch and Finley, we rely on John Leahy. Think about this. We had sellers up in Frederick. They listed their home last year, hoping to get it done. But despite all of the effort, the property didn't sell. That was a bummer, and they were uncertain about trying it again. This year, with a fresh strategy and renewed determination, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group brought the home back to market. Within just 2 days, John and his team received a strong offer and went under contract. A seriously emotional turnaround for these sellers after the previous year's disappointment. The home sold for $355,000, the exact price the sellers needed, transforming what was a serious setback into a true success story. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. Whatever it is, buying, selling a house can be very, very stressful. Give John and his team a call, and they're going to get you the most cash with the least amount of stress as possible. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. I love my guys in the aquarium, but I'm happy that nothing's changed. Let me know, fellas. We'll figure it all out together. We're in it together. We're going through the Commanders' schedule here. A lot of NFC East action early. 3 NFC East games before the middle of October. Then a long Monday night road trip to play the Niners. Listen, man, it's the NFL. All the games are hard. And whenever you think one's easy, that's when the Browns beat the Texans to keep them out of the playoffs. Or maybe that was vice versa. The Texans beat somebody.
That was the Texans.
It was the.
Are you talking about last year?
No, I'm going like 3 years back where the Texans were like 2-14.
It was Dallas, wasn't it? Weren't they playing Dallas? Well, yeah. The reason why I say this is because I remember betting at one. It was definitely a bet I lost because it was it goes down that road. So that's where the pain really comes to.
Sure.
Yep.
I mean, dude, they'll be closed out with Philly by November 1st. Stallion will be hungover from Halloween, and they won't be playing the Eagles again. That's Sunday Night Football at home in Landover. Should be a rowdy crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope it's not too green. Then the Rams coming. I do think it's really advantageous for the Commanders. You got the Rams coming Sunday 1:00. Like Sunday 1:00 for those West Coast teams, not always that easy. I haven't looked at what they have before or after.
Yeah, I can tell you.
LA, I'm saying. But that game, as far as playing a good team in the
They've
Rams,
got the Chargers November 1st, and then they're at the Cardinals November 15th. The Rams. But sandwiching the Commanders, essentially. So
not an outrageous situation for them.
No.
Then I'm calling my shot on this. I don't know how. I don't know that I can get this kind of look ahead line. White Brian, maybe you can look this up. Thursday, November 12th, Commanders going up to New York to play the Giants. This is old school Skins Giants ugly. Yep. I want to bet that under right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like a Thursday night game with just by mid-November, the Meadowlands weather always sucks. The winds are always swirling. White Brian, if there is a total available for Week 10, Skins Giants, November 12th, you let me know. Because
I'm literally popping on right now.
I might alt total that thing down to 16 and take the under. Doesn't that reek of a 12-7 final?
Yes. Well, first off, the smart thing is to always take the under in every Thursday night game. But it's even more in this sense when you got 2 division games. And look, by that point, we'll have a little bit of a better idea what the Giants look like, too, under Harbaugh. They're running the ball more. Like, what does that style of play look like for them in the first year with him there? Where, you might be getting, and I can't find anything. We don't have anything up there yet. But
I don't think I can get a total on Week 12 or Week 10.
Well, listen, you can at least get some spreads. You never know. Maybe you want to dabble at least in that spread if you want to go that way. But, there's nothing up there yet. Just here's what I would say. Just keep looking at the schedule. Give yourself some time. They got some, we got some look-aheads already up there. Give yourself some time. Maybe you'll get it early. But always take the under on a Thursday game. And with that, I'm with you. Absolutely. That might be a game where you could get, you know what you really could do if you really want to take an alternate total there. Get yourself some serious value. Take that thing under like 23.5.
I just said 16.
I know. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like
that thing.
Well, 16. Okay, if you're serious about 16, I'll give you credit when you're going to get like 8-1 for that. But like, damn, dude, even if you go under 23.5, I'd take that.
A game that I'm super excited for. So think about this stretch. The Commanders will be on national TV 3 out of 4.
Mm-hmm.
Week 8 against Philly, Sunday Night Football on NBC.
It's better than last year.
Seriously. Week 10 is a Thursday nighter on Amazon. Week 11, Monday night against the Bengals, where you know what I'm most excited for in that matchup? How many times we get to see the Jaden to Terry touchdown on Monday Night Football 2 years ago in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
They're going to replay that
a million times.
A million times.
And it's the reason why they wanted to have this game on Monday night. Again, of course, the question becomes, is Joe Burrow healthy by week 11? What happens then? Which is like, that's the hardest part about when you do this with the schedule is, here's what it would look like if everybody's healthy. We know everybody's going to deal with some level of injuries, but the big one always with the Bengals is, we know what their ceiling can be when Joe Burrow's healthy. It's just that he's never actually healthy. But if that's the case, that's a monster game. I mean, that could be that's where you take the over no matter what it is.
You might be right. But there are people in Cincinnati saying the exact same thing that you just said about Burrow, about Jaden.
And you're right.
And
now, longer track record, though.
Is certainly.
Yeah.
Jaden was completely healthy one season and then not the next season. We don't have the same sample size as we do with Burrow.
But it's fair to ask that question either way.
Sure. Then out to Arizona the week after Thanksgiving. That's a 4:30. So the way the 4:30 games work, they're generally the national game.
Yeah.
But sometimes there are competing. I haven't looked at this. Do you think Commanders Cardinals is the national game that Sunday afternoon? Because Nick, before you laugh it off,
I know.
You've got 3 games on Thanksgiving and a Black Friday, and you got to fill Sunday night and Monday night. So that is
Let's see what
6
we
of your
got.
marquees already locked up, and you probably have a couple of buys by the time you get to week 12.
All right, so
that's a legit chance to actually be Commanders Cardinals,
No,
America's game of the
you've
week.
got Seahawks 49ers.
There you have it,
That's
folks.
That's it. Or Patriots Chargers. Ain't a chance.
Get ready for the F team on Fox. I don't know who it is. But that's who's going to be working.
Also,
that
even
thing.
Tennessee Jacksonville. So the whole the late window
They
there
will
is
not
Tennessee
get a worse look than Tennessee
That's what I'm
Jacksonville.
saying. So you'll at least have that will be the worst, and then it'll be Commanders Cardinals, and then Seahawks 49ers and Patriots Chargers will get the. Well, actually, no, sorry. Patriots Chargers is Sunday night. I'm completely wrong.
This is where if they could just tread water early, and I know it's challenging, but it's the NFL. Life is hard, man. You got to tread water. You got to be within a game of 500, and then you get to this Cardinals-Titans stretch. And frankly, the Texas defense is phenomenal. Defense is harder to keep at an elite level year over year, and that Texans offense, I don't know what it is. I don't know who Stroud is. There was a time where he looked to be like one of the next great quarterbacks. And gosh, his playoff performances were so bad. But you get Arizona, Tennessee, Houston at home, Atlanta at home. If you can get to Thanksgiving floating around 500, even 1, maybe even 2 games under.
Yeah.
But you can't crater. If you can get there, get relative health, that 4-game stretch, dude, Arizona, Tennessee, Houston, Atlanta, then you get Minnesota, then I think Jacksonville's actually legit good, but that's where you got to chop a bunch of wood, is that kind of week 12 through week 17 portion of the season.
The front-loaded schedule is going to tell us what this team is mentally, just because you're going to see those 2 division games on the road and then the defending Super Bowl champs and the 49ers and Eagles and Rams after that. I mean, I'd argue the first 9, really the first even 11 weeks of this season, like you said, if you can kind of stay close to around 500, it tells us, well, it also gives us an idea of what this offense and defense are going to look like against really the front end of the competition, the really, really tough spots.
Totally.
So, yeah, I'm with you. I think this is tread water at the beginning and then try to make up some ground later on in the schedule.
It's B. Mitch and Finley. John Keim joins us at noon. Imagine never having to worry about your home again. No surprise breakdowns, no stressful who do I call moments. Just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you. Their expert technicians handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. With proactive service plans, Crop Metcalf is built for people who'd rather not think about home repairs. They take care of the regular maintenance that keeps your warranty in place. Plus, they correct the little issues before they cause a costly breakdown. No stress, no guesswork, just a home that runs the way it should. So give your avoidant homeowner friend the nudge they need to finally deal with the noise or the leak or whatever it is, and tell them to leave it to the experts. No do-it-yourself disasters. No taking your chances on some dude with a truck. Just year-round peace of mind. Memberships start at just $15 a month. Learn more at serviceexperts.com.
This update brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Nashville is expected to be named the host of Super Bowl 64 in 2030 by the NFL owners as early as Tuesday when they have the spring league meeting. This is from NFL Network. Aaron Rodgers has arrived in Pittsburgh as the team gets ready for OTAs. Aaron Rye won the PGA Championship, highlighted by a 68.5-foot putt on 17. Nationals get ready for the Mets today after a 7-3 loss to the Orioles. 6:15 tonight. It is the pregame show right here on The Fan. Cleveland defeats Detroit 125-94, taking on the Knicks in the East Finals tonight. West Finals Game 1, San Antonio at Oklahoma City. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Got our friend Nick Ashew joining us. B-Mitch, I believe, is taking part in a charity golf tournament today.
When is he not golfing?
This weekend he rode a bike to Gettysburg.
All right, top of this. When is he not riding a bike or golfing? It's one or the other.
I was thinking about this. So B, and listen, man, him and our good friend Mike Beasley, they raise a ton of money for veterans groups with this bike ride to Gettysburg. Super impressive. I don't know. So B does this bike ride to Gettysburg he just did. And then he does another bike ride to the beach. He rides his bike to Dewey Beach. I don't know which one's harder. I was thinking about it. I think the beach is more mileage.
Okay.
But you get up into like Western Maryland, up into Pennsylvania, you got serious hills.
The hills are what kick your ass,
At least
man.
the beach is pretty flat.
Yeah.
You get to the Eastern Shore, that's got to be pretty
straight.
flat.
You're seeing the horizon from far, far away there.
So I don't. It's interesting. Would you think it's harder?
So all right. So let's go over it again. So we've got hills. I'd go with the hills. It's got to be the harder one with hills. Hills automatically make everything harder.
I agree.
I don't think I could. I mean, because here's the thing: distance is fine, but you can coast. Like you can let momentum just go. You can ride a bike without a hill. The minute you start going uphill is when you're exhausted and you start burning.
Right.
So yeah, I'd go with anything involving hills is going to make it harder. That's my vote.
But here's what I can tell you: there's a palpable buzz for the boys. So as everybody knows, this year we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, which is just incredible. Incredible. Dude, you and I have known each other, what, decade, roughly?
About a decade or so, yeah.
I was thinking about this driving in. I don't know that we've ever done a show together. Like, we've always been in the same buildings
radio
and
show.
Studios.
When we were at NBC together, it was
different. I came
different.
on with you guys.
Yeah, but we never did like a full... Did you ever fill in for anybody with one of my shows?
I don't think
Not
so.
basketball, obviously, but I'm trying to think of... Did I ever do a Redskins show? No, maybe not. Definitely not radio. Only like guests.
I was also thinking about it. So I can remember the show. So
yeah.
It was you, Alexa, and Travis, right?
No, Wes.
Okay.
Wes Hall.
So in my head, I was driving down here just thinking through, Ryan's like Nick's in today. I was like, oh, great. And I was just thinking about all the stuff. The theory of that show was let's get 3 good-looking people on a couch and see what happens. Was that?
It was. You know what it was? You know what's funny? It was ahead of its time. DC Sports Live was because it was sitting on a couch and talking about sports, and now everybody's got a podcast and they're doing
Seriously.
it. Should have just stuck with it. Damn pandemic.
COVID changed a lot.
Ruined everything, man.
But so it's just these boys are so excited to get to Dewey Beach. Ryan the Stallion.
As you should
and
be.
Mikey Marr out there. These are 27-year-old young men.
Oh, it was. That's when you can still go. You can do the mimosas at 8 a.m. and go till midnight
with a free hotel room for them.
I mean, it's a beautiful setup.
Like gold.
Actual
gold.
Catch this out too. We just found out that Mike and I are sharing a hotel room on Friday night.
Oh,
it's probably not.
Which one of you sleeps nude?
You guys have to share?
We have to share a hotel Friday night.
Who sleeps nude, and are you going to still stick with it?
We don't. So, yeah. So that's something we'll have to figure out. We don't know.
By the way, I love making Clary embarrassed. Whenever you can make Ryan embarrassed and he says something, he just goes, whoa. That's always my goal every day.
Dude, what's tough is skinny, handsome Clary, when he does his ho face, it looks normal.
Yeah.
But when he was old fat Clary.
Yeah, I remember.
I mean, that look was like Santa Claus.
It was. It was better then. Can you get fat again? It's way funnier.
I know it is. I know it is.
Yeah.
But
I miss Fat Jeff. I miss Fat Stallion.
Stop taking care of yourselves, guys.
All right. I did want to get back to the Wizards, dude.
Oh, man.
I listen to Scott Van Pelt's podcast every week, and he and Stanford Steve talked at length about Debantza, about what you do at number one. And I am most in the take the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you sucked for so long to get the number one pick. Now, granted, last year it would have been different with Flag. There's no question. Right. I leaned Debantza. Probably a strong lean. But I did text with somebody. I'm trying to think when this was, because if I was in Oregon texting about the number one pick, it seems kind of not normal for me.
It's a big deal, man. I'm curious to see where this is going to go, because I'm wondering if you're going to have a similar thought process as me here. I'm going to wait and see what you say first, though.
So I am going into this Team Debantza. And don't put my phone on the television for who I'm texting with. But I texted with somebody that really knows things about the National Basketball Association. You think the Wiz will actually trade out of one? And I texted this dude out of the blue. You know, the reply was, I bleeping hope not, with a follow-up. And this is interesting. Draft Darren Peterson and don't bleep it up. I said, ahead of AJ? He said, bleep yes, LOL. And then sent me the clip of Peterson going 19 of 25 with the spot-up threes from the NBA draft combine.
Okay, we've texted the same person. Okay. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm pretty sure we have the same. One of the conversations I've had was with probably this same NBA person. And I will just say this.
That impacted my mindset.
And so here's the thing. Darren Peterson has more upside. Now, I'm not going to look at the Kobe Bryant comparisons and that's a dangerous comparison. We do that. We got to be careful, because Harrison Barnes was compared to Kobe when he got to North Carolina. Andrew Wiggins got a similar thing. And look, they both had great careers, but none of them were Kobe. That being said, Darren Peterson this past year, if you saw Darren Peterson in high school play that way for his 1 year at Kansas, without the cramping, without the issues, without getting in and out of games and all the questions that were there would be much more conversation, and more teams, and I think more insiders and more just scouts and people in general would be more comfortable with saying Darren Peterson number one overall. The thing is Debantza and Peterson are both number one overall picks in any draft, right? Like, they're both worthy of it. Cameron Boozer is somebody that would be worthy in most drafts of being a number one overall pick. It's just a loaded draft. This is what you expect. Darren Peterson, though, has higher upside. Better shooter, a lot more effort defensively. Yeah, he's not, the NBA body isn't there as much as Debantza has. The athleticism certainly more with Debantza, but Peterson certainly has that too. But when you go back and watch when BYU and Kansas played. Peterson went at him, and he wasn't 100%. He's dealing with the cramping. He's dealing with all the things that he had to deal with. You are in a spot where the floor is going to be high for either one of these guys. It's the ceiling and the potential for Darren Peterson that is higher, just from a scorer, as a shooter, as a defender. The complete player ceiling is much higher for Darren Peterson than even Debantza. But again, both of these floors are really high for these guys. They are franchise-altering talents that you're going to be looking at.
It's just interesting because at 6'6", basically, I think Peterson was probably the higher regarded kid coming into college, right?
Yes.
Is the only question with Peterson the weirdness from Kansas?
I think that's a big thing that hovers over him, the checking in and out of games. And now the question is, and listen, medicals can clear this. I'm not a doctor, but they can look at guys and you can see at least if there's I think the only concern would be is it something that could linger moving forward. So you've got to see in workouts how he is and things like that. Look, 5 grams of creatine, people. You don't need more than that. Stay away from all the rest of it. But it does concern teams.
Do you believe the creatine story?
I do, because you can overload on that stuff. He basically tried to go through a loading phase. He's a skinny kid. Look, he's 6'6", 195, give or take. He wanted to get bigger. He knew that it was needed because he also was playing out of position at Kansas. Darren Peterson's more of a 1. He's a point guard. And they moved him more off the ball. He was more of a 2 at times. He should be a point guard in the NBA. Big point guard. And again, it's a little more positionless now in the NBA. It's a lot more guys playing off 2-point guards or 2 combo guards out there at the same time. But he was trying to bulk up and get bigger. I mean, he's a skinny kid, but you can do that the right way with real NBA level trainers and nutrition and all of that. I'm not concerned about a guy coming into the NBA skinny. Michael Jordan did that. I mean, Kevin Durant's played an entire career way too skinny. So it's not a game anymore in the NBA where that matters as much. If he was a 7-footer that you needed to go crash the boards and protect the rim, you're like, all right, maybe we need a little bit more size there. I'm not that concerned about that. The real concern is that something that lingers moving forward? And really a lot of that was just dehydration. And it took time to really get past that.
So my question with Peterson then, with the creatine, I know in the NFL, I know from the agent side, I know what scouts and front office people think. This happens especially with quarterbacks. When a quarterback struggles in college, by the time about a week before the combine, you're going to hear about some injury that you didn't know about before.
Yes.
And it's spin, right? They're trying to rebuild their guy up going into the combine. We saw it this year with Will Nussmeier, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it was an injury, if it was the creatine, if that's real, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But if that is spin and there's a question about the kid, and I recognize how much NIL has probably changed everything.
Yeah.
But if there's a question how much you love the sport and are willing to lay it all on the line for the sport in college, what's that going to be like once you're handed what is a number 1 overall pick guaranteed? 40, 50 mil?
And that's one of the reasons why it wasn't surprising to me that the whole story and let me be more upfront about what happened type of it's the creatine and here's my whole story and what really went on. I have a problem with somebody not talking about it in the middle of the season. You need to explain it because it was a huge story and it could have, I don't think it's going to now, but it could have affected his draft stock there. But when people are questioning your drive and your desire to play, that goes to a Ben Simmons, and we know how that's turned out.
Totally.
So, and I don't think that's there with Darren Peterson. It was a legit, as far as we know, as far as we're told, that was the legit reason. Now, could there be an exaggeration? I'm not going to sit here and just say, oh, yep, that's 100% true. I don't know. But what I will say is you've given us a reasonable explanation. Now he's got to show in workouts and everything moving forward, even interviews with teams in these conversations. He's got to show that, well, if he's going to get compared to Kobe, the Mamba mentality is there with him. And I think that's going to be really important for teams to be able to figure out because, like you said, stuff comes out right before the draft all the time, man. And sometimes it's the truth and sometimes it's a lie because teams want to see somebody drop.
I don't know. I think because of his passing and how he passed and the tragedy around it, I'm very hesitant to make any Kobe comps with anything.
Mm-hmm.
The thing, there were a lot of things I didn't like about the Bam Adebayo 80-point game.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was, 83.
83, yeah.
But I don't like the way the Heat played at the end there. Frankly, I don't like the way the Wiz played at the end there, or perhaps throughout the game. I mean,
they were quadruple teaming him. It was all 5 guys at times on him, and you're just this is...
It was embarrassing for the sport, I thought, the way that ended.
Yeah.
But what I didn't like the most was that he beat Kobe.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is legacy and pass with his death. So I hesitate to make any Kobe comps, but I get the size and the frame,
right?
I and just
and that's why I said you got to be careful with it. Yes,
I totally get it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't think this is as one-sided as, when the pick happened, when the lottery happened, it was oh my gosh, the Banter. I think there is some conversation.
I'm with you too.
The great David Aldridge had an article in The Athletic about the number 1 pick. They polled 13 NBA execs. What should Washington do at 1? Take AJ DeBanza got 7 votes. So that's a majority, right? Darren Peterson got 2 votes, and one person voted for Cam Boozer. One of the 7 respondents said, take AJ and sleep like a baby. Said DeBanza's upside and floor are so high that he's the safest pick in the draft. The worst case for AJ DeBanza would be Andrew Wiggins, who was a number 1 pick that only made 1 All-Star team in 12 years. Another exec said they should trade back and take Boozer if they can get a future first in the process. And I think a lot of folks said they should consider trading down to 2 or even 3 if they're convinced they could get Peterson or Boozer. I like Caleb Wilson a lot. I don't know. The conversation will continue. How much does Utah want Dabansa?
Right.
And the owner has come, like he was on McAfee last week. I think sometimes in sports when something seems so obvious, it's probably BS. This one seems real. That Utah
Jazz trading up, you're saying?
I don't know about the trade, but that they at least want Dabansa.
That's fair.
That seems real.
Yeah.
Now maybe it's just I say this all the time. I want a Range Rover. I drive a 4Runner. Like there's things you want in life, right? But maybe don't get. How real do you think their desire to come up is?
I think their desire to want Dabansa is real. I think the desire to trade up is going to be manufactured a lot more by the internet. Because here's the thing, and there's this, again, this is more of, there's a lot of stuff floating around on social media right now. If it were true, and this rumored framework of a deal of the Jazz trading up from 2-1, and then also offering, so the number 2 pick, Ace Bailey, who they drafted last year, who is a tremendous talent in his own right, in another draft that had a lot of talent in it last year, and then a future first-round pick on top of that. If I'm the Wizards, I'm taking that trade in a second. I am not hesitating, because you could get Darren Peterson at 2. Then you would add Ace Bailey, and then you would add another first-round pick. Now, is there really any truth to that? Is that just the internet and people making stuff up? There's a very good chance that that's the case. Do I think that the Jazz would maybe consider it? Yes, but here's why I'm hesitant for that. If you remember when Danny Ainge was in Boston years ago, when he was running the Celtics front office, and they had all those draft picks, and they kind of built that team up, I'm talking like pre-Jason Tatum. They had a ton of draft picks. They built the way the Thunder have built now and the way the Wizards have built. A lot of draft picks, a lot of young kids, go from there. That draft where the Celtics drafted Jason Tatum, that was not their draft pick. They actually won the lottery, but traded back from 1 to 3 with the Sixers because they wanted Jason Tatum and more assets, and they knew he'd be the better talent. The Sixers drafted Markelle Fultz with that number 1 overall pick. So Danny Ainge is not stupid. Danny Ainge knows what the value of trading down is versus what trading up is in terms of getting that type of value. Now, is that apples to apples? They're different situations, but let's just keep in mind who Danny Ainge is and what's getting thought about in that Jazz front office with this.
That's a great point, because I think a lot of these trade scenarios,
they're fun.
They're kind
right?
of fan fiction.
Yes.
Like, are they going to give up Bailey, number 2, and a future first? I don't think so. But if you could just get Bailey...
I'd love for them to do it.
What if you could just get Bailey and it's a pick swap?
Oh, I would do that too. I would. If I'm the Wizards, I would do that trade without a future first-round pick. If it's Ace Bailey and the number 2 pick and you get Darren Peterson, I would do that. Because here's another thing to keep in mind too. If you're the Wizards and you're looking at a year or 2 down the road, you've got to think about extension specifically for Trae Young. That's coming up in a year. I mean, he's going to be in a contract year, pick up his option. Darren Peterson can play the 1. You could have Peterson and Trae Young playing for a season, and instead of having to think about what's a big deal going to look like for Trae Young, do we want to do that, do we not, you might end up deciding you can move him at the deadline and get some other assets in return, and Darren Peterson ends up being your 1, maybe not full-time at first, but you start moving him as a combo guard into the 1 spot down the road. So there's a lot of flexibility that the Wizards at least have in this spot, where they've got control of the number 1 overall pick, but they'd have other options if they traded down too. I think you get a ton of assets, and you're just in this draft where if you can add more pieces to the puzzle and it's in the future, you're still getting a franchise-changing player within the top 3 to 4 of this draft.
I think a real part of this conversation, though, how much, seriously, if we could get some truth serum into Dawkins and Winger, how much of the long-term plan here are Trae Young and Anthony Davis?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe those are separate. Maybe Trae really is, and AD isn't. I don't even know how much AD's into all this.
He didn't want to be here. He doesn't.
And how much consideration do those dudes have to be part of, right? Because what really set the Thunder up for where they are now was trading away Paul George.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So like this, as much as we feel as fans that watch the Wiz every night, like, all right, they finally got the number 1 pick. Next year is when we're competing for the play-in, maybe competing for more than that. I just wonder, I go back to Dawkins was on with the Junks, and I think it was Bickle, and it was a great question. He's like, listen, I'm a big Wiz fan. I'm ready for competitive basketball. Like, are we at that portion where this is a playoff competitive team? And Dawkins said, we don't want to put anything to a timeline, but we're still building. And it just, One, I know this from NFL executives. When you get to that executive level, you always have self-preservation in mind. So the last thing he wants to do is say, next year we're a top 4 seed in the East, because then if he falls short of that, he's failed, right?
Yes.
But two, I wonder if they still have a longer horizon. And then I wonder what Ted's horizon is. Like where do those two things match up? So I want to open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What's the best case scenario for the Wizards? Take Tabanza, take Peterson, trade. What if you flip Anthony Davis on draft night for the 7th pick? There's a lot of ways this could go. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Virginia Athletics announces today that Lars Tiffany is out as head coach of the men's lacrosse program. Tiffany went 108-51 in 10 seasons, including 2 national championships in 2019 and 2021. A national search commences today for the Cavaliers. The New Orleans Pelicans are hiring Jamal Mosley as the franchise's new head coach after 5 seasons with the Orlando Magic. The NFL league meetings in Orlando tomorrow will have a special briefing on the Bears Stadium, whether it will be in Arlington Heights or Hammond, Indiana. This is first from Courtney Cronin. Cleveland defeated Detroit 125-94. NHL tonight, Montreal at Buffalo. Nats fall 7-3 to the Orioles. Tonight they welcome the New York Mets and Juan Soto. Nashville is expected to be named the host of Super Bowl 64 in 2030 at the Spring League meeting tomorrow. Aaron Rodgers has officially signed a 1-year deal for $25 million with the Steelers. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Jeff's bringing sexy back. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody hanging out on the YouTube stream, the podcasters, wherever you get the content. We appreciate you out there. My man Nick Ashew, such a pro. Do you always go IFB for your feedback?
I hate the cans, man.
Okay.
I wear cans at the gym, and that's it. The hair's gotta stay in place too.
I never thought of it. So the people that are watching on television, I wear headphones for radio, but on TV, everybody wears a little earpiece, and that's how you get your audio into your ear. I never thought about doing that sitting here, but that's not a bad idea.
I'm here to bring some new ideas. Well, I always did it downstairs with the betting show that I did for years. Everybody else wore the headsets. I was like, guys, we should be wearing these. We're on camera. It's just a habit,
It's interesting. I don't know that I'll do it, but it's interesting.
It's comfortable. It's
And
just about
it is
being comfortable.
'cause it sits right in your ear.
Yeah.
All right, we're talking Wiz. We're talking. Are you taking Debanza at 1? Are you taking Darren Peterson at 1? Are you comfortable trading back? David Aldridge had a great article in The Athletic. Asked 13 NBA execs what they should do. One front office official that The Athletic spoke to voted for Debanza, but said that the Utah Jazz, who have the number 2 pick, would be an enticing potential trade partner. Utah has good assets and good players. The question is, how good of a player could you get from the Jazz? I do think there's some. I think the trade conversation is warranted.
Oh, absolutely.
Like this year when the Raiders were on the clock, they weren't trading it. They were taking Mendoza. Let's just keep it moving.
We all knew it.
Like I don't enjoy engaging in too much hypothetical discussion around sports because a lot of it is just content game nonsense, right? But the Wiz maybe trading out of this is real, and I want to let some folks weigh in. Let's go to AZ in Fairfax. What's up, AZ?
What's going on, guys?
Not much, bud. What do you think the Wiz should do?
Okay, the dream scenario for the Wiz, they got 2 options. They take the Bonza at 1, and the dream scenario would be either Golden State or the Clippers wanting to win right now, and they trade their pick for AD. That would give us another big, right, depending on how the draft falls, to really explode and be the OKC of the East. However,
so what do you say?
That our owner,
I know what he's saying.
Give
I
me
like
that
his
again.
idea.
Give me this again.
I like his idea.
Yeah, because both of those teams have older players, and no one at 5 or 11 is going to help them win right now, and both of them are in win-now scenarios. So by trading AD, if we get the 5th pick, hopefully Chicago does something stupid and takes Acuff, and we could get like the guy from Caleb Wilson and Bonza. That would be the best case scenario.
So the theory here is take AJ at 1, but then flip Anthony Davis to 5 and get another stud there.
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting.
I don't know if you could get 5. You might be able to get 11 because Anthony Davis would also fit with the Warriors if they were looking to do this. Because I get what he's saying, and I think that this is reasonable. I've talked about this too, as places Anthony Davis could go for teams that are looking to win now and say, if we can get 50 games out of him, we're in this for 2 years, and that's all we want to do. The Warriors are that team, and he would fit. You'd get another rim protector that's there, and listen, if you get 50 games out of him, and everybody, you're kind of balancing minutes. If you're the Warriors, that's still not going to make him a title contender. But there's a ton of value there for the Wizards. Again, Anthony Davis has value still. They gave up 2 first-round picks. They weren't their first-round picks. They were late first-round picks. But I don't think people realize that there is still a significant amount of value for Anthony Davis on the trade market.
Especially if AD is going to the Warriors and it's Steph and Draymond. Like, the Warriors are in
Jimmy Butler will be back eventually, too.
One last run kind of mode.
Steve Kerr signed a 2-year extension.
Right.
They did that on purpose.
Now, what if... That's a great call, AZ. Appreciate you, man. What if one of the things here, because they've already traded away Avdia, right? Like, is there a younger player, that if they had to package Davis and somebody else, that you're okay with leaving?
You're saying Davis and another young guy on the Wizards?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on who you're taking it, 1 or 2. Well, to be honest with you, here's what I don't care about. Player fit at 1 or 2, wherever they end up being. Just get the best player available. I mean, listen, you might have to give up somebody if it might be like a Bilal Coulibaly, who is...
That's what I was...
or a Will Riley, who I'd hate to see. I'm a huge fan of Will Riley.
Dude, I was really excited for this fall to watch Jordan McGee get a real opportunity.
Yep.
Because I think he could play.
Yep.
But then Sonny Styles fell in their lap, and that's going to complicate things for Jordan McGee.
Right.
But you want the elite talent.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wonder, both with Debanza and even Peterson, what does that do for Bilal? Or if it is Peterson, what does that do for Bub? If you
and
already
Bub
have
Carrington
Trae Young,
was another one.
If you already have Trae Young, and then you're adding Peterson, like, how much ball handler time is left?
I mean, here's another name that doesn't even get mentioned because he's not as young. But I mean, D'Angelo Russell's on the roster, and he's not going to stay. So, like, D'Angelo Russell's somebody.
Buyout situation?
It might be a buyout, but you could package him into a trade in some kind. I mean, again, there's options here for this team. The Wizards are not just. They're not going to just sit and go, number 1 is our pick, it's nothing else. Do they get the best offer where it's worth trading down? That's a different question.
Let's go to Tom in Manassas. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show.
Thanks,
Nick,
dude.
so handsome. Peterson to me just isn't. He's not a dog. I know he's got the higher ceiling. Well, that's debatable. But I look at Debanza almost like I look at Cooper Flagg. I mean, he's a freshman, put up similar numbers. He shined in the tournament. This is the guy. This is the pick you should go with. I would think if Flagg was the guy this year, there would be no discussion on whether we should take him or move or this or that. I think Debanza is the game changer, and they finally get the number 1, and this is a guy who's going to get nothing but better. So I'm going with him, and then make moves after that. But I'm not a Peterson fan just because, I mean, you got to play, man. And he didn't play this year, so I'm the team Debanza.
I don't hate that at all, dude. Like, you wanted a number 1 pick.
You're good. This is
Thanks, bud. Good call.
They don't lose. Like, they don't lose. If they stay at 1, you can draft Debanza. You could draft Peterson if that's what they decide to do. You're getting a guy that has the potential to be a franchise-altering player. It's just a matter of how do you project these players looking moving forward, which is, again, it's hit or miss, right? Like, you can have all the draft picks in the world, but if you don't actually hit on those picks, it doesn't matter.
Let's go to Jay in D.C. What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love your show.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, it's Debanza all the way. Like, this is, it's fun talking after, leading up to the draft. Like, we could do this and that, and maybe they'll go down and get a haul, as people like to say. But it's going to be Debanza all the way. It reminds me kind of like when we had 2, and some people were like, oh, trade down and get Joe Alt and take whatever quarterback is left. Like, none of that was actually a real scenario. We're going to draft Debanza and have, Trey and AD are great on the team for him as a rookie. You can make him focus on defense. He doesn't have to score all the points as a rookie. We got these vets, championship experience. Draft AJ Debanza and do not look back. Like, you will regret it. You trade down and he turns into like the league superstar. They just won't even take that chance, is my opinion.
Love the call. Thank you, Jay. It is funny to think back to the call, like the calls and the talk when the Skins had the number 2 pick.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there were, I would say among the fan base, I thought at least, it was probably like 60% Jaden, maybe 30% May, because there were folks saying May for sure.
Yeah.
But there was, like, we'd get callers that were like, stick it out with Sam Howell, build the best offensive line you could get. You remember that? Like,
yes.
It's funny to think about in hindsight.
I mean, listen, it's when you're talking quarterback, it's obviously different than where the Wizards are. It's just your teams are built differently in the NBA than the NFL, obviously. But, when you're a team that has so many needs or has the ability to kind of just bring all of this collection of talent together, if you're looking in the Wizards case, and it's let's get everybody together, all the guys that we can collect, and then figure out kind of who elevates themselves moving forward. Like, I was really hoping Cam Whitmore was going to have a great year. Didn't happen. And maybe that ship has sailed at this point, but there's a lot of raw talent there. But that's where the Wizards really are, is it's not about position. It's not like DeBanza fits better on this roster currently. They need a wing. He's the prototypical, 6'9" wing. I mean, he's perfect. But at the same time, Darren Peterson, if you believe in that upside,
you think he has
the better shooting,
higher upside?
Yes, I do think he has higher upside
Because of the threes?
Well, he's
the way the league is now?
He is a better shooter, and there is a lot. The physical gifts are certainly there, and just even as a defensive player, there is the level of, like, I know people look at this and they see Darren Peterson and the checking out of games. If that is, and we have to go by right now, at least for us, the explanation was the cramping, and there.
I don't know that we have to go by that.
Well, okay, we don't have to, but what I'm saying is, if I'm going to look at this right, I'm like, again, not a team, but I'm saying for me, I'm going to look at that and say, okay, if that is the case, that's an explanation, but you can't have that continue moving forward, and I think that's what's going to make some teams a little bit nervous. Is just, is it going to be something that lingers mentally with them when DeBonta doesn't have that? But again, Darren Peterson going up against AJ DeBonta, go back and watch that game. Peterson went at him, and he wasn't 100%. And I think that's something to really keep in mind. Go look at Peterson in high school. I know high school to the NBA, but physically who he was, that's who he is in high school. But again, DeBonta has a 42-inch vertical leap, and he's a monster. And he's again, 6'10". You're not going to lose if you get either one of these guys.
Jackson, Landover, what do you want the Wiz to do, dude? Dream scenario.
Hey, man. Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I'm right there with you, champ, because I feel like that these guys, they talk about now what they saw at Kansas, but this dude was a dog back in high school. This dude was playing AAU circuits for as long as I can remember. So they can't judge him off of what he did in Kansas. But I mean, I can see that they can be that way, but they can't judge Peterson off of just what he's been doing in Kansas. But my suggestion would be, if Chicago has 2 picks in the first, and they were offering, if we decide to do business with them, they were also offering a first round in next year's draft. So to me, if we're talking about getting more assets, then I'm looking at, hey, because they're the 5 and the 11, I think that's what it was.
Chicago
has 4 and 15.
4 and 15. Okay, so that's even better. So to me, if we're talking about gathering assets, and again, we're talking about dangling AD, I mean, and we don't necessarily really have to hold on to trade. Like you said, if we decide to hold on to trade for maybe the mid-season or something like that, hey, I mean, we got so many options, like you said. But, hey, I just want to hear what y'all got to say on that.
Appreciate it, man. To me, if you're trading the number 1 pick, it's only to go to 2.
Yeah.
That to me
I
would
be weary going past that, though. I will say Cameron Boozer could also have a very good career if Memphis were to offer you 3.
Wilson.
But yes,
talking about a wing with explosive.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to circle back to this. John Keim joins us at noon. Love this song, Jeffrey. Different genre, but a little later in the program, we are going to be giving away Black Crowes tickets Tuesday, June 16th at Merriweather. Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers. That'd be a fun show.
Love Whiskey Myers.
I don't know if I'm going to Merriweather on a Tuesday, but that would be a fun show. Couple shows at Merriweather I'm 100% going to this summer. Panic's playing and Fish is playing. So if you want to see
Worth it.
Hippie JP, come on out.
I would like to see Hippie JP, actually.
It's generally just the same except stoned.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Talking about the Wiz, what they should do with the number one pick, I am 65% stay and pick.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you maybe talk me into Peterson, but 65% stay and pick, 35% trade. I also very much think make the pick at 1, and then with some of these veterans and young players, some of the assets you have, maybe you get back into this draft. I just saw on Tankathon, because we had a caller, a very astute caller, I would say, the Warriors' timeline is to win now.
Yes.
They pick 11th overall. If Anthony Davis, who may or may not ever play here, frankly, could yield you the 11th overall pick. I have a buddy who runs like a very high-tech analytics service, and a lot of professional sports teams use his services. And there's a player that he loves that I think would be available around 11.
Mm-hmm.
The big fella from Michigan.
Yes,
That can
Yaxel Londeborg, I think is how you say it. I always say his name wrong, but...
Yaks. We're just going Yaks.
Yaks. We'll go with Yaks.
Dude, he could shoot.
Yes.
I mean, now he's older, which hurts you in the NBA draft.
Yeah,
and
a little
older is
bit.
what, 22 or whatever?
Yeah, right.
But
he's a senior. You don't see that very much.
well, I think he's like a fifth year. I think he started at like UAB or something.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But that's
he's almost 24.
I don't know. I want to. My man Andre's been on hold a while. Dre, what's up, dude?
Hey, B-Man, I'm down. So, Philly, JP, I'm sorry.
You're good, bro.
I'm just used to saying that name. I prefer them to trade down with Atlanta or Golden State because we need somebody who can slow down Wemby because he's taking over the NBA. Not now, but just in the future. And Ade Mara, at 7'5" with his shoes on.
Yes.
And he could shoot and move.
That's the other
backwards
Michigan
and
guy?
forward. He's
Yes.
not going to Yeah, he's another 7-footer. I put him at the 5, Alex R at the 4. We got a 7-1 and a 7-5 guy. And we got enough scorers, wings. We got 4 of them. What's his name? Riley, Koulibaly, Keyshawn George, and don't sleep on Champagne. He's sneaky. He can
Trey
score.
Johnson.
And Trey Johnson and what's that? Bud Carrington and the other Trey. We got enough scorers. We need defense. We got a whole team full of scorers and one center on a team, and that's Alex Sarr. If he get in foul trouble or get hurt, we are screwed.
Yeah,
and
I
he
mean,
can't take Wemby.
right. Defensively, I mean, they were routinely giving up 70, 75 at halftime.
Well, yeah, they gave up 83 alone to one player. So, yeah, Mara averaged 4 blocks a game last year at Michigan. That would be a massive help for them, especially if they could have Alex Sarr and Ade Mara actually playing together if they were to, take him with the 11th pick if they were to make a trade like this. See, there's a lot of options for the Wizards here beyond just, you have the number 1 overall pick. They have a ton of flexibility.
I think I'm starting to talk myself into kind of my favorite move here is take the pick at 1 and then make another. This draft, what's so unique about this draft is it's loaded, but it's loaded deep.
Yes.
I mean, say Acuff goes 7 or 8. There's a real argument that he's a franchise player.
Yeah.
The way he could score.
Yeah.
Wagler, Flemings. Flemings is a two-way player. That dude plays really good defense.
Yes.
I mean, the kid Ament from Tennessee
Yep.
at like 10, to the caller's point. Ade Mara, the Michigan, he's a little older, right? He's 21, which is hardly old, but in NBA parlance, it kind of is.
Listen, but you also, if you're a later first-round pick or a mid-first-round pick as a guy that's a junior, there's basketball expertise that's there, right? There's experience that's there. Another name that was... I was talking to somebody about this. It's sort of heavy into the draft. Chris Sinak, the center out of Houston. He's not a big scorer, but he's a guy that can get you, 11 boards a game, and that's somebody that might be mid first round that might be starting to rise up draft boards as we get closer too.
Totally, man. It is really fun I mean, I said this to you that we just did an hour-long Wizard segments where callers are super engaged.
And don't tell me that this isn't a hoops town. This is my proof right here. DC is a damn hoops town.
I don't think anybody tries to say it isn't. It's just
I hear a lot of people saying it. I mean, I don't know people. Well, Rooster doesn't count. Anything he says is ridiculous. He doesn't count.
This is a hardcore hoops town.
Yes.
Like the high school level.
Yeah.
I don't know if you follow them. It's like one of my favorite Instagram follows is Capital Hoops.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, I
of
love
course.
knowing the high school players. Like,
Yes.
I got to work the Capital Classic this year on Monumental.
Yeah.
It was so much
It's
fun.
awesome.
Definitely a hoops town.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
just
For sure.
last year, Georgetown was bad, Maryland was bad,
Right.
the Wizards were the worst team in the league. Like, it was tough to be fired up about hoops.
Yeah.
I mean, the best team locally last year was probably Mason. Howard. Hell, it was Howard.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It was probably Howard.
Howard gave Michigan their hardest game in the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a 6'5" kid playing center.
Yeah.
So absolutely DC's a hoops town. It is fun for the pro team in town to be relevant. Now, what would be way more fun is if they were good.
Right.
Relevance is great. Good is better.
But now everybody sees it's not just, hey, we're rebuilding. You see the blueprint and you see the steps and it's moving forward. The arrow is trending up. It's not just adding young players
Right.
forever. There's
Right.
a direction that they're going.
Totally. Jeff, what do you want to happen at number one?
Yo, to be honest, I wanted AJ, but then I just got to looking at other players. I just want the Wizards to make whatever pick they feel is going to be best for them.
Way to sit on the fence there.
I mean, that is just...
Give us an answer.
Yo, hold on.
No,
last year I asked him, like, what are your 2 question marks about the Commanders season? And he said, man, the offense and the defense.
Oh, well, that's good. Not special teams, though, at least, so that's good.
Didn't you see what happened this year?
Yeah, but
it was
that's
the
painting
offense
with
and
a
the
really
defense.
broad brush,
It was fair, though. Both were a problem, so...
I'm just ready to get back to having fun Wizards ball to watch. And if the professionals don't believe it's a clear-cut favorite, how do you think I'm supposed to believe there's a clear-cut favorite? I'm not the professional here, but I do think we're going to get AJ. I just think they're going to take the pick because it's our first time in a long time getting a pick. Number one.
DeBonsa's probably the more likely pick, yes. If they stay there, I think DeBonsa is the more likely pick. He's the safer pick, too. The floor is high. The ceiling is still high. Like that's what I hate when we do these player comparisons. It's like Jordan versus LeBron, and it's like, well, let's knock down Jordan so we can talk about LeBron. It's like both are really good. Darren Peterson and AJ DeBonsa both have tremendous upside. There's just a little bit more that if you go back and look at Darren Peterson healthy, there is the ability for him to ascend to a higher level than even what DeBonsa could be. But guys can work on their shot, too. Also, DeBonsa was seeing double teams half the time at BYU, so that didn't help him at all either.
John Keim joins the program next.
This update brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The New Orleans Pelicans have hired Jamal Mosley as their new head coach after 5 seasons in Orlando. Nashville is expected to be named host of Super Bowl 64 in 2030. NFL owners have a spring league meeting tomorrow. Nationals lost to the Orioles 7-3, turning the page, getting ready for Juan Soto and the Mets tonight. We join the coverage at 6:15 with the pregame live on The Fan. Virginia has let go of head coach Lars Tiffany after 10 seasons. He guided men's lacrosse in Charlottesville to a 108-51 record and back-to-back national titles in 19 and 21 in 10 overall seasons at Virginia. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. Nick Ashew in for B. Mitch. JP's got a mouthful right now. It's tough, man. You don't have a lot of time to scarf down food between segments. You take a breath. You're all right.
Jeff, you didn't hit him with a pause right there when he said I had a mouthful?
Well, I mean, I was waiting. I was setting you up. There was the alley, but no oop. No oop whatsoever.
Yeah.
It is high noon in the District of Columbia, and we are excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the official show sponsor of the B. Mitch and Finley program. Don't you forget, you got to upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC, and you can get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Dude, it's like 92 degrees outside. You better make sure your AC is ready to rock. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Now, our friend Mr. John Keim has settled in with the new Commander's schedule. We were all out there at rookie minicamp. Johnny, how are you?
What up, guys? How are you?
We're good, dude. It's so bizarre because the NFL schedule, we already knew who they were playing and where they were playing them. Now we just know what order it's in. What do you think based on the schedule release?
I think we all know how tough the early part of the schedule is. Doesn't mean you can't win. It just means that it certainly feels front-loaded. I mean, think 5 of the first 8 against teams that made the postseason, and then one is, Dallas and great offense, et cetera. So, and then opening up back-to-back on the road like that. But I also think if you flip it, it's a really good chance to prove yourself right away. And things do ease up in the second half of the schedule. So, I think their first half of the schedule is one of the toughest in the NFL, and their second half would be one of the easier ones in the NFL. So just kind of weird. But yeah, it is funny though, because I mean, I'm sure for you, like a lot of what I'm going to look at, and like for you, like, okay, what are the road trips and when?
Right.
Is there a place where we're going to stay for a week? Because we know Quinn likes to do that. How are the holidays impacted? And then a big thing is for me is like, are there any Ohio State games that are going to be in jeopardy with me watching because of schedule? So,
yeah, I always do that, right? And we already knew we were going to London, and frankly, most of us knew what weekend that was going to be.
Right.
I think players though, for the bond that Quinn's trying to get out of that players trip, I don't think players enjoy the overseas trip enough to get what he wants out of that. I wonder if week 12 is at Arizona, week 13 is in Tennessee. I almost wonder if they stick around in Arizona and practice and then travel to Nashville from there. Not that the travel's that significant, but just that's the only back-to-back roadie that really makes sense. And, I mean, unless, John, and I don't think you'd fight me on this, unless Quinn decides to head from Minnesota to Florida for the New Year's Eve holiday, in which case I will gladly cover 3 practices in Florida on December 28th, 29th, and 30th.
as opposed to up here, with the nice brown Bermuda grass in Ashburn. The only thing I would wonder with that is that he likes to do that early in the year.
Yeah.
And the benefit a couple of years ago was that the Arizona trip, first of all, it came after 2 of the joint practices on the road. So,
Right.
like, he felt like they built himself up there. And then Cincinnati to Arizona was early in the year, so it gave him a chance to bond earlier. I just wonder if that would be a little bit late in the year for that. But, I'm with you. I don't know that that they'd want to be overseas for the entire week again. So I don't know. But I think they're still deciding that one.
Yeah, dude, and it's silly. I think the players are so regimented, especially with their diets, and then you get overseas, and it's just very, very, very different.
Yes, yeah.
I totally agree with you there. As far as the only thing that I think schedule-wise really kind of impacts them is there is no breathing room for David Blau and Durante Jones early. It is right into the deep end.
No, but it's funny because I was talking to somebody over there too, and they can flip it right now. This may not work out, but there is an element of mystery as to what are they going to exactly look like. Now we can all look. Okay, Durante Jones has been in these defensive systems. He's going to run it. He's going to run something like this. But how is it going to look for him? And how are you going to use? How are they going to use Sonny Stouts? How are they going to use Leo Chenal? How are they going to use Owe, or you know what I mean? So like, there's going to be a little bit of mystery early on, and then I think to me, even the bigger mystery is because this offense is going to look a lot different, I think. And so, what's the impact of Blau running a more of a Ben Johnson type offense? And that's the thing. Like, that's the thing I think I'll be most interesting to see early on, especially because. What is the impact on Jaden and how they want to do things? Like, it's going to be, I don't know, be dramatically different, but it'll be definitely different. And not to put, I don't think, listen, man, the offense last year was so much about injuries. When you lose Jaden and Terry for bulk of the year, you're going to struggle. So I don't want to pin this on Kingsbury, but we know that the knock on him was always how his offenses, do they evolve enough? And that's one thing I'll be curious to see with Blau is, do they do that? Does that make a difference? Do they have more answers as the season goes on? And I don't think it was all about that by any means, but we know that was always the knock on Kingsbury's offenses, and that they were a little bit, I don't want to say simpler, but maybe that is where, because you wanted to play at a faster tempo and more no huddle, whereas this one is going to be a little bit different. So does that make a difference? And if so, how? And does it make a bigger difference early when maybe they don't have a full grasp on what you want to do? So could that help them, with one of those first 2 road games getting a W? Like, that's something to watch for sure.
In the past, at least the recent past, we've had a lot of the division games backloaded to the end of the schedule, and now it's the opposite this year. Is that just by chance and how the schedule worked out? Is the NFL kind of going away? Because it wasn't just the NFC East. It felt like it was really around the NFL. There was a lot of those division games late in the season, and they're not doing that this year.
No, you're right, because the one year was, 5 straight division games? Yeah, so like which is kind of, which was rare. They still want to have that last game be against a divisional foe, but the funny thing is, like with these 17-game schedules too, those last games aren't always great. So, but yeah, I don't know how much they're going away, if it was just coincidence or not, but it certainly is noticeable. And I do like starting off like that because I think the games matter more now. Like, they matter more later, but you don't know where things are going to be. You could be 4-10 playing 3 straight division games and like, okay, what are you going to do? But early in the year, it can get you off to a really good start.
Talking with our friend John Keim here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. Check him out at ruud.com, R-U-U-D. You can check out all of John's work at John_Keim, K-E-I-M. Read his work from ESPN.com on the Commanders. Check out the John Keim report as well. So, dude, what do you think of kind of the incessant receiver rumors, the receiver connections to the Commanders?
Oh, they're lovely. right now we're looking at two guys, right? And the hard part is the Brandon Ayuk situation is so like, what's the end game here? When is the end game? And we know like if they don't want him on the roster to start the season in San Francisco. So when do they release him? And because the way the schedule is, like the Niners play these guys in week 6, do you really want to cut him now and give him a better chance to know the Commander's playbook and to know all that? Like, does it help them get to a better start, et cetera? Like, I don't know. But on the other hand, if Washington offered him a 7th round pick a few weeks ago, they probably would have taken it. So, but I don't know, man. I think people are getting a little bit, I'm guessing, if you're seeing this too, that people are getting a little bit like, okay, we've been talking about Brandon Ayuk for 3 months now.
I think the Diggs stuff seems more realistic than the Ayuk.
I would say this. I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't know if it's more realistic or not. And I say that because he's going to cost more. And I think there'll be more bidders for his services than you'd have for Ayuk. So I don't know if I certainly think he makes a lot of sense because he's available right now. And he's been productive, and he played last year. And I know people are always worried about him, but the feedback I got from people in each of the last couple of cities is that like he was a pretty good teammate. And especially for 1 year, I wouldn't worry about him in that regard. So I don't know if it's more real or not. I think I think they're very different. I think if you say which would be the better situation, like you get a guy now or later, you'd want him now. But then again, I think there's other considerations into that. Like not that it's just about money, but with Ayuk, you get him for 1 year and it's a cheaper deal, much cheaper than you would get for Diggs. So I wonder where that factors into the whole situation as well.
Well, the other part, and it's kind of a chicken and egg, but we know that if a veteran is on a roster for week 1, they're going to get paid out for the year. But if you can bring a veteran in after week 1, you only have to kind of go week by week. Like, San Fran might not want to keep Ayuk on the roster before week 1.
Well, they definitely won't.
You think don't you think they can move him to the reserve injured list again and not have to pay him?
They could do that.
Like he's got to show up to work.
Right. That's the way they can do it. So here, if I'm Ayuk and you really want out, show up.
Right.
Force their hand. Like that's the way to do it. You could be like George Costanza and drag the Super Bowl trophies around the parking lot and finally get him to cut you. So but that's the way he could force their hand. But you're right. Like you put him on the did not report list, and then you can transfer the start the season. You're not on the roster, so like this could go on for a long time. So I think he may need to force their hand a little bit, right?
It requires him going.
I mean, he's got to it's the showing up part. It's just
which is also what gives me pause about bringing him in.
I'm fine with them not. Like, honestly, at this point, this is just one of these things you even want to like hitch your wagon to this when it's all done. Hey, John, what are the chances that somebody like Debo is eventually back here? It just seems like there's not a lot of market for him. Is there any chance that they maybe get like a team-friendly deal with him?
I haven't heard that. And I don't from the jump, I'm like, I don't know that I've heard that would be the case. I really haven't heard that. So I don't see that. And plus, here's the other thing: what they want out of the other receiver is not what Deebo Samuel is. When you look at the guys they're looking at, that's not what he is. So I don't think even if he came here that would be the answer. So the thing to keep in mind too, and 2 years ago at this time, we had similar conversations about like who's going to be that number 2 receiver. And Zacchaeus is coming off like a 5-catch year or something like that in Philly. And then it was Noah Brown. Those two became the next 2 guys. And Brown doesn't get here until late August. So not to say like people shouldn't be talking about it or concerned about it, because I have the same thoughts everybody else does, especially after last year. What happens if something happens to McLaurin again? Like, what happens? And I think that's why you want to get somebody else in here. But I do think that there's still some time to find that solution. And again, there's 2 guys out there that I would think that one of those 2 guys would would be here, right? It just makes sense. So yeah, but and I'm also curious to see how good is Antonio Williams, but I don't think you can look at him and say like, okay, he's the guy opposite Terry that you're going to go roll with full time. I think he's going to have a very good role though.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference in who Antonio Williams is versus going back 2 years and like whatever expectations were for Luke McCaffrey. Like one of these dudes is a real polished wide receiver, and the other is like kind of a long-term project that was picked almost 30 picks later.
Right.
I understand why there's so much angst around the receiver room, but
I do too.
But Terry came back and played the last 6 games of the year and played at his pretty consistent level. Like, I don't think that's a lingering situation. I think the corner room is more concerning and has far less depth.
Yeah, the depth there, I agree. The depth there is a concern. Now, when you look at like how they use the corners in Minnesota as a guide, there were a lot of times they just used 2 corners because they would have, it depends on the versatility of the safeties, but also how often are you with your front 7, like a 4 linebacker sets, which they use a lot. Now, sometimes it's pass rush, it's like a 34 look, but do you have the versatility at other spots where maybe you don't have to use 3 corners as much? That said, you still need to have more depth because I know we know that they keep saying that Mikey Samerstill, like they feel like he's a better fit in the Durante Jones defense. We'll see, but I agree with you. I think that's a thin group. I think I was a little bit surprised that something else wasn't done there, but that's one where I'll be watching to see what do they add there. But even though I say like they weren't always using a lot of, for example, I think the starting corners in Minnesota both played over 90% of the snaps. The next corner who played the most was Fabian Moreau, former Redskin, who wasn't signed there until November 9th. And so like that's that, but so I'll be curious to see how they use it. That again, it's still a thin group. To me, you still need to add somebody else there that can play. And again, that's the same thing with the receiver room. I like the depth there, and I get why people last year was going to make people nervous because McLaurin did miss all that time, and then obviously Noah Brown with his injuries. So 2 of your top 3 were out, and you don't want to repeat that again. They do have better depth, but at the top of the group, how does it look beyond Terry? And I can say that they're very high on Antonio Williams. There's a lot to like about him, but we haven't seen him in an NFL game, so we really don't know.
Well, dude, to me, it's like last year, the floor of the receiver room was a real problem, right?
Right.
Like Chris Moore was your 5th most targeted wide receiver. The floor of that room was a problem. And I think adding Diami and Van Jefferson really helps the floor, right?
Yeah.
I look at that corner room right now, and I view the floor as a real problem.
Yeah, no, and like they signed Amik Robertson, and there's a lot, like when you watch him play, there's a lot that to like about the way he plays. Like, and he gave George Pickens a lot of trouble last year when Detroit played Dallas. But both he and Mikey are about 5'9". They're smaller corners, and they were both inconsistent last year for whatever reason. That's what the film says. For whatever the reason it is, that's what it was. So, do you have some? Can they either be more consistent or really? Can you add more depth? Because you have Witherspoon, but it's not like, there wasn't a lot of clamoring for his services on the market. So I don't know. I'm with you, man. I think that's a thin group. And here's the other part, like if anything happens to Robertson or Mikey, what then?
Right.
I think that's where, and I think when you also look at, like, again, I always go back to Minnesota just as a guide for how this defense might look or how they might use guys. They never invested a ton in corner there either. And because it was all about the front 7 and the pressure and then playing zone behind it. And what you need is guys who can play, who can disguise well, right? And because they would disguise even within zone coverages, they're going to disguise. But a lot of the key was that front 7 pressure and really kind of throwing the quarterback off enough to allow them to get there. Can they do that? And that's how you can lessen some of the issues. That said, I still agree with you. I think it's a thin area.
You got anything cool coming on the podcast, John?
No.
Gotta work on that sales pitch.
This is a tough time of the year, man. I have Greg Cosell on there right today. So
Love Greg.
He's always good to talk to. I talked to the Rutgers offensive coordinator about Ethan Kaliakmanis, the new potential third quarterback. Had hoped to have a couple others on, but you know how it goes. Like some guys say yes, and then you don't hear from them for a week or two. So we'll see. But
We know that world,
And then
Johnny.
and OTAs next week. That's what it is. Like that OTAs, man. That's going to feed us for a few weeks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Keim. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. All right, see ya.
It's our buddy John Keim. Give him a follow on X at John_Keim, Keim. We're talking Super Bowl next. Super Bowl in D.C. or the Commanders getting to the Super Bowl? Which one happens first? I don't know.
A pair of juggernauts will go at it tonight as San Antonio and Oklahoma City begin the West Finals with game number 1. A shocker last night, Cleveland defeated Detroit 125-94 behind 26 from Donovan Mitchell. It'll be the Knicks and the Cavaliers next. NHL East second round, game 7 tonight, Montreal at Buffalo. Puck drop at 7:30. Nationals against the Mets tonight at 6:15 on the Fan. After a 7-3 loss to the Orioles, the New Orleans Pelicans have hired Jamal Mosley as the franchise's new head coach. He was fired after 5 seasons in Orlando. Nashville is expected to be named the host of Super Bowl 64 in 2030. The Tuesday, they're going to be a spring league meeting for NFL owners to discuss. And Virginia has let go of head coach Lars Tiffany in men's lacrosse after 10 seasons and 2 national championships. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curl on the Fan.
Homie Nick Ashew sitting in with us. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on the YouTube stream. Everybody on Monumental Sports Network. Nick, at lunchtime, we wave because people are in bars and restaurants watching us. So just wave to
Quick wave.
Saying hello.
Quick wave. There you go.
Appreciate everybody on the Aussie app, driving around in your car. Mondays are driving in your car on a Monday in the DMV is a pleasant experience.
It is. It is. A lot of people like to work from home, or a lot of people have the day off, or whatever the case is.
Yeah.
It's nice to not sit in traffic for hours and hours, especially since I do so much from home now. I'll be honest with you. I got a little soft with traffic. I used to be able to handle it. Now I'm just like,
where you're in Annapolis now?
Annapolis, yeah. So I'm mostly at my home studio every day doing shows.
Yeah.
So it's like, but every time I have a co-host, I'm with you or Zabe or B. Mitch, or I'll come in, obviously, because I love seeing you guys. But it's like, I remember why I made it a thing to have a home studio if
When
I
you
need
do
to.
980, you have to come in?
No, I do it from home because I'm solo. I'm
That's
solo
great.
for most of my shows. So
Yeah.
even my Westwood One show, I do it from there. Like it's just easier because it's just, you don't have to go. I have all the same stuff there. But if I'm going to work with somebody, I want to be in studio, face to face. It's just human contact's kind of a thing we still need, you know?
I get that.
Even if I got to see Ryan Clary, you know, occasionally. I'm just kidding, buddy.
So the news today, and maybe we could I want to get this officially, but the news today is that the new stadium in Nashville is going to host the Super Bowl in the 2030 season. Now, the 2030 season means the Super Bowl is actually in February of 2031. So let's start by making sure that's the correct assessment here, because I believe we know the next 3 Super Bowls. Obviously, it's going back to L.A., then we're going to Atlanta, I believe. I know Atlanta's still in that rotation. Then Vegas again. Now they're saying Nashville.
Yeah.
That correct. But let's just be sure, because we're talking about the 2030 season means February of 32. And then it's unclear after that where the Super Bowl will go. And why do we care? Because RFK, the new RFK, is scheduled to open in 2030. Generally, the NFL wants these stadiums to be open. Yeah, so the next 4 are LA, Atlanta, Vegas, and then Nashville. So, I mean, just play that out. If it's LA for the 26 season, means it's the 27 Super Bowl.
Right.
Atlanta's the 27 season, 28. 28 would then be 29 in Vegas, right?
Yep.
Or did I count too?
No,
wrong?
you're right.
So, would Nashville be 2030? Yeah.
That's going to, so they do it by the actual year that it's being played.
Okay.
Because, yeah, you're seeing Super Bowl, Allegiant Stadium in February 2029.
Okay. So, that puts Nashville for the 2030 season. That stadium, I think, is supposed to open sooner than that. I mean, maybe even this fall, if not next fall. I know Buffalo's opening.
Yeah, Buffalo's this year. I think Nashville's next year.
So that would give them a 2-year run-up before the Super Bowl in Nashville. If Washington, RFK is supposed to be built in 2030, is when they're supposed to play that fall. When is the Women's World Cup? Because we've heard Commanders' representatives openly talk about getting the Women's World Cup games to the new RFK. So that's 2031.
Right.
When do you think the earliest they could host a Super Bowl is? So if the 2030 season they're playing football, to me, that would almost seem like 2032.
2032 would likely, I feel like that's the earliest. But then the other question is how far in advance do you want to book a Super Bowl for a stadium that hasn't been built in case there's any construction delays?
They had that with SoFi.
Right. And that's the one thing that you have to worry about. I would say 2032 is the earliest, maybe 2033.
So the one potential caveat, just playing this out in my head, I don't think you want to do 2033 because you likely have a presidential inauguration in this town.
Oh, yeah.
About the same time.
Yeah, that would be brutal.
Or maybe you want to roll those together and DC's just nuts for
nothing but security. Dude, is that what we really want, though? I'm going to vote no on that one. Yeah, I know.
For like hotel owners.
No, well, yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing. You'd have security, and then you just keep the security in place because it'd be January, and that, actually, that's not a terrible idea. You're just basically planning for one event and then the other. But again, how does that planning get put? It's two separate things you're planning for. Is it too much?
I mean, just really putting this out.
Yeah.
I wonder how the new RFK impacts events like inauguration. Like, I mean,
let's see.
Now listen, they've been giving that speech outside on the steps of the Capitol forever.
Right.
Like Abe Lincoln and
right. It's been
John
going on.
Quincy Adams.
Mm-hmm.
That is the tradition, and it's super cold.
Yes.
But if you have a new indoor RFK right there,
set it up inside,
it gets a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it gives you opportunities.
Because undoubtedly there will be ample inauguration type events at RFK, right? Like a party that night, a ball, all that kind of stuff.
I can imagine security is easier in a enclosed area versus an open area.
I don't know. Ideally, you want that to be open to the National Mall where people can gather for free. And
that
all
is
those
the
things.
tradition versus a football stadium.
But like, that's why I keep saying, because the one thing we've heard over and over is about tailgating and parking lots. And I understand that people love their tailgating, love their parking lots, all that. Like, so much is going to be so different having this place back that, like, I'm just trying to view it through, like, different prisms. Because who knows what the mixed use kind of possibilities are for that.
Right. I mean, we've seen some of those plans, but they're going to try to squeeze as much juice out of it as they can.
Hell yeah. So the question I asked as we were going to break. So let's call it the 2032 season. 2032, February of 32. Sounds so far away, but really
it's not. Yeah.
February of 32 is going to be the Super Bowl in D.C. That's the 2031 season. Jaden right now is 20, going into his 26-year-old season. Does that sound right?
Wait, so 2032 would be
the 2031.
That's 6 years
season.
from now. 2031 season would be
5 years. Right?
Yeah, 5 years from now. God,
Jaden's 25,
so it'll be his 8th season then, right?
He'll turn 26 this December.
Yeah.
So he's played 2. 5 years from now, he'd be going into his 8th year,
season,
which also means a monster contract somewhere.
Oh, it's
maybe
before
2
then
at that point.
Yeah.
And who knows with the rest of it? Really, the only thing you can generally have a thought of continuity is if a team has a true franchise quarterback, that quarterback's going to be around.
Right.
Outside of that, coaches,
everything else changes.
Defensive ends, everything else changes.
Yeah.
What is more realistic? The Commanders getting to a Super Bowl first, or the city of D.C. hosting a Super Bowl first?
I'm going to say hosting a Super Bowl first because it's easier to host a Super Bowl with a new stadium than it is to get to a Super Bowl when you've got 32 teams in the NFL to go through. And I know not all of them are good, but we know how hard it is to get to a Super Bowl. And we know how hard it is for teams that have been there once that you think are going to go to a bunch and then never go back again. So I'd have to go because you're automatically eliminating a bunch of stadiums. You're already taking out multiple cities where it's just not going to happen. They're outdoors. Like Buffalo's not going to get one. It's going to be a new stadium, but they're not going to get one. It's going to be cold, snow, lake effect snow. It's not going to happen. So you're cutting out a good vast majority of the stadiums around the NFL. And if you've just cycled through, I mean, we just mentioned a bunch of the cities. You're already going to be back in Vegas. You'll just have done Nashville. You'll have done LA recently as well, and Atlanta. So you're kind of eliminating some of those already now, the standard like repeat stadiums where you have it. It's far more likely that, and again, this team could be a contender, but if you're setting odds, The favorite is that it's going to be them getting a Super
One
Bowl
of
and
them
hosting.
is definitely going to happen.
One of them is going to happen, yes. And I think it's more than likely, if you're talking about what's more likely right now, it's still hosting that Super Bowl before they even get there, but like on their own as a team, because it's just that hard. I think it's going to. I think there is a chance that this is a team that still has a lot of holes. So let's say 3 more years of really kind of piecing this together to be a team that we're looking at as a perennial Super Bowl contender in an NFC that's and again, it's tough because we're going 2032. We're talking 6 years from now, but I'm just going to lean until proven otherwise that it's them having the Super Bowl and hosting it before they actually are in a Super Bowl as a team.
Where are you at on that, Stallion? They play in one? Or we know they host one eventually?
I think they're going to play in one eventually. Before hosting a Super Bowl. Like, I just feel as if there is some momentum. And I think, like, especially after this past draft class, you get someone that's going to solidify your defense with Sonny Styles. I feel as if it could come the next few years. I don't think it's that crazy to think that.
They were in the NFC title game
2
a year
years
ago.
Or a year
It's
ago.
a very different team, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
What is drastically different?
Well, let's put it this way. The defense at least is going to be better, hopefully. So in theory, you have that. I think for me, the biggest concern is still going to be, like, I need to see that Jaden Daniels can continue to be a healthy quarterback for them to get there, because without that, they're not getting there. It's just that simple. I think that's still the biggest concern that's there. But it's a good question, because all of this is literally getting out a crystal ball and pretending that we can predict the future with this. And there's so many variables 6 years out with it.
Totally. If you want to call in on that, 800-636-1067, hit us up. I don't know that I have the energy for a LeBron conversation, but eventually we might get there. It's B. Mitchell. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Kind of keeping it going here. It's funny. I texted with people trying to book flights. I do think we don't do politics. There's a small part of me that wonders if I wait a month or 6 weeks to book all my flights for the Commanders season, could gas prices have gone to...
See, that's not politics, though. That's economics. That's different. So you're okay.
But the political people will jump on you for anything.
You know what? You can make anything political.
Which is
so
awful.
you know what? Just it's exhausting. I'm with you. Yes, I think it's smart to consider and wait on that. Yes.
It also could go the other way.
I mean, it could. At this point, nothing makes sense in the world anyway. So, where are the aliens? They keep. Can we make it official? Just maybe they'll make our gas prices cheaper.
I think the aliens. I don't have a great fear of aliens. I know many do, but I don't assume there's an alien invasion coming
in a world.
There's probably other life forms for sure. It'd be arrogant to think so, just considering the vast amounts of space that exist in the galaxy and universe and whatever else. But I don't know how we got here, Jeff, and I appreciate the music. I got enough on my mind. I'm not worried. Aliens aren't for me.
Just don't allow yourself to sit on any Instagram post that involves any of the alien videos that were released, because the algorithm will take you down some rabbit holes, my friend.
Sure.
I've learned a lot about lizard people recently.
I gotta say, I went down an alien rabbit hole.
It's dangerous, right? You don't even, it's unintentional. All of a sudden, you're like, I was
dangerous.
looking for dog videos in sports. Why is this happening?
But it's kind of awesome, too, at the same time.
Well, yeah, to a point.
Come on.
What have you learned, Sally?
Well, I've learned nothing.
we know nothing.
I've learned nothing. It's they're going to release these files. And it's like, okay, well, it's just videos of a potential UFO flying around. And we're like, we don't really know what that is.
I have a theory on this. I have a theory on this. This is easier to release all these videos now, because all we're going to say is, well, it could be AI. I trust nothing.
Well, Jeff is our resident alien expert.
Jeff and I have not talked enough about this. We need to. Yeah.
If there are aliens on Earth, they are octopus. Because how could something that big squeeze into a jar, change colors anytime they want?
Well,
they'll be closely related to
there
octopus.
There are a lot of theories that they're under the water hiding.
That's what it'll be. Because it's no way that an animal could just move here, change colors, move there, change colors. You ever seen aliens?
What about a chameleon?
That's what I said next. Same thing.
Okay.
They'll be related to them if there were.
All right. Okay.
Jeff.
That's the only explanation I can have for that.
Do you know the plural of octopus?
It's octopi, right?
Yeah.
I hate saying that word.
I was trying to walk Jeff right into an FCC violation. That's where I was headed.
Terrible, man.
Octopi are weird.
Yes, they are. They're smart too.
Yeah,
apparently.
I don't know how we got there, boys, but well done.
Well, at some point, you're going to get weird at some point on this show.
So literally, I'm trying to book this flight to London. I know Jeff's going to want to go to London. Jeff's an international man of mystery. I know a lot of fans are. The NFL international expansion's only going to continue.
Yes.
Does it annoy you?
No, I think it's smart. What annoys me is them talking about an 18th game. I don't need an 18th regular season game. I'd rather them expand the playoffs. I'd rather them get creative in other ways as opposed to just this sloppy, let's add an extra regular. I know it's happening, but it's just, the international to me is at least, I think it adds a level of intrigue to the league, and it helps build it out. I mean, does it affect me directly? No. I get that players don't like it. I don't think they're necessarily the most high-quality games, but it's, to me, seeing American football played in other countries and how they watch the game and the traditions around it, and it kind of sounds like a soccer game, or I don't know, there's something cool about it. Visually on TV, it's cool to watch it, but it's one of those things. If you told me right now the NFL is going to stop all of them, I'd be fine. I'd be like, okay. You know what I mean? I'm fine with it. I'm not angry that they're doing it. I understand. I think it's smart business that they're doing it. But I'm also not in the world where it's like I have to have them. It's fine if they don't.
So I've now worked 2 international games. I wrote about this on my Substack if you want to read it. But the difference going back to London 10 years later this fall, from that Bengals Skins game to now Commanders Colts, and just thinking how different kind of everything is, but just from the Washington perspective.
Yeah.
That was the Washington Redskins, owned by Dan Snyder.
Yep.
10 years later, it's the Washington Commanders owned by Josh Harris. Like, that is a seismic shift in a decade.
Everything has been cleaned out.
And I think just so having worked that London game where there's consistent NFL football, and I believe in like diplomatic terms, it's called a special relationship. Like the bond between the U.S. and the U.K. is probably far more significant than most other countries,
Yeah.
right? Like it's both English speaking. We watch the soccer, they watch football. Like there's some real, I don't know, similarities, but like simpatico between the U.S. and the U.K. by and large, right? Being at the first ever NFL game in Spain was interesting because there was a good contingent of Commanders fans there that were obviously rooting on their team. There were a lot of Dolphins fans. I was impressed / surprised by how many Dolphins fans there were. But it's still more of this like Lollapalooza of football for European football fans.
Yeah.
Like if you live in the south of France and you're a big, whoever your team may be, the Texans, but you love the NFL, like you were coming to Madrid.
You're going.
For that
You're
game.
just going to see the sport. That's it. And I think that's what makes it so smart is that, like, in the end, you're not just expanding the league, you're expanding the actual sport. Like the NBA doing everything they do internationally is basketball has been a big sport internationally for decades. The Dream Team in 92 really helped escalate it, but it had already been obviously a sport that was played around the world. They're promoting a league. The best league in the world, basketball. The NFL is not just promoting a league, it's an entire sport. It's American football for the entire world. So you're right. I think if you're a fan of any team and you know you've got a chance to go see American football, whatever the teams are, you're going to go see it.
Are you surprised at all that Canada's never a consideration?
That's a great point, actually. I don't.
Are they
I guess
all just watching it already?
They love CFL. They love their CFL up there.
Sure, but I would guess in Canada they're watching the NFL.
Sure. I don't.
And I know the Bills have played games in Toronto. I bet Rooster was at, because I know Mitch was at the Toronto game where John Beck threw like 65 passes of fewer than 2
I
or
thought
3
we
yards.
we all were going to ignore that game and pretend it never happened. We were going to just, but yeah, I'm surprised that you don't have more
a Vancouver or a Montreal
or anything.
something.
Just any. I mean, any of those. I mean, Toronto's a big one, so that makes sense. But I honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that you have the CFL and they love the CFL up there. That it's their own thing. It's like trying to put an NFL team in.
And the CFL plays in the same season.
Yeah, so I think it's probably just like that market's already owned by the CFL. They've got their own league. It may not seem big to us, but it's really huge up there.
I don't have a real positive or negative take on the international. What I do know is that players don't love it.
No. Kyle Shanahan talked about how much he hated it too, and it's
Well, that's I think going to Australia, right? Like that's just such a significant trip. But
are any of these easy trips? Maybe Mexico City. That's it,
dude. London's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I just did a flight to Scotland, and I just got to and from Oregon.
But how many people do you think feel that way about the travel and the time zones? Like you are somebody that travels a decent amount, and I think you're kind of used to it and you like it. These guys, there are plenty of players and coaches, I'm sure, that are traveling only because they have to. Some people just don't like traveling.
I think a lot of the players, it's about food.
Yeah.
They are so regimented in season with what they eat, and then are they able to access that food? Stallion wants us to. Nick Ashew's an NBA guy. I saw this on Instagram, and I believe it's complete nonsense. LeBron in DC. Here we go.
Oh, God.
Urban Meyer loses his arbitration case over a 2021 firing as coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, saving the NFL club more than $30 million, first reported by Brett McMurphy. Courtney Cronin reported that the NFL is going to look at Arlington Heights and Hammond, Indiana, as the stadium solutions for a new Bears stadium. Nashville is expected to be named the host of Super Bowl 64 in 2030. The New Orleans Pelicans have hired Jamal Mosley as their new head coach. He was fired by Orlando. Cleveland beat Detroit 125-94. They'll play the Knicks next. West Finals G1 tonight. San Antonio against OKC at 8:30. Second round NHL Game 7 Montreal at Buffalo at 7:30. Nationals against Juan Soto and the Mets tonight at 6:15 right here on The Fan. Men's lacrosse shocker, Virginia has let go of head coach Lars Tiffany. 108 wins in 10 seasons at Virginia and 2 national championships. The Mystics at the Wings tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Oh. All right, I want to start with a simple question.
Mm-hmm.
Before I ask you that question,
okay,
I'm going to tell you that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Do not melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. In a half hour, at 1:30, we're going to give away Black Crowes tickets with Whiskey Myers. That is in June at Merriweather. Should be an awesome night. Let's start here. I was pretty much out of pocket. When you're playing golf and you're walking, your phone is generally in your golf bag. And we had caddies, so I didn't even carry my golf bag. So, like, I basically, for 12 hours a day, I was probably golfing for 10 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
And did not have access to my phone. I would check I try to check like every 6 holes or so just to make sure my wife hadn't texted me. Nothing was like urgent.
Yeah.
But I'd get to the end of the night and have like 50 text messages.
Right.
So like I wasn't on Instagram. I wasn't on social much. I did see something on social about LeBron and the Wizards. And basically the comp was, MJ came here late in his career. I would point out that MJ came here as kind of a business opportunity.
Right.
His former agent, this dude David Falk, kind of put that deal together with Ted Leonsis and Abe Pollin, perhaps reluctantly, and then it all went sideways between MJ and Abe Pollin. And sure, he ended up playing, but MJ came here to be an executive.
Yes.
So I don't think there's really any comparison with whatever's going to happen with LeBron to MJ's arrival in Washington. All that said, is there any real conversation out there about LeBron joining the Wizards?
I believe nothing, but it's a thing. And here's the problem. Anything can be a thing now. Anything can be a rumor, and then it gets a life of its own. And it's kind of getting to that point where it's more of just becoming a meme more than anything else. Jordan couldn't win a championship in D.C. You want to solidify your legacy, LeBron? Come on to D.C. I don't think there's any chance that it happens. My theory has always been that he finishes in Cleveland. I don't know how that works now if they keep this roster together. They're in the Eastern Conference Finals. If you're the Wizards and it was a one-year thing, I mean, what does it really mean for you? Like, it doesn't do anything for your future. It's LeBron just jumping on a team for 1 year to go on his retirement tour with the Wizards. It just doesn't make any sense. It's funny. It's a great meme. It's a good joke to compare LeBron and Jordan playing for the Wizards late. Do I think it has any legs whatsoever? Absolutely not. I don't. But it is fun to think about.
I don't even think it's fun to think about.
Why? Why is it not fun?
You're a LeBron guy.
Yes, I am a LeBron guy.
I am not a LeBron. Like, I'm not anti-LeBron.
Okay.
I think he's a great player and seems like a good guy. Like, the histrionics and stuff I could do without, but like, whatever. I get why people like LeBron. What they're trying to build here does not make sense to add LeBron to it. Like, they're getting Trae Young, they're getting Anthony Davis. They're both perhaps movable assets. They both are nearing the end of these contracts. Like, you'd have to give LeBron a new contract. I don't think there's like a discount coming from LeBron.
See, that's the interesting thing. If you're LeBron James this late in your career, Are you going to take a $40-something million contract for 1 year, or is it going to be, I want to play for X team, I'm willing to take less finally in my career? Now, I would never tell a player to leave money on the table. I'd not, but at the same time, if you're looking for the best opportunity to finish your career, whatever that is, and it could end up just being the Lakers one more year, even though it seems like they all hate each other now, it really comes down to what you can fit under the salary cap and with the contracts and all the things that are there. There's not a lot of, if we're actually serious about it and not just throwing this out there for fun, there's really not a lot of places that make sense for LeBron James financially or just roster-wise or just fit-wise or anything. There's not much. Lakers are one. I mean, the Cavs, but not with the roster they have right now. Now they just made the Eastern Conference Final, so I doubt they're going to break this thing up. So, like, what else do you do? The Clippers have been thrown around. The Mavericks have been thrown around. The Warriors have been thrown around because of Steph Curry, which, like, I could get that. If the Warriors are in, let's squeeze out all the juice we can with Steph, you bring LeBron in and maybe he gets paid less. They trade for Anthony Davis, like somebody called in earlier and said, like, and they just start collecting all of these guys for one big old man run. Maybe the Warriors make sense, but there's just not a lot for LeBron James. There's really not.
It feels to me that he's just going to end up back with the Lakers.
I think so. That's actually the favorite. Retires or Lakers is like plus 105.
He's too good. I don't see him retiring.
Me either.
Like, he's still playing at a high level. He's not the player he was, but the player he was so great.
It's not fair to compare him to like 30-year-old LeBron, 28-year-old LeBron. That's ridiculous. He's 41. And he carried the Lakers in that first round series. Carried them by himself.
So you're a LeBron guy.
Yeah.
You like the idea of him coming here.
I like the idea. Look, put it this way. If the Wizards did nothing to their roster and they didn't have to sacrifice any young players or any draft capital or anything, there's not like a sign and trade with the Lakers even, and it was somehow he came on this discount and was like, that looks fun for a year. Again, I'm saying this, not expecting it to happen. It makes no sense in any way whatsoever. And it was just LeBron is here, added to the roster they have. Yeah, I'd be down for that. That'd be fun. I think it would be. And the younger players can learn from LeBron James. He would have a lot to teach all of these young guys. So there would be value to it. Does it make any sense whatsoever? No, it makes no sense. But you know what, damn it? Sometimes things that don't make sense are more fun than the things that do. That's it. That's it. Just let it not make sense, and maybe it would still come together in some way.
I think it makes sense a little bit.
In what way?
So here's the path, and here's kind of my vision for it. Like, this is actually a really talented roster.
Yes.
And then if you everyone knows the Wizards around the NBA is like the team who hasn't won anything. They haven't won anything since the 70s, and they haven't won 50 games in 40 plus years. Like, they have been this loser year after year after year. But if you look at the roster now, with the way that the front office is constructed, the way that the coaching staff can develop, this is an opportunity for him to really kind of separate himself from Michael Jordan. Like, if LeBron were to come here and win a championship, that would be one of the most impressive feats of his career.
Well, listen, that makes him that will 100% surpass him over Michael Jordan.
Nothing.
But well, if
just so we're clear.
Well, here's the thing. If we want to have an actual conversation about it, there's ways that you can make the argument. If you want to just sit here and say, no, Jordan won 6 titles, he won 6, and nobody else has any argument besides that, then you're not going to make any progress in the conversation, which, by the way, is stupid because they're two different players. Though I will say this. There's a lot of people that will have comps, right? And it's like, guy coming in, he reminds us of Kobe. He reminds us of Jordan. We've never had this guy is the next LeBron James. That's the unique player that LeBron James is, and the more complete player than even Michael Jordan was.
Basketball comp for LeBron is Magic.
Yes. With a better shot and scoring.
The evolution of what Magic was.
Yeah.
But I certainly don't want to go down the LeBron.
You sure we could do the whole hour if you want? No?
Jump off the building.
There was talk about Ben Simmons being the next LeBron for a little bit.
You're right. Briefly at LSU, I think early on, there might have, a little bit with the Sixers. I guess that's true. Before he got his big deal, there was a short period of that, but he still wasn't even close. But yeah, I mean, again, if we're being honest with ourselves, the whole entire comparison of Jordan and LeBron is stupid anyway. And no, he's not going to be a wizard, but we can have fun with it. We can, and he would actually fit this. It would make look, they'd be a better team, and the young guys would learn.
I feel like LeBron going to the Warriors for this last run kind of thing to me makes the most sense because even with Luka, I don't think the Lakers are championship contenders.
No, but neither would the Warriors. Like, no team that LeBron goes to is going to be better than the Thunder or the Spurs out west. And in the East, maybe you have a shot. So I think that's the only way that you maybe look at the East as a place that would make sense. But where is it? Because, again, the Cavs can't afford him unless he comes in on like a mid-level exception. If they have theirs, I don't even know if they do. And then after that, what does the roster look like? They're going to probably re-sign James Harden. Donovan Mitchell's up for an extension soon. Now they're in the Eastern Conference Finals, so they'll probably not break this roster up, which kind of looked like it was going to be the case before. So I just don't really even know how that necessarily works at this point. I think the Cavs making the Eastern Conference Finals has hurt the ability for the potential of LeBron to finish his career there now because of what they have.
We got calls, didn't even give out the phone number. Matt's in D.C. What's up, dude? You want LeBron in D.C.?
Hey, of course. I love LeBron.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been watching 10 years of like the end of his career, and it's just amazing, like what he is capable of doing. Some of the stretches he's had, like winning that first round series. Like we all know, if he was hurt and Luka was there, I mean, we don't know this, but I suspect had it been Luka playing instead of LeBron, they'd have gone out in the first round. Even as great as Luka is, because of LeBron's all-around game. But one of you gentlemen said something about like if he came here and wanted to travel and all this stuff, it'd get him that separation from Michael Jordan. And it's like the thing about the LeBron greatness debate, where he belongs in the pantheon and all that kind of stuff. He totally deserves it. He certainly is solidly there. But in no way takes away from LeBron James to just the eye test. You can watch, as I did, Michael Jordan. I watched LeBron. Michael Jordan is a superior basketball player to LeBron and pretty much, everyone else that I've ever seen. And no amount of points and games, all of LeBron's greatness, it doesn't take away from any of his greatness. But he ain't Michael Jordan. Come on.
Yeah, dude. I think that's fair. LeBron's a great player. He's done it a long time. What is LeBron's title count? And not everything's about titles.
4.
He's got 4. One of them's a bubble, which doesn't count.
Oh, no.
Bubble doesn't count.
Well, how does the bubble not count?
Who they play? The Heat in the finals?
Yeah.
It doesn't count.
No.
I mean that across sports. The hockey bubble doesn't count. Baseball, what was it, a 50-game season? Doesn't count.
I could maybe argue baseball.
How many regular season games were there for the bubble in basketball?
It was like 60-something.
It doesn't count.
You're playing in an environment that no other athlete has ever had to be a part of before.
You're comparing that to a real NBA season.
I'm saying it still counts. I'm not saying it is. Think about the mental grind. Do you remember what it was like during the pandemic? We all knew nothing. All right, it was awful, and they're locked away in this. I know you could be like, well, it's Disney World. It wasn't that fun.
Were chilling.
It wasn't fun.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count. LeBron's an all-time great basketball player, period. I don't think it makes sense. I got a text from a close friend and a listener. He said, I am anti-LeBron. Keep that bleep away from here. And I don't even like basketball that much. It is funny how people hate LeBron. And a lot of it is just this magnification of LeBron versus MJ all the time.
Right.
Which I don't think needs to happen.
But it's going to happen, no matter what. I think it's a stupid argument. They're completely separate players from completely different eras. You're never going to come to like an actual solution. We're just arguing to argue, which I'm willing to do. I'll dig my heels in, but I think it's ridiculous.
Manny is in Southeast. Manny, you want LeBron in town?
No. That's a big no. And first of all, I'm going to be serious first, and then I'm going to get into my jokes.
Okay.
First of all, he's a big distraction. We got young kids. LeBron's a diva. So everywhere he's went, he has problems with players, coaches, administration, everything, and he gets it all. Even right now, he don't even want to take a pay cut to help the Lakers to stay in L.A. So why would I want that here with fledglings on the floor and a fledgling-esque type administration that we got? We don't need LeBron. Second, now let's get into what's really going on. He has to catch Kobe and Tim Duncan and guys like that before he gets to Mike. Mike is the apex predator. The rest of them just eat. You understand me? So I'm not even going back and forth with the Michael Jordan, LeBron thing, but no, I will quit the team.
I love it.
It would be polarizing, though, wouldn't it, if LeBron got here?
Listen, it would be terrible. It would be terrible. Look what he's done in L.A. already.
Oh no, listen, I'm 100% with you on that. Like you wouldn't be building a team for the future. It would be about it just being a 1 year
LeBron,
like
and
circus.
that would be, we will be back 5-6 years. I bring back Gilbert Arenas before I bring back LeBron James, and that's crazy. That's for real.
Appreciate the
I
call,
like
dude.
that.
He is right though. Like LeBron on a 1 year retirement tour, just in a random place where he has no connections like DC, other than the years in the playoffs where he beat and the crab dribble and all that. Like it would be an absolute circus. And again, none of this actually makes sense, but the thought of it is just like that would be something. We never thought Jordan would be a Wizard, so that happened.
I think this is almost a 0% chance.
Yes, I
agree. Like a 0.001.
Yes. But here's what I will say that's interesting about this. The conversations about like fits for LeBron and the Wizards being thrown into, even if it's a complete hypothetical, which it is, it shows that the Wizards have built something that's worth being a part of. And I think that's the actual takeaway from this. The public perception, the national perception of the Wizards now is no longer irrelevant or a team that has no direction. It is. They have a direction, they've got a bright future, and they've got a great young core of players that's actually worth being a part of. That's the big takeaway from all this.
I suppose. I don't see it happening, and I have this running bit where my wife, especially when we were younger, like before kids, and I'd have like a buddy coming to town, or I'd be going on a golf trip or something.
Mm-hmm.
And she would, especially if we had, like when we lived in our little apartment, and if I had like a friend from college coming to town that was staying with us, she knew it was going to be a mess, and we'd be up late and loud. And like my one buddy, Berger, God bless him, every time
his name is Berger?
Neil Berger,
It's a great name.
Every time he'd stay with us, he'd break something.
Yeah.
Like
he's with a name. If you call somebody Berger, even if it's actually their last name, you have to break something.
Totally.
Big guy?
No, just clumsy.
I picture like big beard and just like clumsy, stumbling around.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I've got some of it there.
But like, say he was coming in for the weekend, she'd be mad about it on like Tuesday.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, listen, don't get pre-mad. Let's get through the weekend and then
get mad after.
Maybe it'll go well, but like we don't need to be mad in advance. And that's where I'm at on a LeBron conversation.
You're
like,
pre-mad?
No, it's the whole thing is so asinine that I'm not entering it.
Even though you have the entire segment.
John is in Riverdale. What's up, John?
Hey, my man. What's going on with you fellas? How y'all doing today?
We're good.
We're good.
Look here, man. Now, why y'all don't want King James with the Wizards, man?
Because his name's King James.
Whoa. I never said no. JP said no. I'm on board with this circus for 1 year. So we're separated on this.
You want him?
Thank you. JP be talking that stuff like B. Mitch been talking, man. Look here, man. Ain't nothing wrong with King James, man. Let King James come here for 1 year.
It's not going to happen. I'm not saying I don't want it to happen. I think the entire premise of the conversation.
Well, you're not having fun with this, and you're ruining the entire bit by not having fun.
Hey, man, authenticity. John, do you actually think this could happen?
Yes, man. Yes, it could happen. Michael Jordan came here for 1 year.
Yeah.
Listen. Abe Pollin told Michael Jordan to come down out the box so he could play, so he could put some money in his seats. Do y'all remember that? But Michael Jordan is not. Michael Jordan is the king. I will always say Michael Jordan is the king.
Attaboy.
But LeBron James is the Billy Goat. Jordan is the GOAT, but LeBron James is the Billy Goat. Remember I said that. Remember John said that. He's a bad man. He's a bad man. I'm telling you, man. And I done seen Jordan. I done seen Magic. I done seen all of them, man. Look here. LeBron James, they not built like him, man. And like I said, he could play. He could have played in Michael Jordan era too. Believe that. Michael Jordan didn't play. Michael Jordan was the king. He was the GOAT. Why do you think he was the GOAT? Because all them other guys, they were slow. They was old. They were retired and all that old stuff. LeBron is a bad man. That's all I got to say, fella.
Appreciate you, bud. Good call.
Call him the Billy Goat, by the way.
I like that. I like that. All right. I want to circle back to some Commander stuff because if we talk any more LeBron, my head's going to explode.
I thought we were doing that the rest of this hour.
Can't.
No?
I just can't.
LeBron to the Warriors next? Do you want to do a segment on that?
That makes sense.
Okay, it does make sense.
Sure. He's not coming here. Period. Go to break.
update brought to you by Melwood. The 2028 NFL Draft is expected to be awarded to Minneapolis at this week's league meetings. This is from Adam Schefter. Nashville is expected to be named host of Super Bowl 64 in 2030. Pittsburgh now has officially signed quarterback Aaron Rodgers to a one-year contract worth up to $25 million. In the NBA, the New Orleans Pelicans have hired Jamal Mosley as the franchise's new head coach. He spent 5 seasons with Orlando. The Nationals are promoting top prospect shortstop Seaver King to AAA Rochester. Tonight, the Nationals welcome in Juan Soto and the Mets at 6:15 on the Fan. Men's lacrosse shocker Virginia has let go Lars Tiffany after 10 seasons and 2 national titles. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Jeff, can you name a Black Crowes song?
No.
What about Whiskey Myers?
That sounds like a good drink.
I'll take a Whiskey Myers.
Yeah. It does sound like a drink.
2 vodka sodas and a Whiskey Myers. Yeah, that does sound like a drink.
Yeah.
Lonely East Texas Nights. Great song.
Play that when we come back.
Yeah.
But instead of Jeff naming Black Crow songs, caller 10 right now. You can win a pair of tickets to the Southern Hospitality Tour with the Black Crows, along with Whiskey Myers. That is Tuesday, June 16th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Stan, I'm going to ask a question. Phones are open now. Win the tickets, 800-636-1067. If we're giving away tickets to Merriweather, must mean somewhere in the Odyssey Corporation here in Washington, there's a plug at Merriweather, correct?
Oh, I've got the plug.
Okay. I need tickets for Fish in July.
Fish in July.
And Panic in June.
It's someone that we're very tight with. I don't think I can say this person on air, but I can certainly give you a number and an email for this person that we see all the time.
Okay. Terrific. Bang. Because a lot of my friends are trying to get me to lock in the Panic tickets and the Fish tickets, and I'm like, I'm going to wait till it gets closer and see what I can do. So that'd be great. Both bands are playing 2-night runs. I used to have that speed.
I was going to say, can you do it? That's a marathon.
I mean, in college, I followed Panic around for like 10 days.
Did you really?
Camping out, driving around the South. I saw them in Tennessee,
What
South
are you
Carolina.
doing camping out there?
Whatever you think. We were having fun. We did not need, there was no screen time. We were good.
Yeah.
We were hiking.
We were touching grass.
Grilling out. We were definitely touching grass.
Yeah,
Lots of different grasses.
Yeah.
I wanted to have a conversation. Who was doing the updates? Was that Earl?
Byron.
So what prospect did the Nats just call up?
So, no, the Seaver King, their first-round pick back in 2024, he was actually just promoted to AAA. He's been crushing the baseball this year.
Could he get a September call-up?
Definitely.
Okay.
And I think now with him being promoted to AAA, like kind of the path forward for that is potentially a C.J. Abrams trade. I don't think the Nats are ready to discuss that at this point.
So that's the conversation I want to have. All right? The Nats are playing good baseball. For a brief moment in time, they were 500. They're now 1 game below. They've almost played 50 games. Like, we're almost to Memorial Day, right? Like, the baseball calendar is, like, early. Then you get into actual summer, all-star break, trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
The way they're playing, the way they're hitting particularly, like I said to White Brian, the Nats have a big 4-game matchup with the Mets starting tonight. And the Mets are playing much better baseball. We all know how bad the Mets were early, but they've kind of righted the ship, right? The Mets are down now 5 games below 500. All they need is a good month. Like, one good month of baseball can really change the trajectory of a team. like if the Nats put together one good month, the way we're going to be discussing them is so different.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking, like, we know they traded Mackenzie Gore. That happened before they started playing baseball. They're now playing baseball.
I know where you're going with this.
And they're competitive to some degree. Like, if we get to game 100, if we get, what would that be, 6 weeks from now, and they've played 100 games, and they're right around 500, like, does the calculus change of not just a C.J. Abrams trade, but, like, adding players, going
Buyers.
to get a veteran pitcher?
Buyers as opposed to sellers.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, at some point, and the ownership has not done this, but at some point, even to Boney and the new crew now, if you have a team on the field that's competing, you owe it to that team to try to make them better and not necessarily keep pushing the goalposts further out.
I don't think the Nationals at this point would like go out and get like some star frontline starting pitcher like Tariq Skubal. Everyone think that he's going to be traded. You're going to have to give up a ton. The Nationals are not in the business are not in the market to give up a ton of top prospects. If they give up like their number 22 guy, like a Christian Franklin, for a veteran on a half-year deal, like, yeah, they could do that. But
like the Nats right now are 4.5 games out of the last wild card spot.
Yeah.
If that's the same conversation in July, should that even be different, or do we have to let Taboni break this thing all the way down to rebuild it? And in 3 years, if they get a bunch of prospects, could they be that?
And it's like a
better?
third rebuild after the initial World Series. Yeah, No, you go. Do you have a thought on that first? Because I see you looking. Because here's the thing I'll say. At some point, you have to show that there is a commitment to something beyond just rebuild after rebuild after rebuild, that there's a direction. And I've done this a bunch, right, where I've looked and compared kind of where the Commanders are and the Wizards are and the Nats are. Capitals are in their own world because you've got OV. It's different. So those three teams, all essentially Nats, Wizards, Commanders, all rebuilding in their own way. The Wizards, it's been a steady climb. Young guys starting from the bare bones, the way that the Thunder and the Spurs have built up, and they're going that direction. The Commanders is weird because it's like you came in with a new ownership group, and everybody is just trying to figure it out on the fly, and it's a bunch of one-year deals, and oh my God, they win 12 games. And then last year they come back to earth and they realize, okay, we're a rebuilding team. We have to approach it like a truly rebuilding team. But it's been like this back and forth with the Commanders. With the Nats, it just feels like they keep restarting this thing over and over again. And at some point, also to the fan base, you have to show them that there's actual direction, and it's not just we're going to be the forever Marlins, where we're just in the basement every single year, and occasionally we're a little bit of a fun team, and then, hey, remember that World Series we had? At some point, it has to get to a commitment, like you said, more of a let's show this team that's hovering around 500 that we want to make an effort to push this thing moving forward, because it wasn't that long ago, even though it feels like it, that the Nationals were World Series contenders year after year after year, building this team up through their farm system. And then, yes, free agency became a part of it too. It just feels like with the Nats, it's just been this continuous restart, and it's just been stretched out ever since they won that World Series, which, by the way, was 2019. It's now 2026.
And they haven't been touched competitive baseball
Nothing.
since.
Right. The expectations for this year, too, were so low that the fact that we're talking about this team being at or around 500 it's mind-blowing.
I think the path for competitive baseball in DC is like with the prospects first, though. And like that was Mike Rizzo's issue. And yes, of course, the learners were not spending the money that they probably should be in free agency and all that. But I still think the biggest issue the last few years was they were not able to develop prospects. And now this season, wow, it's only May 18th, they are starting to develop prospects. Like a guy like Seaver King, he was a top 10 pick 2 years ago. Last year, if you look at his offensive metrics, he was below average in every single category.
And do you honestly credit like the new mindset for his turnaround, or is that he's just in his second year of pro ball and now Rizzo drafted him, but it's coming together for him?
I mean, I think yes, there's a little bit of that, but also there is like a new school mindset. And I think Mike Rizzo obviously had his time as being one of the top executives in all of baseball, but his cup of tea wasn't really player development. And if you look at guys nowadays, especially coming from college programs, they have all the technology in the world. Seaver King came from Wake Forest. He had all the TrackMan data machines out there. Like, they have got a science lab of things. And same with LSU with Dylan Cruz. When you come over to the Nationals the last few years, we didn't have those things. And this offseason, the Nationals did invest in a ton of science and data tools.
Do you think? I do not believe that Mike was like, I don't want that stuff.
No,
I think the new guys got the job, and they're like, the only way I'm taking it is if you spend this money to do this.
And that could be the answer there. And so who knows what that was, but the Nationals have those things now in place. And I do think that is helping starting to develop prospects, because guys in the past, especially hitting prospects, you would just kind of see them just kind of flare out, and they wouldn't be like this stud prospect that they're supposed to be, like Dylan Cruz. Even then, right now, Dylan Cruz is kind of struggling.
It's the first name that I thought of when you said that.
But then there's a guy like Seaver King, who just got promoted to AAA, and Devin Fitzgerald, who's had like 8 home runs in 10 days, who the Nationals just got in the Mackenzie Gore deal. Like, you are seeing guys turn a corner. And so I do think this new school outfit here in D.C. is a real thing, and investing in these things have helped the Nationals, not just at the Major League level, because, by the way, they lead Major League Baseball in runs. Not the National League. They lead Major League Baseball in runs. Something is different.
Yeah.
Something is just absolutely different at this point.
How different is the lineup?
The lineup's not too different.
Right.
I mean, Brady House, like, even then, he hasn't been like spectacular this season, but he's been good. James Wood is awesome. C.J. Abrams was awesome. Luis Garcia Jr.'s turned a corner. Keibert Ruiz is hitting the baseball now. Jacob Young has 5 home runs in the season. Like, you've got these different things that are working for you, and you're playing this kind of just weird game with numbers and going out there with different lineups and not having the same lineup back-to-back days. Like, they're doing different things that they just haven't done in years past. And I think that's why you have a better system overall.
A month ago, 6 weeks ago, I thought for sure CJ gets traded. Where do you guys feel on that now?
Feels less likely now, doesn't it? I think for me it feels less likely, but I think for the right offer, they'll probably still make that move.
Yeah, I think it's, if they're in the hunt, like,
Yeah.
I don't think they trade them, but if they kind of fall off a little bit, and if a team is willing to give up a lot, then I think anything could happen.
With anything, it's the offer, you know?
Right.
Like, with anything, they might be hovering around 500, and a team gives them way more than they expected for C.J. Abrams, and they go, well, we got to take this trade, right? It's like the Wizards may want to stay at number 1, but if somebody gives you an offer that you, like a Godfather offer, you got to think about, okay, we're getting whatever it is, 2 first-round picks and a star and a whatever, then you have to start maybe changing your mindset a little bit. So I think everybody's got their price.
It's going to be very interesting to watch unfold. We got some bets to make. Grant and Danny come your way at 2 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
song, though.
Shout out to Jeff playing a little Whiskey Myers. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Grant and Danny starting in just a few minutes. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on Monumental Sports Network, on the YouTube stream. How's the stream behaving today, boys? Is it weird in there?
It's always weird in there.
It's always weird in that room.
They always just have their own conversation going.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the LeBron conversation was like. In the stream
I'm sure
chat.
it was just very calm and
Rational.
nobody completely rational.
I think YouTube streams are where you go for
YouTube streams
rationality.
YouTube stream comments are some of my favorites, man. Conversations can get so weird. I'm down for some weird sometimes. It's okay.
I can handle weird.
Yeah,
I'm not scared of weird. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Wanted to remind you that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Do not melt this summer. Today's a melter.
Yes, it is.
I was going to take my kids to maybe putt a little bit. I don't know if that's going to happen.
It's not too humid yet. It's okay.
Bro, I think it's like 93.
But what's the humidity?
I mean, 93 is pretty hot.
It is pretty hot, but 93 and dry isn't too bad. 93 and humid is when things get pretty nasty.
So when I would take them to putt at 5 p.m., my phone says 95 degrees.
Okay, that's pretty
It
hot.
says the air quality's moderate.
Okay.
It says it feels like 96.
All right, so
it feels hotter than the actual temperature.
But that's by a degree. That doesn't even count.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like 106
Yes.
like it will in August.
Yeah,
but-
wait till late this summer. That's why when people are like, it's almost summer, I'm like, how about we enjoy spring a little bit? Spring's nice around here. This weekend was great. It's
I was
like
cold in Oregon.
Well, yeah, it was different. It was sunny and like low humidity here. You're hitting like the 70s to the 80s, like perfect weather.
I'm a summer guy. I don't mind heat. I don't know where you land on that.
I don't mind it. It's when we get to the muggy humidity where you can't breathe. That's when I get a little sick of it.
The boys after us hate anything north of like 72 degrees.
that is definitely them.
I don't mind heat, hot. I don't love humidity. Nobody loves swamps.
Yeah.
But I'd take that over winter.
After the winter we had, trust
Yeah.
me, I'll take that.
Dude,
yeah.
We had a brutal winter. So I'm ready for that movement. We got action tonight, man. We got this. I'm probably wrong on this, but this feels like the Nats' first 4-game series of the year. I feel like they haven't been playing many Monday nights that frequently anyway. And I feel like it's all been 3-game series. You only get these 4-game series in the division, I believe. So it'll be fun to get Nats baseball tonight. We also got hockey, man. I think tonight is Game 7, Canadian Sabres. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I don't know what the scene will be at the Finley House tonight. If a lot of these things are if my wife actually wants to hang out with me. So
Well, you've been gone. You hope she would.
I think, but she's also like Tuesday she has to wake up early, get to work, and she's on like a real health kick. It might be like 8:30 bedtime for my wife.
Let me tell you something. Early mornings, though, now, I do enjoy a good early morning. I get it.
I wish I could go to bed at 8:30.
I can't get to bed. That's insanely early.
She'll
I can't do
read
that.
and then go to bed.
Yeah.
So tonight will be a 3 TV night because I want to have the puck on.
Yep.
And then Spurs Thunder. This is the series I've been waiting for.
I cannot
The winner
wait.
of this is going to win the title.
Yes.
And I'm really excited to watch it. That's an 8:30 tip.
Mm-hmm.
So that's got me up till probably 11.
Yeah.
A little later
Yeah.
than I was
Yeah.
hoping. I want to have baseball on. We are, we have a backlog of Bravo shows I need to watch with the wife.
You Bravo guy?
You know what? At this point, I just embrace it.
You
I
just-
suppose I am.
I know.
She dragged me along, and now I'm just like I can't wait for the next Below Deck.
I know we fight those shows, and then you see some of them, and you're like, oh, okay, let me just peek at what you're watching here a little bit. All right, fine, I'll watch it.
So we got good sports tonight. Should it be a Bravo night, it'll probably just be puck and hoops on the top TVs. If I can get all 3 on, if Lauren goes to sleep, I'll go basketball on the big TV, Nats, hockey.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. This is a good sports night. Why don't we make some bets, boys?
Before Ryan jinx anybody, give me the Nats.
How bad have Stallions' bets been?
Horrible. It's no. I told him to vote for the Orioles. I mean, to bet with the Orioles so they would lose. They lost by 13.
Yep. Well, no, that was Friday. So Friday, I took the Orioles to win, and the Nats won. and it got a little tight there at the end, but they did end up winning. So I'll get my bet out of the way. I'm going Mets money line tonight. Mets money line against the Nats.
I bet White Brian's not thrilled.
sorry, WB.
All right, so I'm going to fade you real quick. I'll go ahead and get in on the Nats then, I guess. That's the best way to do it.
That's the best way to do it.
All the betting shows you do have done. What is your action on a night like tonight where there's playoff puck, NBA hoops, plenty of baseball?
I'm a big NBA bettor, so I'm NBA props tonight. I've got a couple.
Card.
I got the Spurs plus 6.5. I like the Spurs to cover in this game. I love Stephon Castle over 15.5 points. Now it's a little juicy. Now it's at, I think, minus 128. So it's a little bit of a, you're going to pay a little more juice there. But I just think Stephon Castle has been so good in these playoffs, and I understand you've got a really good defensive team in the Thunder, but I'm going to ride the hot hand there as well. I'm leaning with a couple of those. Those are probably two of my favorites right now. But yeah, I'm a big NBA props guy. The thing is, though, it's a lot easier to bet props in the regular season than the playoffs. It's a lot more frustrating in the playoffs because you have these random games where guys just don't randomly show up out of the blue, and it's insanely frustrating to get that
defense.
Yes, it's a lot harder. It's a lot easier to bet props in the regular season, but San Antonio also was 4-1 in the regular season against. Straight up, but I do like San Antonio to cover in this game against the Thunder, but I like the Thunder in the series.
I'm excited to watch that game. My bet, though, and I mean this, I am rooting for Buffalo. I think the Sabres. That is a city without much playoff success. The Bills, so much heartbreak. The Sabres have been awful for 15 years or whatever. I think it's too much pressure at home in a Game 7. I'm taking Montreal to win over the Sabres tonight.
Our guy T-Mac's not going to be happy with you.
He's not, and I'll see his wife in an hour, and I'll hear about it.
You should. You should get scolded for that.
Thank you to John Kine for joining the program. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to everybody that listened. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thank you to Nick for hanging out with us, man. It was a fun show, dude. If you made it this far, owe you a beer.
Pittsburgh has now officially signed quarterback Aaron Rodgers to a one-year contract worth up to $25 million. The 2028 NFL Draft is expected to be awarded to Minneapolis, while the Super Bowl 64 in 2030 is expected to be awarded to Nashville. Urban Meyer has lost his arbitration case over the 2021 firing as coach of Jacksonville, saving the NFL club more than $30 million. In the NBA tonight, it is Game 1 of the West Finals, San Antonio against OKC at 8:30. The Knicks and the Cavaliers begin shortly after Cleveland beat Detroit 125-94. Jamal Mosley's the new coach of the New Orleans Pelicans. The Nationals promoted top prospect shortstop Seaver King to AAA Rochester. The Nats will take on the Mets tonight at 6:15 right here on The Fan. Virginia men's lacrosse coach Lars Tiffany will not return next season. Mystics at the Wings tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. May 18th, 2026. You're listening to The Fan, and we've got you all the way up to 6:15 tonight ahead of Nats pregame. 4+ hours of fun right here on G&D. Great guest lineup, including Joe House of the Ringer Podcast Network. He's going to join us coming up in an hour at 3 to talk about the Wizards. A lot to cover on that front. And at 5:25 today, our buddy Mark Zuckerman of the Nats Journal, he covers the Nats. They had a huge weekend over at the park, and they won another series, 2 out of 3 from the Baltimore Orioles. Danny, what's up?
I'm a little bit Secretariat, maybe even a little bit Seabiscuit. You can even say a little bit of Man-O-War. Saturday, coaching baseball. Kid had a baseball game, a lot of fun. Kids did a nice job. It was so dusty. Like the dirt from the infield, like they hadn't seen any moisture in like a millennia. And so, just doing normal things like, okay, guys, ready position. Like you raise your voice, not like to yell, but to do baseball stuff. And I felt like I can't clear my throat since then for like 72 hours. I don't know what that is, but it's super annoying. That's what I got. Back to you.
So you were not screaming at the children, disappointed in their effort.
Was not doing a kicking and screaming bit, just,
Will Ferrell with the soccer team?
Everything normal. And it's like nothing, I can't get it out. Whatever this nonsense is that's in there.
Underrated Will Ferrell movie, by the way. And I blame myself. I've probably only seen it 3 or 4 times. But I don't know how we get to a point every 7 to 9 years where I end up stumbling into kicking and screaming.
And you go, oh yeah, that's right. This thing's great.
It's a great movie.
It's a really good flick.
If I were to ask you right now, rank Will Ferrell's best movies, you wouldn't have thought of Kicking and Screaming,
I
would you?
Mm-mm.
Everyone wants to go Anchorman. I think Old School's in that conversation. He had a great cameo in Wedding Crashers. So even for those smaller parts, maybe, you got to go with the legendary flicks.
I mean, he's at his best, if I can say this, Will Ferrell, the ultimate fastball, when he has to come out of the bullpen. When he's doing the small cameo, the 2 scenes, or like the supporting role, he was originally did that in Austin Powers as, I can't remember the name, Mustafa.
Oh, that's
who was
right.
the guy, I'm alive but burned very badly. You shot me. Like the whole riff riff was so good. The Wedding Crashers bit, as you talked about, when he's a supporting role, he's at his funniest.
First one that comes to mind for me is Old School, ahead of Anchorman. And Anchorman would be the answer, but it just got ran into the ground. Everyone had the kids in school that just quoted it constantly, and I was probably one of those people that ruined it for
I'm one of those people.
A lot of my classmates. But yeah, I think Kicking and Screaming super underrated. But so you're blaming the way that they maintained the field?
Not at all.
Sounds like the groundskeepers didn't do a good enough job.
Which, by the way, is us.
For Danny Rouillet's standards.
We're the groundskeepers.
That's
so
right.
everybody after the game, you got to drag it. And as we're dragging the field, like guys are putting bandanas over their faces like it's 2020 all over again. Just a mess. But it's like, it got the little, you know what I'm talking about? The dusty cough? The dusty Baker cough? Where it's like, like nothing's coming out and nothing's happening. It's super annoying.
We've got tickets at 4 o'clock that we're giving away today, and we'll give them away all week long, so spread the word on this. If you're a country music fan, one of the big shows of the summer out at Nats Park, Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean going to be at Nationals Park. So if you want those tickets, you'd better be listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock each day this week on The Fan. There will be no parade today. Let's just get that out of the way first. I've gotten a lot of questions about this at Grant Paulson on Twitter. People seem to think that if the Nats got to 500, which happened with their win on Saturday, that we had a parade. That has never been the way that this was going to work. They have to get over 500. The whole point is they have to have their first winning record this deep into the season in 5 years. It's been since 2021 since that happened. And so if there is ever a point where they get over 500, right now that would mean back-to-back wins over the New York Mets today and tomorrow. That's the quickest path. We will have a parade. There will be brass band instruments. There will be signs made. We will walk down the street. Toby has vowed to go full uniform. He has baseball pants and eye black and the works.
I think I'll do that too. I think I'll go full uni.
Okay, I'll go full uni then.
It'll be weird in the press box afterwards though, but I'll jump off that bridge when we get there.
You could bring a change of clothes and just change.
That's what I'll have to do.
I'll go full uni, then we'll all go full uni. You gonna go? You want to go cup? You want to go jockstrap?
Sure, I'll go jock and cup. Now, do we get up to the press box dressed that way and then change?
No, that would be embarrassing and ridiculous.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
You're just walking down the street with people that like the Nats.
In baseball uni.
Less embarrassing. But getting up to the press box around media members, and you do what you want. I'm press box Paulson.
I know this.
I will not be wearing a uniform in the press box. That violates all my codes. All my ethical and moral codes.
Every Paulson ordinance, that runs afoul of.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I can act like a fool with you, Danny.
Sure.
For the radio program out here on the street.
Right.
We can run half street if you want to. But when I get in that building, we are buttoning up. We are going mesh belt and khaki pants and button-down shirt.
What's interesting, though, and by the way, I co-sign that, there are still bits in the press box, though. That's what's interesting. It's a wonderful balance of professionalism mixed with, hey, look at my list of least favorite nationals. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, there's
I love the
comfort,
balance,
I
yeah.
would say between us and some of the employees up there, there's certainly comfort at this juncture, but you have to dress correctly.
Yeah.
You can't scream and cheer or boo people. You know, there's a decorum that is followed. If you want to do some private bits where you write something down and pass a note like science class, you could probably do that. But there is no parade today. If the Nats beat the Mets today and tomorrow, there will be a parade ahead of their game on Wednesday. So that's the earliest we could have a parade. I think Clary has vowed to go tarps off as well, walking down Half Street. No shirt for him, so I'm excited about that. That's a big deal. How nice are you to see Clary tarps off on Half Street?
I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it.
That's big time.
Right. You usually have to be at the same apartment complex as him.
Right.
At the pool during a work day. That's usually the only way you get to see that.
Yeah, while he's supposed to be working.
Yeah, well, he's like checking the stream or working from home, and I'm using air quotes.
I know I'm supposed to be upset they didn't get to sweep over the Orioles. A little bit upset. Went to the game yesterday with the family. Enjoyed a great day at the ballpark. They got beat 7-3. But after taking another series, winning another 2 out of 3, Danny, as we sit here talking on May 18th, the Nationals, who were 20th offensively last year in the big leagues, are number 1 in Major League Baseball in runs scored per game. They are 1 under 500 through 47 games, 23 and 24, and they are having the best season they have had at the minor league level with their prospects in my entire time covering this team over nearly 20 years at this point, diving into their minor league system. What this new regime is doing is nothing short of remarkable right now.
The more you do something, the more it is that's just what you do. So through 2 weeks, you and I are going, okay, I'm not speaking for you, but we're going, okay, that's cute. You've had some nice offensive games. Joey Weimer's that's not it. Okay. Thank you so much. That was fun, but come on, we'll come back down to earth. And they keep scoring runs. And they keep scoring more runs. And it's Curtis Mead hitting third. It's Brady House and his 650 OPS hitting third. Doesn't matter. They put at-bats together. They play matchups. They are playing three-dimensional chess when everyone else is going, hey, we want some consistency in our lineup. They are gaming the system. They are working the numbers and working, it's not just a batting average against kind of thing where it's like, hey, Het's right-handed, so throw curveballs well. No. They've got hot zones and data against this spin rate in this zone. That's what, that's why this guy's hitting in this spot in the order. We've game planned it. We've, game theory this thing. A bigger at-bat's going to happen not for the 3rd-place hitter, but the 6th-place hitter. That guy's going to be more valuable than the 3rd-place hitter.
But think about
They're
it.
doing all this stuff.
It's just coaching. It's just smart that you would, on every sequence possible, give your player the best chance to thrive, right? If you know that Darris does something really well, that Danny does this exceptionally, that I thrive in this area, but I'm terrible at doing something else, and then you only ask me to do the thing that I'm really good at, you're going to get better results from me. So they do this. I mean, most of the time, it's very right versus left, left versus right. That's the simplistic way to look at it. But you're right. Some guys handle velocity better. So when we got a guy out there who's chucking the spheroid at 98 miles an hour, we're going to play him. Somebody handles spin better. The junk ballers go, and they get their rare start. And there are more advanced data and analytical numbers to that, but they're optimizing with R&D.
That's the word.
With the analytics. I don't want to take away from Blake Butera because he's been sensational. He has been really, really good, and it seems like they got them a good one. But the lineups are basically done by an algorithm put together by their general manager, Ani Kalambi, best I can tell. You can just see it sometimes. Like, only a computer would spit this out. A human would not say, hey, Nasim Nunez hasn't done anything in 2 weeks, but bat him second tonight.
Right.
Like, that's just not how it goes. But I don't think anything that's happening for them in terms of their offense is unsustainable. I think everything you're seeing individually on a player-by-player level is replicable moving forward. Do I think they're going to lead the big leagues in runs scored? No. There's going to be times where they don't come through in the big spot with runners in scoring position. Maybe the only guy I would say that I would bet on cooling off considerably would be Abrams, who's hitting about 300 with a 918 OPS best on the team, who's on pace for 130 runs batted in. He's not going to drive in 130. But he might not even be here anyway when he cools off. I still think they're going to trade him. And that's the one really interesting thing, and we're going to talk to Mark Zuckerman about this at 5:25 today coming up on Grant and Danny. If you're Paul Taboni and his staff, you came into this year thinking you're going to win around 70 games maybe. You're hoping. You're thinking, right? You're going to trade C.J. Abrams close to the trade deadline to recoup as many assets as possible, a la what you did with the Mackenzie Gore deal, which looks brilliant so far at the minor league level. And now you've accidentally hung around 500. You're within 4 of the wild card. You're not going to abandon plan. You're too smart for that. But it is going to be a tougher sell to the fan base, I think, when and if you trade Abrams now, if there's still 3 under 500, 4 under 500, because everyone's going to be saying, you're not as far away as you thought. You thought you were taking over this 3-year, 4-year rebuild or whatever. You're knocking on the door. Go get a pitcher or two. Add at the deadline. This is not going to happen. Trade for a starter. Trade for 2 relievers. You could be a wild card team. Now, they shouldn't do that, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. But there's going to be fans thinking that way, and it does make it a little harder to sell a July Abrams deal if he's hitting 295 on a team that is in the thick of the wild card combo.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, it's bonus. That's how I think of it. Is the plan is still the plan, and it's a very good one. And you're seeing the dividends of it. You're seeing the benefits. They're outkicking their coverage. Pitching is not good. Defensively, they're still not good. That's 2 of the 3 areas you can be good or bad in. And here they are, as you said, kicking right around 500. And it's remarkable. It's a testament to their work. And to me, the more important thing is the minor league system, is some of the coaching dividends that stuff is paying at the major league level, where guys are adjusting, guys are, not doing the same things. Some guys, I mean, there's still some of those exasperating moments, but it's Major League Baseball. But you're absolutely right. The plan is good enough where you don't deviate from it just because you got to taste a little bit of candy. Right? Like we're planning this great dinner. It's going to be in a couple years. I'm giving you some nice little candy appetizers right now. Don't abandon your dinner plans. Stay on course for the great dinner.
And for all the people that are wondering who's hosting postgame tonight, tomorrow, with the games against the Mets being within a win of 500, 2 from a parade, don't worry. Danny's doing postgame the next.
So it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
You have done postgame for 0 home wins this year. And it is May 18th.
Yeah, I'm 0-5. When it's just me. You and I have had some W's doing it together.
Right.
I think. During the afternoon, like our time slot, we do the post-game show, do our regular show. When it's just old Rainy Douye, that's a little 0-5 record at Nats Ballpark. I got a chance tonight and a chance tomorrow to start righting the ship.
I think I've got 5 or 6 wins. Toby's got 3. You've got the goose egg. But I was saying in our pre-show meeting, today feels like you're first. I think today's the day you get a win.
Where does that confidence come from?
Honestly, do theory.
Okay.
Full Eric Bickel on this
thing.
You
never want to go full Bickel, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
We've been doing this since opening day.
Mm-hmm.
It's May 18th, man. Are you just never going to see them win? At some point, the numbers say you're probably going to luck box your way in.
Just statistically, I'm going to see a win this year.
I'm not guaranteeing you get 2 in a row and then we have a parade on Wednesday. Right. I don't think that. I think you split the next couple days, but I think one of these two, you're finally going to see a win, and they'll be back in the 500 combo.
Jake Irvin, Christian Scott tonight. Nolan McLean tomorrow.
That's tougher.
Against Foster Griffin. Foster Griffin's good.
Yes, he is.
Nolan McLean, filthy.
Foster Griffin looking for a bounce back after giving up 9 Ernies.
That was 9 weekend at Ernie's.
Last time out. Birthday yesterday for me
There
at
he
the
is.
ballpark.
Yeah.
So don't really care about that. We don't need to
No,
worry about
celebrate. There it is, Dare. Celebrate the birthday.
But here's the question I have for you. When I would, people would come up to me like, happy birthday. And I'm like, oh, thank you. That's nice of you, whatever. And I'm just sweating, running behind my kid.
Just so hot.
The playground in the outfield at Nats Park, which, by the way, I don't know what that floor is made out of at that playground
Heat.
at Nationals Park.
Made from heat.
You feel the heat radiating back off of you.
Yep.
It's like one of those rubberized ground structure floor things where it's just 50 degrees hotter where the kids are playing on the playground. Any hoodles. What's the last birthday that is cool or fun or that you want? Obviously, 21's a big one. Is there anything after that? I don't remember, but there's a chance when you're 23 or 24, maybe you get all your boys together because everyone's home for the summer or something. Is there a time after 21 where a birthday is welcome and not depressing?
Nope. The next best thing it gets is at age 25, you can rent a car without the extra insurance fee. 21's the answer. It's the last cool birthday. Every other birthday after that sucks. And it's a different degree of suckage. 30, it's like no more time. You have no younger person tendencies anymore.
Yeah,
You're
I
not
think
allowed. Frivolity is dead.
30 is the first super depressing birthday.
Yeah.
If you're still in your 20s, there's a chance you'll go out and you'll have some fun and you'll do something. But from 30 on, you're just an old fart.
You're allowed to do what you want at 30 years old. You can go out and drink with your buds or not or whatever you want.
But you probably, now you're likely married. You might have kids.
It's get your act together time. Whereas in your 20s, it's like, dude, I'm having so much fun in my 20s. That needs to, just like that. 40. Oh, wait till you get to 40. Oh, that one is just atrocious.
Well, even if you're single, though, no wife, no kids, 35, 36, whatever it is, it's still not a good thing.
Yeah, it's get your act together time.
It's still depressing. You're still waking up with back pain and just weird things happening. Like you kick a football and now you've got a pain in your foot off and on for a couple days. That starts happening in your mid-30s, no matter who's in the family. So, I don't know. Darius, your birthday's coming up. You're going to be the same age as me, 38 years old.
Oh, that sounds rough.
There's no chance you're
38.
excited. Do you have plans for your birthday?
Not at all. I'm not excited at all. I'm watching the years just go by and I'm just getting older and older. Just nothing makes sense anymore. I think the last cool birthday is 30 for some reason.
See,
I feel like people made a big deal out of 30 when I turned 30.
Respectfully disagree. They made a big deal out of it to poke fun.
I think 30 is super depressing. The 3 at the beginning of your age, it's over.
Yeah, that was honestly, I'm not even doing a bit. That was my darkest time as an adult. That was a down time for me.
It should have been 40, I think, for you.
So
I can't speak to that fully because I'm not there yet.
No, I'll respond.
But I think 40 is going to be one of the most depressing realizations, just awful days I've ever had.
Yeah, 40's worse, but you're better prepared to deal with it. You see what I'm saying?
What do you mean, like resignation?
You've been practicing for that, whereas you didn't practice for 30. It comes up on you.
The difference between 27 and 30.
Yeah.
A lot different than 37 and 40.
The expectations are you're supposed to know what you're doing. You're supposed to be able to again, you're supposed to have grown up at that point. You're allowed some frivolity at 26, 27. You can, you go, oh, dude, he slept through the meeting. He was hungover. Isn't that funny? When you're 30, it's not funny anymore. Now it's embarrassing. When you get to 40, though, you've been dealing with that. You've been living, as Dan Quinn says, in that space for 10 years, where everybody just thinks you're grown up, and they're like, how do you, I know how to fix a hot water heater, or I can assemble the bench, or I can follow the IKEA instructions. Everyone's looking at you to do stuff, and I don't know anything, and it's the worst.
Well, how about this yesterday? So I was telling, my dad came to the game. We were hanging out, and he was asking about Blake Butera. He's like, so this guy, and he's like pointing over at Butera on the mound, making his pitching change. He's like, he's young, right? Super young. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I said, he's 33. He's younger than I am. And my dad goes, doesn't miss a beat. He goes, that's not saying much anymore.
Right at you.
Boom.
I mean, right at you.
It's tough. It's not what you want to hear on the big day of the 38th.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we're so far past cool birthday territory What are you going to do for your 50th?
So, my general default is I want silence and cold. My birthday's during the summer. I want no one around, and I want it to be nice and cold. And I want no one to bother me. I want no judgment. I want no irritation, no negative feelings. I just want peace and quiet.
Are
However
you
long I
currently
get.
46?
46.
Okay. And you'll be 47 this summer.
I sure will.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You like that?
So 50 is creeping up.
Hey, it's not creeping. It's sprinting with rocket skates.
I feel like 50 is normally like a big birthday party is thrown kind of year. And then your boys and friends all just tease you the entire time with like old gag gifts.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Like I'll get a cane and a walker, and orthotic shoe inserts. So the wife and I have already started.
Diabetic socks.
Seriously,
Yeah.
the wife and I have already started planning for this thing. We're going to do this blow it out extravaganza, not a party, but where we just leave. We're going to go to some, I can't remember where it is, but it's like in the Bahamas where you pay for this boat and a private chef, and they just pamper you. And like you're there the whole time.
Are you taking kids?
No, doing nothing. Quietly in paradise with people making delicious food for you. That's what we're going to do for our 50th.
Just be the two of you.
Yeah. That's our 50th plan. I turn 50 first. I have to go into the breach first, and I'll turn around and go, all right, come on. A little bit after me.
She the same year as you?
No. So she just had her birthday early May.
Got it.
May 4th. May the 4th be with you. Not a big deal. It's when I knew. Anyway, the point is, that's what we're doing for our joint 50th. Middle of winter when it's miserable, we're going to go to paradise, sit on a boat, earn 20%, swim, eat food. That's the plan.
And nobody
can come.
Can make fun of your age.
Well, I mean, that'll be waiting for me when I get back to shore.
Right.
The joning will begin.
Joe House of The Ringer is going to be joining us at 3 o'clock. The Wizards were named number 2 worst on the list of destinations for players in some player voting. We'll ask him about that. How do they change that? It's coming up at 3 today. But next, perfect team fits for the best remaining free agents in football. The Commanders have a fit on the defensive side of the ball. We'll tell you about that next on Grant and Danny.
The sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Exciting news for the Washington Nationals. They are promoting their number 8 prospect, Seaver King, to AAA Rochester. He posted an impressive .336 average at AA Harrisburg. The Nats are back in action tonight against the Mets at Nationals Park. Jake Irvin gets the ball for the Nats. He faces off against Christian Scott. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. Pregame coverage begins at 6:15. In the NBA, the Western Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Spurs and the OKC Thunder. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander took home his second straight MVP award yesterday. The Thunder have not lost a game in the postseason yet, but the Spurs took 4 of 5 matchups in the regular season. In the WNBA, the Mystics look to pick up their 3rd win of the young season tonight. They'll tip off against the Dallas Wings at 8 p.m. You can hear it live on the Team 980. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick it up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
Joe House on the Wizards in 30 minutes, and tickets to go see one of the big country shows in town this summer at Nats Park. Luke Bryan, Jason Aldean. That's at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz in 90 minutes. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. ESPN took some of the best remaining free agents in football and assigned perfect fits for all of those players. The Commanders were the perfect fit for just one of them. It was a Diggs. And it wasn't Stephon. It was his brother, Trevon Diggs. Washington could view Diggs as a reclamation project, ESPN writes, helping him get back to being a true playmaker in the secondary. He's had 20 interceptions in 6 NFL seasons, including a league-high 11 picks in 2021. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Gosh, 5 years ago.
Who was the defensive coordinator there when that happened?
Would have been Dan Quinn.
That's real interesting.
Durante Jones is the defensive coordinator here now. Diggs can use man coverage traits, backfield vision to get a jump on the ball in the Commanders' pressure-heavy scheme. However, he has plenty of availability concerns after spending at least a portion of the past 3 seasons on injured reserve. We've talked a lot about how badly they need help at wide receiver. You know that my feeling is they actually have a bigger need at cornerback. I think they need another veteran corner. So I actually like this. Sign me up. I'm very interested. The ask will be lesser of cornerbacks. I don't think Trevon Diggs' best days are ahead of him, but I don't know that they need to be. I think the way that ESPN writes this up, which is you're going to count on pressure. It's kind of a click and close situation on the back end where you're watching, you're spectating, you're dropping, you're driving, and trying to hit guys as the ball gets there, playing a lot of man on the outside and first 10 to 15 yards, and then after that, you're not worried because the pressure's supposed to be getting home. I think Diggs could fit.
I do too. Again, you're not asking him to be what he was maybe a couple of years ago. That's always the thing. If the scheme demands that, hey man, you're going to leave you on an island and you got to play make, and maybe you're a boomer bust, give up some stuff because you don't get 11 interceptions in a season without people targeting you. They weren't afraid of him, even though he's picking the ball off all the time. He's still giving up, all sorts of catches and yards and things of that nature. So it's kind of a push and pull. But if you could use a guy that's going to break a few jump early on a few routes, break on a few routes, and maybe give up some things every now and again, if you need a playmaker, which I think the secondary does, I don't hate this at all. Again, because it's not going to cost you what it would have a couple of years ago. This is not a $20 million deal. This is an aftermarket reclamation project for a guy that's been injured a bunch. Again, go back. I use this name all the time. It's kind of funny how often he comes up. But Ron Rivera actually did this really well with Ronald Darby. A guy whose reputation kind of been damaged, been hurt a bunch. Hey, man, we need something from you. You need something from us. A place to show your wares. We could use some good cornerback play for cheap. Ta-da. He has a nice career after that. This is what Trevon Diggs could use at this moment. A bit of a reclamation project. Who better than his former defensive coach, now the head coach here?
Darius, tell Nate Elgin to put Ronald Darby mention on the board.
It comes up a lot.
The next time he does a Grant and Danny bingo buzzwords thing. For a guy that was here for a season, you get some mileage out of Ronald
100%.
Darby.
I always do, because it is the prime example of my reclamation project thing where the guy's desperate. He needs to, clear his good name, so to speak. And the team's going, well, we can benefit from that. You give him a place to play, you get good production. Everyone gets something.
Diggs this past season ranked 68th out of 114 corners overall. His coverage grade via PFF actually was pretty fine, 45th out of 114. His pass rush grade, I don't care about. They do that for guys that occasionally blitz off the edge. Run defense grade, I care a lot less about, too. He's never really been an overly physical guy. He was 99th, I think, at a 114 in terms of how he played the run last year. But I'm not paying him to do that. I want him on the outside. I want him, basically with his eyes to the backfield, kind of dropping, sinking his hips, turning and running. The 11-pick season is just not something a lot of guys in the league are capable of. I know it's a complete outlier. It's a complete fluke. Since then, he's had 3-1 and 2 interceptions over the last 3 seasons, which is more realistic. But how many guys have ever had 11 picks in a year? You got to have legit ball skills.
Oh, yeah.
You have to have some intangibles, some feel, some understanding of what routes are being run. And just being Johnny on the spot is kind of a natural playmaker gene button you either have on your controller or not. He is also, as recently as 24, 11 passes defensed in a season that year. So he's been around the ball, gotten his hand on the ball. Now, the big question to me is durability, because he did miss 7 games 2 years ago. He missed another 8 games last year. I think you're probably, at this point of the offseason, whether it's 27-year-old Diggs from Gaithersburg, Maryland, played his college ball at Alabama, or any other corner, you're getting guys at a discount. Nobody's looking to break the bank right now, because that already happened in free agency. There were a few waves that, if everyone thought you could still do it. Remember, he ended up with the Packers at one point, had a weird falling out with the Cowboys after a contract. So I'm interested. I don't think you have to pay a lot. I kind of like that fit. A few other intriguing names here that I saw on this list. Von Miller, who played last year in Washington, they're saying makes sense for the Chicago Bears. They write the Bears are still awaiting the return of edge rushers. They have 2 of them coming back from injury, including Shamar Turner with a torn ACL. The team didn't take an edge in the draft. That could open the door for Miller as a sub-package player. Kind of the area of the depth chart where Washington needed him last year.
Yeah.
And people forget. I know it was the quietest 9 sacks ever.
I mean, it's library whisper quiet.
Very much not impactful. But that's what happens when it's not his fault when you're 5-12 and you're
Right.
picking where they picked and you're losing a lot of football games or whatever. But what might he have been capable of if they were closing out games, if they were in the lead? Normally it's easier to be a pass rusher on a good team because teams are throwing it more often and they're throwing it. Maybe it's 10.5, 11 sacks and a couple of them are louder. So I would still have interest if I just needed someone to come in on passing downs. Von Miller proved to me last year 2 things. 1, he still got a little bit of a get off. And 2, he knows how to get to the quarterback.
Yes, he does.
Like, you're almost 40 and you can get 9 sacks on a bad team that doesn't win very often. Something the guy across from you doesn't.
It reminds me of Ronald Darby. I'm kidding. Come on. We're having some fun.
You like Ronald Darby.
We're having a good time. Yeah, your point about if you have a lead or you as a defense force teams into something called 3rd and long. It's something that actually we've it's been a while since that happened around here. What it means is the offense has a far distance to go, 3rd and long.
Let me be clear. 3rd and long's not a problem. They got that covered. It's the getting off the field on 3rd and long that has been the issue around these parts for a few years.
There's a number of issues.
There's not 3 scarier words in football than 3rd and 15, as far as I'm concerned.
The 17-yard cushion reception, first down.
That just means you get to stay on the field against Washington.
Yeah, other teams are running against you. It's tougher to pass rush. And again, it was the most whisper quiet 9 sacks in human history. But as a sub-package pass rusher, you could do a lot worse.
I blame Ronald Darby for that.
It's a Ronald Darby question.
Another old head, Bobby Wagner. They've got linked to the Jacksonville Jaguars as a fit. 9.5 tackles per game last year for Bobby Wagner, ranked 6th in all of football. They say he shows a year ago on tape that he can still help you out against the run. I completely agree with that. Limitations in coverage at this stage of his career that the Jaguars or anybody else would have to account for. But an early down defender, 1st, 2nd down, I think you could do a lot worse than Bobby Wagner. Devin Lloyd, who was a mainstay in Jacksonville on the 2nd level, got a 3-year deal, $15 million per from the Panthers. They actually lost multiple linebackers in free agency this year. So Bobby Wagner is going to play. I think Jacksonville makes a lot of sense. He's one of the 2 former commanders on defense that were on this list. One other name that's interesting for Washington fans that was on, it's funny because a lot of their best players that left still haven't been signed. There's a theme there.
Kind of tells you.
Almost like being really old and having some red flags or whatever is problematic. Debo Samuel, they got his best fit to the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts went out and signed Nick Westbrook-Akine this offseason. You've got Alec Pierce, who they retained at about $30 million a year. Josh Downs is their slot man. Shane Steichen's a really sharp guy, offensive play caller, designer. Maybe with Akine, Downs, and Pierce, you can use Debo in that gadget role that Washington drew up for him before he basically had to become their de facto number one when Terry got hurt.
I think it's a great fit. He's got to be on a pitch count now. You see what happens. He's going to wear down if he's a featured player. Like you can maybe get away with it for 1 week, but if you do it for consecutive weeks or a month, he's not going to be able to practice. He's going to get out of shape. He's going to get worn down. He's going to lose a step, and you never know when he's going to be himself. But if you keep him in that gadget role, to your point, where it's like you've got, just for the sake of argument, 7 to 8 looks per game, where you may or may not get the ball, but like it may be designed to go to you. The first read is to you. Maybe we end up going somewhere else with the play as the quarterback dictates. That's probably about right at this point. So the marketplace for him, I think, is sort of reflecting that. He is not a frontline receiver or player anymore for anybody.
If he were to end up with the Colts, he'd have a game against Washington in London in week 4. If Wagner ends up with the Jaguars, as predicted here, he would obviously be playing Washington week 17 in Jacksonville as well. One name I've been intrigued by for the Commanders is Stephon Diggs. The problem with signing Diggs, and we'll talk about this later in the show, is that it would absolutely hurt Antonio Williams' role with this team. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Because Diggs plays inside and outside just like they want Williams to do. So you would stunt the development of your early round pick, which is why it makes a lot of sense probably to avoid Diggs. But if you want to sign a wide receiver who could be a pain and has been a malcontent, Ayuk's not the one I would go get. Diggs went for 1,000 yards last year. There is no injury concern with him like there is with Ayuk. But this actually makes a ton of sense to me. They like him to the Rams. With Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams on the outside, the Rams threw the ball 430 times out of 11 personnel last year, which is 3 receivers. That was 9th most in the league. And he's one of those natural route-running separators underneath. I think he would be a really good piece for Sean McVay. I don't know if they've had any talks with the Rams, but that feels like the perfect fit.
Doesn't it? Yeah, you're going to a team that's ready-made already to be towards the top of the NFL. And if he's willing to take on that third receiver slot, maybe a little bit outside, a couple stacks and bunches, and if he's willing to block for Sean McVay, then that could be an unbelievable fit. Because the receivers in McVay's system, you got to work out there. You need to engage and block, and I don't know if that's Stephon Diggs' specialty at this stage, but he could still go get it. I mean, listen, he is not a downfield threat like he was when he was going for 1,500 yards, but the guy that he is still an 80-plus catch, 1,000-yard dude, which they don't grow on trees. That's a great fit. I think he'd be a good fit anywhere.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Joe House is on the show to talk Wizards with us at 3 o'clock. Next, though, we found out that the NFL draft in 2030 is going to be at a brand new stadium in Nashville. What about the Commanders' new stadium? When will it be able to hold the Super Bowl? That's next. News out of the NFL today that the Tennessee Titans, in their beautiful brand new stadium in 2030, will be hosting a Super Bowl in Nashville. And so you start wondering, well, wait a second. I got a new stadium in 2030 coming just a couple years after them. When might DC be hosting a Super Bowl? I've seen a lot of people suggesting the following year's up for grabs, maybe 2031 in what will be the second season here for the Commanders' new stadium. I think it could be a little bit further out than that. And that's based on an interview Roger Goodell did with ABC 7 Sports and our buddy Scott Abraham at the NFL Draft a couple weeks back in Pittsburgh. Here's what he had to say about the timeline on a possible Super Bowl in D.C.
It'd probably be longer than that because we're almost out that far in Super Bowls. But listen, we talked about Washington having a Super Bowl going back 10 or 15 years, or more than that, 25 years actually. I think it's something that someday will get discussed.
I think Abraham had asked about 2031, 2032, and he said it would probably be out further than that. Now, they've only announced through 2030, but what does that tell you? It tells you behind the scenes that someone's already deep in conversations on 31.
Right.
Maybe they've already promised somebody 32, and the Commanders could come thereafter. But, Danny, you know it's happening. It is inevitable. That is one of the big, big, big elements of getting this stadium. They wanted World Cup games, and they wanted to do it in short order as fast as possible for the Women's World Cup that's coming up as soon as the thing opens.
Yeah, so it's the carrot you dangle for the city or the state, whomever you're negotiating with, right? When the owners are going, hey, pay for all this. And the city's going, I don't know if we want to pay for all of it. And they go, what? We got a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Super Bowl comes. And now, whether that's a net win or loss for a city economically, economists will disagree on that until the cows come home. It's still what politicians love to do is stand in front of the ribbon, stand in front of the thing and cut it, put the shovel in the ground and tell you about all the wonderful projects that are happening and what's bigger and more crowd-pleasing than a Super Bowl. The biggest spectacle we got, 90% of the country tunes into it. The other people are lying about it. It is a massive thing. It's a showcase for your city. You get all your profiles and everybody's patting you on the back and telling you how great you are. That's what everybody wants, and that's the carrot they dangle when you get the new stadium. When you agree to play ball, you get the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl generates between these. This is big range here for you. $350 million and $1 billion in gross economic activity for a city. Now, that does not mean necessarily that is all made money. There's some overhead involved there. But it has been a huge talking point, clearly, for the mayor and for everybody with the football team here, that when this stadium got finished and when it does open, the Super Bowl will follow soon thereafter, and it needs to, because it's a massive revenue generator. It helps you return that investment. It helps you make the money that is necessary, both as an ownership group putting a couple $1 billion into this thing, but also as a city putting $1 billion at least into this project, and maybe more when it's all said and done, as we hear about what's going on over at the Metro station over in Southeast by RFK 2.0. I also wanted to play this quick clip from the same interview, ABC 7, Scott Abraham, on the NFL Draft coming here. The NFL Draft will be here next year, as you know, on the mall. It's not viewed as a prerequisite to do a good job with the draft to get the Super Bowl necessarily, but Goodell did point out that they have been able to rule some cities out. DC's not going to be one of them. They can host whatever they want to. We're lucky to be in that kind of media market. But I found this answer pretty interesting as well.
We don't look at it as a test event. We look at this as an event in and of itself. In fact, maybe to some extent, it's been used as an event that others who can't host a Super Bowl because facilities aren't significant enough, or the hotel rooms, or all the other things that are necessary to host a Super Bowl. This is perfect for them. But this event is growing so large that it may outgrow some markets also. But I don't think we look at it that way. Washington knows how to do big events, and I think let's take the draft on first, and then we'll go from there.
How cool is the draft going to be on the mall next year, by the way? We're lucky to do what we do. We're spoiled because we'll be some small part of it, hopefully, in terms of draft coverage and whatever we'll get to do media-wise. But just for fans in this town to see the league descend upon Washington, D.C. for a night of that caliber, and the draft is going to be epic. I mean, it's a great quarterback class. Jeremiah Smith's going to be one of the headliners, has been one of the better wide receivers we've seen in college over the last 20 years. it's going to be an awesome draft next year.
It should be great. And the showcase part of it is the part that I'm so excited about, right? Because nobody thinks of DC except for what you see on the news, and it's like, live from DC, here's this correspondent or whatever. People don't know. This is a great chance for them to get to know in the best possible way, because they're not going to portray it negatively. No one's going to be kvetching about having to go to DC or whatever. Everything's beautiful. Everything's lit up. It's going to be immaculate. I can't wait.
The momentum for the Wizards at 1, it seems like, is not what everybody anticipated. They may end up going AJ DeBonsa, but when they hit the lottery a couple weekends ago, it felt like everyone just thought they won the rights to DeBonsa. There's more of a conversation to be had, it sounds like, around basketball as to who should go 1 than that. We'll talk to Joe House of the Ringer next on The Fan.
Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Mets tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 1-4 with a 5.91 ERA. He'll take on Christian Scott, who has no record, and a 3.45 ERA. And that's 1 game under 500 after failing to finish off a sweep of the Orioles yesterday. Hockey playoffs, Game 7 tonight for the Canadiens and the Sabres. That'll get underway at 7:30. Western Conference Finals getting underway tonight. In basketball, the Spurs going on the road to take on the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder. Game 1 tonight at 8:30. And in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers has officially signed his 1-year contract worth up to $25 million with the Steelers. He's taken part in the team's OTAs this week. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The third pick will be made by the Memphis Grizzlies. Picking second will be the Utah Jazz, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2026 NBA Draft goes to the Washington Wizards.
Still doesn't quite feel real. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. In 1 hour, we're going to give away tickets to the big country concert at Nats Park this summer. You better be listening if you want to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I have long admired the work of our guest on the Rude Guest Hotline, but we haven't had him on the show, I don't think. And if we have, it's been a long, long time. Because frankly, we just don't get to talk about the Wizards that much. But the world is changing in front of our eyes.
For the good, I love it.
You grows up and you grows up. House from D.C. on social. You guys know him as House in the district, but it's Joe House of the Ringers Podcast Network. Joe, thank you for a few minutes. Grant and Danny here in D.C. How are you?
Boys, first time, long time. I don't know what took us so long, but we're starting off on the right foot. I still have the hair standing up on the back of my neck from that clip you just played. I just can't hear that thing enough, that draft clip.
I want to know who gets the residuals that came up with that music, because the NBA plays it under the actual announcement. And so we have no track, no audio to just play the words. We have to play that music every time. Someone's making good cash on that.
I love this business angle. You're always thinking of the correct angle, Grant.
Well, so I have to offer a quick thank you. There are no advocates for us, for like the 11 of us Wizards fans in the world that still care about the future of this franchise, et cetera. Maybe the worm is turning in a good way, but for a long time, you were our one voice in the national consciousness where everybody's just beating up on us whenever we come up. So I want to thank you on behalf of all 12 Wizards fans.
Well, Danny, I mean, it's been a hell of a run. We haven't had anything to really tout since the 2017 run where we got to the semifinals against the dastardly Celtics. I hated that series so much, the outcome of that series. But it felt like we might have a window of Washington being relevant on the hoop scene with our own version of a big three. It was kind of a medium three with Wall, Beal, and Otto. But the basketball fates were not in our favor, and it just took a whole nother generation for us to get to this moment. Finally, I mean, the team has been deservedly a bit of a laughingstock over the last, at least half decade. But with the arrival of Michael Winger and Will Dawkins, and the arrival of the semblance of a plan, something that the fans can kind of hear. Here is a vision. Here is what we're going to try and do. Here's the goal that we have in front of us. And we've seen other franchises in the league very quickly through the draft and some shrewd drafting and some free agent maneuvering accelerate their rebuild. Look no further than the San Antonio Spurs, who we get to watch tonight, right? 3 straight picks. they knocked the picks out of the park with Harper, with Castle, and of course Wemby. But look at them; they were not down for long, and there's no reason that this Washington team, if we get this pick right, and I don't see how we can't, aren't competing in a way that the national all of the hoops heads out there on the national scene have to take us seriously.
I mean, it's hearing you say that is crazy to think about, but it's reality, and we're knocking on the door now. It's right in front of them. It's amazing because I think you can go through 25 years. Like if you're my age in your mid-30s, it's the Gill era, right? Then it's the Wall-Beal group you mentioned that got eliminated in Game 7. And that's kind of the blips over a couple of decades. There are some decent teams here or there, but that's been the extent of it. So let's go back to when they hit the lottery and got number 1. Did you immediately think, okay, they got A.J. DeBonsa, or were you just viewing it as the asset that could unlock whatever they wanted to?
Oh, no, I thought immediately DeBonsa. DeBonsa has been the prize. I think the way that the college season played out, what we saw in terms of the tournament, and the disservice that Peterson did himself and the Peterson camp in not being on the same page with Kansas and whatever the combination of injury and whatever other elements were conspiring to keep Peterson from playing competitive basketball. To me, DeBonsa's the clear number 1. I have no hesitation or reservation. I do think he can be a leader. The basketball skill set speaks for itself. I think he's pro-ready. The scoring that he demonstrated, especially when BYU lost its second best scoring option, and the way that he became the focus of opposing defenses and still got his 26 or 27 points. No, I thought immediately about DeBonsa and was dreaming in those initial moments about how he might fit, but then my phone started filling up with a narrative that became kind of a national narrative, which is, might Washington trade out of that pick? Doesn't Utah love A.J. DeBonsa? And so I guess we have to kind of sit tight and see what comes out over these next several weeks in terms of potential trade offers. But if we end up with A.J. DeBonsa, and that would be my estimate of what's going to happen, I will be beside myself.
So I'm with you. It's interesting to me, though, because the buzz, to your point, and there was a guy very recently that I saw was at the Combine who basically said, hey, this is a lot closer than people think. Everyone thinks it's like DeBonsa, Big Gap, Peterson. This is like DeBonsa and Peterson as co-stars on this thing. What do you make of that?
I think you're right. And I'm hearing the same thing from a lot of different quarters in the NBA community. And some of that has to do with priors. In advance of the college basketball season that was just competed, Peterson was the clear-cut number 1. Peterson was the one that had the acclaim, and all he had to do was basically hold serve over his college season, and he was the presumptive number 1. And a lot of that had to do with how he performed on the international stage and some of the under-19 stuff, and also, his high performance in your elite, AAU kind of situations. I think folks are willing to kind of extend the benefit of the doubt a little bit with Peterson. For whatever reason, he's not going to take all the blame for that situation in Kansas not working out. But I keep getting sort of input from folks saying, don't be so sure that pick will be DeBonsa. And even, the Athletic, Josh Robbins had a piece up just yesterday, I think, about where they polled some anonymous execs and got some input, and the majority said, yeah, good, just take AJ and rest assured that it'll work out. But there were some Peterson votes in that mix.
Joe House with us here on G&D at House from DC on the Twitterverse Ringer Podcast Network. So what's kind of the best case and worst case here with this draft? In other words, I'm with you on DeBonsa. I'm co-signing. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around some of the opportunities or potentials here. The worst it can be is blank, and the best it can be is what?
So the best to me is just DeBonsa. We keep the number 1 pick and we take him. The second best would be Utah reaching the conclusion that they just absolutely positively have to have AJ, and they're willing to indulge in some pain. And the trade offer that they make to Washington is the number 2 overall pick, and Ace Bailey, and one of the many, many future firsts that Utah has in its arsenal in the future. I would accept that. I would take that as the worst case scenario. Anything else, I just have to see it. I mean, it would have to be a very high pick in this draft because you need a top 4 pick. It would have to be another very young player, and it would have to be additional draft capital. I am not interested in any way, shape, or form in any established player for that number 1 overall pick. Unless it's something absolutely insane like Luka Doncic, whatever, preposterous kind of names you could come up with. I just don't think it makes any sense for what this Washington roster looks like to bring a seasoned player in, because we're already in the position of having to figure out where to put Anthony Davis.
So in terms of worst it can be, I guess here's where I was going with that house. It's like 5 years down the road, Peterson's an MVP candidate and DeBonce's fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, how will we look back at this and go, man, they swung and missed? Because this is a consensus thing. It's like these two guys up at the top are both so good that, even if they throw a dart and miss it and they hit Boozer, he's pretty good too. Like what's the worst this draft can be? Kind of the blessing of that number 1 overall pick.
That's funny. The crazy thing is Caleb Wilson probably has the highest ceiling of anybody,
right?
Because he's an unknown quantity with how much of the season he missed at Carolina. But he is, athlete wise, just insane. I think, some folks said the worst case scenario with DeBonce is in Andrew Wiggins' career. Andrew Wiggins did make the All-Star team once, but was a very important player on a team that won an NBA title. Andrew Wiggins has a ring, so I guess you would say DeBonce, that's your downside scenario. And Peterson, Boozer's going to help whoever he goes to. His skill set is immediately translatable into viable NBA minutes. And Peterson's kind of the great unknown. The comps for Peterson coming into this season was he has the same kind of skill set as Kobe in those early days of Kobe. Nobody would be stupid enough to make a Kobe comparison now, but because of the size and the dynamic playmaking, Peterson is a sneaky good shooter. So that the downside would be that Peterson's Kobe, that Caleb Wilson is KG, and that DeBonce is Andrew Wiggins. How about that?
I want to get into this poll with you, House, if you don't mind, that 161 players from The Athletic were asked various questions. And the Wizards, not surprisingly, came in second most votes on the don't want to be traded there list. Memphis was 1, Washington was 2. They were also tied for last in terms of, quote, which arena has the most passionate fans, end quote. Now, that's a Lifetime Achievement Award. That doesn't surprise me. I get that. But where are you at? I set it up to ask you about Davis and Young. I didn't love either of those trades. I liked them fine because you didn't give anything up that mattered. And in the case of Young, you're going to get someone who can jumpstart the offense, whatever. Davis, unlike Young, doesn't really seem to want to be here. And in the nicest way possible, he just keeps saying, I want to win next year. That team can't win next year. But he's not connecting the dots. So where are you on those two veterans? And could they move Davis and get something in this draft? Or is that not something you're trying to do?
Grant, I'm honestly surprised to hear that Washington fared so poorly in terms of other players saying that Washington has a potential kind of destination, because that was one of the things that C.J. McCollum was so great about and did us an enormous service on his way out. He was very vocal about how this is not the old Washington, that they are doing business with a vision, with a game plan. This is a shrewd front office, and that in terms of the the player development aspect, McCollum was very effusive in his praise about the direction Washington is headed. But it has to be the case that still that old Washington stink is out there, and it's going to take a handful of years of success to get rid of it. The league, Stephen A. went on, 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, the bosses should refuse to go to Washington because they're bums. Well, okay, Stephen A. That's fine.
That's weird because he's been
true.
so measured and reasonable since they got the number 1 pick.
So plugged in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's a fair enough complaint 5 years ago, but the league changes, personnel changes, the guys change. And Middleton also said nice things on his way out. I think Anthony Davis does make sense as a trade candidate, and then there are 3 different moments when that could happen. It could happen this summer, right, where one of these teams that got knocked out of the playoffs that had higher kind of ambition, a team like Detroit, honestly, or Orlando. If Cleveland underperforms against the Knicks, I wouldn't be surprised to see them shake something up. But Davis could be part of the summer movement. And then you also have this window between the beginning of the season and Christmas where teams arrive with an expectation about how they're going to fare in the upcoming season, and it doesn't go well over the first month, and those teams feel, kind of pressure to do something right away. And so before Christmas, you could see a trade, and then obviously the trade deadline is another moment. But it would, I think, behoove Davis to come play, to be a good soldier, to act like he's going to mentor Sarr for a little bit. I mean, folks haven't seen Anthony Davis play meaningful basketball in 2 years. So it'd be good for him to show up healthy and happy and with a good attitude, even with the eye on the door potentially. But the team and his representation, I hope, work out the messaging in terms of what's in his best interest, Davis's best interest. Trae Young, I think, will be fine. I think they're going to give him an extension, and I think that he's happy to be here. He's in a different phase in his career. The pressure's not on him to be a relentless scorer, and it's a dynamic, athletic team behind him that should be able to make up for the defensive liabilities that Trae Young presents. But if he and Sarr get going on a pick and roll, and we see Sarr flying down the lane on Trae Young short oops, that's going to be a really nice outcome.
So you mentioned CJ McCollum, and we're also talking Anthony Davis here. Grant and I have gone back and forth on this a million times, House. And here's my point. Stephen A. Smith, as a tourist who doesn't really follow what's going on, saying the Wizards are an abomination. Okay, that's par for it. This survey's still out there. Changing that perception to be one of the cool kids that gets the disgruntled free agent or the disgruntled max contract player that wants to agitate and get a trade somewhere, getting at that table is worth any maneuvering you're going to make for Anthony Davis and dealing with his ego, having LeBron on whatever podcast he was on say he was intrigued with what the Wizards were doing. To change that perception of 50 years of losing and being a joke, frankly, unserious at times, to me is the most important part about all of this. And it's going to take some work, but I think that work is happening right now. And that's kind of why I'm more okay maybe with that Davis trade coming here than maybe some other folks are, because even though he's saying, the timing may not match up, he's still singing the praises of the local team. Just want your thoughts there.
Yeah, that's exactly the best case kind of outcome. Here's the thing: Washington hasn't been a team worth watching for how long? Since Westbrook helped drag a team of bums to the playoffs. He took Beta Beal and Westbrook was the alpha. And I will say this out loud: Russell Westbrook deserves a pat on the back and a hug from Denny Avdia, who Denny, very early in his career, he saw the work ethic and the energy that Westbrook brought to the table every day. I think Russell Westbrook had a significant impact on Denny Avdia's development. And so this player that Denny's blossomed into, I hope that Denny said great things about Westbrook when he was here. But in any event, the point is, there has been no reason whatsoever to be interested in Washington for probably a full since 2017. So that's 10 years. Well, now they're going to be on the national stage with some national games, no matter what they do with this number 1 overall pick, and especially if it's the banter. We're going to have primetime games here in Washington. And Washington, the fans will show up and show out. You guys know this better than anybody. This is an amazing basketball town, and we show the F up when the talent it warrants it. When there's a competitive team, when the games are in doubt, when things seems like we can go out and contend with the big boys. And as an up-and-coming team, LeBron ain't wrong. LeBron's paying attention. It is an interesting team. So we'll get the spotlight. If there's any kind of modicum of success with this Washington team, the tenor of the league's regard for what this team is all about should change, and especially with the vision of Wenger and Dawkins coming to fruition, the league will take notice. Oh, those are smart guys. Now, it's a lot of pressure on Brian Keefe. And Brian Keefe has a great, well-deserved reputation as a developmental coach, but I wouldn't be surprised if the bench here in Washington, in addition to all the good guys that have been helping these young guys develop, if we see some old heads land on the Washington bench to help usher in a competitive era this upcoming season.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense. Joe House is with us on Grant and Danny. So I want to bounce one more thing off you, and I want to play a clip from Michael Winger talking on Russillo's show. And he was talking about free agency and the idea that essentially just having a boatload of money might not be worth what it used to be, essentially. And I'm wondering if this is an area where I've got to update my file a little bit, because that has been my argument, essentially, with like the Davis, even the Young thing is like, I want to keep my assets. I want to keep my money for what could be behind one of these doors, not knowing what it is. I don't want to settle down because what if Sidney Sweeney comes looking for me, right? And the point is, maybe Sidney Sweeney's not coming looking for me, but this is what Winger had to say to Russillo.
I think it's a high risk going into free agency with a tremendous amount of cap space in what could also be a limited free agent marketplace. And so that was part of our analysis. That pie chart was, okay, if we don't do this deal with Trey and then we don't subsequently do the second deal with AD, what are we doing with this cap space? Well, one, we're going to chase Trey Young and hope he comes, but boy, it sure would be a hell of a lot easier to sign him in free agency if he's already got 6 months of experience with us, wouldn't it? So that's partly why we traded for him. But there's got to be guys in free agency that are willing to come.
Right. And you don't know that.
You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. And guys aren't really getting to free agency anymore.
Is that basically the way to think about this now? He goes on to talk about how with some of the rules, guys just don't hit the market. Do we need to update our files a little bit on being able to just have all the money and then accidentally, whoopsie-daisy, we got to give it to Andrew Nicholson and Jan Mahimi?
Right. That is precisely the era that we're in. I had not heard that clip until now. He knows better than anybody, but he's right. The direction that the league is headed, the currency, the most valuable currency are high draft picks. High draft picks are much more valuable these days than free agent money, because any player that is really interesting to the market potentially gets signed to an extension. The teams won't let them go. The teams will overpay in the extension class. Now, you can point to Philadelphia as a team that, made a miscalculation on that extension. They did not have to sign Embiid to the extension they signed him to. Then they had some cap space, and they went after Paul George. That was a gamble that didn't pay dividends in the first year, and you could say, whatever. They did knock the Celtics out of the playoffs in the most recently completed round, but they were not competitive at all with the Knicks. But the problem you have now is with that cash, you might end up with someone like, look at Toronto. Toronto has in consecutive years, Brandon Ingram, and in the previous year, Emmanuel Quickly, and the whole league looked at those two acquisitions as like they weren't really bidding against anybody, and they paid a whole lot of money to those two guys. And Toronto, good for them. They are, it seems like headed in the right direction, but they extended Jakob Poeltl because they had the money, and now they're stuck with Jakob Poeltl, making $25 million a year, and that's a position that he can't. I mean, they can't play him. He couldn't play in the playoffs. They had a rookie, Murray Boyles, who was much better than Poeltl. So you don't want to repeat those mistakes. And so I think this observation by Winger is absolutely on the money. And who am I to say? He's the executive paying attention to the league. I'm just a fan.
House, we'll let you out on this. We've kept you too long, but we're making up for lost time here. I've got random Wizards names that I want to throw out there. I want your rapid fire lightning round, like word association, first thing that comes to mind. You ready?
Yes.
Peter John Ramos.
Party.
How about Tyrone Nesby?
Oh, wow. Wow. I enjoyed his time here. What's a rapid fire response? Swiss Army knife.
Okay, I dig that.
Michael Smith and Mike Smith on the same team.
Who is who? Which one is which? I can't tell yet. Ask their parents.
Ronald Popeye Jones will be my last one.
All-timer. Love Popeye Jones so much. Great teammate. Look at the career he's made for himself in the league. Beloved. That's the word.
Darius Sangaila.
We got him at the end. Professional.
And my final one, Bobby Simmons.
Oh, gosh.
Me too.
Wow. The Bobby Simmons from Sacramento, did we have him on the Wizards for a minute?
Not that one, the other one.
the wrong Bobby Simmons. I think oh gosh was probably the right
oh gosh
answer.
is the correct answer.
Yeah.
That's the answer, yeah. I don't know.
Washington to Clippers to Bucks.
Yeah, the Ford from DePaul that everyone thought was going to be Paul Pierce 2.0.
It's like 01.
Spoiler alert, he was not.
Didn't work out.
Not so much. House, good to have you on, man. Thank you. We will catch up soon. But how about, you're all over the place. The Wizards are relevant in D.C., baby.
You're in demand.
Let's go. We're going to have to see each other at a game this upcoming season, but let's not wait till then to get on the phone again together, fellas.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
We'll get it done. Next time we'll talk about the Commanders or something. House from D.C., check him out. Does all of the different pods with the Ringer and all the Bill Simmons properties. Good to have him on Grant and Danny. I want to talk to you about this polling done of 160 players. Very clearly, the Wizards have not closed the gap yet on being in the Cool Kids Club. How do they do that? This is the Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In baseball, the Nationals welcoming in the New York Mets. They are hot, winning 5 of their last 6. They come into town for a 4-game series against the Nationals. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nats. He's 1-4 with a 5.91 ERA. He'll take on Christian Scott, who has a 3.45 ERA and no record. Nats and Mets, 6:45 right here on the Fan. NBA Western Conference Finals getting underway tonight. Spurs and Thunder at 8:30, and then Game 7 on the ice tonight between the Canadiens and Sabres at 7:30 in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers officially signed his contract with the Steelers today, worth up to $25 million for a season. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Sign me up for this sports night tonight. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We got a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Montreal Canadiens, the Buffalo Sabres. Between these two buildings, this has been as good a home atmosphere series as I can remember in a long, long time. Montreal, you remember this from a year ago.
Oh, of course.
They get into it in their barn north of the border, and then Buffalo's been waiting for this forever and ever. They had an 8 spot they hung in Game 6 of this series on Saturday to force this Game 7. So they come in with all the momentum. Montreal had a 3-2 series lead and is trying to avoid what would be a little mini collapse and consecutive losses here. But Buffalo playing at home, Game 7 tonight, should be absolutely hopping for the Sabres. And then the NBA postseason this evening, as you just heard Toby talk about, we're kicking off the Western Conference Final with, I think this is the matchup everybody wanted. The San Antonio Spurs handled the Oklahoma City Thunder in the regular season. You've got the MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. We found out yesterday he wins for the 2nd straight year.
That's right.
Good luck winning a 3rd, by the way. LeBron never did that. You know that fatigue's going to set in.
They hate doing it.
Probably
they
the
hate
end
it.
of the road for this run of MVPs for him. But Wemby's the next guy in line. He's going to win it next year.
It's his turn.
So you got the MVP and then the guy in waiting to be the next MVP possibly, and the 2 best teams in the West kicking off the Western Conference Final, which should be awesome.
This is the real championship. All due respect to whoever comes out of the East.
That's a good point, because Knicks Cavs is going to be entertaining.
It'll be fun,
right?
I'll watch. I'll have a good time, and tip of the cap to the Cavs, who went on the road and thumped Detroit last night. That was awesome.
The winner of that series is going to be a heavy underdog. Doesn't matter who wins the West. Probably going to be the Thunder, but doesn't matter. Let's say it's the Spurs. They will be a convincing favorite over the Knicks.
And they should be. And again, who knows what happens, right? You've seen these sort of things before where the overdog maybe takes it easy, you get ambushed, or a good game plan against you. So, they'll still roll out the basketball and play the games. But these are the 2 best teams in the sport. Whether you like Oklahoma City better or Spurs better, doesn't matter. This is going to be a war. I hope it goes 7. I want every one of these games to go as long as possible. I'm all in.
We were just talking to Joe House about this before we move on. I did want to tackle this, just you and I here in studio for a moment. So this poll was done by The Athletic. It was 161 current NBA players voting on all kinds of various things, right? And then they put together these lists. The Wizards come in 2nd, highest vote total, as far as a team you do not want to be traded to, behind only, or ahead of, I guess, only the Memphis Grizzlies. That is a kick to the giblets. Now, no one should be surprised by that. We talk about it on the show all the time. You see it with Anthony Davis. He has made it very clear. When he originally got traded to the Wizards, he wanted nothing to do with it. He said he actually showed up, talked to the executives, saw the facilities, and now he's way more okay with the idea and likes being here a lot more than he anticipated that he would. And you got to do that if you're the Wizards. You got to get people in the door, love on them a little bit, let them see the good. They've heard nothing but the bad for a long time. Trae Young, similarly, did want to be here, but has kind of fallen in love with the atmosphere, the environment. This is progress. This helps.
Yes.
But they obviously have a very, very long way to go.
You've got decades. Decades to undo. Seriously, this was an unserious organization for a long time. Even with some of the wins, even with some of the good moments, that's how it was viewed. It was like, yeah, that's a flare, but they'll be back to where they belong. Right? Being ahead of or being behind places like Sacramento and Memphis, as you kind of reference, like there are other franchises that are hopeless and have no chance. They are stuck forever, and people would still rather go there than Washington. So you have to climb out of that hole. Here's how you do it. more Anthony Davises saying nice things about you, more CJ McCollum spreading the gospel, even though you were there to be traded. You were there for 30-some games, and all you could do is tell everybody how awesome it is. You just need more of those things.
Thing,
yes, it is.
This doesn't really work like this in the other sports necessarily, but you're right. I mean, if you think it's dumb, that's fine. You can think it's dumb. It's just the reality of the sport. So you have to have people that matter, and there's a small group of them in the NBA that do, say the things that other players need to hear. And if that happens enough over several years, you can dig your way out of this rut where you're second to last, essentially, in this ranking of the team you don't want to be traded there. But also Michael Winger. I just played the audio last segment with House on the line in this interview that he did with Russillo talking about, having free agent space is great, but you don't know if anybody wants to come in free agency. He was saying the quiet part out loud. You can have all the money you want to, but you can't make a guy sign with you. And it's pretty clear to me when you trade for Trae Young, when you trade for Anthony Davis, when you give up on the possibility of all the cap space they would have had, and he views cap space, it sounds like, as a risk, they don't think that they can get people to come here without trading for their rights, basically. That should tell you everything you need to know. The other thing in this polling, the Wizards tied for last in terms of, quote, which arena has the most passionate fans, end quote. So 5 teams who did not receive a single vote were Orlando, Charlotte, Phoenix, Houston. The Wizards tied for last of the teams, I guess, that had votes, basically. But your reputation precedes you here as well, where it makes sense. I mean, the last several years, you've been tanking. Hasn't been really a reason to go. But you could go back well before that. Even when they were okay and spinning their tires as a mediocre fringe playoff team, it's a lot of the other team's fans, and the energy at the arena just hasn't been very good since, I would say, you got Olynyk. It was like that Wall-Beal playoff run. There's a couple of pop-up moments with Gilbert Arenas taking the city by storm. But over 25 years, it's mostly been a pretty boring place to come play if you're a visiting team.
Yeah, the I called game Paul Pierce moment, the roof came off. I mean, it was unbelievable, as loud as anywhere. But as you said, those moments are so few and far between when it's viewed as a flare-up. Whereas the other sports are different. With hockey, who knows? You're down 2-0 to Columbus in a series, and you're just as in it as you could ever be. Teams that are the 7 seed, the 8 seed go on deep runs all the time in the NHL. Just different than the NBA, where even if they'd beaten Boston in that Game 7, they were not going to go to the finals that year. They were simply not good enough. So, you kind of know going in, there's a ceiling to it, just because the nature of the sport's a little bit different. Whereas everywhere else, you shuffle up and play and see what happens. But those, as you said, it's once every 7 or 8 years, you get a group together that's barely good enough, trading away every asset possible, getting rid of every draft pick for some veterans, and it's a lot of, Markieff Morris, jacking threes. Okay, I guess that's exciting, but it's a lot of dreary, a lot of bad. And as you said, there's still the ghosts of marketing other teams that are going to be in town. With some consistent performances, this will turn, and you're starting to see it.
He's Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Our double play comes your way next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. 4 o'clock in 20 minutes. We're giving away tickets to see one of the big country music shows in D.C. this summer, right here on The Fan. We'll give away tickets to see Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean in 15 minutes at 4 o'clock. Mark Zuckerman on the Nationals today at 5:25. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny, if I said hero, what comes to mind?
One of two things.
Yeah.
A superhero, something like a movie that I'm going to go see, or a delicious sandwich.
Oh, I didn't even consider that.
Mm-hmm.
Spelled Gyro, hero.
Those are the two things that come to mind.
Understandable. I was thinking Batman or maybe Captain Marvel.
Sure.
Thor. Or Guardians of the Galaxy, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even that show back in the day, Heroes, on network television, starring Hayden Panettiere and Ali Larter, who are both exceptional at acting.
How good are they at acting?
Ali Larter, despite getting older, just constantly stays so good at acting. It's crazy.
Amazing. She hones her skills incredibly well as an actress.
Yes, I agree. Another name that comes to mind when you think of a hero, Toby Altizer.
What?
Yes. Not all heroes wear capes.
Okay.
But Toby does eat hot dogs. Let me explain something to you, Danny. On Friday evening, over at Nationals Park, it was hot dog day, basically. They gave out the amazing hats that Toby's wearing right now on the 106.7 The Fan high-definition YouTube stream that says bad day to be a hot dog. Well, I didn't realize we were doing this, okay? But get up to the press box. Press box Paulson's sitting there. And in the press box that night, the PR staff for the Nationals had set up a hot dog eating contest where they had hot dog rollers out. There was a screen with little pictures of us on a hot dog bun where each of us, our hot dog count was being tabulated at all times. Well, I'd already eaten my dinner. I didn't realize that we were doing this.
Oh.
So I only ate one hot dog. 106.7 The Fan family didn't really show out that well.
Oh, that's tough.
We got a late start.
Like you're on the tote board and it says 1. That's almost worse than 0.
Toby told me I think I could eat 4. I said, you think so? He said, if I'm lucky, I'll eat 6, but I think I could eat 4. I said, well, let's do this thing. Let's show out. So Toby makes a play. He eats 2. Then he eats 4. The guy that put the whole thing on was hell-bent on winning this thing. His name's Daniel Kurish, Nationals Public Relations.
Yeah, nice guy. We like him a lot. But in this kind of circumstance, I can envision him walking around like his, you know what, don't stink.
Well, you know your boy well.
You know what I mean?
He started wearing a hat that said champion on it, okay?
You got to knock him down.
So it was the bad day to be a hot dog champion hat, and he actually scribbled the number 7 right on the hot dog with a Sharpie so that everyone knew, and he would walk around and be like, you guys done eating? And he was ahead of everybody.
Right.
Well, he had made a deal with another member of the PR staff, Mauricio Ortiz, that they would both stop eating at 6 hot dogs. But little did Mauricio know, who stopped eating at 6 hot dogs, that Daniel left him in his dust and went and ate a 7th to be the sole champion. He did that because there was only one hot dog left on the little spinny thing that makes the hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew that no one else could supplant him because Toby was at 6 and Mauricio was at 6, and he was going to be the standalone champion. And then Toby and myself and Mauricio hatched a plan. We had to go down and find hot dogs in the stadium where money is spent on hot dogs. Got 2 more hot dogs, brought them back up, and Toby, who already looked like he was going to keel over and just start barfing everywhere,
Been there.
ate 2 more hot dogs to become the champion of the Press Box hot dog eating competition over Daniel Kurish. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a man who ate 8 hot dogs in 6 2/3 innings, Toby Altizer.
That's a champion.
Thank you very much. It feels really good. It feels great to wear the champion hat that Daniel Kurish thought was rightfully his, but now it's rightfully mine. The hot dog does no longer says 7, it says 8 because
right.
I one-upped him.
He took the hat right off his head and changed the 7 to an 8, and it still says
just
champion.
like that.
How did you feel the next day is what I want to know. And how bad did your toilet pay for your transgressions?
To be 100% honest with you, I was okay with the exception of the 5 minutes after I finished that 8th hot dog. I thought there might be some trouble.
He said he was like sweating.
Well, there was a video that I think either you posted or Tobes posted that was immediately after the game or the match, the hot dog eating. And my guy Tobes did not look good.
No.
It looked like they were in trouble.
Well, this is the insane thing. I didn't realize this till after. You ate a plate of dinner too.
Yeah, I had a pretty large lunch around 2:30, and then
right after your dentist appointment.
Yep. Made sure to get a teeth cleaning and everything after I'd eaten, and then I ate a little bit of what was up there in the press box. It was like a little mac and cheese, a little pulled chicken,
Oh,
and
sure.
then after like the first inning,
dinner.
I'm like,
gosh.
oh, there's a hot dog eating contest. I was like, okay, I could participate in this. Thinking, 5 or 6 would be a nice winner. Didn't think I'd have to go to 8.
Do you feel like you would have done that had Daniel Curris just been normal?
Oh, no, I fully admit. Like, if Daniel Curris was anybody else in that press box, I would have just gladly been like, you can have the champion hot dog.
That's what people need to get. The PR guy for the Nats is walking around talking down at, not to people, at people about how they didn't win. He's got this big scoreboard. He's got himself as champion with his thumbs up on a rotating TV screen. And Toby just couldn't have it. It wasn't even for Toby about like comfort or
enjoying the baseball game or anything like that.
He's like, I can't let this guy be happy.
So at first our thought was, okay, if we're all going to stop at 6, or if Daniel was at 6, we're like, okay, maybe we have to get to 6 so he can be miserable to eat a 7th. And then he ate a 7th, and it's like, well, do I eat a 7th to make him miserable to eat an 8th? And he's like, I'm not eating anymore. He'd already come around and said that wearing his champion hat. So I was like, if I get to 8, I win. So it's like, all right, we can try to find a way to get there.
I didn't know Toby had this competitiveness in him, but
Well,
he found a new gear.
It's like an auction where it's like, I can't let this go for $10.
Right.
I'll bid it up to 20 knowing that this guy's going to outbid me. So that was the initial strategy. But now he's like, I got a chance to win this thing. You just go for it. You just go to the hot dog stand in the stands.
I am proud of you. You represented so well for the station. I knew if Danny was there, we're still going to do the Danny hot dog contest.
I need to not eat dinner first.
Right, in the summer. I knew you could eat 7 or 8 hot dogs. I had no idea what Toby would be capable of. I'd never seen him try to volume eat before. I was very impressed.
Very impressive.
And I thought for sure I was going to get a text later that night or the next morning like, this was a terrible idea. I texted him to check in on him the next morning. He's like, I feel great. Feel fine.
Yeah, I didn't feel too bad of residual effects. I mean, it's probably an improvement on my diet, which speaks poorly to me that I ate 8 hot dogs.
And it was fine. To me, it's the night of. Years ago when we did that peanut butter and jelly contest
show with Riz Ahmed.
No. This is years ago.
Great show. Who was the other guy that I really liked? Who always talked about his feet in that show? John Turturro.
John Turturro.
Yeah.
Years ago, we did a peanut butter and jelly eating contest where I didn't take it seriously.
Yeah.
I ate lunch and I kind of did my normal things. I'll eat some of those too. It's that night where I go, I'm not going to make it. Look, I can't sit. I can't stand. I can't lay down. I can't go. I can't stay. Everything was terrible. The next day, you flush out. Your body knows how to process stuff. But that night was horrendous. So that to me would have been the test. You pass that, you're going to be fine.
Grant and Danny on the Fan got an update for you on the Commanders' practice schedule. They've added another team for joint practices. We'll give you that as soon as we return. Plus, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we'll give away those tickets to the Hot Country show everyone wants to see in D.C. right here on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, the Commanders are going to have 2 joint practices this preseason. They'll host the Miami Dolphins on August the 12th and then go to Owings Mills to have a joint practice with the Ravens, assuming they don't flake, on August the 26th. Also in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers signed a 1-year contract worth up to $25 million with the Steelers, and he is at OTAs. NBA playoffs, Western Conference Finals. The Spurs taking on the Thunder tonight. Game 1 of that series at 8:30. And then Game 7 between the Canadians and the Sabres at 7:30. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Mets for a 4-game series at Nationals Park tonight, 6:45. First pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Christian Scott. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You've won 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan Double Trouble Tour Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. These are a hot commodity. We'll have them all week long, right at 4, ahead of the Blitz on Grant and Danny. So caller 10, you're winning those. Dial now, 800-636-1067. The news for the Commanders, and we'll get deeper into this on the Blitz here in a few minutes. They have added another joint practice session, so you already knew they were going to work out with the Dolphins.
Dolphins, yes.
Ahead of the home preseason game. They're now also going to be working out with the Ravens in Owings Mills on August 12th ahead of the first preseason game. And that's assuming the Ravens don't bail this year.
Why would you say that? Because they did that last year?
We do have a 1-year track record of the Ravens wanting nothing to do with practicing against the Commanders. But this time you're going to their building, so they would have to quite literally just not be at their own facility, which would be really, really awkward.
They could just ghost you when they're supposed to come over. Yeah, I mean, that one, listen, stick aside, it was I think it was right before, it was the last order of business, right before the last preseason game.
Yeah, it's when they had to do that burgundy versus gold scrimmage because they set up a lot of their camp to essentially get all their work in those couple days, and then the Ravens were like, actually, nah, we're good.
Listen, it doesn't change the fact they were a disaster last year, but that really hurt them. I really do believe that. I think that was a major setback. Again, it's probably not why they went 5-12, but it did cost them.
All right, let's get to the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NBA ahead of the Western Conference Finals starting tonight, the NFL as well, but we start on the diamond. Charlie Slows, who you heard on the Nationals radio network throughout the weekend as the Nats took 2 out of 3 from the Orioles. Charlie, they couldn't get the 3-game sweep. They got to 500 before falling back below yesterday, but another series win for the Nats. What'd you think?
It was, I'll tell you what, it was a fun weekend. You were at the park, the atmosphere on Friday night, and then Saturday with the sellout crowd was as good as it's been really since opening day, but maybe more than that in the last few years. The place was electric. I found myself, when I wasn't saying anything on the air, just listening to the ambient sound in the ballpark, and I haven't heard anything like that in a long time. Fans were really into it.
The youngest average age of batters and the team that leads the league in runs per game is the Washington Nationals. How is it happening this deep into the season? For a week, okay, Joey Weimer was Babe Ruth, but they're still doing this here towards the end of May.
They are, and it's why their record is where it is, because they basically out-hit when they haven't pitched well. The times out-hit the errors that they've made, which is a category they lead the major leagues in by a pretty good margin that they're still trying to clean up. So, you always say that hitting comes and goes, but for the most part, it's been here and hasn't gone away through the first 2 months of the season, and it's been really nice to watch. James Wood, if it's not Wood, it's Abrams. If it's not Abrams, it's been Lyle, and, other guys have sprinkled in with big hits and some home runs, and we saw Keibert Ruiz had his best game in years, career-high 5 RBIs a few days back with a big home run, and Jacob Young had 2 home runs in back-to-back days. Especially liked when he did an ABS challenge of being called on strikes and got it overturned and homered on the next pitch. That was great.
Yeah, good use of the challenge system. Young's OPS after the last 2 days with homers is up to 628, which is well above last year's 583. But before the weekend, it was down around that same number. His batting average has actually dipped a little bit from a year ago. His on base is down as well. And last year he was like 241 out of 242 qualifying hitters and OPS. We know he's unbelievable defensively, and they've prioritized defense with at least those two spots in center and second, with Nasim Nunez, who hasn't really hit much, and Jacob Young, who hadn't hit a ton. How much more do you think he has to hit to keep his gig when Dylan Cruz gets back up?
Well, it's interesting. His main focus of the offseason was on bat speed, and that's allowed him to turn on pitches in, whether it's been from left-handers or right-handers. So, if you don't look at the numbers, you still feel like he's a better hitter now than he was at any time in the past, and more capable of delivering a big hit and providing occasional power. So, any of those things you add, like, Nunez, who's drawn a lot of walks, could hit 240 right now. His impact would be so much greater because of the speed, the stolen base factor, and the defense that he's able to play. So, we're only not quite 2 months into the whole shebang here of 6 months, seeing what these guys can do, and hopefully they're going to improve. I think, Nunez is not on the starting lineup tonight, but, trying to get him to be at this point an everyday player in the big leagues while he's still learning, I think it's all been progress for him, even though there are times where it looks like, he's not going to come through for you in the clutch with a big hit, but he has at times, and there's always the threat of the bunt and his speed that makes defense make mistakes. So, I was talking with Dave Joust, longtime coach in the big leagues, been in the Nationals organization for several years as a special assistant, and he calls Nunez a championship player for any club in the major leagues who would like to have him on their roster as a weapon to use, whether he's in the lineup or off the bench.
What are you seeing from Brady House, now tied for the league, National League lead in errors, and I think dropped that pop-up the other night. I think may have been a sun issue, Charlie, but still a ball that was underneath hit him right in the glove. And offensively, the numbers are kind of even down from a little bit from last year. Power's up, but other than that, it's kind of what we're used to seeing in terms of a guy that hasn't necessarily taken that next step offensively. What are you seeing from House?
Well, again, still a very young player, not quite a full year in the big leagues yet, came up in June, and still, learning at this level. I think defensively, we thought he was going to be more solid than maybe we've seen, but I don't think this is uncommon for young players to come up, infielders, and make a lot of, errors in their first year or two in the big leagues and then really, really settle in. I think, some of the errors have been, surprised you on balls he's missed. The pop-ups, we didn't see any of that last year. So he's had a couple he's dropped. He's had a couple he didn't even get to. Misjudged, got underneath, and the ball got behind him. So we were surprised by that. But again, he's playing mostly every day. They spot Bebas in there at third like they do at second for Nunez. I think still these guys are learning. I think Yo-Yo Morales is making strides at AAA, and he's playing a lot of third base. But from what I hear, everyone thinks he's more suited to being a first baseman. So we'll see how that plays out. I don't think, they're ready to make moves yet. But we'll see. I mean, did anyone foresee what they've done so far offensively? And could you have said that if Dylan Cruz wasn't even on the roster at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, it's just amazing how well they've hit, how much they've scored. Charlie, thank you. We'll be listening tonight. 6:45 first pitch.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
You got it. Charlie Slows, Nats Radio Network, right here on the Fan this evening with the call. The Mets are in town for first of four tonight. Let's talk hoops. Keith Smith of Spot Track to help us do just that. And why don't we start with the Western Conference Finals? Thunder, Spurs. Keith, this feels like the matchup everybody wanted, doesn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt. Since the Spurs met with the Thunder early in the season and took a bunch of games off them, and it was like, all right, maybe this is not just the Oklahoma City Invitational this season. We've been all waiting on this one. So, yeah, I'm fired up for this series.
Before we get to the Eastern Conference Finals, I want to do an autopsy on Detroit here. That was non-competitive. Looked like a team that had no answers. Credit to Cleveland for going in there and thumping them last night. But where does Detroit go from here for a team that we kind of hold up here in Washington as, here's what tanking can result in, a really good team that won 60 games, and they're going home disappointed?
Yeah, I think, if you're the Pistons, we should have, if we could redo it and go back in time, they would have made moves at the trade deadline. I think they should have invested more in this team. I'm a big believer in when you get close, you should go for it because everybody thinks these teams have these, they're going to be around for 10 years, and it rarely ever works out that way. So they were close, they didn't, but now they got to kind of retool this summer. You've got good pieces in place, but you got to be smart about the way you pay guys going forward. Jalen Duren, Osar Thompson, you got to really figure that out. And then they got to add more shooting and more off the dribble creation. It can't just be Cade Cunningham having to create everything on his own because we saw how that goes when a team's able to lock into that.
We were talking about this pre-show, a little off the beaten path, but obviously yesterday SGA, who's Canadian, won the MVP. He's won the last two. Probably not going to win a third straight because even LeBron hasn't done that. There's a little fatigue that sets in. But there has not been an American-born NBA MVP since 2018. Who do you think would be next to do it?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would guess I'll give you two guys to pick from. I would say maybe Jason Tatum if he can get fully back and get the Celtics back into full-on title contention. He's probably the best U.S. Born player right now. Maybe Cade Cunningham, and then the other guy I would have thought of was Cooper Flagg. If he can really pick it up and get to a point where it's like, all right, he's really great and his team's playing really great, maybe it'll be him. But yeah, I mean, this is a game right now where a lot of the best players are not from the United States.
Can you write me the Spurs script to beat Oklahoma City? I know they got them in the regular season a couple of times, but now we've kind of ramped up here, haven't we?
Yeah, without a doubt. The Spurs are equipped to handle the Thunder in a different way compared to a lot of other teams. Thunder are built on ball pressure, causing turnovers, not turning it over themselves, getting the shots they want. With the Spurs, they don't cough up the ball the way other teams do because they have ball handlers who are big, they're strong, they're quick, they're really good with the ball. And when all else fails, throw it as high as you can and hope the big guy comes down with it, and then you can reset your offense that way. And then on the other end, there were plays in the regular season where the Thunder got to kind of their pet shots, whether that be Hartenstein's little flip shot in the lane or Chet Holmgren's short turnaround or jump hook or SGA getting into one of his kind of spinning turnaround pull-ups. And Wemby's right there lurking, and then they passed out of it or they didn't go into the shot or for whatever reason. And that's why the Spurs are different compared to a lot of other teams with the Thunder. Then the big thing is you're not going to get a ton of open shots, but when you get them, you got to make them. When the Thunder have lost games this year, it's generally been because they've been outshot from the three-point line.
This is premature and probably irresponsible of me, but bear with me. Can you see any of these teams with lofty expectations that lost having a GM or pressure from an owner, throwing a temper tantrum, and then calling Washington about Anthony Davis? One of these teams that, that had higher expectations but isn't playing in the conference championship.
Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe like a Detroit. If Detroit feels like, hey, we got to really, it's not okay just to be a second-round team. We got to go further next year. Maybe they get a little impatient and they say, hey, well, what would you want to do? And, let's talk Anthony Davis. In the West, I think there's worlds where the Lakers would love to have him back. If they could pull something off, they're going to be super active this summer. It's just, as you guys know, it's a very big contract. And from what I know is the Wizards are pretty happy to have him and Trae Young added to the number one pick, added to all the young talent. Let's see what that team can become.
Any chance LeBron has played his final game?
There's a chance for sure. I don't think it's going to happen. I think we're going to see him play again. I do think he's done with the Lakers. I think he's moving on. I think he's going to go somewhere else. I don't know where that somewhere else is. Maybe Golden State, maybe back to Cleveland. But I think we're going to see him come back next year.
Wow. So you think there's a legitimate, you're predicting this, not just a shot, but you think it's going to happen that he could actually play somewhere he hasn't played before, like adds another team to the resume?
Yeah, I think it's possible because the Warriors seem pretty dialed in on this. The running joke has been they're going to do the Expendables and bring all the old action heroes together and see if they can, catch lightning in a bottle for one more run. And LeBron has talked a lot about how much he enjoys the times in whether it's been All-Star games or with Team USA, previous where playing how much he likes playing with Stephen Curry. So I think they're going to do that. That would keep him on the West Coast, not too far away from his family, just up the coast in the Bay Area from Los Angeles. So I think there's a good chance that that's what we see happen. And if not there, Cleveland's kind of been thrown out there. Maybe there's a complete curveball and does something else. Maybe he does go back to the Lakers, but I don't think he's done.
Keith, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
We'll see you, dude. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Grant, I don't think you play a ton of poker, But if you were playing poker, like a Texas Hold'em type game, and you get dealt like a 3 and an 8 offsuit, and then you go, I'm going to take all my chips and I'm going to put them in the middle. I'm going all in. That's what Pittsburgh's doing with Aaron Rodgers to me. I don't get it.
I don't know what the analogy means. I don't know enough about poker.
Basically, you're going all in on a very mediocre to bad hand.
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, I don't understand the plan for them either. He is not that good anymore. I guess my take would be it's not worth all the trouble that comes with Aaron Rodgers anymore to play along with his antics in games where you have to keep in touch with him all off season and do all the little things that are necessary to keep him happy. Eric Edholm, NFL Media, joins us now. Is the juice worth the squeeze on Rodgers at this point? Do the Steelers know how bad he's been the last few years analytically?
Yeah, he has not been a friend of the advanced numbers. I mean, he's been closer to the bottom of starting quarterbacks than the top. And, with last year, I think he had, by all marks, a solid, respectable season, all things considered. And, they get into the playoffs and lose at home. So, obviously with Mike McCarthy, we're all kind of fascinated to see, can he tap into some reserves or, can they repair their relationship from years ago and maybe get the best out of Rodgers that he could offer right now? Yeah, that's possible. But I think it's as much about having him be the starter from the start of the season as it is, not knowing what you have in, well, first of all, Drew Aller. I think, it's clear he's fourth on the depth chart right now and redoing his mechanics and everything. And Mason Rudolph, he's a spot starter type who can win a game here and there, but I don't think you want him starting 16 games. And, how much do we really know about Will Howard? So given that situation, the lack of options in the draft, I think it was always going to be Rodgers, but yeah, that's a fair question for $23 million.
As far as coach-quarterback tandems go, 8 playoff wins together for McCarthy and Rodgers, second all-time, 26.5 points per game, third all-time. And then if you look at, I think it was passing touchdowns, maybe 106, fourth all-time. So
yeah,
I get that they had a lot of success together, but it is a wild sports-only, how did we get here kind of thing. To go from Tomlin to McCarthy as step one, and then Rodgers and him linking back up in 2026. If you would have told me this 4 years ago, I would have laughed at you.
I would have too. Yeah, the way things ended in Green Bay, it just felt like, okay, these guys will reunite someday at the Hall of Fame or something. Not to suggest that, that they hated each other, but that it had run its course, right? Now, maybe enough time has passed where, they were out there, you saw them out on the practice field or whatever, just kind of joking and laughing and things like that. And I'm sure it'll be fine early. But what happens if they suffer a couple losses that they're not expected to lose early in the season? Or, it's a pretty tough division. What if they get behind? And, did they consider making a change at that point? Or is it something that's kind of locked in for now? I don't know. I'm fascinated to see how they reprise their relationship.
The Cardinals have a bunch of talent that I actually like a lot, with the breakout of Michael Wilson last year. Marvin Harrison didn't forget how to play football. As a draft pick maybe that hasn't fulfilled all the potential yet, but he's really good. They have like 11 running backs that I like. But this whole quarterback situation with Jacoby Brissett being like, nah, I'm not coming. So it just feels like a mess in a really tough division. This might be a disaster loading.
Is this the awkward time where I mentioned that I actually picked them to make the playoffs last year?
That's fine.
I saw some of the same things you did. I thought, man, they're not terrible. They started 2-0 and then went completely in the tank after that. Their schedule is brutal. First of all, that's a bad situation to face. Not only the teams they're facing, but how it kind of lays out also. And then to add this quarterback drama on top of it. Originally I kind of thought, all right, Carson Beck will get his chance at some point, maybe after the bye. They've got that late bye, the last 4 games or something. But I wonder if that timetable isn't going to be sped up suddenly. I mean, if there's a guy who, kind of a polarizing QB prospect who could take advantage of this, it's probably Beck, right? I mean, he's played in some big games in college, whatever you think of him. Obviously, he's got his warts, but, I'm interested to see if his timetable now is accelerated because of what's going on with Jacoby Brissett. But, yeah, big picture, like a lot like what we saw with the Raiders last year drafting Ashton Genty. You take a running back high, it feels like hey, this is a kid who can help us right away kind of pick. But on a last place team with that division, boy, I don't know. It's going to be a lot of trying moments, I think, as they figure themselves out.
If you're the Commanders, who would you most want to add? Brandon Ayuk, Stephon Diggs, Trevon Diggs?
Isn't that a fascinating comparison? Just let's take the two receivers, right? I mean, Brandon Ayuk and Stephon Diggs. I think before last season, people would say, well, Ayuk is the safer pick. He's the younger guy. He's got the most upside. Scott Peters knows him, da-da-da-da. But last year was such a strange situation with him sort of opting out of football, essentially, and leaving all that money on the table that a lot of teams were not knowing what to make of it, not knowing, is this guy going to be committed? Is this guy going to be on board? So that situation is tough to read. Stephon Diggs, been cleared. Yes, he's older, but was a big part of Drake May's development last year. So, Trevon Diggs, Packers didn't really go out of their way to try to keep him. As Cowboys obviously in need of defense, didn't really feel like he was going to be able to help them at that price point. So I understand the thinking of why Dan would want to bring him in, and it's a need position. But I would not dismiss one of those receivers. And I might be willing to say that Stephon Diggs is the quote unquote safest pick, even with the baggage that he comes with.
Eric, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Yeah, you guys too. Thanks.
Be good. There's Eric Edholm of NFL Media. I want to get into Diggs versus Ayuk and just Diggs as a standalone option for Washington. Would it be worth bringing him in if it means setting back Antonio Williams potentially? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. I want to share a story about Emily. She lived in her family home for over 30 years, the same house she actually grew up in. It was full of memories, but she was finally ready for that new chapter. So the first weekend out, she found it, the dream home. She was swept off her feet and put in an offer immediately. But then the heartbreak came. The seller said no. They wouldn't even consider her offer because her current home wasn't sold yet. Emily was devastated. That's when Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds of Power Home team stepped in. They don't take no for an answer. They pivoted fast, went straight to the seller, and showed them a proven strategy that guaranteed Emily's home would sell. And it worked. They got Emily's home on the market, created immediate demand, and sold it in just days. Emily went from thinking she'd lost her dream home to packing her bags. This isn't just luck, it's a system. The Reynolds of Power Home team creates a customized strategy for every home they represent. They sell their homes 2 times faster than the average. They net their clients 4.27% more money. On a typical scale, that's over $30,000 extra in your pocket. They give you the leverage you need to win in today's market. You feel stuck? Give them a call. You've been told it can't be done? Give them a call. Start with the team that fights for you and sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or Debbie has thebuyers.com.
In the NFL, the Commanders are going to have 2 joint practices. We already knew that they were going to host the Dolphins for a joint practice before their preseason game in Ashburn on August 12th. Today we find out they're going to have another joint practice with the Ravens and Owings Mills on August the 26th. Also in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers signed his 1-year contract worth up to $25 million with the Steelers. In the UFL, DC Defenders, bad news for quarterback Jordan Ta'amu. He's going to be out for the rest of the season with a right knee injury. Western Conference Finals getting underway tonight in the NBA. Spurs and Thunder, Game 1 at 8:30. And in the hockey playoffs, a Game 7, Canadians and Sabres. That'll be at 7:30. Baseball, the Nationals welcome in a Mets team that's won 5 of their last 6 games, including a series win over the New York Yankees. They begin a 4-game series at Nationals Park tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 1-4 with a 5.91 ERA. Christian Scott starts for the Mets. He has no record and has a 3.45 ERA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Stephon Diggs still a free agent. ESPN today linking him as a best fit for the Rams. Makes sense. They threw the 6th most passes out of 11 personnel last year. They've got Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua. Could be looking for a number 3, and he would fit well underneath in a lot of the stuff Sean McVay asks of receivers. But he also seems to make sense for the Commanders, who need a veteran, who are still flirting with the idea, it would appear, of Brandon Ayuk, and who we've long thought are going to add another wide receiver to beef up their depth chart a little bit. I want to know how people would feel about Stephon Diggs to the Commanders. He is a Gaithersburg, Maryland native. He played at the University of Maryland. I will say, Danny, we did an interview with him at Radio Row, still one of my favorite Radio Row interviews in all the years we went to the Super Bowl that we've done. He is incredibly charming. He's also gotten into a lot of trouble with teams, butt heads with quarterbacks and coaches. There's videos coming out with him and Cardi B shouting at each other outside of public places in the DMV. Like, you deal with some stuff when Stephon Diggs is on your team. But he can play football. He went for 1,000 yards last year. Everybody likes the idea, the upside of Ayuk. They're willing to take on some of the baggage that goes with that because he's got a relationship with Jaden Daniels from the past. Well, what about a guy who went for 1K last year, who's been really good over the last few seasons when he's been healthy, hasn't had those same injury risk, red flags that come along with him, and also is hungry and needs to prove that he's got something left and has the ties, not to Daniels, but to the area.
Short-term Stephon Diggs, greater than symbol. Long-term Stephon Diggs. He has worn out his welcome a couple times. He has. There's no way around that. He was also prolific for a number of years, basically from 2018 until 2023, really. You go, that's one of the upper echelon receivers. Wherever you rank him, that's fine. The point is he was up. He was a, you don't have to scroll down too far to find him at the top of a bunch of leaderboards. He was really, really prolific. 2 years ago in 2024 in Houston, he was well over 1,000-yard pace, and he got injured. Last year, he got over 1,000 yards in an offense where he's, again, not as dynamic as he once was when he went for 127 catches, 1,500-plus yards, and 8 touchdowns for Buffalo, but still a really impactful receiver without, again, kind of lighting up everything, if that makes any sense. Like, you don't just do 85 catches for 1,000 yards. Like, there aren't that many guys that did that last year.
Well, passing games go through him to an extent. You just said something really compelling to me, too, that I hadn't thought about. If not for the injury he suffered at the midseason point in Houston, when he had become a really nice compliment for Nico Collins, Texans fans will tell you they were big Stephon Diggs fans because he was really helping them and C.J. Stroud in 24. But if you take that year out where he got hurt and only played half of a season, he would have an 8-year stretch of 1,000 every single season right now. That would be active. How many guys in the league have that? I mean, I bet you can count them on one hand. But you go back to 2018, his yardage totals, 1021, 1130, league best 1535, 1225, 1429, 1183. Then he had the season where he got hurt at the midway point And then last year back to 85 for 1,000. Now, in a perfect world, by the way, I don't want him to go for 1,000 here next year. He just serves as a great compliment. If Terry McLaurin gets hurt, now maybe he's in that 950 to 1,100 range because he's actually catching a ton of balls. But I'm hoping it's sub 100 targets, right around 100 targets. I'm hoping it's 65 to 75 catches. The only problem with bringing in Diggs, though, he's 32. He turns 33 in season in November. I'm going to separate for a second baggage, question marks. If you want to say, in air quotes, character concerns, like whatever else there is. Just had the hearing and charges got dismissed for whatever was going on with his former chef at his house or whatever. If you bring him in, Danny, you are absolutely slowing down the chances of Antonio Williams helping you a ton in the short term. Because Stephon Diggs and him are very similar players. Very similar. What do they talk about with both of these guys? Well, route running, right? Are they inside or are they outside? Is this a slot receiver or not? I would ask you about Stephon Diggs. Is he a slot receiver or not? I think a lot of people would say, yeah, he's a slot receiver. Not so fast. Last year, 390 snaps in the slot, 355 out wide. This is what Williams should be in the NFL. So if you bring him in, you are taking Antonio Williams and going, hey, we'll see you in a season. Not quite. You see what I'm saying, though? Instead of playing all the time and being the guy in weeks 1 and 2 that you're counting on, you're pushing him down the depth chart and saying, if something happens to Stephon Diggs, you get your shot. Do you really want to do that?
So here's how I would view that. That's one interpretation. I don't think it's crazy. Let me offer this one. They do have overlapping skill sets, but if they're both in the game at the same time, they're lining up in stacks and bunches, and you're not sure which is which. This guy, this time he lines up in the slot. This time the other guy lines up in the slot. This time he's motioning one way. He's motioning the other way. I think there's a lot of mix and match that's possible there. You're right, there is an overlap, but I also think there's room for everybody to eat in that regard. That's if they're right about Williams, and he's outside too. Now, they're smarter football people than me. I'm just a pudgy zilch on the radio. To me, he's a slot guy, and Diggs is outside, inside, a little bit of everything, just a good quality receiver.
But he played more slot last year than he did outside.
By 10 reps.
Well, but
right?
Yes.
It's
but
close,
it was even if you want to call it 50-50, half of his time is spent in the slot.
Yes.
That's a hell of a lot of time.
That's a lot. So to me, everything, if the consideration of, I might be stunting Antonio Williams' development, maybe that's the case. Whether I buy that or not is irrelevant. Does this help Jaden Daniels in the offense? Then my answer is yes. I don't care about anything else. And again, there were 10 guys last year that had over 80 catches and over 1,000 yards. And one of them's in free agency right now and doesn't need $40 million to sign with you. This to me is a no-brainer. Again, not a long-term. I don't want to be in bed long-term. That's always going to end badly. A short-term situation, while Jaden Daniels is on a rookie deal, this offense needs a second pass catcher. I hope Antonio Williams turns into something. Maybe he gets an apprenticeship under Stephon Diggs, worst case scenario. I think they actually complement each other a little bit and can add some mystery to the offense. But to me, that's the priority. Sorry, third-round pick, you may have to wait an extra year.
So you can absolutely have them on the field at the same time. It's just not going to be all the time. It's 11 personnel at what percent, right? And then when they're on the field, only one ball's getting thrown. So implicitly, inherently, obviously, he is taking away from Antonio Williams. In some indirect way, any veteran receiver you bring in is going to. Like Brandon Ayuk will also
that's fair.
do some of that.
Yeah.
But Ayuk's a better fit because he's predominantly going to be outside.
Yeah, the point is any reliable target will take shares away from everyone.
Correct. But Diggs way more so because he is quite literally, I think, exactly what they envision Williams blossoming into. I think that you acquire them on the same aisle. I think Brandon Ayuk's on aisle 6, Antonio Williams is on aisle 7. But if you go 4 feet past him on aisle 7 and look on the left, there's Stephon Diggs. There's just a ton of crossover in that Venn diagram. So that's the question I've got for people, and I want to pose the phone's question for you guys now, 800-636-1067. I'm just curious to touch the people on this, Danny. If it means bad things for Antonio Williams' chances to impact the team early in the year, which is how I perceive it, should that mean no on Stephon Diggs? Do you see it that way? And do you think bringing him in would hurt the kid? Should that matter? We're not really in... You and I can want to be in developmental mode, but in town right now, people want to see them win.
Yeah.
People think Dan Quinn needs to win this year or he should be in trouble. They think Adam Peters is in a make-or-break-it season. I don't necessarily see it that way because he got to the NFC title game a couple years ago. But with Daniels, with the executives, with the coaching staff, there's some urgency here. So people might actually say, I don't care about developing the third-round pick and making sure he's the one catching the passes. Go get the really good football player to help Jaden Daniels. I mean, you've stood on the table and screamed over and over, they haven't done enough. They need to go get a wide receiver. Well, then people should absolutely want Stephon Diggs, who went for 1,000 last year.
I'm people and I want him. Again, not long term because that would be a mess. If he's holding out for that, then it won't work here.
Nobody wants him long term. I don't think we need it. Like, he's not getting a 4-year deal. He's 32 years old and he's was in a hearing as to whether or not he was getting thrown in jail not long ago. And it worked out for him. It seems like charges are dropped and things are fine. 800-636-1067 is the number on Brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Go schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. That's KMLawyers.com. How interested are you in Stephon Diggs, 1 to 10? I would be, I guess, a 7.5, whereas my interest in Brandon Ayuk has been a 1 on a 1 out of 10. I'm a 7.5 on Diggs, but I wouldn't do it in the end because as I've thought more about it, I do think it would hurt Antonio Williams too much. And I think the early part of this year should be about, from camp on, maximizing him in every way. And they are super high on him. They really, really like this player. David Blau thinks the world of him, from what I've gathered. They're going to design their passing game around some involvement with him, not just McLaurin. And I like that. I want to see what he can become. So I'm not going to put him on the back burner to bring in an old, aging player who may or may not be a problem child.
I hear that, and I don't begrudge any of it. I'm willing to take a risk to support Jaden Daniels and give him a bona fide option. He is not a dynamic threat anymore, talking about Diggs. He's not a compliment to Terry McLaurin in the sense that he can take the top off and do a million things. What he can do is be a reliable target, and they don't have one. They don't have a second one.
He's a safety valve. He's got that tight end ability of making you right, bailing you out, moving the chains. He can do all that.
Again, I'm going to keep hammering this. 10 players in the NFL had over 80 catches and 1,000 yards last year. That's a lot of people caught passes. Not many people did that. There are guys that had higher yardage totals, guys that had more catches. There aren't that many people who can still do that reliably who are going to come at this price.
Let's go to Mo in Largo to get us started. You can call us at 800-636-1067. Mo, how interested are you? Mo, are you there, buddy?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Sorry, I'm in a bad cell zone. So, I'm okay with Diggs. I would be okay if we were to acquire him. Like you said, 10 people did what he did last year. He's borderline Hall of Fame. I get that he may take reps away from the young man, but what about the Tuvich? He has the experience. He could take the young man under his wing as a little brother and, help the progression along. So, I'm not going to put all of that on him. But like you said, Jaden needs help. And he needs weapons. We need another number 2. I don't see why you don't take a chance because you're not locked into him financially for a significant amount of time. And he feels the need that we can agree on that we have. So, yeah, I'm good with it. Plus, he comes home and maybe he wants to ball out for his home crowd to end his career. Who doesn't want to play for their hometown team growing up, idolizing the team, and then now you have an opportunity to play for them? I don't see why it can't work.
This is the point that Pierre Garçon made on our show late last week, by the way. And if you missed that interview, he was a lot of fun. We had a good conversation with Pierre. You can go grab it when we're done tonight, wherever you get your audio. But he essentially said, I love the idea of Diggs to DC. He thinks Diggs needs Washington, thinks Washington benefits from him, thinks it's a great fit. And he said, who doesn't want to finish their career with their home team? The motivation, being back in front of friends and family, thinks it would be really good for him.
It's as good a selling point as any. Again, everywhere he's been, that's for more than a couple of years, he has worn out his welcome. People sing his praises in Houston. Actually, he got along great, and it was bad luck he got hurt. And I don't know, I haven't dug into a slew of comments from New England last year, but I get the sense that the guy, was kind of their default number 1 option for a team that went to the Super Bowl. Seems like everything went just fine in that regard. Off-field stuff, yes, there were certain things, incidents or alleged incidents, whatever you want to call it, hanging over his head. It seems like we may be on the other side of that. And if this was age 26 Stephon Diggs, it's buyer beware. Great production, but it's not. You can use what he has left, and it would benefit you tremendously, in my view.
Let's go to Joe in Rockville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Great. So, listen, I look at the body of work. That's what I'm concerned about. So, the proof is in the pudding. He's got a dynamite resume. When he went up to Buffalo, that's when that quarterback really came alive. Yes, he has off-the-field antics, but just like your show, let's just say your show, you need to increase your customer base. You get the guy who has a proven record, or you're going to develop somebody when you need to get ratings right now. Washington needs to win right now. Look at their schedule. Jaden Daniels needs weapons. So why would you not do that?
Appreciate you, dude.
Well, I mean, I've made the case why I wouldn't do it. I would find weapons that maybe take less away from the piece you just drafted in the third round. I think you can find, like Juwan Jennings would have been a good example of this to me, where you could put him on the outside, out on the boundary or whatever, let him run around, and then put Williams in the slot. And when you go to a two-receiver formation, a guy like Jennings isn't on the field. I don't know how well or how nicely Diggs is going to play in that regard either. If he's not getting the football, if he is the distant third receiver, if because he and Williams are redundant, Williams is like the version 1 of that, and Diggs is the get in where you fit in third guy. At soon to be 33 years old on your fourth team in 4 years, is he cool with that? He's just like, yeah, I know my role, I get where I am. Or does he look at it as, I'm one of 10 guys in the league that had 80-plus catches and 1,000 yards
It's a fair question. You got to do your due diligence there. I go back to his Houston time. He wasn't the third option, but he was a distant second behind Nico Collins. That's a new role. I mean, he went from the guy, the 150 target dude in Buffalo, to, hey, this guy eats first. When he's done eating, then you're allowed to go to the buffet. And it worked pretty well.
But in an offense where they didn't, necessarily run the ball a ton, and he was going to go for 10, 50, 1,100 yards.
Yep.
That's different than coming here with a quarterback who runs a ton, and when he drops back, like 30-some% of those passes become runs. There's just less footballs. There's less, you think about like Lamar Jackson, and I'm not comping. Everyone always gets so upset when you start talking about Lamar and Jaden.
Why are you comping him?
Wide receivers, have long in Baltimore been frustrated, disappointed, not productive, whatever. They finally got one in Zay Flowers. Some of that is they haven't picked the right guys, but when you're in an offense where there's only you have a running quarterback as it is, you have a good run game, you have a quarterback on design runs. Now all the dropbacks, you're taking, just think about it as a pie, and a sliver goes to the tight end, and a sliver goes to the check down to the running back, and then the slivers go to the wide receivers. Well, a big sliver for Lamar and a big sliver for Jaden is I actually don't throw the football because I just leave the pocket and take off. There's just less footballs to go around already, even on the drop back passing game. Sean in Falls Church, what's up?
Hey guys, appreciate you taking my call. I think that this is a great option. I mean, even with Williams being drafted so high, you're putting a lot of stock in him. I think it could work something kind of like the Patriots circa Amendola Edelman. You have slider frame close to the line. Brady was able to get the ball out of his hands real quick, and I think that will just look, it'll look nice. I like that option.
Appreciate you, Sean. Question right now on Grant and Danny. What should Washington's interest in Stephon Diggs be? Would be team 4 and 4 years for him. Do you think he'd play nice? Would he come here and be willing to be second fiddle in that role to Williams? Third guy if you count McLaurin, just at the wideout position. 800-636-1067. Or maybe you think I'm thinking too much about Williams. Who cares about developing the kid that can wait? Let's win football games. If Diggs is better, let's let Diggs eat. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. In the NFL, the Commanders have 2 joint practices scheduled. They'll practice with the Dolphins in Ashburn on August the 12th and then in Owings Mills with the Ravens on August the 26th. Other NFL news, roster news, Aaron Rodgers officially signed his 1-year contract worth up to $25 million with the Steelers and is participating in OTAs. Hockey, Game 7 tonight for the Canadiens and the Sabres at 7:30. Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals in the NBA for the Spurs and Thunder at 8:30. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Mets, who have won 5 of 6 coming into their series against the Nats, who have won 4 of 6. 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. Christian Scott starts for the Mets. Baseball season is back. Celebrate with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
May over the middle. He's got Diggs. Stephon Diggs at the 5. Diggs, stiff arm, diving for the pylon. Touchdown!
That was a Diggs touchdown last year in New England with the Patriots. We have seen Diggs help young ascending quarterbacks in his career. Josh Allen, most recently Drake May. Could Jaden Daniels be next? 4-time Pro Bowler, has been an All-Pro, well-traveled now. Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston, New England. Could Washington be the next stop? And should the Commanders have interest? That's the question at 800-636-1067. We're both interested. Danny actually wants to do it, though. Like, if you're running the show, you're signing this guy.
This is the move I make today.
And I'm not ready to do it. And frankly, I don't think I want to do it. As much as I'd be cool with it had they not have drafted Williams, everything's about fit for me. If they would have taken a bigger outside receiver and Diggs could be my primary slot, perfect, love it, sign me up. Because I view Williams, who's going to be inside and outside, as more of a slot, I don't want a guy who's going to spend at least half, last year it was half, of his time in the slot. So I just view him as not an ideal fit for the development of Williams, and that's where I'm less interested. This was Logan Paulson on Take Command. We talked about this today on the Commanders podcast I do with Logan. Really, really good pod. If you haven't heard it, check it out sometime wherever you get your audio. But this is what LP had to say.
It's funny, I've talked to a couple people that have played with him, and I was expecting kind of what your rendition was. Oh, like he's a little bit of a diva, kind of your classic receiver guy. You know, we've all are familiar with that kind of that persona. And to a man, it was like 4 or 5 people that I talked to. They were like, he's an awesome teammate. He's a great leader. He's a pro's pro. Like when it comes to going in the building and working, he's able to kind of separate his social life, his business life from the stuff that happens in the locker room. And I didn't get one person that played with him to say a bad thing about him. Now, again, as a team and as an organization, that calculus is different. I think the one thing is I think Stephon Diggs is an excellent receiver. I think he's very good. I think he's nuanced. I think all the things you want to look for. My only question about this is, does this hurt Antonio Williams in some way in his development? And as we've talked about, I think you've talked to people over there as well. Like they are sky high on that kid. They are so looking forward to him kind of being a feature of this offense. Does Stephon Diggs, as a 30-year-old player who's kind of transitioning from a perimeter player to a slot player, cannibalize his reps and stunt his growth? Would be the only drawback I could possibly see to this. To me, it's a no-brainer. It's Stephon Diggs all the way. And Ayuk, every week that goes by, I just am like finding myself further and further removed from liking that as a move for the Commanders.
So he comes back at the end of the comparison between the two. I think that's game, set, match. If you're signing one of them, who would you rather deal with? It's obviously Diggs.
Well, and also one guy played football last year. You know what I mean? And that's a pretty big nod in his direction.
Over the last 2 years almost.
Yeah.
And you got to go back to before Halloween, the previous season, to find football on the ledger for Brandon Ayuk. By the way, good football last year. I mean, Diggs had a 6-catch, 7-target game against a playoff team in Carolina where he went for 101. In Buffalo against the Bills, who went to the playoffs, 10 for 146 on 12 targets. Against the Jets, 9 for 105. Against the Ravens in Baltimore in a shootout, 9 for 138. He had another game. He torched the Jets, by the way. Who didn't? But at New York last year, 6 targets, 6 catches, 101 yards, and a touchdown. He had some massive games. Like, he can still play, even though he's going to be 33 this season.
So the other thing I return to is this regime, by and large, has done some really good things. That's obvious. They don't have the benefit of the doubt from me, though, when it comes to, we're really excited about this guy. Couple reasons for that. I wonder what the talk was about Luke McCaffrey a couple years ago when he was drafted around the similar spot. I wonder what the internal discussion was about the role Ben Sinnott was going to have when he was drafted even earlier here than Antonio Williams was. I don't know the answer to those things. But if this third-round pick is the next can't-miss thing, he probably wouldn't have gone in the third round. He'd have gone somewhere else in all likelihood. Again, I like the player. I'm in. I want Antonio Williams here. I'm thrilled about it. I think it's good. I still think I'd take something bona fide and assured. If we were in year 7 of Jaden Daniels, I go, you know what? You got to make a hard choice. We're up against the salary cap. They're not, by the way. They have so much money. So much money. I say it one more time. So much money to do whatever they want. I can't go, my third-round rookie might not develop the right way. Jaden Daniels is my priority. I'll damn the torpedoes. Doesn't matter who has to be sacrificed to that altar for me.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping Antonio Williams is as good as they think. I've seen some really, really smart football people get this wrong. I mean, Sean McVay swore that Josh Doxson was going to be a star, and he was not at all. Like, guys fall in love. To me, there is a pelt on the wall, bona fide, at worst, 70 catch, 900-yard guy just sitting there that, according to Logan Paulson, is not that bad of a teammate, again, especially on a short-term deal. It's a no-brainer to me.
I remember Cousins telling me he really liked playing with Diggs when they were together in Minnesota. I think Diggs had one of his best seasons with Kirk before he went to Buffalo. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know how it ended, but I think he really, really liked playing with him. So that checks out. I mean, players seem to really like the guy. The thing I care the most about is good practice as it comes to just overall organizational health, drafting, developing. It is a bad practice to draft a guy and then block a guy. And you mentioned Luke McCaffrey being a similar range. Kinda. It's almost a full round later. It's pick 70 versus pick 100, essentially. It's basically 1 round earlier that you drafted Williams. You're right about Sinnott, a tight end, who they missed on. They might have missed on Williams. We won't know. But the way to figure out what he is to play the guy, for sure. And at this point already, according to Jay Gruden on our show, remember what he said a couple weeks ago? He already knew that Terry McLaurin was going to be a stud. They got him into the building for rookie minicamp. He ran around. They're like, oh, my God, this dude's legit.
We have it, yeah.
So they might know that with Williams. If they were to sign Diggs and sign another receiver, I would assume it's actually a tell a little bit when they're around the player. They see him run routes or they see how he's picking up the playbook and the asks at practice of, if he's drinking out of a fire hose or not. If they don't do anything, it's actually a huge endorsement, in my opinion, of what they think he's going to be. They knew right now with Luke McCaffrey, I'll bet you, oh, he's a little more of a project than we thought, having been a recent quarterback. I don't think Ben Sinnott in week 9 is when they found out. Oh, boy.
Yeah,
This guy's not what we thought he was. My guess is they probably knew fairly soon. If they could do it over again, they might do it a little differently. Let's go to JB in Waldorf on Grant and Danny. What's up, JB?
Hey, fellas, what's going on, man? I look at it like this, man. I think we got to stay 1,000 feet away from this guy, man. I mean, we got a lot of young players on the team that are impressionable and that can be swayed by negativity, and we don't need that. And so far as him being a leader, how can he be a leader when he has so much going on off the field? He's like that. He's like that when you're growing up. He's like that cousin that you have that's kind of wild, that your parents don't want you to go spend the night or spend the summer with, and you come back and you start acting the same way that his parents let him act. It's almost kind of like that, man. You just don't, at this point of where they are, of where we are, and where the team is and team building, we just don't need that type of player on the team, man. And that's what I believe.
Appreciate you, dude. And that would be certainly the negative view of it, that you're assuming every place he's been where he's worn out his welcome at the end, he shows up day one like that.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, he has been a giant pain in the ass in multiple places. And
absolutely.
He's played with really good players.
Yep.
That Minnesota team was good in ascending when he wanted out. I don't know if it was Zimmer or what the deal was, right? Then he goes to Buffalo, him and Josh Allen. him and Josh Allen were best buddies, doing all the post-game interviews together. Within a couple of years,
It was
Allen's
bizarre.
playing at an MVP level, and they couldn't stand each other.
Yep.
It was pretty obvious, right?
Yep.
And it's like, what is your problem? He didn't throw to him in a playoff game enough or something, and it was like he could never get over it. I don't know the inner workings. I'm speculating. But how many times has this happened? Now, supposedly it went okay in Houston. He got hurt, and so he was only around for a half season. I didn't hear any bad reports out of New England.
Nor I.
But why are none of these teams bringing him back? Why is he one-stop shop with all of these teams? It's like we brought him in, we got what we wanted, now we can move on. He's a placeholder. He's like a bridge quarterback or something. The Texans said no thank you. The Patriots said no thank you. 4 teams in 4 years. If he comes here, just tells me something. Dan in Fairfax, what's up?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. My big question is, if Mr. Williams is as good as they say he is, I don't think competition should stunt his growth. I understand that if he was behind McCaffrey and Lane in addition, that would stunt it, but there should be enough food to go around throughout that table. But I think Diggs, I would get his brother too. I think there's a position of need for both cornerback and receiver, and I think the talent's too good, especially since, as Logan said, he's able to separate the shenanigans and antics of what they get into off the field in comparison to on the field and in the locker room.
So that's a fun one. We've been talking like Diggs versus Ayuk, and it's kind of...
What about Diggs versus Diggs?
Yeah, exactly. Diggs versus Diggs.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the corner Diggs than the receiver Diggs. This comes back to a debate you and I have had for months about what's the bigger position of need, wide receiver or cornerback, where I still think corner is, not by a lot, but a bigger position where they got to get better. And I think Trayvon Diggs over Stephon Diggs would actually be better because you're not blocking Antonio Williams there. And you could say, well, what about Mikey Sanders still? What about any of the other young corners that they have, including Amos? Well, I think Amos is a starter on the outside. I think Sanders still is probably a starter on the outside. And then Trayvon Diggs is kind of the next man up. I want a third corner who can play in the event that one of those guys gets hurt. Because Amos, while he's, flashed last year, didn't finish the season in his only season here. We're acting like there's just no chance that they'll need someone else to play 85% of snaps in a week at cornerback.
You're going to need bodies.
Definitely.
I mean, you just are. So, yeah, I'm with you. It's an uncertain spot. I would sign both Diggs brothers today. I would get them all on a conference call and say, like, what's it going to take? Come on in.
That'd be entertaining, by the way.
I would do that.
To have the brothers Diggs in the house.
Yeah, I think it'd be.
And that cute little kid, I think it's Trayvon's son. Remember who was on Hard Knocks? Who's like, he's just like always on NFL media stuff. You're looking at me like you don't know what I'm
no
talking
file.
about.
I don't remember it. I believe you.
The Hard Knocks from the Dallas Cowboys. He was like one of the stars of the episode. They've done all kinds of like viral clips with him, but it's Trayvon Diggs' little son who's like 7 years old.
Love it.
Just like an NFL fan.
Yeah, they're more than welcome. I mean, to me, Trayvon Diggs is that perfect third or fourth corner at this stage. A little bit of playmaking, a little bit of the ball hawking stuff. Yeah, you're going to give up something every now and again. I'm not paying him $20 million to be my corner one shadowing a receiver. I'm not going to have him follow CeeDee Lamb wherever he goes. We're not doing that. But it's part of my scheme. We need some turnovers. It's something we simply have not had here in a long, long time. I would do that. And then to me, again, the most premium thing is while on a rookie deal for a quarterback, everything you possibly can do to help him and enhance him. Doesn't matter kind of the repercussions. When you get to the point you're earning $80 million a year, that's when you make those hard choices where you go, yep, elevate the fourth rounder. Yep, take this jag and turn him into something. We shouldn't be doing that right now.
But you'll never know that you have the great player until you let the great player go out and play and be great. It's
totally fair.
How I feel about it. The other thing is, too, you keep talking about helping your quarterback. I think it's a risk to bring in guys that aren't quarterback friendly in terms of like personality. When you start bringing in dudes that have no problem demanding the football, yelling at quarterbacks, getting into sideline exchanges, it's just two friends talking, that kind of shtick.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the best thing you can do for a young quarterback.
Generally, you're right, yeah.
Now, they know Jaden Daniels' makeup and mindset better than I do. I know me personally, like my own way that I live as someone who deals with anxiety is like, if I got people around me screaming at me, telling me what they need me to do, guess what, man? I'm not going to thrive under that. Like, I don't want that. If I know that you're talking trash behind me, like I'm like worried, like, oh, what's Danny think? Let me go talk to him, smooth it over. Jaden might be one of those dudes that just lets everything slide off of his shoulders. Doesn't really care. But you got to know your quarterback.
Yep.
Because he'll be the biggest pain he's dealt with on the field, I think, based on what we've seen in other stops.
And again, that goes back to the Ayuk part of the conversation. If they're so comfortable doing that, which again I cannot believe, based on way more cantankerous behavior, more self-sabotage, more destructive to an organization behavior than Diggs' kind of weird off-field proclivities. Like, you see the difference? Like, Diggs doing something selfish and getting himself into trouble, alleged, whatever I have to say, to me is very different than the direct insubordination and non-communication with the team. You know what I mean? Like, to me, Ayuk is, from a team-building perspective, 1,000 times worse in that regard. And there seems to be no hesitation to bring him in, which I find I'm incredulous about.
Let's go to Barbara in Manassas. What's up, Barbara? How are you?
I'm fine. How about you all?
Good.
Very well, thanks.
I agree with the previous caller, guys. You do not need drama. You got to focus on your quarterback, your new players. If you need another outside, go get one. Don't bring in drama. There's vets out there. Don't do it. Don't do it. Sorry. That's it.
She likes how calm everything is in the building right now. I mean, just to play devil's advocate for a second, because obviously I agree with her, Danny. The flip side of this is we're not trying to win a Boy Scout competition either. Like, you got to win football games. Yep. So there is a point where talent over lack of drama. Sometimes you got to roll the dice a little bit to go get a really good football player, and that's why these executives get paid millions of dollars to figure out when it's worth it and when it isn't.
I mean, that is the gig, right? As to where, because again, the considerations that I don't care about, like, with all due respect, again, I like Antonio Williams. It always sounds like I don't. I don't care about him right now. He hasn't done anything in the NFL yet. They have to make that decision, though. The thing that you're weighing and talking about, which is very reasonable, by the way, where I'm going, God, if I bring in Stephon Diggs, am I stunting his development? What does that do for our future of our franchise, et cetera? I have like an overwhelming, overarching paradigm where I go, help the quarterback, Jaden Daniels, immediately, more. And they have to weigh a bunch of different things that I don't have to weigh. So I understand that. There's a push and pull there. And yeah, it is. It's much more harmonious at this time last year than it was, or this time this year rather than it was last year. We were already doing the Terry McLaurin dance, which we would do for another year, basically, 7-8 months up until the football season. This is all. We had one outstanding contract, Laramie Tunsil, signed, sealed, and delivered. Now everybody's calm and patting themselves on the back for an offseason of tranquility.
Here's the other veteran wide receivers that are available other than Stephon Diggs. We've talked a lot about Brandon Ayuk. Tyreek Hill, who's 32, coming off of a very serious-looking injury. I'm not interested. He also has more baggage than you can fit in the overhead compartment. But it's the combination of baggage plus injury for me that's a non-starter.
The injury baggage.
So that's Ayuk, that's Hill. Diggs at least was healthy last year. That makes it worth talking about. Deebo Samuel, who ESPN today linked to the Colts as a best fit for Indianapolis among the free agents. 30 years old, was here last year. I'd like to not bring Deebo back if I could find a way not to. Like, even right now, I know you just want weapons. So I'd imagine you'd rather have him back than not. You'd re-sign him.
If everybody else is gone, I'd go, okay, I guess I can do that.
Their room or their room with Deebo? You'd take Deebo.
Yeah, I'd take Deebo.
See, I would just keep their room now because I feel like there's guys along the way that are similar. Curtis Samuel?
Never again.
Okay. Here's a really old guy, but this is the kind of thing that I wouldn't hate. He's not going to help a ton, but it's a name in the room that people have heard of, which is kind of, I think, just going to calm them down in the meantime. DeAndre Hopkins.
Hadn't been productive in a long time.
Correct.
It's a lot of years since he's been DeAndre Hopkins.
Here's a funny one. Noah Brown.
He'll be available.
Honestly, that would be fine with me. If you brought back Noah Brown as some size, now if he's healthy, that's the big if with him. He can box you out, run some of the dig routes. I actually think he'd be a really good fit in the Blau offense, running some of the stuff in the middle of the field that Ben Johnson likes to run, and presumably Blau's going to like to run. Keenan Allen's a slot guy, so that's a no for me, dog. Jahan Dotson has not done enough since leaving Washington. Kadero Hodge from the Falcons, 31 years old, is a deep down the depth chart guy, but I don't mind that. Josh Reynolds coming off of an injury. Former Jet. Josh Reynolds has played in this offense.
Josh Reynolds has been in this offense.
I'm intrigued by that.
Yeah, I mean, again,
I don't know what his injury status is.
I don't either. Actually, I would have to look that up. But to me, that's in the maybe we'll see something Treylon Burks tier, right? To me, that's not exciting.
I'm more okay with it. I don't want exciting necessarily. And this
fine, enticing.
Here's what I'm drilling down on, though. Mm-hmm. I think I have the difference. You want someone who's going to help them in September, catch passes, help the football team be good. I'd rather that be Antonio Williams, and I want like an insurance policy. kind of.
Yeah.
That's a big difference between the
It's a
two of
massive
us.
difference because to me, you've done Josh Reynolds when you went and got Van Jefferson and Downey Brown and Traylon Burks and
Correct.
those other guys.
You're just throwing another dude.
Yeah, so that when we're going, how many of these guys are they going to keep? There's 9 or 10 of the identical player, more or less.
If I'm drafting a guy just outside of the second round, I don't want to block him with some old 33-year-old. Let him play football. Now, if they're wrong, by the way, and they can wear it. But I want him to be wrong with this guy playing football, not just blocking him.
I hear you. And again, where the other, I think the secondary point that we would differ on is I don't know that signing Diggs blocks him. Again, I think they could be complementary. I think you can run a bunch of different things where you're not sure who's who. In other words, like one play, one guy's on the slot. The next play, it looks like Diggs is in the slot, but it's actually Williams, and they're interchangeable skill sets. I think that's actually versatility as opposed to blocking.
Well, it's semantics. There are more than one receiver on the field on any given play.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously he would still play. But there's one football to go to wide receivers. So he would get fewer targets, he would get fewer catches, and he would play less of the time.
Well, if that's blocking, then yeah, anybody that is a human being that plays in the offense is blocking.
Right. Any veteran receiver they bring in here at this point would take away from him, especially if they play the exact same position as him as a split slot outside receiver, which not every receiver they bring in would.
True.
There's a lot of guys that don't play in the slot. But if you were to say to me, name the 10 free agents that we keep going through, which one's the most like Antonio Williams? To me, the answer is Stephon Diggs. He's the most redundant to the guy that you just drafted. So on a scale, he is the most likely to take away from him, in my opinion. But yeah, any veteran who's going to get a bunch of targets and a bunch of catches is quote unquote like bad for his development this season, in my opinion. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll talk to Mark Zuckerman on the Nationals, who took 2 of 3 from the Orioles, are within a game of 500 as they play tonight at Nats Park. We'll do that next on the Fan.
The Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Mets tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Both teams coming in playing some good baseball. The Nationals winning 4 of their last 6. The Mets have won 5 of their last 6. Jake Irvin toes the rubber for the Nationals. He is 1-4 with a 5.91 ERA. He'll take on Christian Scott, who has no record and a 3.45 ERA. Nats and Mets 6:45 right here on the Fan. Hockey playoffs tonight. Canadians and Sabres Game 7 in Buffalo. That'll get underway at 7:30. And on the hardwood, Spurs and Thunder Game 1 of the Western Conference Final tonight. That'll get underway at 8:30. In the NFL, joint practices announced for the Commanders. They will practice with the Dolphins in Ashburn on August the 12th, and they'll also practice with the Ravens in Owings Mills on August the 26th. Aaron Rodgers signed his 1-year contract worth up to $25 million with the Steelers. And for the DC Defenders in the UFL, quarterback Jordan Ta'amu going to be out for the rest of the season with a knee injury. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Oz brings hands together. 1-on-1 out. 1-0 Nats. The pitch. Lyle drives one high in the air to right field. O'Neill is going back. He's at the warning track, right in front of the wall. It is out of here! Daylen Lyle homers to right field. He remains red hot. 3-0 Nationals on Lyle's 7th homer of the season.
Josh Wetzel on the Nationals radio network filling in for Dave Jagler over the weekend. At that time, Daylen Lyle had gone deep 4 times in 4 games. He's gone homerless in his last 2, but the Nats took 2 out of 3 against the Baltimore Orioles, which means Washington is now 1 game from 500 at 23-24 as they welcome the Mets to town for a 4-game series. They have the number 1 scoring offense per game in Major League Baseball. It has been a pretty remarkable first 47 games. They've also been outstanding at the minor league levels. Their top prospects shining at each of the levels on the minor league rungs. And we're going to bring on Mark Zuckerman on the Rude Guest Hotline right now. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, to discuss all of this because, frankly, every now and then you kind of got to stop and smell the roses here this year, Mark, with what the Nationals are doing. You can check him out, natsjournal.com. How impressed are you by these first 47 games at the big league level?
Yeah, I agree, Grant. I think it's easy to look at the granular day-to-day stuff and say, oh, well, yesterday's game wasn't good and some of the veteran pitchers they have here aren't getting the job done. But it's okay to take a step back and look at the bigger picture here and say, yeah, this is, I think, organizationally from top to bottom, I think they're in a much better place now than they were a year ago, and probably better than most of us thought they would be when the new group took over. And that's both in terms of the record, but also just the who is doing what at both the big league level and at the minor league level. I think there is a lot to be encouraged by.
So what's next? And I guess what I mean is this: I'm having a great time. I'd like checking some of the minor league numbers and seeing some of the cool stories and the player development stuff. Looking at the major league level, a frisky team that leads the league in runs scored, which I did not anticipate at all. I'm having a good time. What's the next step here, and who takes it? What does the organization look like whenever the move to the next level is?
Well, first things first, they got to get over 500 so you guys can have your parade, right?
Yes,
we need that.
It's a major deal.
Yeah, although it's a little warm today. Maybe it's best they didn't do it, and you didn't have to be out there on the 95-degree afternoon.
We'd have been sweating
that
our
was
way
considered
down
of them.
Half Street.
Yeah. So I think it's a good question, though, Danny, because I think it's easy to say, oh, well, this means they're on their way, and, oh, if they can keep themselves in a wild card race, maybe come July, they're going to be buyers instead of sellers, and this winter they're going to be really aggressive. And I think we do have to pump the brakes on all that stuff because there is a larger plan at place here. And they've been careful not to put a timeline on that and say, well, we have to be at this point by this date or anything like that. But I don't think they're going to let the big league record, for example, I don't think that's going to change a lot of what they intend to do this summer and maybe even next winter. And we'll see. A lot can change between now and then. But I think they're pretty much sticking with this plan, which is much more focused on the long term, of course, than the short term. You would love to see them get to that 500 mark and stay right around it, whether they're above it, behind it by a game. They have been in this position a couple times since the rebuild started, and then they would tail off dramatically
in the second half and end up in the somewhere in the 60s or low 70s for win total. If they can keep this where they look like they're going to be in the mid to upper 70s, even approaching 80, that's a feel-good thing for the organization. It doesn't necessarily change what their timeline or what they're planning to do beyond this, but I do think it helps everybody feel like things are in a better place.
We're about 30% of the way through this Nats season. Mark Zuckerman's joining us on Grant and Danny. Thoughts on Blake Butera in year one?
It's gone very well. I think whatever questions that we had about, hey, here's this 33-year-old, never played or managed above single A before, is he going to be overwhelmed by this? I think the answer is a resounding no. And once you spend any time with him and you see the way he's done this, it's clear that he knows what he's doing and he's assembled a good staff around him. Maybe one or two exceptions so far this year that I've thought to myself, okay, he didn't really handle that one the way a seasoned manager might have. But those have been few and far between. So I think there's a lot to like for what he's done. The players certainly seem to respect him, which is always important. I haven't seen anybody say, either publicly or privately that they're kind of, rolling their eyes at what he's doing or not buying in fully on what he's trying to do. So I think that's been good. There will come a point where maybe they're playing some more meaningful games, and let's see how he manages a bullpen when there's a lot at stake and some in-game decisions and all that. But so far, I think there's a lot to like about. He's certainly been up for the job, and I don't think anything I've seen so far has suggested that he was the wrong choice.
So, and Mark Zuckerman with us here on G&D. So there's still some of those same old things that happen across multiple regimes, but by and large, it appears that there's adjustments happening. Like, you can never get Keibert Ruiz after 2 consecutive walks to not swing at a fastball that's almost hitting him in the face. It was over his head in a huge RBI spot. That's not going to get fixed because he's still going to be Keibert Ruiz. But everybody else, it seems to be that some of this coaching is actually manifesting itself in different behavior, and we're not seeing the dips and the valleys, and it seems like there's a good practical plan in place. I'd love for you to go into that, Mark.
Yeah, I think that's true. Although, hey, Ruiz did end up drawing a walk later on in that game yesterday. Now, it wasn't the situation maybe you were hoping for it, because I had that same reaction with the 2 walks right in front of, like, come on, really? You're going to swing at ball 1? But that's, again, who he is, and it's a good reminder that there's only so much they can do. And I'm not saying this is like some kind of great defense of Davey Martinez, but there's a little bit of truth behind it's not on the coaches. Ultimately, it is on the players, and you can tell them what to do and work with them all you want, but at some point the players have to be the ones that actually make the adjustments and get better. Now, that said, what I like that they've done here is they've come up with plans for everyone, and some of that's overarching, that everybody follows the same plan, and some of it's catered to the individuals. I think that's important. Not everybody's going to react to the same kind of style of coaching or has the same priorities that they might need that somebody else might need. They meet with them regularly. They're having these like every 6 weeks. Let's evaluate where you are in your development, and here's all the metrics and things we wanted you to work on, and here's how you did, and here you improved on this. You still need to improve on that. I think the way they're presenting that information has been very valuable and is appreciated by the players. Now, again, it ultimately boils down to, are the players good enough to make the adjustments and show that in real game situations? And we've seen it in some cases, maybe not in all. But I think the messaging and the way they're going about trying to convey all this to the players has been well received, and I would think that bodes well in the longer term.
Mark, as happy as I've been at the major league level with being 500, and they've had to cut corners and play the matchups, and they're doing it the way the Rays and the Brewers and the really smart analytical small market teams do it. What I have been happier with this year is the minor league system. And I'm not exaggerating, you know this, but I'm saying this for our listeners. This has been the best 6 or so weeks at a minor league system abroad kind of performance, maybe in Nats history, certainly offensively. I mean, I'm not exaggerating when I say, like, top to bottom, guys like Eli Willits and Ronnie Cruz and Seaver King, who got promoted to AAA. Devin Fitzgerald maybe has been the best hitter in the minors so far this year. Ethan Petrie, the draft pick last year, and the breakouts of guys like Luke Dickerson and the flashes of Yeremy Cabrera and Coy James. We could keep going and going and going. It's been tremendous. What do you make of that? It's almost like you rub a little analytics and some money on some tools on this thing, and all of a sudden it's fixed.
I think what stands out is how many names you just rattled off. It's the depth of it. They've had obviously great prospects over the years who have dominated at the minor league level. And, you could look back at Bryce Harper and Steven Strasburg and Trey Turner and Anthony Rendon and others and say, well, they have had star players come up through the system. But you're probably right that they haven't had this many guys at the same time performing at this level. And some of those are big name, top 100 prospects, and some of them are not. And that's good because I think one of the real issues that the organization had for a long time was an inability to turn second round, third round, fourth round, and beyond picks, maybe not into star big leaguers, but just into quality big leaguers of any type. And I think that's equally as important as making sure that you hit those first rounders and turn them into star players. So I think there's definitely that going on. What they've done, you're right, they've invested more. That's in terms of technology. It's also just the personnel. They have way more coaches at the minor league level than they did before, and they're really trying to mirror everything they're doing at the big league level at the minors, especially the upper levels. At AAA right now, they've got the exact same number of coaches they do here in the same roles. They're really trying to have continuity across the board. They've got that traject pitching machine that they have here in the majors. They have one in Rochester as well. The whole idea is that when a player gets called up to the big leagues, it's going to feel the exact same as what they've already had in the minors. Now, it'll take a while until we see all the results of that. But so far, you definitely notice that. And what they're doing, especially at the single A level, so many of those kids are at single A right now, that bodes well. Now, you never know. Still got a long way to go till they get to the big leagues. But just the depth of it, the fact that we're not just counting on one or two of those prospects to make it big, but that there are a lot more to choose from, I think that is probably the most encouraging part of it.
You got to wager the entire Meta Facebook fortune because you did invent Facebook, Mark. Do they trade CJ? Yeah. When do they trade CJ Abrams, or do they not?
I'm going to say that it doesn't happen until the off season, and the reason
interesting. This is why we ask.
Yeah, not to say they couldn't do it in July, and if Paul Taboni gets the right offer, I think he'll make that move. But there's going to be a limited number of teams that are really in the market for him. And so you don't have as many competitors maybe putting out different offers for him. There's still going to be probably some skepticism around the league for, hey, we know he's a great first half player, but can he do it in the second half as well? Also, that question of, is he a shortstop? Is he a second baseman? What is he really? So if I'm Paul Taboni, yes, somebody makes me the right offer, I'll make that move. But I don't feel compelled to do it, and I don't think he will feel he absolutely has to make that move with 2 years of control left. Maybe wait until the off season when you have more teams involved, and maybe he keeps it up for a whole year. Now that boosts his value as well. The only problem with that is if there's a lockout and that wipes out a lot of the off season.
I was going to ask you about this. I want to jump in real fast.
Yeah.
We only got about a minute, but this is a bigger picture thing too that relates to that. So I've been thinking about the fact that maybe they're a little closer than they think, right? Between what's almost at the big league level in the system, what they have. Could it be a chance where you sign a starter, you sign a couple relievers? So if they had that right now, you're 5-6 over 500 maybe, and you're in the playoff mix. But then I think about it, and I'm like, it's very unlikely with this ownership group going into a potential work stoppage that they're going to spend any money in the offseason. Where are you at on that?
Yeah, I think that's where it gets complicated. Number one, you have an organization that I think wants to stick to what its plan is anyways, regardless. Number two, the lockout issue complicates matters, and I think we've known all along that the Lerner family wants to see what is the state of baseball coming out of this whole thing. Is there more revenue sharing? Is there a salary cap? That could change the way they approach things a lot. So I think that if there is going to be a spending spree, and I'm not saying there will be, but if there is, I think it's more likely coming before the 2028 season than the 27 season, be my guess.
Mark, thank you as always, buddy. See you at the yard.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
We will see you over at Nats Park tonight. Mark Zuckerman, check out the Nats Journal. He does such a good job covering the Nationals, has for many, many years. Very insightful. Mark Zuckerman on Grant and Danny. We're with you only until 6:15, about a half hour from now, because of Nats baseball tonight, right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny, a couple times I have walked past and seen you looking at her. You've asked me about, and I can tell you're just fixated on it. This very brazen person in Georgetown who just...
I can't stop looking at this video.
He has a beer keg. He's just walking down the street in Georgetown, proceeds to stop in front of Georgetown Cupcake sometime late last night and throw a gigantic keg through the window.
Now, you remember Georgetown Cupcake. All they're doing is staying in business and selling cupcakes, and the lines aren't around multiple city blocks like they used to be when they had a show about them on TLC, I believe it was. That's not their fault. They're just a business trying to make it. I don't care. It was not something I was going to go wait in line for. I've plenty of places you get great cupcakes, but that's not the point. It's
still wildly popular, by the way.
Still incredibly popular.
I know that my wife and her friends, that's still a thing they do. Let's go to Georgetown Cupcake this weekend. That's like a bit that they do.
Got no beef with Georgetown Cupcake. Certainly not like this jackass. Security camera footage that Georgetown Cupcake released, there was, from both sides, inside the store was the one I saw first, where all you see is it's night, it's closed, everything's picked up, nothing's there. You could see out one of the big bay windows that they've got, not the full person, but you see kind of a motion towards a window, nothing. A second motion towards the window, nothing. And then the third, a keg comes splashing through the window, breaks it, and then just rolls to a dead stop. And you go, well, that's utterly bizarre because he didn't walk in and steal something or whatever.
You break the glass, you go get a bunch of cupcakes, and then you leave.
Who knows?
He just throws the thing through the glass and walks away.
And then they release the footage from the street side where you watch this guy carrying I don't know if it's a full keg, it's a half keg, it's enough weight to break the glass, obviously. Just sauntering down the street, goes, here's where I'll throw my keg through Georgetown Cupcake. Utterly bizarre.
Detective Paulson is on it. So first off, this guy is just on video walking up with no hat, no mask, no nothing. I mean, he's going to be caught, if they're not already knocking on this idiot's door, he'll be caught in short order. But I think that he targeted Georgetown Cupcake because you don't just walk past a bunch of places to a random place.
That's a good point because there's a million storefronts there.
Exactly.
Right?
So this is my girlfriend works there. I'm mad at them. They gave me the wrong cupcake on my birthday. I don't know what the motive is. I can't help you there just yet. I got to do more due diligence on that. But it seems like he targeted it. But that was insane.
So he's just, if you know that area in Georgetown, M Street is the strip, right? Wisconsin and M, that's the Georgetown hub in either direction, Little Up, Wisconsin. He's coming down 33rd Street, which is kind of a more residential right there. Then you get to Georgetown proper on M Street. So he's walking down 33rd and goes, here's the place for my keg.
For the rest
that
of
big
you
window.
that have no idea what any of that meant, he's walking down a street, passing storefronts, and then he throws a keg through a window. That's kind of what happened here.
It's exactly what happened. Yeah.
That's the second least insane video I've seen of a crime being perpetrated in the last 24 hours. The other one is, have you seen the video of the, I guess you would call it melee? Brawl at the Chipotle in the Navy Yard. Have you seen this?
Oh, yeah. I sent it to the group.
Friday night, which is normally when these types of things happen in the Navy Yard, and they can't seem to figure out how to stop them, by the way. But it looks like average age, I don't know, 15 to 17? Something like that?